Might have started too early. Hold on. I have sweatpants on. I gotta take them off. All right. I have these sweatpants on over my jeans because I just went to the store. And it's cold outside, so I gotta take these sweatpants off. Yeah, I just felt like sleeping. So I am late. I'm late. Later than a bug. All right. Nothing too crazy no crazy debates or anything to watch and react to. This came out 2 days ago. I wonder why they recorded the Destiny 5v1 like 6 months ago. And it's taken them this long to get out all the parts of it. I don't get it. I feel like that's not the smart way to do it because a lot of geopolitical situations are going to change or be irrelevant 6 months later. Joe Rogan and Matt Damon on Ben Affleck, that might actually be interesting, but I can't watch that on YouTube. All right, before we get to this Destiny action, I want to see if this is real. This says Resident Evil 9 trailer. I don't think it's going to be real, though. Let's see what this is. Resident Evil Showcase. Every clip they just showed was from an old Resident Evil game.
In this showcase, we'll go over the latest information on Resident Evil Requiem, which will release next month on February 27. Let's take a look at some of the gameplay.
Is this real? Does anybody know if this is real?
はい、出ないとは言ってないですね。
Why do I look so what? Why do I look so what? I need to go to bed.
言ってないです。まあ実際あの時も話しましたけど、レオンでバチバチのホラーのステージをテストしてみたんですけど、やっぱりこんなレオンあんま見たくなくないっていう意見が大半だったっていうのは事実としてあります。
I just woke up. What are you talking about? I'm not a vampire. I just woke up. What are you talking about, Marilyn? What do I look like? What do I look like, Marilyn? Marilyn's having some fantasies over there. It's 8 a.m. in the real world. I slept all day. I slept like 8 hours. I just woke up. I overslept. Grace's parts are even more similar. I'm going to play the Destiny thing. We're just going to watch this real quick. Strengths and horror aspects of the gameplay.
緊張感がすごい高いんですけども、そこまでその恐怖に特化してない、アクションも楽しめる、レオンにふさわしい体験が作れてるんじゃないかなと思ってて、グレースのホラーとそのレオンのアクション2つこう並べたそういうことで、バイオハザードではないすごく感情の揺れ幅が大きいゲームになってます。 バイオハザードって緊張と弛緩のその差っていうのが一つ
The
面白さだ
gap
と。
between tension and release is one of the things that makes Resident Evil so interesting. The tension and release? What?
思ってるんですけども、すごく緊張して静かなペースで進むグレースのゲームプレイともう発散してダイナミックに激しいアクションをする、そういうカタルシスなレオン、大きな意味でその緊張と弛緩っていう役割としてパートを最適に配置する、こういう意図で構成してますね。
Damn! Whoa, I just saw up her dress. Hi,
レオンとグレース2人とも主人公なんですけども、ストーリーとしては基本的には一つ、ストーリーの中でプレイヤーキャラがグレースになるパートがあって。
Alright, Dean, I'm just gonna ban you, bud. Bye.
またレオンがプレイするパートがあると、そういう構成になってますね。バイオ6の後のレオンの続きですけど、レオンはレクイエムの段階でも DSO のエージェントとして、バイオハザードテロと世界のね戦い続けてるっていう。彼はたくさんの兵器を持ってきた。おそらく彼今回コーチを追い詰められることになると思うんで、その辺も注目してほしいなと思います。今回のゾンビは生前のその人の特徴っていうのを引き継いでいるゾンビがいます。例えばこの館の中で掃除係の人がいるんですけども、その人はゾンビになってもひたすらこう屋敷をきれいにしようとね掃除を続けてるんですよ。このようにいろんなこう生前の行動に執着するゾンビがいて、ゲームでは彼らの行動を観察して、うまくかわすのに利用したり倒すのに使うと、こういったことができるようになってます。
Two styles of gameplay.
I think I want a second opinion.
レオンのゲームプレイは圧倒的な緊張感のある戦闘、RF4 から進化した
This guy sucks at headshot. Never mind.
トマホークという
That worked.
斧を装備しており、それによるパリができます。
Leon has a hatchet. Leon has never had a hatchet before. He's just sharpening his hatchet in the
シ
middle
ュー
of
ティングっていうの
combat.
が中心になってくるので、さらに洗練されたガンプレイっていうところに
That
力を入れて
chainsaw landed on you, bud.
また V を狙って、敵に体術を決める。それから敵が持っていた武器を奪って利用する。
He picked up the chainsaw? Oh!
どの敵をどの部位を撃つのか、またどうやって倒すのか、そういった戦略を立てるのが面白さであり、それがうまくいった時にさらにカタルシスが倍増する、そういったゲームプレイになっています。グレースのゲームプレイは閉鎖空間の中を通し脅威となる敵、その中をもう恐る恐る考えながら動くっていうのは面白さだと思ってるんですけども、グレースでは敵を倒すべきか逃げるのか、そこの判断も非常に重要になってきています。なので、レクイエムではそのためのさまざまな手段を用意しています。それほど重火器いっぱい出てくるわけではないんですけども、一つこう象徴的な武器としてレクイエムっていうそのままタイトルを名を冠した武器が出てきます。この大口径の武器は弾数ほどないんですけど、構造という時にグレースを救ってくれる頼りになる武器になってます。
Damn!
実はクラフト要素も少し入れてまして、そのアンポルを作るためには感染したゾンビの血が必要になります。クラフトのリソースになる血っていうのを、つまり敵を倒すのにもまた意味があると、そういう意味でより RH スタイルのゲームを深めるような工夫っていうのは各所に入れてますね。
Dang!
Why waste
They
another
just
summer
explode.
not loving your body?
With base 44,
Shut
we
up.
turn that question into
That's too effective.
A variety of gameplay options have also been added to this title. Players can switch between 2 camera perspectives, and these can be changed at any time during the game. multiple difficulties are also available.
As long as
New
it's not
players
like
can enjoy
5,
casual mode,
where I have to
and
carry her around with me. Okay, enough of that. I don't want to play 5 and have to drag this lady around with me and keep her alive the whole time. All right, we're going to watch Destiny verse 5 real quick. I need to start writing this thing.
Check out the tickets right now in the description box. You don't want to miss it. We're expecting it to sell out. Grab your tickets now.
If you violated my rights,
you're not. Nobody's violating your rights.
Oh, you know what? Let's wait a while to sue this guy just so he could feel better. No, if I'm going to sue you, you're going to feel it. It's going to be immediate. How many people in the January 6th were put into prison and
talking in the microphone, weirdo? And also, his shirt says Smeghead. Smeghead. That's gross.
It was around 1,600 were pardoned by Trump. I don't know how many of those were in prison.
Oh, they were in prison for how many years, guys? Was it like 2 or 3?
Doesn't mean you were denied due process. None of those people were denied due process, though.
They were severely denied due process.
No, they weren't. Not a single one.
Not a single one was denied due process.
Nope.
How long? What's a fair time period for due process?
But what part of the process?
Any of it.
No, but what if they're like really anti-Israel?
That you have the right to be really anti-Israel as an American or as a visa holder or as a green card holder?
No, but we gotta support them, right?
What do you mean by support them?
Like
just what they're getting. These are some real. What? These are some real geniuses they got up against Destiny here.
My name is Stephen
high level.
Line is Destiny, and I'm here to debate 7 Trump supporters today. For my second
high level
prompt,
debaters.
I would say that the current Trump administration is weaponizing all parts of the rule of law that they can in a way that no U.S. president has done in U.S. history, and I think that's been exemplified in literally just this prior year of the Trump term.
In what way do you see this administration weaponizing what you said, basically your prompt?
There's a lot of different places that I could go with this, but I would say one way would be the fact that Donald Trump personally, even as the president of the United States, is filing lawsuits for defamation against multiple companies because he either doesn't like the fact that he had a social media account banned,
come on,
or that he doesn't like an interview that was posted by 60 Minutes, or suing like a pollster in Iowa, Seltzer, because he thought that her poll was unfair to him prior to the election. I would say those are all really bad things.
What happened in those court cases, though?
For a lot of them, well, the people settled.
Okay. What about the rest?
Well, they're ongoing.
All right. Why would they settle if they're innocent?
Most of his opponents appear to be terminally
Because Donald Trump is the president of the
online.
United States, and the executive branch is in charge of a lot of mergers that these companies might be looking at going forward. And Trump has already shown that he's willing to come down harshly on people that won't play ball with his administration.
So you're saying it has nothing to do with guilt, has nothing to do with evidence or innocence or anything like that?
Correct.
All right.
Or it might not. I mean, fairly, we can't truly know.
Exactly.
But I mean, I would say that the fact the president of the United States filing civil lawsuits against companies is so bad for so many different reasons that every American should immediately have revulsion to that idea.
All right. So how many civil lawsuits were filed against Donald Trump while he was in office or immediately after leaving office?
By the president, 0.
I'm sorry?
By Biden, 0. Biden didn't file any civil lawsuits against Trump or anybody in the media.
No, I wasn't asking. I asked just in general, how many suits have been brought up against Trump while he was in office or since he's been
civil lawsuits? Minus 0 by like lawmakers or whatever. Individuals might be suing, and that's up to individuals. But by lawmakers or by the president or people in politics, like those people, 0.
No, the one regarding his loans, his bank loans, that was not civil. That was brought up by city prosecutors. That wasn't a private civil lawsuit.
Yeah, but these are those are states, and then 2, I believe those guys were doing investigations for like criminal related matters.
Okay, so what was found in that though? Was he found liable? Did he lose any of these lawsuits?
At this point,
the criminal ones in New York State relating to the 34 felony convictions he has. I mean, he lost that one obviously.
So now,
at this point, the New York one about his finances and stuff was still going through, but it all got dropped, or maybe that's the Georgia one. There are so many, I can't remember. But Destiny's just saying they're not civil cases brought up by individuals in government, but it's their government charges from Georgia, New York, D.C., Maybe Florida. Nothing in Florida, I don't think. No, I did not listen into Muslim Mormonism.
What was the purpose to bring those lawsuits, though? Was it
because he was misappropriating campaign funds and then directing somebody to lie about the source of those campaign funds to pay off people so that the stories wouldn't come out during the election season?
So you've got a lot to say about justifying why he would be tried for various things, but quick to dismiss any lawsuits that he's brought up on anyone else.
Well, filing civil lawsuits against people because you feel personally offended is a lot different than criminal investigations, especially those done by states that aren't directed by the president. But I mean, these are two very different things, right?
Okay, fair enough. So, all right, so he sued a couple of people for saying things that may or may not have been true, which is the only avenue for finding someone liable in the United States, because we are a free speech country. But if you can prove that someone said something that has harmed you in some way measurably, that's the only avenue, difficult avenue, to bring charges against someone. Even the founders, founding fathers, had to decide whether or not they needed to do that from time to time for themselves.
I don't think any president in U.S. history has filed civil suits against people.
Well, I don't know if while president, but definitely names that we know that from the first colonies, they did have libel lawsuits because people would say crap that wasn't real, and
sure, which is fine. But I think when the president is also in charge of like whether or not your mergers are approved or denied, I think that's a pretty scary world that the president could be suing you if you publish something that he doesn't like. So it's very scary.
So how many people has Trump or his DOJ had arrested from the other political party?
Well, they're doing a lot of investigations into people right now.
I said arrested.
Arrested. I'm not sure if they've arrested anybody yet, although they're recommending stuff right now related to Russia stuff for Obama and Hillary.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know.
Okay. And how many U.S. citizens have been clearly denied due process by this administration?
I think that's being contested in court right now, so it's hard to say.
There's no number, right?
Well, it's being contested in court right now, so
I don't even know what's being contested. There's
stuff related to deportations.
Yeah, but how many of these how many of these are U.S. citizens are we talking about?
I don't know the number off the top of my head.
There's no U.S. citizens being discussed with deportations.
There are.
No, they're not.
Okay.
There's no U.S. citizens being in the deportation discussions at all.
Okay.
So that's a fact.
It's not a fact. Also, green card people are also a lot of due process as well. I mean, lawful permanent resident status is important, right?
No, I said citizen. If you can't, if you're trying to say other non-citizen categories, then that's not a citizen.
Okay. Green card holders do have due process in the United States.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. But you just said green card. We're not. I don't know. So,
hey, would you like your very own Shopify store? We're literally and completely free, by the way. We are live streaming right now.
Now, the last administration, did they ever put anyone in Trump's administration, or the previous administration, have they put anyone into jail simply for being associated with Trump's administration?
No.
Yes, Steve Bannon, at least. There are multiple people that
just for being Steve Bannon was being investigated on completely unrelated things. It had to do with defrauding some charity thing or whatever.
No, he was put in jail for refusing to speak to Congress.
I mean, if Congress issues you a subpoena, you can be held in contempt for not following a subpoena. But I mean, but it wasn't just for associating with Trump.
Is there anything else he was being investigated for?
He literally was convicted for defrauding a charity organization. That was one of the things that Trump pardoned him for.
That's not. All right.
You can look it up. The conviction, the indictments, and the convictions are all public filings.
Was anyone during the previous administration? During the previous administration, was anyone denied due process for being associated with Trump?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
So how many people in the January 6th were put into prison? And
I think it was around 1,600 were pardoned by Trump. I don't know how many of those were in prison.
Oh, they were in prison for how many years, guys? Was it like 2 or 3?
Doesn't mean you were denied due process. None of those people were denied due process, though.
They were severely denied due process.
Looking to them for help?
Not a single one.
Not a single one was denied due process.
Nope.
How long? All right, what's a fair?
Muslim Mormons. Yeah, I'm not really planning on looking into that because it's probably some weird little niche group. It's probably like 8 of them in the world.
Time period for due process.
What part of the process?
Any of it.
Well, I mean, it really depends. If you're arrested, I believe in most states you have within 72 hours to be arraigned or formally read charges.
Out of multiple years, how many of 1,600 or 1,500 actually got to go through trial?
I think the vast
If anybody can take 5 guys, it's Destiny.
majority, like 98% of them or something.
Is there? I don't think so. Okay. There were very few that were.
I've had Tim pull other people bring up names before. If you look up any of the names, the ones that were delayed the longest were usually people that were asking for more time to prepare their cases. And then they came out afterwards saying that they were denied due process, but that's just not the reality.
All right, if you say so. But there are 0 examples of any of that having had happen so far in this administration. Though there are recommendations.
Yeah, I think that's
for
fake news, Freddie. I think like
it
3 of them have
we're
gone
arresting
back.
you, we're going to give you a mugshot, and then we're going to run an investigation while you're sitting in prison. There appears to be due process going through all of these processes.
Due process is not the only way that you can be corrupt when it comes to the weaponization of the DOJ. So, for instance, I don't know if you're familiar with any of the thing that was going on with Eric Adams in New York, but the federal government had a case against him. They brought to him a deal basically saying, we'll drop all the charges just until the election, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, with the idea being that he would play ball with them until the election was over in New York City for mayor. It's an insanely corrupt thing to do. Multiple prosecutors resigned over it.
Okay. So, whose prosecutors were they?
This guy's got nothing.
New York
This guy's got nothing.
All right. So, are those guys friends with Trump directly? Because I don't know of any district in New York that's been friendly to Trump.
It's not. Well, it's a federal appointed thing.
Who appointed them?
It's not relevant.
You don't know what you're talking about.
It's not. Prosecutors aren't cycled out every administration.
You don't know what you're talking about, Freddie.
Yeah, so
but the idea that Donald Trump would send.
Then it is significantly relevant who appointed them.
That Donald Trump sending his Department of Justice to a person to say, hey, we're going to go ahead and suspend charges against you just until your election is over. You don't see any problem with that? Or that gives the administration basically the ability to control that person, that mayor of a city?
I'm not entirely familiar with this one.
Okay. All right. Does it bother you that Trump is writing executive orders targeting law firms just because they happen to work with Hillary Clinton or Mueller in the past?
I know there has been multiple law firms attacked and taken out of business because they had an association with Trump.
The people designing to buy your service is different than the president writing an executive order to target the law firm and go after you, though, no?
Go after them how?
Well, he's rescinded a lot of security clearances, so these people aren't able to do any work related to like government people anymore.
Okay.
It's also not a normal thing to do.
Well, it should be a normal thing to do.
It shouldn't be a normal thing that you rescind a security clearance just because you don't like somebody.
It should be a normal thing for the executive. It should be a normal thing for the executive branch to be able to rescind security clearance.
So I just wanted to understand. You say you don't like that President Trump can sue
This is not
people
5 guys. There's only
because he's
4
the
of them.
president, and the president should not be able to sue anybody.
I think that it sets a very bad precedent when the president is filing civil suits against people when he's also in charge of whether or not their businesses could succeed or fail based on potential mergers in the future.
Well, I would disagree because every citizen should, or they do have the right to exercise their legal alternatives, right, and sue people. And I would disagree also. I mean, because he's the president, does that take away his freedom to sue people? And because he is president, that would play into how businesses operate because he is the president and could make those types of decisions. And if it was illegal...
Do you think that it might influence the way that companies have their speech about the president if they know he could sue them or block their mergers?
Well, I mean, if they're just bad-mouthing him and insulting him and lying, yeah, he should sue them.
Bad-mouth and insult people?
Well, because that's also a legal option also. If someone's lying in print and obviously lying, then they can be sued for that.
What if they don't feel like they're lying, but he just wants to sue them?
Well, that's why they have court cases.
But
that's why they bring evidence.
That's
why they bring evidence.
But if they were to block a merger, and he's shown that he's like plays favorites when it comes to how he runs the executive branch.
He's the president.
The president shouldn't be playing favorites like that. You wouldn't want that to happen.
Well, if you say he shouldn't do that, then you should vote the way you feel You should vote for someone that will do exactly what you want them to do.
So you're okay with the president weaponizing the DOJ as long as he's doing it on your behalf, as long as you feel like he represents your interests?
Wait, that's kind of a loaded question.
Well, that's basically what you said. You should just vote for who you want. I want somebody who wouldn't weaponize.
Yes, I did vote for him to do the things he's doing, but whoever the president was, if it was Kamala Harris, if she was president, she could sue who she wants.
Okay. And you think that would be a good precedent to set for presidents to just be filing lawsuits?
They do.
No, they
sue
don't.
people.
They don't do that. Nobody has done this before Trump.
So he's doing something good then. If he's exercising his rights, and then hitherto they were not exercising their rights. So you're saying presidents were just letting people lie about them, trash talk them.
Didn't Donald Trump become popular in the 2016 election season by lying and saying that Obama was born in Kenya?
That did not play into any part of why I voted for Trump.
I don't care. He did. That was one of the things that blew him up politically initially, was that lie.
Well, that doesn't play into why I voted for him.
I'm not asking why you voted for him, but Barack Obama didn't sue him, did he?
Well, that was his choice.
Yeah.
Would it have been legal for Obama to sue Trump?
Legal, probably, but
why didn't he?
Because it's not becoming of the office of the presidency, because it sets a very scary standard for freedom of speech in the United States to know that the president of the United States might come down on you because he doesn't like things you say about him.
Well, that's why they have court cases. That's why they can
Court cases
present
can't
evidence.
adjudicate this. It's like a constitutional issue. It's like
Yeah,
a
that's
matter
what
of
I'm
freedom.
saying. So one person's freedom of speech could be another person's slander or libel or defamation. Just depends on where the...
Yeah, see, do you see how you said two different things there, Freddie? So first you said... Wait, you said 26 went back to jail, but then you said 33 arrested, charged, or sentenced to jail time. That could be arrested for any number of charges. You get a DUI, you get arrested. And they had targets on their heads, so I'm sure that had a lot to do with it. Some of them were screwed up people, which is to be expected. The ones who went into the Capitol, the ops, they were ops. Not all of them, but most of them who went into the Capitol, they were the ops. They were the feds. And yes, feds do go to jail sometimes to perpetuate the narrative. They know they're going to get out. They go down for 2-3 years all the time. Undercover agents spend longer than that in jail. So a lot of those people were ops. Those were crazy Antifa bastards dressed up like MAGA. And then when they get out and then they go and protest at a BLM protest, or I mean, not a BLM protest, but a freaking, I don't know, a No King's Day protest. As soon as they get out and they start doing some crimes, they end up in jail again.
Chips fall.
Why not just sue him when you're out of office?
I know. I saw they had the reunion on January 6th at the White House. And it was nice and peaceful. Nothing bad happened.
Because that's why wait.
Because it's
why wait?
Because the president of the United States.
If you violated my rights,
you're not. Nobody's violating your rights.
You know what? Let's wait a while to sue this guy just so he could feel better. No, if I'm going to sue you, you're going to feel it. It's going to be immediate. So Trump, I say I approve what Trump's doing. What you call weaponization, I call more like he's just utilizing it. And yeah, he is the president. So what are you going to do? Just like cry? He shouldn't do this. He shouldn't exercise his rights.
If Trump were to abolish the Congress and just pass all the legislation he wants to the White House, would you be okay with that?
I don't think so. I think that would be too much of a misstep and take away people's rights to representation.
There's one clip I have to watch after this from Rob's show because they brought up something and I heard it when I was at work. But it's something I need to look into.
Okay. The
leader of the Proud Boys
Attorney General
wants reparations.
And directing her where to investigate all the stuff related to Russiagate to try.
This is very boring, guys.
To like get off attention.
Like, no offense to these guys. I know they just saw a thing and they took it and they jumped in. Respect for jumping in. not being afraid to jump in and get involved. But I don't know. This is just not going well.
President.
From the Epstein stuff. Do you
Why
think
would
that's,
he not?
Well, because we historically we care about.
And by the way, if anybody is watching this and they're getting butthurt because I'm pausing and talking to the chat, commenting on things, if you don't like that, go see right here. It says Modern Day Debate. Go to Modern Day Debate's channel and watch this uninterrupted on your own. If you go to a stream that says reaction stream or review, of course, they're not just going to play the video. I know maybe that's what Hassan does, but that's not good etiquette. That's not good reaction etiquette. There's so many Pearl fans who are in my comment section of that stream I did reviewing the Pearl thing, and they're all like, I'm out of here. I don't want to listen to this loser talk every 2 seconds. Then go find it yourself, dumbass.
And independence to the department.
I explain where and how you could watch it 3 times in the stream. Because dummies were coming in and saying, oh, you want to keep pausing and talking. God, people are dumb. Those are Pearl fans.
Of justice.
Well, we know that most of history is a lie anyways. So now where we are, it's like we cannot just operate under some fairy tale assumptions about how things should or should not be.
Are you disappointed in how he's directed the DOJ and the FBI to handle the Epstein case?
What did you just say?
Well, I would say
Epstein
that I would say he needs to like be more honest about because it might implicate him in some way. So that in that particular thing, yes, they should release it. But if he's connected with it, I could see why he might want to hide that information.
Okay.
Or his friends that are
So in
all
a few years,
politicians, that are all actors, athletes, all those people doing disgusting things to kids. Yeah, there's something very bad going on. And it's deeper than just Trump or Biden.
So in a few years, when he hasn't released anything related to the Epstein stuff, will you say that was like a failure of his administration?
Well, this doesn't look good on you, Destiny. Remember, this was recorded before. We're up to, I think, 9 million documents released right now. Has anybody read all of the Epstein? I know everybody was dying for the Epstein files to be released. Everybody was crying and begging, when are you going to release the Epstein files? I want to know. I want any of those people who are crying for the Epstein files to be released to come on here, and I want to ask them, have you read through all 9 million documents yet? No? Well, then shut the up.
So far as like rule of law
That
goes?
might be a fair one to say, but I mean, am I going to go watch any of those like movies with those people involved? No. I don't think anyone really is fans of those people anymore that got exposed for doing bad
There
stuff
are
to
Pearl
kids.
fans?
Well,
Yes,
there might be people involved that you don't
unfortunately.
even know about,
Really
right?
dumb.
Well, there's a lot of stuff we don't know, you know? But I mean, like, am I going to go watch those Hollywood movies? No. Am I going to listen to any of that mainstream music? No. Am I going to look at any of what they're, or excuse me, am I going to believe what they're telling me? No. To me, Trump, yeah, he's not perfect. He's imperfect.
So then based on how Trump has handled his, I guess, presidency, you support everything that happened insofar as the DOJ is concerned under Biden? You thought that was all fine?
Oh, no, I think that Biden, he was really, he did so much bad stuff that it wasn't even like a real guy. It was just, I think personally, it was a series of actors wearing masks.
What was a bad thing that came from the Biden DOJ that you think was bad if Trump is doing no bad?
Biden?
Yeah,
He
just
saw
one
that
bad
one
thing you thought
movie
came
with
from the
Tom
Department of
Cruise.
Justice or the FBI or something.
They allowed so much against Trump, so much lies, and then there was so much
much lies for what? Can't
Nicole
Trump just
Kidman.
sue- he can
like
just sue them, right?
right-wing people.
Yeah, but can't he just sue
There
them?
was so much that they did
He saw Eyes Wide Shut. Now he thinks that's everything now.
that the social media people got busted for. That, yes, that's what Biden was doing. His cronies were trying to manipulate social media. And I don't think
there's no evidence for
Trump was doing that.
I don't think there's any evidence for any of that.
They're redacted. You can't read them. What percentage do you think is redacted from all of them? What percentage is redacted? And have you went through all the files to see what's redacted and what's not redacted? Please inform me. Educate us, oh wise one.
Well, you say that, but when they admit to it, and
nobody
then, like,
admitted
me
to
being
any
a
of it.
victim of it, like if I put a meme up of it showed Xi Jinping with like Obama and Biden. They're like dogs. And I put the song "Who Let the Dogs Out." That got off quicker than anything else I posted, and it banned me for a long time from doing live or anything.
From where? What platform?
That was the Facebook.
And you
The
think
Facebook.
Right? And that guy also admitted
the Facebook used to ban everybody for everything. Trencher's always like, I'm banned on all social media. I got banned on Facebook. Bro, everybody got banned on Facebook. And also, they've lightened up quite a bit. I've tried to get banned on Facebook lately. They're letting me call people the hard R, and by that I mean retard. They're letting me. Remember when what's his name? Felix? Not Felix. Felix is PewDiePie. What's the computer guy? Linus Tech Tips. He was doing a show and his co-host, he said something about like, well, it's like the hard R. I used to say the hard R all the time. And his co-host is like, what? What do you mean you used to say the hard R all the time? He's like, the hard R. I didn't even know it was really that bad, but I guess we shouldn't say it. He's like, what word are you what are you talking about, Linus? And he's like freaking out, like his co-host is just admitting that he says the hard R all the time. And he's like, retard. I say retard all the time. He's like, no, that's not what the hard R is. That was bad.
that what was it? The
Wait, do you think
FBI,
that
they were
Biden
instructed
do you think
people to lower certain things and upbring other things.
Okay, there's
And that
no
was under
evidence
Biden.
for any of that, right?
No, mama, I didn't get any food. I eat beer.
Excuse me?
There's no evidence for any
Like
of that.
testimonial evidence that they did that?
That,
and they
that
were
it came from
censoring
the.
things?
It could have been Facebook censoring it. No.
Yeah, and what were they doing that for? Under who?
More than 550 pages in the initial release were completely blacked out. How many pages were in the initial release, Freddie? I think it was something like 300,000. Yeah. Or are you talking about the first one that had 3,000? 500 out of 3,000? Okay. That's a sixth. 500 out of 300,000? It's quite a big difference. Which release are we talking about?
Well, some of the heavy censorship was in 2020 when Trump was president, right?
Well, in which way did that favor? Did that favor?
Doesn't matter. Trump was.
Okay, stop copying and pasting, Freddie. I know you just copied and pasted that comment right there.
President, wasn't it?
It does, because it shows motivation. It shows if they're trash talking Trump, then when he's president.
Freddie would never say, the release has drawn criticism from both Democrats and Republicans who have argued that the extent of the redaction has made the release feel incomplete. Freddie would never type that, guys. He just chat GPT'd and he copied and pasted that response.
And now they're afraid that he is president. It's like they're crybabies. They want to do something bad to him when he's not president. But then when he is president, they want to fight him and say, oh, you can't do that, even though he suffered that same thing. It's a hypocrisy.
Anonymous.
What do you want to talk about?
Oh,
These are bad.
A whole different debate topic, but right now we're talking about Trump. You were saying he weaponized.
All three of those were copied.
I would just call it like he's using it.
Yeah, we live in totally. That's not. I think in the United States of America, the Department of Justice should be a separate institution that represents like noble criminal proceedings.
He has no original thoughts of his
own. The lapdog of the U.S. president.
They don't do.
They do that.
Things.
They do that. There was a reason why there were independent special counsels that were investigating Biden.
Dude, if I commit a crime,
nothing to do with what we're talking about.
The government
nothing to do with what we're talking about. No, most crimes go undiscovered and unpunished.
They'll use everything they can to bust me if I do something
have the resource
wrong.
to do that. That's not true.
Right, but when the police or whatever those
I can't even really critique this because like these guys suck.
Government people, they do wrong. They don't go after them, but they went after Trump. Like the police, like when they kill people, the police aren't going after them trying to stop them. They would hide their friends and protect them, like we saw with the murder of Kelly Thomas in Fullerton.
Why is it that we wouldn't? Shouldn't Trump have more friends than anybody else?
Say her name.
He's a billionaire and he's a politician.
Well, he probably makes.
He owned it because he got caught.
I think the honest people are kind of.
If I hadn't have said
anything,
anything, he wouldn't have said anything.
Have something to lose, they're against him.
Okay. I think that the DOJ should operate independent of the president's personal whims. I think under Biden, I think it was largely the case that that was what happened. I think the easiest evidence of that is the multiple like special counsels that were investigating him and his son that he allowed to continue, as opposed to Donald Trump, who tries to shut down every investigation that is into him or his family or anybody around him.
Well, he's
allowed to continue. Biden got a sweetheart deal.
the president. I mean, he's the
Hunter.
Just because he's the president doesn't mean that he
They
can
didn't
just
even
do-
focus
I mean,
on the
what do you-
most egregious charges. He
not
pled
want him
down,
to do that?
basically.
No, I don't. I don't
Especially-
want him
now
to
why?
intervene personally for his own narcissistic interests.
Now
I don't want that
watch.
to happen.
What if it's actually justice that's being served? That he's actually going after real criminals that have done bad things, and they just so happen to be going against him, right? Like okay, sorry.
So you said that under the Biden administration, the DOJ was not weaponized?
It was far more independent. It was independent from the president, yes.
So when it comes to things like you remember the COVID censorship or...
We'll set a goal. We need, if we're going to go in Discord and hang out in Discord, we got to hit this goal. Let's say 10, any amount. 2 hours. Discord.
Them going after the parents that the school board, I forget what it was, but it was like when they went after the parents for being domestic threats. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I looked into that briefly, but I think that was just a huge lie that conservatives pushed. The thing that
No, it was at the school boards. They were complaining about boys in the girls' bathroom because there's that one school where that kid went in and SA'd a girl in the bathroom, some furry kid, and turned out he had done that at his previous school. So they just moved him to a different school and they buried the story. And then the parents didn't know. And they said, no, we're not putting up with this anymore. And then they threatened to label those people as stochastic terrorists for showing up at school board meetings and calling attention to the gender bender problems in elementary schools. And then Destiny's rebuttal is, no, that's just some made up thing from conservatives. Shut up.
could find was that there was apparently some people were making bomb threats to like a school board meeting or something, and I think the FBI investigated that, and that was it. But somehow that got twisted into the FBI was threatening individual gathering. But I mean, like obviously,
Destiny's and Gaver and Shakespeare. A lot of times, usually when he does like speaking events and stuff, somebody will get up there just to troll him, just to call him a cuck. So there's usually at least one person that'll do that. But I don't know. I don't think that's the way to beat these people. We can like watch reviews and I can say, yeah, he's a disgusting degenerate. I just said a few minutes ago, nobody can take five guys like Destiny. But if you're debating him, I don't think that's the good look. I think the good look is to beat him intellectually and verbally, without doing the. I mean, most people would say Muhammad Hijab beat Destiny in the one that we reviewed recently, because of his insults. But they were, they were like kind of clever and they were good little jabs, but. To the audience, they think you won the debate, but did you really win the debate? I just can't take Destiny serious. Yeah, he's a piece of crap, but
if this was the case, there'd be so much more information about this.
But what about like the COVID censorship?
I think a lot of that was done by social media companies independently of government intrusion.
You don't think there was any government pressures on the private sector to
not really. No, I don't think
sources?
So. No, and I think all the information available shows the exact opposite of that. Yeah.
Then how come it was only? I think it was Twitter, YouTube, like Twitter, Google, everything except for Spotify, which I think even received some pressure from the government at that time, specifically around the Joe Rogan. I'm sure you know about the Peter McCullough and those two. There was efforts to take those down. You don't think that was politically motivated at all?
I think that the issue is that around the COVID time especially, I think conservatives were lying about so many different things that if you counter any kind of misinformation, it's going to come off as politically part of basically every single thing to do with COVID, basically everything.
Like, that it wasn't that it didn't stop transmission, or that
basically every single claim related to the vaccine were lies. The lab leak stuff, all of that were lies. Basically, every single part of
the lab leak was a lie.
Yes, yeah,
really,
yeah.
Even now, when the CDC is saying
even now, the overwhelming, no sane person can think that came from a lab in Wuhan. It's possible to think that.
You don't think it came from a lab in Wuhan?
Absolutely. Well, there's
that's
the only chance would be if there's like a super top secret like story that nobody's uncovered yet that involves somebody taking it to the wet market and leaking it that nobody knew about. It's impossible.
My understanding was that even in Democratic circles or more left-wing circles,
yeah, Bill Maher has said that like everybody has come to grips with the fact that the conspiracy theorists were right again. It didn't just come out of a freaking pangolin that was in some bat soup in Wuhan. It was the virology lab in Wuhan where they were studying COVID-19, where they had money for gain-of-function research given to them by Joe Biden and Barack Obama. And I think Bill Gates was invested in it at some point. He had what's it called? Copyright, trademarks with Pfizer and things like that already set up and ready to go. To act like, to still think that it's just some bat that somebody ate in Japan, in China, in Wuhan. Not to mention, before the world knew about COVID, more than half of Wuhan's 11 million population, almost half, 5 million of, maybe it was 6 million, maybe it was more than half. Anyway, 5 or 6 million of the 11 million people who resided in Wuhan left, and they all went to Western nations before the world knew about COVID. China doesn't let people just leave like that. Why would China let half of the population of Wuhan just leave? Why would they allow that when they never allow that before? Maybe it's because they know that there's a genetic bioweapon in all of these people. Now, it was not effective as it could have been, and I think that was by design. I don't think they actually wanted to wipe out a giant chunk of the world's population. What I think they wanted to do is exactly what they did: cause a panic, cause a overreaction, send all these people to these countries. Now all of a sudden COVID's popping up in all these Western countries. What are we going to do? It's the worst thing ever. Shut down the economy, lock the people down, make everybody retarded, make all the kids go to school with masks on in their living room on a computer. Pretty soon everybody's retarded. Everybody doesn't know what gender they are. Everybody's afraid of people. Everybody's desocialized, and it cripples our countries. And that was just the test run. And it worked. Now, people resisted, and that's one of the things that they were measuring for, is how much are the people going to resist? How much can we control these people if we do this? And it's not just China. There's the infamous they, the World Economic Forum, the people who want to reduce the population with Agenda 2030 by 70% by the year 2030. The EU, the UN, the NATOs, all that globalist bullcrap. And this was just a test, but they all did it together. And they said, can we control the people? Well, Australia could control their people. A lot of places in America were able to control their people, but not all of them. A lot of states said, the people and the government said, buck that. We're not doing that. Nah. This is a sweet spot, slow boy. What does that mean? Oh, Dave Smith for Tanesha Souza would have been a way better thing to review besides Gay Destiny. I already reviewed that last night. Already did it. You're too late. I know. I know. This is not great content. This is kind of boring. But I don't know. Usually when I do Destiny reviews, we get a lot of libs in here, and that's the only way I can get the libs to show up is by reviewing Destiny. So that's what I did. I didn't know what else to show.
Kind of admitted that it.
Yeah, because the Republicans control basically both houses of the media apparatus.
Pre-Trump getting in office. Like even if you see
the Republicans are really good at setting the media agenda.
It's all the Republicans.
Yep.
That's okay. That's wild. I guess we just see it totally different. What about the Mar-a-Lago raids? Biden's,
The Mar-a-Lago raids, where the boxes of all the classified material was held that we know was there. That
Do you
Donald
think
Trump
that was politically motivated by?
No, I think he took.
And also, I don't think that Dave Smith. I think she means your channel / chat is cool. Yeah, that's probably what she means. Yeah, she's she got a crush on me, but she's scarred. She's scarred. She ain't about that life. He's kind of retarded though, and so are his friends. You're retarded.
I think if it was politically motivated, I think it was politically motivated, which is why I'm so upset about it. I think they went way too easy on him. They gave him a year to return that material, and he didn't. We saw it was there. You do acknowledge that there was classified material in Mar-a-Lago.
Oh, but before I read that, I was saying the Dinesh and Dave debate was not good either. That was kind of, I didn't like the format. And it just, I don't think of Dinesh D'Souza as the face of America First. It was kind of dumb.
Right?
Sure.
You acknowledge that he told his employee to hide it, right?
Stop wasting money on
Ad.
ChatGPT mid-journey.
I'm not saying that the indictments are lies.
I'm not trying to debate it one way or another from like a lawyer's perspective. Like I'm not a lawyer.
He called Nada and he said, "They're coming for it. Can you move this to a different room?"
Maybe there was grounds to do so, but I'm just saying to say that it wasn't politically motivated is a little bit.
So any time you do something to somebody who's politically motivated, could it have just been he broke the law?
Well, it could be like we could look at it in context, right? Like you downplayed previously just now the Russia Gate or the Russia hoax.
There is no Russia Gate or Russia hoax. That's all a lie.
So if
no,
let's say if Obama
the
was
Russia collusion was a lie, Destiny, and you've been repeatedly robbed by this. Some of these debates lasting 8 hours.
And
he won't be implicated because nothing happened. Yeah.
I know nothing has happened yet, but
plus he got auto pin pardoned, so he's not going to be held accountable.
That Obama did propagate some lies regarding Russia and
they're talking about revoking all of the auto pin pardons. That would be funny because that means we can start going after the Biden crime family.
Trump and collusion there.
Yeah, I don't even know if Biden has a crime family. I just know Hunter's Hunter's a little misled. But what do you expect? But there's a Clinton crime family. Obama crime family.
If new evidence came out, I would change my mind on it. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
That evidence is not there right now. And all of the documents they're talking about right now that they're quoting, they're entirely misquoting if you just read.
Let me get $2 on pump 3. Let's go. That's one towards the goal.
What they released.
I just find it really dishonest that you're saying that the Trump administration has.
I hate when people do that, slow boy. I've had debates with people like that where by the end they're like, "Oh, okay, you made some really good points and I see where I was wrong and blah blah blah." And then the next day they're on a different panel doing the same debate, making the same arguments that they just admitted they were wrong about the day before. I hear Destiny. Well, he's here, so
has weaponized the DOJ.
Which part am I dishonest about?
Well, because there's so many instances under Biden of the DOJ going after both private citizens and Trump himself.
Yeah, people say this, but it's just because they just never actually read anything that's released. So, for instance, when it came to Twitter, right, Matt Taibbi published all the Twitter files, the story about the Hunter Biden laptop story. He said himself there was absolutely no evidence that the FBI intervened to pressure Twitter to hide that. When there was information published about quote unquote pressure.
He didn't say that himself. That's the whole opposite.
That Hunter Biden was involved with the Ukraine. What was
Burisma?
Yeah.
No, there wasn't.
There absolutely.
Not only was there not, but the person that started off that entire chain of investigation has been.
See, the first time I heard him and Rob talk about this, they went through all the files, and Destiny was like, well, yeah, I see. And he was kind of conceding. Now he was still, he's like trying to come up with other explanations for why things would happen the way that they happened. But he was like, yeah, that looks kind of bad. And then he's trying to weasel out of things. And Rob's saying, no, it's clear. You can't weasel out of this. Look, it's right there. But it wasn't like a debate. It was like, we're going to go through all these files together. And it was a long thing. Then they had a debate about it like a year later that was like 6 hours long. And Destiny's still saying the stuff that was already debunked in the first conversation they had.
Convicted by the FBI because he admitted to lying.
Was that Hunter Biden's partner?
Laptop? It might have been.
No. Didn't Hunter Biden's partner testify in court that there was involvement? Like, vague
conversations, but no criminal stuff at all. And the entirety of the start of that, with the guy that started that, he lied to the FBI to start the whole idea that there was some foul play going on between Hunter and his dad. The guy's convicted. He's convicted right now of that crime.
Okay, I don't know. I guess
I know that's a problem. Nobody seems to know about the facts of any of these things. It's very frustrating because the Republicans control this whole media apparatus. I said before on the Twitter thing,
what whole media? Have the Democrats ever controlled the media apparatus?
not in the past 15 years of what I've seen. No.
Republicans hold the whole media apparatus. So stupid.
15 years, really?
Mm-hmm.
You don't think that the majority of media's predominantly sides with left wing, or
Considering the fact that Fox News is the most popular.
sure? Can you name another Republican or right wing?
He's gonna say
Charlie
Breitbart.
Kirk has the most popular presence in
He does
schools in the
now.
United States.
He does now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
In the
sure.
alternative media world, Republicans.
It's funny. This is before Charlie Kirk was killed. When this was recorded, he'll say Charlie Kirk has one of the largest media apparatuses, one of the most important college things. He's talking to all these young people, and it's so impactful. After Charlie dies, he was just a podcaster. Why are we building a statue of him? It's so retarded.
Talk about legacy media though, because like that was what was at play
Fox
during this
News
time.
website. I mean, Wall Street Journal
It's
has a right,
just
center right
Fox
leaning.
News, right? But I mean, then we look at the actual media landscape. We look at CNN, MSNBC, NBC, all these.
Fox News has more viewership than
BBC.
CNN and MSNBC combined. I mean, Fox News is the largest. Is a massive media empire.
I find that to be like a little bit like.
What do you think is a single left-wing narrative that managed to take hold and be pervasive?
I think the Russia and the Hunter Biden laptop story played a huge role in the 2020
So, like for the
election.
Russia stuff, what do you think was fake about that?
Well, it seems that there was at least an attempt to implicate Trump as if he had some dealings with Russia, and that Putin had essentially propped him up
Rigged
as
our
the US
election.
candidate.
So Putin did prop him. He tried to prop him up, right? We know that.
What do you please explain?
So, like, there was a hack into the DNC servers by a Russian hacker, and we know that Roger Stone was coordinating with him to leak.
What year is this?
What is it, like 2016? The
No,
Goose
this
River-
was leading up to the 2016.
Hey,
Yeah,
she
the Christopher
roasted
2.0
you.
guy was
She
a-
roasted you, Marlon. She roasted your ass. Damn.
a Russian hacker.
Okay, I don't know anything about that, to be honest. But I guess
Roger
I'll
Stone was
look into
coordinating
it.
with him to leak stuff to the media in order to have it like come out. That's what we heard about Hillary's emails for like a year.
Auntie is
No, that's
nothing
fair.
like
I mean,
Pearl.
and I acknowledge that. We did-
Nothing like Pearl.
That's true. But I'm just saying that I think that it's a two-way street. You know what I mean? Like
Where's the other way?
the other way is the Biden administration, all the things that they did throughout, specifically during COVID. I think that turned a lot of people off.
Like what?
Censoring private citizens.
So most of
pressuring
the
social
censorship
media
that happened
companies,
was
the
under
Mark Zuckerberg letter.
Yeah, most of the censoring that happened was in 2020. That was when Trump was president, though.
No. It was. I mean, you could say that it started then, sure, but it really escalated once Biden took office.
I think it started to taper down once Biden was in office. I don't think it was because I don't think the president had much to do with it either way.
The whole context leading up to Elon Musk buying Twitter, do you think that was just like had nothing to do with?
I think he got hurt. I think his feelings got hurt and he bought it.
I think there was a politicization of private companies by the Biden administration.
Well, I think
And
the private
a lot
companies-
of private citizens.
To be fair to these guys, I don't think they knew all of his prompts beforehand. If this is before they kind of changed the format of how they do their 5v1s at Modern Day Debate, I don't think they knew any of the topics beforehand. But at least now what they do is there's a theme. You know the theme, so you can prep for the theme. But then they still come with their own topics.
Have,
Yeah.
you know, been to court.
But the way they would do it here is each person gets 10 minutes on each topic. They've made it much shorter now where it's 10 minutes on the topic total. So if there's two guys who want to go, they'll each get 5 minutes. Or no, I think they said 18 minutes total, divided up between however many people want to talk.
Been implicated in this, and there was
No.
a huge reaction.
Nobody's
And
been implicated in anything like meaningful. Like some people have said some things, but
I'm saying like a lot of private citizens were deplatformed. RFK actually being one of them, who
You're
was
allowed-
now
I
the
mean,
HHS
but
secretary, right?
I agree that there were political biases at these companies, but they
By
weren't
the
being,
Biden administration.
No.
Oh, I mean,
there's no evidence. You can't give me.
I mean,
shred
yes,
of evidence for
yeah,
any of
I
it. There's no
guess-
evidence
I
for any
guess
of
you're
this. It's
right.
not
I guess
true.
there's no evidence, but I think the overwhelming sentiment is
That's better.
I
Yeah, because like if you really don't have a lot to come with, you could still jump up there and just go for 2 minutes and be like, okay, I'm done. And then the next guy can come in. Whereas if you have 10 minutes and you're not prepared on the topic, there's a lot of dead air. There's a lot of, a lot of just like talking back and forth is what I've seen.
understand the overwhelming sentiment, but that's because I'm telling you that the conservatives control the entire media apparatus. That's why.
I completely.
That's why you have a
dispute that.
feeling
That's
so
just-
strong
that's
about a
just
thing
not-
you have no
that's
evidence
just
for. And I
not
give you
true.
evidence to the contrary of literally every single claim you're making.
There's plenty of evidence to the contrary. If you look at the what was it, the antitrust case with NewsGuard, and I forget what the other censorship agency was. There was a movement to prevent advertisers from
advertising on X.
Not just X, but multiple conservative leaning outlets.
Sure, so
like Daily Wire. Like
yeah, that's a lie.
no, it is not a lie. It is not a lie.
I would encourage you to read the. I would encourage you to read the complaint that was actually filed. So the issue was that there's a company that people paid money to say like, hey, where should we advertise? And they were saying that we're
The
on these
literal
platforms.
company, they literally shut their doors. Like
They might.
Hey, quit putting the C word in the chat, Marilyn. That word is, YouTube has said that word. You're not allowed to say that word. So don't put that in my chat. Also, you two, stop it. Stop the cat fight. I'm going to remove that comment. I know what want Destiny or capitalism or Canada theme. I don't know what that means.
I know. Does that mean that the company was in the wrong if they bankrupt or whatever?
I think it's heavily implied that they're in the wrong. Yes.
Okay, so every company that Trump bankrupted must have necessarily been in the wrong, or Trump University was necessarily been in the wrong.
It's not about. Sure, maybe some of those instances Trump was in the wrong, but that's a totally different point. What we're talking about is that there was a coercive effort to target Republican media.
Is it not possible that those companies just thought that those were bad places to advertise because they were being like inundated with Nazi propaganda? Do you think right now today is Twitter the same that it was 4 years ago?
It depends what you mean by the same.
Are there more videos of black people fighting and people being racist and people spamming racial slurs and Hitler Nazi signs or whatever?
There's probably some more deplorable content. Yeah.
Okay. So it might be reasonable. Some people are like, oh, this is probably not a great place for you to advertise.
I guess.
Okay.
But
you don't need government intrusion for
I'm not even talking about X.
But you see, like I just gave you, that was like a plausible scenario
Right, but
versus something there's no evidence for.
There is evidence for it. And I'm happy to pull up the court cases on the side, but like it's like
okay,
there was a whole hearing about this when it came to conservative media. So
I dare you to let me build you a completely free e-commerce store preloaded with
all right.
Basically what you're saying is Trump is bad, right?
Saying that Trump goes after people legally in a bad way that he shouldn't do, that other people don't do.
Right. What do you think of Hitler, Destiny?
I think he was probably pretty bad too.
Yeah, because you know how a lot of people compare Trump to Hitler?
Some people do, yeah.
Yeah, is it like that bad, like kind of gauge?
No, not that bad.
Okay, because there was that thing recently that Trump did with the basically he's making every state kneel to Israel, or he's gonna like go after them legally
for the FEMA funds. Yeah, I've heard this. Yeah.
Yeah, what was that about?
Apparently the I forget which department or thing it was, but they basically put out a statement saying that if you participate in BDS or anything on a government level, that they're going to potentially withhold FEMA funds from you, or might make you ineligible for FEMA funds.
Yeah, and it's like people are saying like, yeah, the states have to. Well, a lot of people are portraying it like, yeah, the states have to capitulate to Israel, but it's basically just the
you can't boycott.
They can't. States can't do BDS.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's anti-BDS. Yeah, and he goes after people for that?
For like FEMA funds, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably not good, yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't bring that up. That's like a pretty current thing right now.
Sure.
Would have been
I
like
mean,
a
it's not the
gimme.
DOJ, so it's a different...
Yeah, and that's not good. He shouldn't be doing that, right? Or what do you think?
What?
What do you think?
I think he probably shouldn't be doing that. I think that the deportation of people related to political opinions around Israel, I think is also kind of weird, not good.
Well, wait, no. What's wrong with that, though?
Well, they're like college students who, if they're like protesting on behalf of Gaza or Hamas or whatever, that they're saying that they can deport you for that political opinion.
Right. No, but wait, you don't support that?
No.
You don't support Israel, Dustin?
Like broadly, I do, yeah. But I also think the First Amendment is really important in the United States. I don't think we should deport people that we disagree with.
No, but what if they're like really anti-Israel?
That you have the right to be really anti-Israel as an American or as a visa holder or as a green card holder?
No, but we gotta support them, right?
What do you mean by support them? I
like,
should support their
they're
rights.
Our greatest ally, right?
What?
They're our greatest ally, right? Like, don't you talk about this on your show?
I don't know if I talk about Israel being I don't think Israel's our greatest ally.
Yeah.
They are an ally, but...
So in this instance, you're against that?
Against just there being an ally?
Yeah,
Against
well,
deporting
like,
people?
yeah, this instance in the ally.
Yeah, I don't think rights are, you either have all of them or none of them. You can't really selectively dole them out, otherwise you don't really have them at all, right?
So the principle takes precedence over like allyship, for example?
Yeah, for sure. Otherwise you don't really have a principle. The principle would be something different, right?
Yeah, and that's like unbreakable to you, right?
I think so, yeah. I'm trying to think if there's maybe some exception, but I can't really think of one. Yeah, I think, yeah.
Yeah, and I guess just on a broader scale too, it's like, yeah, Trump's like doing these things, but on a broader scale, I see mostly Republicans, right-wing people just getting it's completely one-sided, the law, when it comes to anything they try to do, anything really just normal families try to do that aren't political.
Sorry, I was typing. I'm writing something too, which is why I'm just kind of letting it play and not doing a lot of commentary. Plus, everybody bitches if you do too much commentary. But what is this dude's hat? I like his style. What's it say? Oral de agua.
Just normal upstanding families. A lot of times, the law just benefits the person maybe trying to be upstanding, or just the normal person like getting their house broken into.
Like how?
Well, I've heard a lot that maybe you've had this discussion with Jesse and Vince about guns. How someone breaks into someone's house, the person defending themselves.
Jesse Lee Peterson and Vince Vincent James. That was a good debate. That's an old one. We covered that years ago.
Goes through a lot of legal processes just because of that. It's made the mentality basically where it's like just let them take it, you know, just get like screwed up the butt, right? You support that, right? You're a fan of that, right? Just Americans getting screwed.
Oh, here he goes. He's doing it. He's doing the it's low hanging fruit, but he said just let Americans get screwed up the butt. You like that, don't you? You're a fan of getting screwed up the butt. Gross.
Screwed up the butt, right?
I probably have more guns than everyone in this room combined. Okay?
Right,
so I probably
like,
support guns.
you know,
I support
like,
self-defense.
Just
and I think
examples like
a lot of
these
states have like
where
self-defense
they're
laws
where they're
you
just
have stand your
screwed
ground
over by
laws.
the law. Not specifically
No, I
guns,
don't like it when people
but
get
just on
screwed
a
over by
broader
the law.
scale, like Americans getting screwed over.
Why would I support anybody getting screwed over by the law?
Well, just generally is what I'm saying is that the law, like you're saying that right now, Trump's misusing the law on his.
I kind of want to watch Clav and Sneeko and Nick. The three of them did a stream together. I kind of want to watch that.
His behalf for the longest time, and even now, under Trump, his base is getting screwed over, and they've been getting screwed over for a long time.
Like in the event that somebody breaks into your house, if you shoot them, there should probably be like an investigation. That's important, right?
Right.
I don't think it's getting screwed over by the law. In a lot of states, you have the right to defend yourself in your property. You don't have to retreat. And there's a lot of people like the Breonna Taylor, her boyfriend shot back against the cops, and he was let off completely. He didn't get convicted of a crime or anything like that.
Yeah.
So I mean, like you have the right to defend yourself even against the cops if they're breaking into your house. So I don't know what you mean when you say they're all getting screwed over by the law.
Breonna Taylor's dead. Fucktard. What do you mean you're allowed to shoot back at cops when they're entering into your house? Breonna Taylor's dead.
Well, no, there's a lot of examples of that where they just get screwed over.
And the reason he was let off is because he blamed it all on her after she was dead, post-mortem. He's like, I didn't shoot. That was her. She did. And so basically they said, well, I mean, we'll just blame it all on her and she's dead. So we don't even have to fight the case. And then they just let that dude off. Drug dealer.
By the law, they go through a lot of legal processes. Lawfare, like, did you mention that?
Lawfare shows what what Trump is doing. Yeah,
it seems that a lot of our system is designed just to screw over just normal people.
I don't.
You can get one for free. I better get it for free. I ain't paying for it.
Agree. I think most of it's there to protect ordinary people.
You're like with the system. You think it generally?
I think a system
works?
of law and order is good. Yes, I think so.
You, just you, building your app. On base 44. Describe it. And it's real. One thought leads to more thoughts. Layer by layer.
No, it is, but just our system.
Are you against law and order?
No, I'm not. But I'm saying that the current system is.
What part of the system is broken? Do you think?
Well, just typically, a lot of these Democrat run cities.
Yeah, I know. I know what he told them at the police station. He lied.
An example of going after
degenerates. Well, L.A.
So the whole city of L.A. Who is the city of L.A. going after?
Yeah. He said different stories at the station and on the street side. You see him in the interview street side, like right outside the apartment right after it happened. What he says, and then he goes to the police station. His statement changes
after.
Just normal people trying to get by.
Like, what's an example of this?
Let me think.
Like, is the mayor running around punching people in the face, or
no, not necessarily, but their policies just make it very difficult for normal families to
So I mean, like, you can vote on your mayor, you can vote on your city council if you want to change.
Yeah, no, but these policies suck, and part of that does tie into immigration. How these Democrats are just stealing elections, and that needs to stop. I do agree that people should get involved and vote locally so that we can get good leaders in there. But like a lot of that system has to be changed through the voting means, through the immigration. And
do you think it might just be that most of the people here
campaign finance
support that, and you're just like on the minority side of that, so they don't support
Excuse
your?
me?
Do you think that most of the people here might support the current policies and law, and you're just on the other side of that?
What do you mean?
That there might be policies that you personally don't like, but most of the people in LA like them, and that's why they stay.
I don't think most people like them.
Then weren't they?
If you look at the trends lately, like last few years in LA, a lot of people want change in LA in general. They
What
don't
kind of
like
change? What do
the
they want to
current
change, though?
Policies.
Sure. I mean, there's
and a lot of this noise has been created by Republicans talking about these type of issues, these anti-family issues. These like
what are the anti-family policies?
Well, for example, there's the whole single-family versus multi-family home issue, which goes, like I said, to helping these immigrants come over. It doesn't help like just single-family homes or people trying to start families with single-family homes. They're encouraging policies that are bringing in immigrants. They're not really helping.
I don't understand what that. I don't know what you just said. When you say single-family homes, are you saying there shouldn't be any single families, or there should be more?
No, that's what they're saying.
Okay.
Democrats, they're promoting. They use like these.
If you zone only for single-family homes, doesn't that like limit the amount of places that you can have to live? Doesn't that make everything more expensive?
No, yeah, but there's problems if you go the other way, where it's just everybody come in. Let's try to cram as many people into the city, into this building, into this classroom. There's problems that arise with that, and that needs to be controlled. I think within reasonable means. Right now, it's not controlled. There's an open border. The people who come over here through asylum and green cards and overstaying visas, they're taking advantage of these benefits that are in place for Americans. There should be a safety net for these things. But right now, this system is getting completely overrun and abused by a lot of immigrants, mainly of all different types of
I think that zoning for housing and talking about housing policy is separate.
Yeah, housing. I guess that's like
but that's
an issue
probably a
about,
separate thing from the border stuff, right?
No, it is very much involved. J.D. Vance talked about it in the debate with the other guy, Tim Walz, where if you want more housing for like young Americans, deport at least the 20 million that came over under Biden to start. You know, we got to get rid of a lot more than that. I'd say that those two issues are very involved with each other. Immigration and
okay, I feel like cities have been in general getting more expensive over the past several decades.
Yeah, Democrat cities. Most of these cities,
but it's happening over.
It's
every city across the entire world, though. I mean, there's just a lot of people that want to move to cities. There's not like the infrastructure to deal with it. You get a lot of older people that are holding on to property that they don't want to sell. You know, if you're 40, 50, you paid off a mortgage. You know, you're going somewhere else, you hold on to it. I think there's a lot of things. There's a lot of friction that's keeping housing from becoming available. I don't know if just pointing at immigration and saying that's the thing is necessarily.
It's like the big thing. It's not the only one, but it's like easily top 2, top 3, like top 2 for sure. I would say it affects a lot with the unemployment stuff. It affects a lot. It's a big one, which is why it's always been like at the top for both Democrats and Republicans during election years. It affects a lot of stuff. And besides
why would Californians be running from California to Texas if it was just immigration impacting it? So aren't there a lot of immigrants that go to Texas as well?
Well, it's the common adage where Democrats, they don't like Democrat policies. They leave the cities they destroy and go to other states to destroy those cities.
Okay. I'm just curious.
Like you're in Miami, right?
I am, yeah.
Yeah, Miami's nice, right?
Do you recognize that like blue cities?
So yeah, there goes the neighborhood. There goes the neighborhood. Destiny came to Miami.
Do you recognize that the blue cities like pay for the subsidization like the rest of the United States? That like conservative area economic output is like far lower
conservatives
than...
need to do more of that. Yes.
Okay.
Hardcore. They're not doing that. And it's good we're talking about this kind of stuff. How the Trump tariffs need to like help Americans more. Really just like a lot more. It shouldn't just be like anti-BDS laws being enacted. It should be like anti-white laws that are going against just like normal Americans here. You know, I feel like there's common ground, Dustin.
I don't think so, but
oh come on! I just gave you the thing about how conservatives, Republicans need to do more with the housing, better quality of life, kind of stuff.
What if you had access to the marketing brain behind thousands of successful stores?
Okay, that was all right. I want to look at something real quick. National law is absolutely devastated. Is it this one? I think it's this one.
So we went to Texas and we said, Texas, you've been violating international law. And Texas said, go f yourself.
Yep.
And that's how that
rightfully so.
This is about the international law argument.
But listen, I have been reliably told by a bunch of people with the exact same legal background as me, which is zero, that this is a grotesque violation of international law. And so this is going to diminish the United States.
Now, Crowder did a whole episode debunking this international law idea. Rob and Ryan do a pretty good job of debunking it right here. Michael Knowles on Piers Morgan actually sided with international law, and he said, oh, a lot of my conservative friends are saying it's fake, but it's not fake. It's a precedent, and we should follow it, but we're not actually violating it. I didn't like Michael's approach there, but he was pretty much based and right on everything else.
Stature. Could you talk for a minute? Like
international law is a joke. Yeah, that's what I'm watching this for, is to understand this, because I'm doing a debate about Venezuela on Tuesday, and so I always write down the best arguments against my position, and then I prepare for them. And one of them is this international law argument. So JS is coughing up a lung. It's this stupid vape pen, dude. I don't know what the deal is, but it's like, King said that it's just oil. I'm just inhaling oil is what's happening. It's clogged and I'm inhaling oil, and it does feel clogged. Like I have to like pull on it, but I've tried cleaning it out. It doesn't work. I have another cart in my room that I should just go get that, because that one's much more less harsh.
Type laws specifically. In fact,
and we don't need to watch this whole thing. I think it happens somewhere around, but we'll play it fast.
Specifically, generically suggested violations of international law. Can you talk a little about just international law in general in situations like this, and then anything you want to talk about the specifics of what you've heard people suggesting this would violate?
So what people are talking about is that in the UN Charter, there's basically a guarantee that we made it illegal post-World War II for countries to aggress on other countries. That's what the law says. We're going to circle back to that. But even if you take that law at 100% face value, which I'll do for the moment, it has an exception, which is called Article 51, which is self-defense. And if you listen to
illegal for countries to aggress on each other. This is post-World War. So this is post-war agreement bullcrap. UN Charter makes it illegal for countries to aggress on each other after World War II, unless in the instance of self-defense. And then my whole opening is around why this is justifiable self-defense of America and not some form of imperialism. Make it illegal for countries to aggress on each other after World War II, unless in self-defense.
what Trump was saying about these drug boats for months and months and months and months and months. He was talking about the drugs being a form of terrorism against the United States and invoking our right of self-defense.
Yes, and that's what I'm writing right now. So one of the arguments is they'll say, well, fentanyl's what's killing everybody, and Venezuela doesn't ship the fentanyl. They ship cocaine on those boats. I would agree the majority export that they're doing, illegal export that they're doing, would be cocaine. Most of those barrels are probably filled with cocaine. But from the DEA right here, I have bulletin 03918, DEA.gov, title 2018-07 BUL 039-18. This is an unclassified bulletin from the DEA. I'm not going to read all of it, but there's a map here. And Dade County, and actually I need to look at what county that is, because that's Dade County, right? Miami? Florida county map. Oh, that might not be Dade. That might actually be... Yeah, that's Miami-Dade. Yeah, that's Miami-Dade. Okay, so Miami-Dade is the dark purple section. That's where all this is coming in. But this is not a report on cocaine coming into Florida. This is a report on seized cocaine containing fentanyl and carfentanil. Forensics chemists discovered fentanyl and fentanyl-related substances, including acetylfentanyl, carfentanil, which is crazy. That's ISO. Furanyl, fentanyl, and fluoroisobutyryl fentanyl in over 180 cocaine exhibits. Carfentanil is a synthetic opioid that is approximately 10,000 times more potent than morphine, was the most prevalent of the fentanyl-related substances found in Florida's cocaine seizures. So the cocaine that and I knew about this years ago, because I've had friends who have died from doing cocaine in Tampa that they got from homeboy in Miami. They bring it to Tampa. They're doing cocaine at a party, and somebody dies from a fentanyl overdose because there's carfentanil, which is 10,000 times stronger than morphine, 1,000 times stronger than fentanyl. And that's what they're calling ISO. Now, ISO could also be this sulfurous isobutynyl fentanyl. But they're way crazier than fentanyl, okay? And it's in the cocaine that is coming from Venezuela to America. So when anybody argues, well, it's just cocaine, it's not just cocaine. People are dropping dead all over Florida because they're thinking they're doing a night of partying with some coke, and there's fentanyl in it. Venezuela is not a threat. Maduro is asking for war. Maduro ain't asking for nothing right now. He's in jail.
Why was he doing that, especially in retrospect? Well, now he has a clean runway from an international.
Yeah, it comes from the precursors come from China, but then they make it and they mix it in these countries in Latin America. And then they ship it, and sometimes they mix it in the cocaine. They ship it to America. The majority of it comes over the border, but it's also coming over the water, and we've stopped 97% of drug traffic over the water because of Trump.
Law perspective. So that would be the argument of the states and invoking our right of self-defense. Why was he doing that, especially in retrospect? Well, now he has a clean runway from an international law perspective. So that would be the argument in terms of international law. It won't matter at all, and here's why. International law is enforced by two bodies as a legal matter: the UN and the International Court, the ICC, which is governed by the Rome Statute. Let's talk about each of them. In the UN, there's the General Assembly, which has no power to do anything under any circumstances ever. So let's rule them out. Then there's UN peacekeeping forces, which are all governed by
precursors for fentanyl are not legal substances.
By the Security Council. And China, Russia, and the United States are permanent members of the Security Council with veto power over anything the Security Council does. So there is no universe.
Maybe I'm wrong about that.
In which the UN can ever move against the United States for a perceived violation of international law. Flat stop. It is impossible.
Maduro's in jail in New York. His vice president is in power, Delcy. and they would say that that's still his regime. But no, I'd say America's in power right now.
Because the U.S. will just veto it. Same with Russia, same with China. People have this false impression that international law was designed to create a system of co-equal countries that all operated like the same way we would in our legal system. This is just not true. What it was designed to do was to keep the great powers from fighting each other and to create a system which would let the great powers operate within their spheres of influence and reduce chaos. There is no mechanism where this could get enforced. Any violation of international law could get enforced against the U.S. Basically at all. And the ICC is even funnier. We'll get to that in a second.
So just to clarify something to my audience that's saying I've changed my opinion. I have not. I still do not like this. Talking about it from a legal perspective and saying what good I want to come out after it is different than saying that all of a sudden I think that this was something I liked that occurred. I've been clear on that. I was also clear on the this is an aside, but different types of shows for different types of arguments, right? Like, for example, oftentimes what we're doing on this show is like outlining a legal case or outlining the political fault lines that exist. That's different than us just straight up saying, yep, this is what I want. Yep, this is what I think. So stay tuned. I guess I'll talk more about my individual feelings on it. But yeah, international law, it's always been a joke. And the people that, like, the way that it's sort of proffered, and not you put it more articulately than me, but I'll just put it crudely like this. It's so interesting how selective the people that want to apply international law are, right? If you have a moral framework that says something like this, well, a nation's sovereignty is sacrosanct. You can't interfere with that. There's nothing you can do. Watch how quickly that changes for people. The people that say that will be upset about this had no problem with U.S. violating the sovereignty of Syria. We weren't in Syria to oppose Assad. We were in Syria to fight ISIS. We just wouldn't leave. And like, imagine if another country would do that to the United States, where it was like China's like, we're here to fight like white supremacist gangs. We're here to fight them. Also, we don't like you, but we're just here to fight them. Trust, like, come on, that would be considered a violation of active sovereignty. So you're exactly right. What it is the great powers set this system up to resolve disputes, and it's almost like we were talking before the show. It's almost the exact opposite of what people say. Oh, it's to put every country on equal footing. No, quite literally, it was to enshrine that the powerful countries like could keep their position without necessarily having to militaristically attack each other. So you have all these like Cold War era, you have all these like proxy war type situations. It would be different, I assure you, and the international community would treat it differently if it was like the United States took the head of Spain. Right? Like, that would be completely different, but it's not. Spain's in the in group.
Stop buying courses and click the link that you see below to join our live stream, and we will literally build you.
Venezuela's in the out group, and so that's the way it's going to be looked at. And you know, furthermore, claims of international law, not only is there no teeth, but it's also farcical in many senses. Like, international law, when it comes at loggerheads with the Constitution of the United States, I think should be correctly dispelled with. I just don't care, you know?
Can I tell you a funny story about, it's a tangent, but if you don't mind me doing a tangent. I did a death penalty case a long time ago. My client was totally innocent, but he had been on death row in Texas for 40 years. And the way this case came to my old firm was that, Texas had been arresting Mexicans and they'd been violating a treaty when they did it. And my firm went to International Court of Justice and argued, that Texas had been violating international law. And my firm won, my old firm. The International Court of Justice said, yes, Texas has been violating international law. They were supposed to notify Mexico when they arrested these Mexicans, and they didn't. So then we took that to the U.S. Supreme Court. And we said, U.S. Supreme Court, the International Court of Justice said Texas has been violating the law. They've been violating international law. What are you going to do about it? And they said, I take your point. We think they have been violating international law. Go tell Texas about that. So we went to Texas and we said, Texas, you've been violating international law. And Texas said, go fuck yourself.
Yep.
And that's how that
rightfully so. Rightfully so.
That's actually how America views international law, if you're going to be honest about it, right? Now, my guy was innocent as hell, and we fought like hell, and we got him off death row, and that's another story. Crazy story. In fact, it's like a Pulp Fiction story. I mean, at one point there was a detective in Mexico who had abducted his family and literally put like fucking the car battery on his dad's testicles, and was like, then they phoned America and was like, if you don't confess, we're gonna start torturing your dad. And that's how, and like, this is all in court documents. Like, this is all proof. So it was a crazy, obviously he should not have been in jail. But in terms of international law, that's how it goes. And there's no better example of this than, sometimes people say stuff like, Bush is a war criminal. We should arrest Bush. Trump's a war criminal. We should arrest Trump. Biden's a war criminal even. They're all war criminals. Arrest them. And there's this really funny law that I encourage everyone to look up. It's called the American Service Members Protection Act. And if anybody wants to talk to you about arresting Americans by the ICC, this is the thing to point out. We passed a law in this country that says if an American is ever arrested by the ICC, because we are not a party to that treaty, they have no jurisdiction to arrest Americans. If they ever arrest an American, the president has standing authorization to invade Europe and by all necessary means, take the Americans back. That's what we think of the international court. Like we are not beholden to them, and we shouldn't be. This is America's view of all these institutions. We do not let international bodies tell us what to do. This is the mistake Europe made. In Europe, when they sign a treaty, it's binding law. They're bound by it. In America, we like to keep international law separate from our legal system for good reason. And I don't think we're wrong to do it, but the idea that any president's going to be arrested for war crimes is laughable.
Yeah, so the two things I have to say about it, right? One, the international law I hear the most, and when I'm debating, is asylum law. Wow, you can't turn away these asylees. You can't turn. Yeah, I don't care about that. I don't care what the ICC says about that. I don't care what the EU says about that. If we in the United States say we want to set our own immigration policy, and that means we're not going to accept people that claim that they are seeking asylum, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with saying we don't care. Then fine, send your military after us, ICC. Yep. How about you take these people? That's number one. Number two is just think of it from simple game theory. So like, look at the position of the United States circa like 1990, after the Cold War, right? United States clear hegemon. You don't think that the international community, if it was like a pure 1-for-1 vote, wouldn't have incentive to be like, well, let's take them down a peg, right?
Hold on 1 second, guys. I got to the bathroom. I'll be right back. We're gonna get that other.
Move to Utah, chasing deceit. Eyes on every woman, can't look away. Simping his life, wasting the day. Dinosaurs built the pyramids, he claims. Nukes are lies, his mind's aflame. Delete the folder, Josh. Grace ain't yours to keep. Delete the folder, Josh. A twerk on your sleeve. Delete the folder, Josh. Let obsession rock deep. Endless clips, grace in his eyes. Worshipping moves, truth in disguise. Chasing shadows, never enough. Lust consumes, his heart is rough. Dinosaurs build, they built the stone. Nukes are fake, I'm not alone. Delete the folder, Josh. Grace ain't yours to keep. Delete the folder, Josh. A twerk haunts your sleep. Delete the folder, Josh. Let obsession rot deep. Endless clips, grace in his eyes. Worshipping moves, truth in disguise. Chasing shadows, never enough. Lust consumes, his heart is rough.
Dinosaurs built, they built the stone.
Nukes are fake, I'm not alone. Delete the folder, Josh. Grace ain't yours to keep. Delete the folder, Josh. A twerk haunts your sleep. Delete the folder, Josh. Let obsession rock deep.
That's way better.
Folder, Josh. Delete the folder, Josh. Delete the folder, Josh. Let obsession rot deep.
All right, enough of that.
Like, we can't do it economically. We can't do it militaristically. We'll all go together, and it doesn't even matter if we're morally right. We'll just say, actually, United States, you have to listen to us, and there's more of us than you. And we're not going to do it in, like, a just way. We're going to do it in an advantageous way.
Delete the folder.
So, of course, it would make no sense.
Oh, you might be in the folder, Marilyn.
It's for the United States to say, sure, I guess if the international community says that, for example, something as simple as this, if the international community says that our companies, such as X or the New York Times, can't operate in their countries as long as we have, quote, free speech, well, that's international law. We have to abide by that. Of course not. We'd say that's the First Amendment for a reason. We don't care. You don't get to do that to us. You don't get to try to say that we're violating international law by allowing hate speech. So, yeah, I have no time of day for these claims of international law. Are there things that I think that international law proclaims that we should follow? Of course, but not necessarily because they're international law, because I find them morally virtuous. Like, we shouldn't just torture surrendering prisoners for the heck of it, you know, and things like that. Of course, even if we would never be, you know, sanctioned by the international court, we shouldn't do that because it's wrong. But it's not because, oh, the international court tells us to.
Yeah, and I'm not saying international law does nothing. It actually does quite a good deal. Like what public international law does is for the non-great powers. Like, you know, if you're a small country in Africa or South America and you start invading your neighbor, the UN actually will show up with peacekeeping forces and make you stop, right? Like for smaller non-great powers, this is enforceable. So that's different. For the great powers, it's what you were talking about right now, which is it's a valuable rhetoric tool for gathering sympathy and for mobilizing shame, right? So when Russia invades Ukraine, we know we can't use the Security Council, but we're going to say, look, they violated the UN Charter, they violated international law, and Russia's going to say, no, we didn't. And that's going to be the conversation that either gets people to be sympathetic or not, right? With Venezuela, this is a bad guy. He did bad things. Now, what's the enforcement mechanism for the US? It's going to be whether or not China does something about this, like, because they're the communist power. Are they going to sanction us? Are they going to make a diplomatic fuss out of this? That would be the enforcement mechanism. And that's the truth. Like China hasn't invaded Taiwan, not because it's illegal. They haven't invaded Taiwan because we've made it clear that we have a very serious problem with that.
Yes,
right?
I'm not going to listen. Let me make this as clear as possible. Despite the fact that I don't like what happened with what Trump did in Venezuela there, I'm not going to listen to international bodies that were perfectly fine with the deposing of Gaddafi in Libya tell me that this was somehow a violation of international law, and that wasn't. Like, they have no credibility with me. I understand what the game is. The game is not, these are, serious people just trying to advocate for justice regardless of, wearing team colors. That's not what's going on. So I could dislike this action and still say international law has nothing to do with my criticism of this action whatsoever. Yeah. I understand people come into a show at different times and things of that nature, but make no mistake about it. You're allowed to support or dislike something and say, but part of the arguments that people were making, I completely disagree. So the international law portion of it, I just find it's silly. It's not going to do anything. You might as well be an old man screaming at the sky. Like it's not going to have any effect.
I think the people complaining fundamentally misunderstand your position. So let me just try to make this very, very clear. This is not my politics, but if I put on your politics for a second, you're an anti-globalist and a non-interventionist, right?
Correct.
So you don't like intervention because you're a non-interventionist, and you don't like international law dictating what the U.S. does and doesn't do because you're not a globalist. So,
correct.
This is not, I don't think there's any contradiction in that position, right? You don't like it because of domestic political implications, not because of some kind of like international legal theory.
That is a great way to distill it.
Okay. Perfect. They just talked exactly about one of the arguments that I hear a lot. All
When
right.
I saw the domain
all
was
right.
available,
All right.
I was like, I'm taking it, I'm trademarking it, I'm going with it.
Shut up. I saw this on my feed, and I was like, we gotta watch this. We gotta watch this.
Come on in.
All right. Hey, what up?
Oh, I'm on
Oh, Cloud, how do you want the seating arrangement?
I was gonna sit there.
All right.
Yeah. Take the taller chair. We're not gonna try to do you like those other collabs.
The Tucker? Is that
giving you a strategically short chair? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It's good to see you, man.
Yeah. What's going on?
Looking a little different with the facial hair.
I grew the beard out.
Yeah.
I like the beard.
We got a pretty big collab today. Obviously, we're going to see Tate. You know. So I don't know the last time you saw him.
I haven't met him actually.
You've never met him in person?
No, it'll be my first.
You guys are cool though, right?
Oh yeah, totally.
Okay.
It's been like 4 years for me, almost. 4 years.
That's right. Well, you saw him in Romania.
But I don't know if they're quite cool. Sneeko and Tate. Sneeko looks a little nervous. Him and Tate are not quite cool.
Right. 3.5 years ago.
I feel like there's a lot of disagreements between you and Tate though. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, some of the stuff about like, dating, and the polygamy.
Well, yeah, he is a polygamist.
But overall, you seem to agree with Tate more than the tradcons, like Michael Knowles and them. The Catholic influencers, you're like, you guys are simps, but Tate has the women figured out.
Yeah. Well, they're just not realists, man. Like the trad Twitter posts, it's completely ridiculous. The expectations that, you just live like it's the 1960s in a fucking hell of a society,
It's like really hot in here. Why is it like 6 million?
Can you put it to 6 million, of course? Really, bro? Man, that's such a chud joke. And wait, put it to
what? Just like a randomly hot.
Can you put it to like 6, 7? Okay, matching you.
We had to make sure he ended his YouTube stream, so.
Oh.
I wanted to stay on YouTube, but You know, in case you want to go fully unfiltered.
If I want to go Wang half.
Yeah.
If I want to go all the way.
He needs his plaque.
Yeah, I
Didn't
was
he
gonna
win
say,
Wang
where's
half
my
of the
plaque
year?
for Wang half?
We got to set it up. We got to do the award show.
I know, dude.
Wang half of the year.
That'd be sick. Yeah.
Truly.
I appreciate that. The clips of you know, being supportive. You know, thank you. Appreciate that.
Of course,
you know.
absolutely. Well, you're living it. You're living Wang half.
Yeah,
in the flesh.
It is true. Like, you know, before there was no examples besides like, you know, thugs to look up to for, you know, standing up for yourself. Well, white people were so cucked in like 2020 and stuff like that. So, you know, you just have to get out there and mog.
You had a great point on your show. I don't think Klav saw it. I want to ask
Gotta
you,
get out
what do you
there and
think about
mog,
white
baby.
boy-
and Sneako's not white.
Who say, can a white boy catch a vibe? Okay, there.
If you're white, you can do whatever you want. Okay, you should want to conquer. Okay, like your ancestors did. Like, you know, stop letting this cringe, you know, cucked mentality that's being fed. It's absolutely ridiculous. You know, but I wanted to talk a little bit about like my world, like sort of the black pill like dating stuff, and kind of see your opinion on that. Because like, I think we all advocate for men's issues in different ways, you know, because men are struggling. Like the average man is fucked.
True.
You know, you look at the statistics, like men who, you know, between.
You can tell Klav like doesn't wear suits because in the other stream they're like, we just went to Hugo Boss and got these suits. Him and Klav. You can tell Klav he's looks maxing all the time, but he doesn't know how to wear a suit. You don't keep it buttoned while you're sitting down. You're stressing this button right here, and it looks awkward. You're supposed to unbutton when you sit, and then you button that button when you stand up.
In the ages of 18 and 21, have 2/3 of them haven't had sex in a year, right? Stuff like that. That just goes to show that hypergamy has, you know, gone just completely out of control. So I don't know if you've kind of like, you know, had some introspection about those type of things, or I don't know if you ever talked about that.
Canada was letting China.
Totally agree. I'm a big black pill person. I think
Enthusiast.
we talked about it last time over the
Yeah.
summer.
Yeah.
No, it's totally real. And that's the thing. Unfortunately, a lot of the traditionalists, traditional Christians, they cannot deal with the issue.
Yeah.
You know, because their solution, their model is, well, let's just cargo cult the 50s. Let's cargo cult the 60s. Let's pretend like it's the good old days. Let's have a nuclear family. Let's go on an ice cream date and hang out. And you can't do that. When Instagram exists, you can't do that. Like, it just makes it impossible. It's sort of like how the automobile made a walking city impossible. Instagram makes it impossible for, you know, for people that just kind of have that innocent romance like that. So
It's like globalization, quite literally.
Yeah.
Because before with hypergamy, you're only competing against the top guys, you know, in maybe your 20-mile radius, but now it's literally globalized to the point where your average hot girl in a small town, like, could be getting flown out by, like, Shaquille O'Neal.
Or Klav now.
Or me.
Yeah.
Like, pretty much
Bro,
me.
it's incredible.
Or Sneeko.
Yeah.
Not I don't have
Right,
Instagram.
no, that's haram.
I can't DM women. I literally can't use Instagram.
Yeah, he's banned anyway.
Boko Haram.
Yeah.
Education is forbidden.
This is a haram collab weekend for Sneeko.
Western education is
Well,
forbidden.
at least we got to figure it out. We don't have the same issue. You talk about it. Muslim men don't have the same issue with feminism that Christian men do. You know, we do have it figured out. Well, you said Prophet Muhammad. There's a lot of things you could say about him, but he understood women.
He's right about one thing. He's right about women.
Yeah, I mean, well, Muslims just tend to stand on business a little bit more.
No, he was right about little girls. It's not hard to understand. Oh my God. Oh Lord.
Like you with the gambling deal, you know, not taking like millions of dollars.
He thinks I'm gonna fold.
No, I mean, I hope you don't, but you know, it goes to show that, you know, your people are a little bit more dedicated than Christians.
I think he's gonna fold too. So basically, Sneeko and Nick both want to get on Kick, but to be big on Kick, you got to gamble. And Sneeko doesn't want to do it because of his Muslim background. Nick doesn't want to do it because of his Christian background. They don't want to gamble, but you got to gamble if you want to be one of the top dogs on Kick. Bottom line. And we've known this since Kick started, since the very beginning of Kick. Any content creators have known it's a gambling site. It's for gambling. That's what it's for.
I think in an ideal world, if people actually, stay
Canada
true
doesn't
to,
have a
to
high
what
population.
Christianity
I
was
don't know.
meant to be, it would mog like Islam to death. But
Nick's saying you're saying truly. When are you going to take the gold deal? I heard that was a big deal.
I think I'm going to take it. Yeah.
I think you should.
What is the deal?
Well, it's just like a gold sponsorship.
Okay.
People are buying gold.
Interesting. Mr. Fuentes, Mr. Anti-Jew, Mr. Alleged, H. Cost denier, mustache man sympathizer is going to take a gold deal? I remember when JLP got a gold sponsor, everybody was like, now JLP openly says, I love the Jews and I'm Zionist. Like, he's proud of it. And I kind of respect that. But he took a gold deal and everybody's like, oh, the Jews are back at Jesse. It's like, duh. Since day one. What are you talking about? He's taken like 2 or 3 trips out to Israel. He's kissed the wall. Jesse's not ashamed of it. But Nick, on the other hand, taking a gold deal, which burger or which who do you think runs that gold? Which Goldenstein owns your gold, Nick? Who's gonna pay you? Which Jew is gonna be paying you for your gold deal? Ugh, not a good look, Nick.
And the reason why I have to take it is because it's Mark Levin's old sponsor.
Oh, okay.
So it's an old Mark Levin gold sponsor, and they said, I don't like Mark Levin anymore. I want to support you. So they're taking his deal and giving it to me. So otherwise, I don't think I would have taken it, but I have to just mod Mark Levin. Just on account of.
Is it a big deal?
Yeah, it's like a 7-figure deal.
Not bad.
Yeah, so it'll be, I don't want to get ahead of myself. We're negotiating it, but it'll be an interesting deal. It'll be the first sponsorship because I only do super chats and merch and subs.
I was gonna say, man, it's really difficult for you. It's crazy because you're getting like literally no sponsors banned.
First sponsorship in 10 years, though. That's pretty based. I think Andrew's still never taken a sponsor. No, I saw on Rumble they did do a sponsor segment. They got a sponsor. I forget who it was, but on now, to be fair, that was not on Andrew's on the Crucible. That was on the Extravaganza on Rumble, but they did do a sponsor slot.
On everything, and I pretty much said everything that you have, but I still get brand deals.
Yeah, well, because you know what it is like...
I just don't have as much impact, so...
No, that's not it. It's because you did it. Is that... Who's...
That's David Gandy.
Okay. What is that?
His phone background.
The phone background's crazy. I'm like, whose phone is this?
Dude, that's... So Gandy Heaven is like a meme where incels in their next life go to Gandy Heaven and become chats.
I just see you get a notification like this beautiful man lights up on the wallpaper. I'm like, what the fuck is that? But, what were
Did you see that little eye look he just did? Clav's definitely gay. I don't care what nobody's... Or maybe he's bi, which is gay.
you talking about?
Bro, I don't even remember.
I lost my... Oh!
They're acting like this looks maxing thing and this mogging stuff is new. We just used to call it metrosexual. You're not gay, but you talk like a woman, you act like a woman, you think like a woman, you wear makeup, you're hyper-focused on your looks. It's weird.
Why you're not as canceled, because in the old days, I got into it in 2017 when the woke censorship was like, it was next level. It was like 1984. You couldn't say anything. I remember when I was in high school, if you said, oh, that guy over there, which guy? That black guy. People would say, whoa, whoa, whoa. What do you mean that black guy? That's racist. And like, that's how intense it was. And it only kept escalating from like 2017 to 2021. I got the worst of it. I got in at the absolute worst time. You got in at the best time.
Yeah,
you 25. It's like it's done.
I always say you paved the way. Like I wouldn't be able to do these streams if you didn't kind of like be the meat shield for the cancellation. So shout out to Nick for that. Now I get to slide under the radar because I'm not like as fat as you.
Meat shield.
Yeah, and this guy's like a new version of a Bradley Cooper. He, it's like, oh, we gotta you know, we got to make sure we got to do our face procedure. We got to use 7 creams on our face, and we have our special heated lotion that we put on when we shave. I don't do none of that shit. I got like 7 bathroom items, and I've been using the same ones for like 20 years.
Yeah, well, you know, it's like that meme. You know, I'm laying down my life, taking all the...
He's taking the heat while I'm chilling, man. I'm just
It seems like there's a new direction, not new, but you've had enough of the other people who stepped into the space now saying,
I'm bisexual. That's just gay. Bisexual means basically you just want the whole buffet. But welcome, Horses United. I'm glad to have a bisexual person here, but but that's just greedy. That's what that is. That's just greedy.
About low IQ anti-Semites, but I also saw your first show back. You started talking about how important the gym is, and
yes.
it seems like you're going to add self-improvement there. You know, is that a new direction that you want to take your movement?
Yeah, I'm starting to push that because, you know, one, like, there's a lot of conflict now. After Charlie Kirk got shot, it's like these people are trying to kill us. I mean, like, people like me in particular. And so we just need to prepare for the war, for the fight.
That's right.
One.
Not wrong
But
about
two,
that.
You know, more to kind of in your area, we need to mod.
That's why you just gotta get
no fatties.
You just gotta get
no
jacked,
shitties,
boys.
No disgusting human beings.
You lost some weight.
I did. Thank you for noticing. Yeah, I lost 10 pounds.
Yeah, good for you.
Stuff, huh?
Thank you so much.
He's on the GLP-1s, peptides.
No, I just stopped eating.
Okay.
Nice.
I just stopped 1 meal a day.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I think the gym, like, okay, to win the war, like, that's omega cringe. Like, bro, we're in the age.
Oh, man.
Dude, that's cool.
Oh, that hurts. Omega cringe. It's real.
No, it's not real.
Well, what about that guy? Who's that guy in Australia that got like jumped by 3 guys with knives in the bathroom and they made him say he's a bitch?
Androgenic, the looks maxer?
I think so.
Yeah. What about it?
So it's like you can't let that happen to you. You have to be a
they
human
had
weapon.
knives. I'm saying we're in the age of technology. It's like
You got to be big and bring a gun.
Why do you have to be big if you have a gun?
Because what if it's like a John Wick thing and like knock the gun out of your hand or something? Like
A John
you need
Wick
to have
thing.
it. We have to.
They live in. I mean, he's not wrong. Yeah, be big and have a gun. Yes, I get it. But also, they live in like fantasy world where it's like, what if it's a John Wick situation? You gonna do gunjitsu? What are you gonna do, Nick?
Prepare for war. This is serious.
Oh shit.
Dude, he's not.
Oh shit.
He's not fucking with that. He's like, no, man.
No, you gotta be an individualist, right? You gotta, go to the gym for only
An
the
individualist. I just heard him talking crap about individualism on another stream the other day.
Aspect. And if there were to be some like social conflict or like some sort of race,
Which is a new thing I've been seeing lately. A lot of people have been saying this. I don't know who started this talking point, but a lot of people have been like, individualism is not the way. All these people talk about individualism. That's not the way. What are you talking about? That's like one of the founding principles of conservatism and the right is individualism. You focus on self, then you focus on family, then you focus on your neighborhood, and then your city, then your county, then your state, then your nation, then maybe the world. But individualism, these people, you sound like a commie. You think it takes a village to raise a kid or it takes a mother and a father to raise a kid? I don't think it takes a village to raise a child. If you say that, you're probably a communist.
war, just stay out of it. You know what I mean? Because like
stay out of it.
Why is a groiper hanging out with a muzzy? They're friends. You find that people may have radical ideas online, but then when you like meet them in person, they're not just gonna like start attacking you. Like you can have cordial relationships with people and be friends, but still disagree with them. I killed what? Don't put that in chat.
How does that help you as an individual? You should only be thinking in the context of your self-interest.
Here, this is for Horses United.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you.
That means you're gay.
Well, but our self-interest is to band together. Together we're strong. Individually we are weak.
Okay, but like, so like I'm not saying you're obviously like a white nationalist or whatever, but like people who are like are like trying to make it so just because you're white, like you have to be like in some sort of brotherhood with like all white people. But you look at the average white guy, and it's like, dude, I want nothing to do with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't understand that at all. Like,
That's true. The Goyim are quite disgusting. You know, I look at the unwashed masses. It frustrates me too. But I mean, look, that's the way of the world. It's like, because look, honestly, like Sneeko, like he's Muslim, and like so when you go to like New York, they're taking up space. They're doing their call to prayer in Times Square, and if you're just like, let's say you're out there, you know, you're doing the pretty boy thing, you got your girl on your arm or a few girls on your arm. What if you get pressed by like 10 Muslims and they're like, "Oh, like, this is Times Square. This is our territory."
When you went to New York,
Joe's gonna kill them.
when you went to New York, Nick, and you wanted a safe coffee shop to go to, where did you go?
Kawa House.
It was a Muslim coffee shop.
But
you didn't go to a white coffee shop. You didn't go to the white Catholic coffee shop. You went to the because you knew the Muslims were going to be.
That's true.
Accepting.
But that's because of, you know, we're sort of in like a multipolar struggle. You've got Jews on one side, Muslims on another, whites triangulate the position. So I'm just saying, like, we can't be mobbed by the other groups. Doesn't this make you anxious?
Well, who's we?
We as white people, as white men.
But why can't you just like leverage like other groups to you know get your own self-interest? Like, I have Jewish lawyers, right? Because they're the best.
Nice.
You know what I'm saying? So you could recognize, you know, what's going on with society, sort of like I have, and you know, use it to your advantage. Okay, Jews have connections everywhere, so I'm going to hire a Jewish lawyer. That's the way that I think about it. They're doing things the best way. You know, they're dominating society. How can I, you know, work myself into them?
Facts. I agree.
Well, I mean, and that's fine.
Yeah, I think that's a base take from Clav. I agree with that.
Fine for now, but the way things are going, it seems like everything is going to intensify. All these divisions in society seem to be getting worse, ideological, racial, religious, in every way. And, you know, let's say we get in some scenario where the lights go out, you know, the power grid goes down.
When the grid goes down, you're all dead to me. I will never watch any content from Sneeko, Nick, or Clav. And if I run into them with my brigade, you know, if I run into them on the street, I'm probably going to take everything they have and enslave them. So just so you know.
War, food isn't at the grocery store.
And they're white, and I'll still do it. Or they can join, or they can squad up. They don't want to squad up, then they're going to be doing work.
It's
okay, why are you getting weird, Horses United? Is that like Dean on a different account or something? Stop saying that in chat. You can't keep saying you've offed people in chat. Say something different. Say, I don't know. I'm just going to remove this comment. Stop saying you offed people.
Gonna turn into like prison very quickly. People are gonna start to form up gangs and things like that. And I didn't think we'd be having like this collapsitarian debate, but like I really do look at the world and think like our young men need to kind of get tough. They need to get strong.
I think that's good. It's a good message.
I think people are picking up on like the accelerationist movement that I kind of am pushing a little bit. Like, shit is going to collapse very soon, whether it be from racial conflict.
No, retard. No, your acceleration movement idea is stupid. You're saying we should vote for Gavin Newsom because he mogs who? DeSantis, JD Vance, because he mogs them. We should vote for him, and we should just speed up the destruction of America so that we can build back better. Fucking retarded.
Or dating, but I predict, I think the dating market is what's going to do it in.
Yeah, well, it creates the instability, certainly.
Correct, yeah.
Because, it's going to be youth unemployment, and it's going to be the lack of sex, that the young men are deprived of sex.
Oh, Freddie said it. Horses is Dean. I don't know. No, Horses has been in here before while I think Dean was in here. I think. And it's a different type of weirdness. Like Dean's never said he's gay. So I don't think it's Dean. But it might, but I thought the same thing before I even read that you guys said it.
Because of hypergamy, it's just like a toxic blend, taking those two things together. And, you know, that's going to create, I think, a huge social upheaval in the next 10 years. That's why I tell people, get prepared. Because we can't, you know, in politics, in a conflict, in any scenario, it's not going to be better if you're fat. It's not going to be better if you're out of shape. If you, you know, if you can't do cardio or something. And I'm the worst offender. I hate going to the gym, but
yeah, I mean,
we got to get better.
And it does.
Really?
I haven't gone to the gym in like 2 months.
It changes your mentality as well. You're saying that it's cope, but when you go to the gym and you are strong, you interact with people differently.
Yeah.
You communicate differently. Your presence and all that. It's not even just because you could get in a fight and do a fisticuffs. Yes, a gun is probably better in that situation, but you are going to have a stronger presence.
Okay, but think about it, right? What's better ROI? Me going to the gym or me streaming, which is going to make me more famous so that I can dominate in the metric of status and wealth, right?
I don't understand why you can't do both. Like, does he stream 24/7? Like, how much are you streaming? You don't have a job. Work streaming. If I didn't have a job, I would work streaming like I did a job. It would be 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, probably 6 days a week. I'd work 8 hours a day, six days a week on streaming. But what I would do is I'd probably spend 2 of that doing a news show, 4 of that doing like a stream show, like a nightly, you know, jumping on panels and having panels and stuff like that. Then 2 hours a day, there's like a news show daily, 6 days a week. Then that's 6 hours a day. And then 2 hours would be editing, producing, coming up with ideas, writing, planning. So that's an 8-hour workday, 6 days a week. You don't have time to go to the gym with working 8 hours a day, 6 days a week. You don't have time to go to the gym. That's stupid. Of course you do. You have time to go to the gym in the morning and you'd have time to go to Muay Thai at night. That's what I would do if I had the money. You do a 2 hours in the gym and an hour in a kickboxing gym or a jiu-jitsu gym at night. 4 or 5 days a week. So what's he talking about? What is he streaming 26 hours a day?
Like for SMV, it's way higher ROI for me to stream as opposed to going to the gym.
Well, you could stream going.
Plus, he's an IRL streamer, and Sneeko's about to say it, I think. He's an IRL streamer. Go to one of them. You're in California or Miami. Go to one of those content creator gyms where they don't care if people are recording and stuff, and stream while you're at the gym. You're an IRL streamer. What are you talking about?
To the gym. And then your streams will improve because you have more energy and because you look better from the gym.
Non-10.
Well, then don't stream. But then the time you are on stream will be improved after you go to the gym.
Non-tent, but going to a club where nobody can be heard and just walking around at a club and randomly talking to girls, that's content. But going to the gym to better yourself and teach people how to do that's non-tent. But going to the club where nothing can be heard, that's content. Okay.
Correct.
Really?
Yeah, you're gonna look better. You're gonna feel more confident. You're gonna have more energy.
No, cope. It's a big cope.
We've been arguing about this. I think you should diversify.
About like content?
No, just in general, because he's saying I'm saying you should invest in Bitcoin and real estate. He's like, I should just stream and invest in employees. I think it's best to diversify, max in every scenario. Looks max, but also finance max, fitness max.
There's just not enough money to really have significant return. Like if you're to invest in Bitcoin, like say you put 100K into Bitcoin, and it goes to 120 in a few years, it's like that return is just not.
It was at 120 this year. Now it's dropped down to 90. It got to 120 in 2024. What's he talking about? if projections are right, it would be in 4 years, it'd be at 300. No? I don't know. I'm not a big investor guy.
Better return than USD.
I could get a better return by hiring staff that are gonna, help accelerate my streams,
What do you think? Are you pro crypto?
Very, very pro Bitcoin, very pro crypto. But I have to be because the government took my money. So once that happens to you, you can't just let your money sit in a bank account because you're in this position of vulnerability. If you have money in a checking account, they could come in, delete the numbers. It's numbers on a screen.
Fuck.
And people say that about Bitcoin, but if you know how it works, it isn't. And there's always gold too. So I saw your dialogue about the watches. The watch is actually a good investment. Jewelry, great investment.
The new watch, yeah.
It's nice.
That's a winner because if you're on the run, I have to think like this because these things have happened to me, but if you're on the run, that's a way that you can carry $50,000 across the border and you put in your pocket. You don't need a USB drive. Real estate is fixed. You can't move it. Cash, you have to pull it out of a bank account, tips off the feds if you take out more than like 10 grand.
What about the ledger?
What about it?
Just carry the ledger, isn't that?
Yeah, but then you need like a computer and you need a connection, you need to send it. And the other thing about it is they're making it impossible to on-ramp and off-ramp the crypto without tracking it. So it's not anonymous at all anymore. Like Bitcoin has no privacy. But with something like, and the other thing about a watch is like, you could barter for it. So if you cross the border to Mexico, you say, hey, I got this Rolex, give me your car and your phone, or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, that sounds crazy, but like in a survival situation, it's currency. And it's, in terms of density, you're carrying around so much more money than it.
Absolute nightmare blunt rotation. Yeah, could you imagine sitting in the circle with these four passing the blunt?
If you had, cash or whatever, that's the way to go.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm glad I bought this then. But it does make you also a bit of a liability if people know you're walking around with all this kind of stuff.
Conceal it,
Yeah, I guess. Concealed carry as well. So.
That too. True.
Yeah, but.
So how black-pilled are you?
Yeah.
About
everything, because me and Claude have spent a lot of time recently. It's like he's very accelerationist. This is going to crumble. I think we both like his appearance on Michael Knowles, right? Saying that JD Vance is subhuman.
You could tell Nick is frugal with his money because he's been wearing the same suit for like months now on every big interview he does. I feel like if I had his money, I'd have like a different suit in every interview. I'm a dang suit guy now.
Saying there's no point in having allegiance to the GOP. That's a great point. It's funny, his grandma even called him up and said, stop making fun of JD Vance.
Yeah. They know that I literally sent his fucking campaign down the shitter. Like, quite literally. Now he's just known as like this loser fat guy because it went everywhere, like on Twitter.
They freaked out too. Like all of the shills, like the paid GOP accounts, swarmed everywhere. And a lot of like anti-looks maxing stuff because of that.
And even Ben Shapiro talked about me.
I saw that clip, yeah.
I didn't see.
He was shit talking me. And they're just trying to, do the ad hominem thing with like, oh, he's a meth addict. And it's like, dude, what the fuck? The point stands.
He's like, this clavicular, this 19-year-old bone-smashing meth addict.
20. No, I'm 20.
Oh, you're 20 now, okay.
20.
Oh, I didn't know you were that old.
He's going to unk up with us
soon.
soon.
Wow, I didn't know you're that old.
You're 26, right?
27, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
When we did a stream in July, he's like, how old are you? I'm like 26. He's like, oh, I didn't know you're that old. Like,
yeah.
Okay, yeah, whatever, man.
This is Uncle Nick and Uncle Sneeko. You know what I mean, guys?
Math.
I mean, I'm really just trying to diminish any political movement, any like populist like movement whatsoever, just by having like men try to like self-improve and just throw all that shit in the trash can because they are mutually exclusive, right? Because people are spending hours a day on X, debating nonsense, debating alt accounts.
I think it's charged.
And it's just such a waste of time relative to like something going to the gym, for example, doing a basic looks max routine, researching.
Sneeko, Did you not get your suit fitted? What the hell, bro? Quit playing with your pants. Put a belt on.
The pharmacology behind like peptides, like there's a million
You don't
things
wear
I
a
could-
suit
I could
without a
name
belt?
that are a better use of time to accelerate yourself as a male than anything to do with politics.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree. I think that is an assumption that
Fuentes
rests
confirmed.
on the order that we live in. You know, it sort of assumes that we have the United States of America, that we have a sound currency, that we have civil order
Do we,
in
though?
the country. But I don't think any of that's a given. I think that,
Right.
you know, it's easy for now. And it's been like this for a long time for people to say, oh, go and touch grass, you know, go and live your real life, go and be a winner, go and in the old days, people would say, go to school, get a good job. Now they say bone smash, get on GLPs, you know. But people used to say, oh, go touch grass. But what we're starting to see is that back in the day, and even now, you could sort of ignore the decaying political situation. But as time goes on, it's getting harder and harder to ignore in terms of the overall decline in quality of life, the rapid diversification of the country, you know, the inflation, let's talk about, planes falling out of the sky, corruption, people like Charlie Kirk getting shot in the head, riots. Like, as the country gets worse, it's going to get harder, I think, to kind of hover above society and ignore all of these problems. So I think that, I mean, in my opinion, the best thing we could do is band together, and during this convulsion we talked about, this cataclysm, social convulsion, we have to be ready to take advantage of it and power max. Not status max, but power max, meaning like we want to have as much power as possible. And
I want to have as much power. I feel like I've sort of transcended all those issues though.
Think so?
Yeah, like, you know what I mean? So the average person, like with the H-1B visa situation, where like competing for computer science jobs, it's like, yeah, you're fucked, but like I've literally transcended all that, so why should I give a fuck about any of these issues, right? And you think, oh, well, it's hurting white people. It's like, yeah, well, it's not hurting me. You know, and it might sound like a selfish position to take.
Which hot dogs
but
have the tomato and
you know, it's
peppers? I
black
don't
people,
know.
You know, it's self-improvement to the max. So I'm not gonna have to, you know, go and join a populist movement where I could be doing a million things that are gonna elevate myself. You know, and I think if everyone had that mentality, the winners would transcend, and you know the losers would get fucked. But that's just kind of natural selection. That's how I think about it. The low IQ people are just gonna go to shit.
Yeah, but the low IQ people go to shit, and they could always exercise this option where if there's a lot of losers, and if they keep losing for a really long time, they could flip over the board. That's the concern. And that's why, for example, you know, I'm like a reactionary, but I'm deeply concerned about economic and social inequality, not because I think there's anything inherently evil about you know, a social hierarchy or a natural hierarchy emerging. Smart, strong, beautiful people are going to have the most resources or influence, something like that. There's nothing inherently wrong with that, but if there's too many losers, and if they lose for too long, then they're going to just sabotage everything. And we live in the era where Luigi Mangione, he got fucked.
That's like what one of the topics last night was: is authority granted or demanded? And I was saying it's granted because somebody with true authority doesn't have to demand it. The people recognize it and they give it to them. But if you're demanding your authority and you overexert your force, they can organize and then they have the force and they can overthrow you. So you have to have authority granted to you. Otherwise, it's not going to last long. You might have a great empire for a little period of time. You might be remembered for all of history, but you're going to be remembered as a bad guy, like a Hitler or a Stalin. Yes or no? On what?
Up. Something horrible happened to him. He just shot some guy in the back of the head. And there's like a rich guy with a family and everything, and it's like Joker, like what happened in Joker. Like what happens when that guy, the clown, is getting kicked in the back of the alley rallies all the others. This is the,
Well, yeah,
the concern.
I predicted that would happen as well in the same time frame as you, 10 years until that sort of collapse happens. But the disagreement is, I think that collapse is sort of necessary to sort of try to rebuild, because I think things have gone too far. It's just like looking at some of the numbers, like how the bottom 80% of women are going for the top 20% of men, shit like that. So I just think it's necessary that everything goes to shit and the board gets flipped, like you talk about.
I agree with you, and don't get me wrong, I agree with that, and I agree that people should. I always say on my show, take your own side.
Yep.
You're a person.
Yeah, I'll agree with Clav there. I hope they flip the board, and I hope it goes back to 0. You're not going to make it, buddy, just so you know. You're not going to be the guy. I'm going to eat your liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti. Yes or no? Stop spamming yes or no. Should white be allowed to organize? Yeah. What do you mean? Is that a real question? Yes. Same way the Hasidic Jews do in Curious, what do they call it, Auntie? Curious George? It sounded like Curious George. The same way the Jews do in Curious George, same way the Muslims do in Dearborn, is the same way that the blacks tried to do outside of Atlanta, and they got a bunch of money from the government and they got all sorts of media attention, but they haven't built a single thing. They should be allowed to do that. But they shouldn't be allowed to steal grant money and taxpayer money and do fraud with it, because they didn't do anything with their $200 million or however much money they were given. Yeah, white people should be allowed to do that. They're doing it in Arkansas, the Return to the Land movement. Our boy Arval out there doing it, but he's coming against all sorts of barriers and restrictions, which is some bullshit.
You have certain characteristics. You should be looking out for your best interest, whether that's political, economic, social, whatever, because nobody's looking out for you. These other groups are not looking out for you. Whether it's a generational thing, like boomers are not looking out for zoomers.
Correct.
Immigrants are not looking out for natives. Like these Somalians, they come here out of charity. I know maybe we disagree on this, but then they scam. And it's like, so you have white people that are saying, well, bring them in, these poor people. And they come in and they take with both hands because they're looking out for themselves. And I think on an individual level, people should try to rise as much as possible. Optimize. You can't be at the top of the heap. It could be only one person that's the richest or the best looking, but you could be as best as you can possibly be. But I do believe that life is like a team game.
Yeah.
As what you find is that rugged individualism, especially in a political context, leaves you very vulnerable. And I think about a guy like Andrew Tate. Look at him. I mean, he's got a harem of wives, ton of kids. He's loaded, one of the most famous people in the world. He flew too close to the sun, let's say, and he became a political target. And then he got fucked. And then the men with guns came and they threw him in a cage. And, I think one of the reasons he's very pro-Trump is Trump is keeping him out of jail. That's politics. That's the team game aspect of it. And that's just like an example. So, because I agree, reset's coming. Everybody needs to rise above. We need to look out for the winners. And by that, I mean we need to be winners and take care of each other. But there has to be some team aspect, because it's a team game. Society's a team game.
Don't you think that people should, before they get started with any political movement, try to elevate themselves to a point where it's like you could actually have influence, right? So I've ignored politics, and I became a huge social figure, and I'm a political figure now as much as I don't want to be. But I made sure to maximize my income, looks max, do all that, and now we're touching politics. Would you say that's like something that should be advocated for? Like, all right, at least make 6 figures before you involve yourself in this shit, because if you're just a random brokey, as Tate would say, you have no influence, you have no motion, so.
Okay, well, these random brokies go to the protests and show what's happening at these protests and get in these people's faces and talk to them. You go to clubs and stream, and then you say dumb shit, and you have a huge platform, and you influence young men to vote for Gavin Newsom because he mogs JD Vance. You fucking retard.
Should try to, have a job that matters. Like, yeah, I know you kind of advocate for that. Like, become doctors, become lawyers, and then sort of join the movement.
Yeah, I totally agree with that because, what I learned the hard way doing what I did, I dropped out of college and then I became a live streamer. And it's been a really tough journey for me for the past 10 years because I have all these controversial opinions and it, limits my opportunities, or did for a time. Still does, I guess. Sure. What I learned the hard way is that to go into college, get a degree,
only then
unlocks the institutions. Like if you want to make real money, I mean, you could either become like famous, become like a celebrity like that, or an entrepreneur. I guess we're sort of entrepreneurs in a way.
I wouldn't really advocate for people to plan on that. I think that's
but that's what I mean. It's like if you do it that way, and I think that's a unicorn.
That's freedom of speech. I'm not telling him he can't say it.
Real influence.
I'm not saying he can't say it, but I'm going to comment on it. It's a stupid take. Clav's takes are stupid usually. He's got some good points. It's the same. It's a new iteration of this red pill crap. Wow, man, we got to have 6 figures, 6 pack, 6 inches before we get into politics. And I have to do my facial cream regimen today. They're like women. This is gay and boring like Nick. What?
You got to be in the
well, then go watch something else.
You got to be in an industry. You know what I mean? Like if you want to be the best actor, you got to be in the industry. You want to be the best lawyer, industry. Politics, industry. And the way to be in the industry is you got to play the game. And playing the game means you can't be too controversial. You stick your head up and start saying, hey, I'm a moral entrepreneur. I'm going to break the Overton window. I've got these controversial opinions. Well, you and your controversial opinions are not going to get like a loan for a business or,
If he gets Newsom elected, he's a Fed.
Right. A spot in an elite college or a job at a top law firm. So that's why I tell my people now.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's wrong.
Brain max, looks max, like get your IQ up. This
guy doesn't even know how to wear a suit. He's talking about looks maxing. He doesn't even know how to wear a suit properly. It's triggering me that he's sitting with the button. What are you doing?
Get your looks up, get into a good college, get a great job, become as powerful and rich or whatever is possible. Then you join the movement when you have something to offer. So I think we're sort of in agreement about that.
You just have to advocate more, I think, maybe do a little bit of self-research on some of the technology, like, the pharmaceuticals and stuff. Because I know it's like, oh, it's Jewish.
Well, I've never said it's Jewish.
I said it for him. Okay. No, but like, we seriously, in 2025, for people to ignore like all these like pharmaceutical advancements, like this patch I'm wearing.
God, he's an idiot.
Sam Bankman-Fried also wore, like MSAM, Soledgeline.
Jewish.
And like stimulants, like Adderall, GLP-1s, like
meth. This dude's a fucking idiot. Oh my God.
This stuff is all technology that if you're not leveraging, other people are, and they're going to dominate, right? So that's why I'm just like, okay, do the research, do this the right way, and you can, IQ max with, something like a dihexa.
IQ max with a dihexa
in your brain, like, there's no reason not to use stuff like this.
There's the same reason that you don't think
there's a lot of reasons not to use it
because they're not ready. Most people are not ready to go down the pharmaceutical route because most people are going to abuse stimulants and are going to overdose.
Well, that's something that stimulants is a different class. I wouldn't, universally advocate for that. That's more of just like a case-dependent thing. But something like a retatrutide, when these foods are designed nowadays to make you want to overeat, right? All of the different shit like Oreos and stuff like that. They know what they're doing. They want to make you fat, right?
Bro's got beef.
I agree with him on this. It's like I agree with him on a lot of what he's saying, but then just stop eating Oreos. But then he talks about he always talks about how he has such great self-control. I'm very self-controlled, and that's why I don't get addicted to meth. I can just do a little bit and stop. I have a lot of self-control. And then somebody asked him in an interview, they're like, okay, well then why can't you just go on a diet? Why do you need peptides, and why do you need meth to shunt your appetite Why can't you just not eat? You got to do it with meth? Oh, you're pissing me off. Clav's 4chan posts are actually Kino. But yeah, I guess that's how he kind of through the message boards. I haven't been on the message boards in a long time.
With Oreos.
Yeah, I do. You know, so when that kind of shit exists and the entire grocery store is filled with goy slop, it's like, you know, don't just complain about it and post on Twitter and do like this LARP of eating carnivore. It's like, just take a GLP-1, you know? You can eat two Oreos and you'll be cut, you'll put it away, you know? So there's literally nothing that could go wrong from taking retatrutide, increases your lifespan. So I think we really need to
You're not a doctor, dude. You don't know that.
look into like some of the
And a lot of this stuff is brand new. We don't even know the long-term effects of it. People's nuts are going to be falling off in 20 years.
these technological advancements and, you know, start implementing that.
They're putting shit in the water to turn the freaking frogs gay. You think there's not something in the peptides to make people weird?
It's like, you know, your Groyper movement, you know?
Well, see, here's my only problem with it. Maybe this is, certainly I don't have a
Yeah, I just use heroin on the weekends. You know, I'm not addicted. Good luck with that one.
background in like pharmacology, science. I don't like science at all. I was never good at it. But I have, and maybe this is just like a temperamental thing, I feel like there's basically no such thing as a free lunch. I'm a big believer, and not like out of a sense of fairness, but I think that anything that feels like a shortcut or a life hack or feels too good to be true usually is. And I know that probably the side effects can be mitigated and you can probably ameliorate that and everything, but I just can't shake the gut feeling of like, oh, I'm injecting myself with something that makes me not fat, changes my brain chemistry so I don't have an appetite. It's like, are you kind of
playing
one,
God?
Could there be some kind of unintended consequences that we don't know about or not factoring in? And then there's something spiritual. Isn't there something to be said about building character, discipline, self-restraint? No,
that's garbage. No, that's garbage, dude. He's a fucking idiot.
Doing things in the most easy, you know, simple.
That
way.
was not a hard fail, Nick. That was base Nick. That was a good response to what he's saying. Covered all the bases. That was a great reply. And then clavicular, whatever the hell this dude's Clav says, no, that's garbage. He's an idiot.
Possible should always, you know, be advocated for. You should always take the shortcut, you know. People are only going to look at you and see that you're skinny or fat. They're not going to realize how you got there, right? Same with the gym. It's like, take the steroids. No one's going to fucking know about it, you know. They're only going to look at the final product. So.
Well, but you seem to be arguing that the effect is the only thing that mattered, and I agree with you in some sense that, you know, skinny is skinny, muscular is muscular.
Not
You know,
good.
if you take steroids, you get
Don't
the
be
desired
dumb
effect. But
forever.
So you're worried
Are
about the
you-
long-term consequences?
long-term consequences, not just for health, but also even just for you as a person, because life is a marathon, not a sprint.
Exactly.
I know it sounds super corny, you know, it's just
That's right.
Unk Sneak and Unk Nick. Unk Nico and Unk Nick.
My real name is Nicholas too.
Yeah, double nicked up. Double
Real
nick-
knickers.
We're Nick Maxing.
Yeah.
Nick Max.
Nick Max.
Nick Max stream. You know, but you go and you live your life. If you don't develop character, can't restrain yourself, can't help yourself, reliant on drugs, reliant on pharmaceuticals, I feel like you are cheating yourself out of something important, because character and virtue is real, and it's only built through time, struggle, sacrifice. I'm a huge believer in that. And the shortcuts, I think they always come back to bite you in the end, one way or another. But that's, like I said, that's just like maybe old school.
That's, yeah, I mean, but there's also like other
Old
stories,
school.
right?
He's like 6 years
So,
older than him.
Like when I got kicked out of college for you know, roiding, taking testosterone, I had the option, you know, to potentially get, you know, reinstated if I proved I wasn't taking the roids, but I said no, fuck that. I'm gonna continue with my looks maxing, with my steroids. So that's like, I feel like more character than anything. I was like, I'm fully willing to, you know, sacrifice my degree, you know, for looks maxing. That's how much I valued it.
Well, and you know, there's something to be said too, because even though I don't
Sounds
encourage
stupid.
everybody to do the drug usage, I do think there is something to be said for like a competitive athlete.
I wouldn't have been trying to get a degree in the first place, but I'm Nick too. We got a bunch of Nicks. Nick.
Who does take steroids, or a looks matcher, or like an actor, because there's something to be said about like doing everything possible to be the best you can be, everything technologically, but also everything that you can give to it, and you sort of give yourself to excellence, to the pursuit of excellence, to the pursuit of, and so that's why I admire what you're doing, even though I don't agree with the drug use myself.
That's what I said to Sneeko last night when we were putting socks in the heels.
Yeah.
You saw that?
And the staging thing, or the vantage
points is insane.
That's crazy.
Playing leapfrog in your house.
Crazy.
Were you admiring that?
Yeah, it's genius.
Oh my god.
Exactly. So it's like that kind of thing. Why would you not leverage any, and every tool that you can to maximize your looks? You maximize your height, which is a very important metric, right? There's studies about that with like workplace income. And it's so easy, So that's why I was like, okay. And Sneeko's like, I'm already tall, so I'm like, oh, you don't want to pursue greatness? Like this is.
It was a great speech. Very motivating.
I don't know if you saw that speech that I gave him, but it was like motivational. I feel like
it was pep talk.
Yeah.
Motivation max.
But I just can't do leapfrog in my own home.
No, you don't have to go that far. But like putting a lifted shoe, it's like that is so easy. You know what I mean?
This new AI.
A lifted shoe. DeSantis got so roasted when we found out he was wearing boots. He was wearing high heel boots. A lifted shoe. Until they find out that it's fake. He's the type of guy that's going to wear one of these like muscle suits, these spandex like muscle suits. This is so weird. He talks about putting shoulder pads in your shirt. Why don't you just get some shoulders, buddy? You talk about the gym, you're on steroids, you ain't got no shoulders. You ain't working your delts. Just get some shoulders. Where'd my sound go?
Guys, the anxiety is, if anyone finds out you're wearing lifts,
it's worse.
Everyone's laughing. Everyone's like, that guy's wearing lifts. He's self-conscious about his height. So, like Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, you're only going to get caught if you're a retard.
I just said that. That's what I just said. Bad play. Not a good move.
Yeah, but then it's like the prestige.
Living with the lie.
Yeah, you're living your whole life. Right. It's all part of the magic act.
That's almost like the fun of it to me. Is like, okay, like I'm setting up these vantage. Like I think it's like a game almost. That's just the way I think about it. But I could see how other people would get like super autistic. But no, I genuinely think it's fun. It's like, okay, I'm gonna sag my pants and do like the tiptoe and see if I can not get caught. You know what I mean?
Good.
It's literally a video game to me. So.
But you never get taken out of your element?
No, dude, I'm super like lighthearted about all of it. Like I think it's still funny to a degree. Like I'm not like that autistic where I'm like, oh, this is fully normal. Like when I'm bone smashing and shit, I'm like, okay, this is like I get why normies think this is silly, but it still has its science behind it,
What did you think of James Fishback? We just spoke with him, and we had a similar conversation afterwards where Claude was saying that it's
he finally unbuttoned
to care about a politician because he can't change your life, which is true. He can't change it completely, but there's some aspects. Do you think that he has a possibility to be a good governor of Florida?
Well, I think he would be a good governor if he got elected, but it'll be tough. He's going to have a tough time raising money, tough time with endorsements, and he's got a very right-wing platform. So I wish him the best. I think he's got an uphill battle. But I like him. I think he's a very smart guy, very sharp.
Me too.
Very well-spoken.
He's doing good, yeah.
Solid on the issues. I watch him on Tucker. I don't think I disagree with anything he said. He's very good. So I like him. And I'm a big believer in politics because those connections, man, they come in clutch. That's why politics is not always gesture because, and not to retread, not to go back into it, but like,
oh yeah.
But here's the thing, like, it reminds me of something, I talked about this on my show, I think like about a year ago. We were talking about like Gaza and Iran and the Middle East and everything. And these idiots like Matt Walsh used to say, well, I don't care about Israel, I don't care about Palestine. And it's like, okay, well, you may not care about them, but they care about you.
Right.
they are taking an interest in you. And I feel like the same is true of politics in general.
You may not care about politics, but politics cares about you.
Yes, politics takes a big interest in you, and it is true that the more anything you become, influential, famous, rich, the more that is true. You know, more money, more problems. The more of a big fish you become in the pond, the more people are going to start to try and take a chunk out of you. And that's where politics, it's not a coincidence that all these rich people employ lobbyists and they all give money to political campaigns. It's an insurance policy.
Modest
So
Maxie.
that's why I say, it's not
Retard
always
Max.
gesture. It's not gesture to come with an entourage.
Well, I mean, it was a little bit ridiculous. Like some of the things that he was saying would just be immediately like struck down by, any court. So it's like when I'm hearing all these ideas, I'm like, okay, yeah, this is good, but this is never gonna happen. I'm just like, dude, like it's such a black pill. You know what I mean? Like for just all these ideas to just get crushed into the ground. So that's kind of how I think about it. you know?
Yeah. Well, that's thinking about it like an idealist. I think about it very practically. Like, what's my end game? Increase. More, expand, bigger. People always say, "What's the end game?" It's we want to increase. Rome, Rome, bigger, outward, more.
Mozart.
Walt Disney.
Yes.
Oh, I did have a question for you. What do you think Piers Morgan is going to talk to me about?
Oh, well.
He wants to do a private segment, so.
He's going to put the screws in you, like he does.
Yeah, like
he's going to press you. No, he'll ask you about it. I think that was just a way for him to throw me off balance, and it worked. Totally unpredictable.
You want to get me with too low cortisol? I'd be like, it's already leaked,
There you go. Yeah, but you should.
I don't know what he's going to say. Yeah.
Well, it'll be a redux of the Michael Knowles thing.
Okay.
More aggressive though, like a more aggressive Michael Knowles.
Yep.
Yeah, it's too bad it's not in person. They want to send like a van to do it that way. In person would mog a lot harder, because I think I could be a little bit relatable to him at the start of the interview. That way he's not as aggressive, but that doesn't really carry over as well on like the video calls. But yeah, he was getting really upset with you. I watched that entire interview. I thought it was hilarious. So
Thanks.
Wow, you
Thank
watched the entire interview?
Well, you know what it is about Piers, and this is sort of how I cracked the code.
It's like Oprah,
his
IG,
superpower is
a
to
McDonald's or
try to
something?
control the frame, make you feel silly, make you feel ashamed, make you feel self-conscious, and all you got to do is realize this is a tabloid journalist.
What does that mean?
You're not even a real journalist. You're not a judge. You're not a fucking cop. You're not my parents. So fuck you. You're gonna sit there and say, "How dare you? How dare you? That's racist." It's like, you judge me?
Yeah.
You peddle slop.
Yeah, who even is? Yeah, who is that at the end of the day?
Yeah, he works for the Sun or something. I mean, literally like a tabloid British journalist. It's like the lowest level journalist there is. So you got to just control that frame.
That's why, yeah. I mean, I've been ignoring all journalists and all media trying to do like profiles on me because I don't want a million hit pieces out there. I'm already getting them on fucking the Telegraph and shit like that. So I'm not going to give a statement, that's going to be taken out of context and get fucked, So, no. Do you think I should do no media?
No, I think you should do media. I don't think there's really a downside. Because they're going to clown you anyway. People, you know how it is. I mean, in the media market, people clown you no matter what, for everything and anything. But at least if you participate in it, you get to say something too. You get to have your quote in the paper and free media, free earned media. They're doing it for free. So I've always been a huge believer in it.
Post is working on a hit piece on me. Is what
The New York Post? Oh, well, that's because you went after Vance.
Well, dude, isn't that a leftist? Or no, that's a right-wing page.
Yeah, the Post is center-right. It's News Corp, Rupert Murdoch.
They just attacked us.
Yep.
Had a picture of me in the AK looking like a terrorist.
Rupert Murdoch, I've been to his house, man. Come
Really?
on.
Really?
Yeah. When?
Over
That's
the summer,
crazy.
dude. Are you serious? Now they're gonna come after me?
Call him up. Say, hey, man.
Yeah, I will.
Thought we were chill.
Actually, might. That's a good idea. Like, what the fuck?
Call him off.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna actually try to work on getting that shut down because that's just it's fucked, man.
That's bullshit. The hit pieces,
They
In
don't do
2026, they do not matter.
Nobody reads
None
it.
of that shit matters.
No one cares.
Nothing has happened at all. But the only thing that I was told is they have a lot of influence to get people banned on social media.
ADL especially.
So you think them writing an article would influence like something like Instagram to
potentially?
Well, here's what you got to worry about. Let me tell you your biggest problem right now as somebody who's
He's afraid.
Listen up, son.
He's afraid. He's like, damn, I can't get banned on Instagram and social media. What am I going to do with my life? Be looks maxing alone.
This is
all right.
You have to go to Cozy.
I've been through it.
Literally.
No, but here's what they're going to do. And you know this. I'm telling you something you know already. They are going to concern troll. And they're going to say there's this dangerous new trend. Young people are following this guy. It's what it is. And they're going to say, like, we're deeply concerned that young kids are bone smashing and taking GLP-1s. Someone has to do something, and that is going to be the pretext to censor. That's going to be the pretext to, at the minimum, they're going to cut your reach, shadow ban, that kind of algorithmic manipulation. They won't promote it as much, or ban. I don't know that will happen for a fact, but I know that will be their angle. They'll concern troll, and they'll say, and they're coming after you. It's nuts, because it's like, you think you're a 20-year-old guy, you go on Michael Knowles, you're not even really that political. It's
Not
like
at all.
lifestyle content.
Yeah, he baited me into that segment. I mocked him.
Yes, and it was funny.
Yeah.
But they can't allow that because you got too big. You're like, obviously one of the hottest new streamers and biggest people blowing up right now, and most importantly, have the attention of the youth.
Right.
And so these people, they want Vance, they need Vance to get 20% of the white Gen Z. If the top #1 streamer is saying, oh, Vance is a subhuman, Gavin mogs him to death.
I not to sound egotistical, but I think I might have ruined his campaign.
You certainly knocked him down a peg. And but now you kind of shook the hornet's nest. That's what you did. And that's why the New York Post's coming after you, and they're going to say, how do we get rid of this guy? Oh, I know. 20-year-old kid telling the youth to bone smash and take drugs. Do we really want our kids to look at this? That's going to be how they do it. So that's why I say it's so difficult to play this game because
I wish I never got involved with this political shit.
And I don't even totally disagree with that. I don't think this 20-year-old kid should be talking to young men and telling them to bone smash and smoke meth. Even though he says, I don't advise this, but it works really good.
Stick to looks, Max.
It's inevitable.
I shouldn't have did that interview. I mean, it was really good for my reach, but if that kind of shit is going to happen, I'm probably fucked, And it's hard not to, have bad moments that, influencing the youth. I stream for 13 hours a day. It's like, and I'm just fully open about the things I do. It's not like I'm sitting here advocating, oh, if you're a kid, you should do, I've said explicitly, do not take stimulants ever. You know what I mean?
There we go.
I just, happen to do drugs.
I just like them.
I'm, a live streamer, but I always advocate against it, So.
Well, you're resilient. I mean, there's ways around it, but I'm saying that is what the attack will look like.
I mean, that's not much different than when I say you shouldn't smoke pot and drink and smoke cigarettes, but I smoke a little bit of pot and I drink and I smoke cigarettes. But the difference is you're talking about meth. This is different.
Okay.
Because the way around it, you got Kick on lock. You got the other streaming platforms. I think the censorship is, the worst of it is over, even if you get knocked off one or another platform. I think, didn't you get kicked off YouTube?
Yep.
There you go.
But I knew guys in high school who were taking steroids. Maybe not at 14. I think Paul was taking them at 14. He was a monster on the middle school football team. He was benching like 450 when he was 15, 16 years old. 14. And he was on steroids. So this isn't, young guys have taken steroids before. I think they even in movies like Friday Night Lights and football movies of high school football teams, Varsity Blues. The guys in those movies are taking steroids, and they're on the junior, they're 16, 17, supposed to be in those movies, 18.
Survive without it. There's ways around it.
You have a new channel.
Yeah, I have a new channel. subscribe to that, guys. Yeah, so I mean the censorship.
But yeah, I don't think kids should be face smashing and doing meth and steroids. Pretty obvious when someone's on roids. Yeah. Clav's not even strong though. His 4-time max was 185. Crazy. 185 is my warm-up set.
Censorship has already started. It's not good, you know. The new AI censorship on YouTube has been fucking people. Though.
It's very strong. Yeah, how long do you think we have open internet? You credit a lot of the generational run to the fact that they just uncensored you on clips. Is that long lasting, or is Peter Thiel going to crack down with social credit?
I think it's all going in reverse now.
So we were at the peak?
I think we might be, and I hate to say that, but it's the explosion of, you know, the Israel critical stuff has everybody talking about hate speech laws, censorship. Larry Ellison bought TikTok. You already see it. They're starting to kind of unring that bell on all these major platforms. So cortisol rising over there.
Yeah, okay? I know. It's the highest I've seen in
cortisol.
days.
Let's.
Well, dude,
I have that effect.
No. I mean, I'm just like sitting here thinking like, fuck, these people are gonna try to ban. Like it's not good because that's your livelihood, right?
Welcome to the club, man.
And no college degree. I'm fully committed to this, and people could just decide, nope, you're done.
Yeah. Yes, and that's why I got to diversify.
Get some watches, get some real estate in Bitcoin, man.
Yeah, so
Trust.
I mean, the
Save
gambling's
money,
not there forever.
Invest it, yeah, because, you know, look, the secret to having a lot of money, making a lot of money. You're doing that. And that's the part that people miss. You got to make a lot of money, but the way to maintain wealth over time is you have to beat inflation. You have to diversify. You have to beat the ups and downs. The only way to do that is not have all your eggs in one basket.
So true.
Yeah, I mean, I just started making like money that actually matters, so I have to figure that out, whether it be real estate or maybe I'll
everything
talk
diversify.
To Sneeko about,
diversify.
I'll have Sneeko invest my money.
Interest free.
We could do a
of course, no usury.
Maybe we could like finance like a mosque in downtown.
Inshallah, we can.
Something like that. I'm surprised though that you're supportive because I feel like I disagree with you on like a lot of stuff, you know, and you're still saying like, oh, Clav is like weighing half, Clav is like, you know, good, hot, the new streamer, you know.
You want the meat riding in person. You want the you want the glaze in
no,
person.
Dude, I'm just genuinely.
Here's your
wondering.
no contact delivery.
No, not even.
No. Well, here's why. Let me tell you why.
Yeah.
You're fishing for it. Okay. Here's why. It's because I don't think we really disagree on that much, by the way.
Okay.
Well, okay. I don't know if that hurts you for me to say that, but whatever.
No, dude. I literally don't give a fuck. Like I've said it all. I've done it all. There's
No, you haven't. And yeah, you do. You do care. You were just about to cry because you were thinking about the fact that you might get banned on Instagram, dude.
nothing. It doesn't matter if I'm
Let's go.
associated with you.
That's true. The N-word hat, that was crazy.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
In the middle of the night.
I was like tilted sideways. Just like walking around, nigga hat. People are like, hey, what's that hat?
Dude, it's
oh,
just
my friend gave it to me.
It's just a funny hat. Like, it's lighthearted. Like, yeah, I don't give a fuck, bro, about like any of these racial issues. So I could wear it. And
That's awesome.
Yeah.
But the reason why I support it, and I said it on the show, is I got into it on my show this week. It's like when I said Wang half, that's like a very old clip. Mm-hmm. But the reason why I like that, it made me laugh, I thought it was funny, is because it's like everyone in our generation says, well, I'm like a white boy. Can a white boy catch a vibe? Am I the white boy of the year? And it's sort of like craving approval from these other groups. And it comes with it like, that's like a diminutive thing to say.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, Tyrone, am I the white boy of the year? And the Tyrone is the cool guy. Oh, yeah, you are white boy. Oh, cool, goody. And it's sort of saying, like, I'm a silly bitch. But if you are a Wang half and say, look, fucker, I'm a white-ass nigga going hard as fuck. Like, I hit people with the car. I tell my girlfriend, shut the fuck up. Hey, shut the fuck up.
That's what a Wang half is, by the way. In case you're wondering what a Wang half is, it's a white-ass nigga going hard as fuck. That's a Wang half.
Bitch, stop talking to me like that. Don't call me a bitch. Get the fuck away from me. My cortisol. that's like, that is what we need. We need more young white men to say, it's cool to be white.
Yeah.
White people are cool. We don't need approval. Like, and
being assertive. Yeah,
yes.
exactly.
It's a breath of fresh air. You know, people ask all the time, why am I friends with Claude? Why am I friends with Nick? And it's like, I'm so tired of white people existing for the approval of minorities and accepting that black culture is dominant. I want to see people just exist within themselves without looking for external validation.
That's why I'm so glad that I'm neurodivergent and I never tried to fit in like in high school with these social groups and like look for the approval of other people. I've always just been, you know, completely solo. So my worldview is like just completely different. It's one of my greatest advantages, I think. You know, I don't give a fuck about anyone's approval. I'm just gonna be, you know, unapologetically authentic and kind of works, you know.
That's totally real. I mean, like being non-neurotypical
Yeah, I'm anti-steroids.
or whatever, being autistic, it's
And I'm not a hypocrite about that one because I never done steroids, I guess.
such a superpower because that's how everybody else becomes so mediocre.
Yep.
As they're so worried about, well, what's everybody else doing? Oh, well, are people going to be okay with this? And if, and I know because I was a little bit the same way in high school. I was a political nerd and I was doing my own thing, and it just never factored to me like, oh, what are people going to think of this? Is this cool? Are other people doing this? You're just in your own lane, playing your own game. Like that is a superpower. So
Correct.
I'm with that.
All right, well, fellas, I think we should probably start heading over to Tate's.
Facts.
It's about time. But dude, that was a good sit-down segment. I thought we, you know, talked about some interesting topics.
W, yeah.
Yeah, W's in the chat for that. How many people we got in here?
Let's see.
Let's see how many viewers we got. Probably doing good.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44.
Yeah, we should probably go.
We have 21,000 people watching.
Let's
this.
go.
Let's go. This new record. New
Based?
record, man. Yep. Hell yeah, man. Thank you for that. I don't even know if you tweeted it yet. I don't think so.
Oh, did you? Is it over now?
No.
We're gonna keep it going.
On? Okay.
Yeah. We're just gonna switch the.
Yeah, no, I forgot. I should have tweeted it. I forgot.
Well, we're
because I was running through the city to get here.
Glad you made it.
Yeah.
On Nicker time.
Well, you know how it is here. It's like the traffic's all got everything locked down. So I called my car. Took me forever to go. I said, "Fuck it, I'm running."
You were running in the suit?
Yes, like fucking John Wick 3, running through the street, and people are recognizing me. Hey Nick, can I get a picture? There's no time. I'm trying to stream.
Glad you made it.
So, you know, people trying. And it was like John Wick 3 because there's people trying to kill me.
Yeah.
You know, excommunicado. Like horses are chasing me. People are throwing ninja stars at me. I'm running through the street.
No haters, right?
In thin time. What?
No haters?
No haters, yeah.
Let's go.
All love.
There's so much more I wanted to ask you, but we probably don't have time. But about Iran and Venezuela, the point of contention.
Brother.
1.8 billion for Venezuela. That's like not a huge return.
Where is he getting this 1.8 billion number from? We got 30 billion gallons of oil. Where is he getting 1.8 billion from? 30 billion gallons of oil. Each of those gallons of oil sells at like, I think it's $11. How much? Where is he saying 1.8 billion from? $30 billion gallons of oil. Venezuela. Value. Mm, 30 billion gallons of a massive amount, equivalent to about 714 million barrels. 1 barrel is 42 gallons. Value depends heavily on current marketplaces, around $50 to $60 a barrel. Oil's quality, $50 to $60 a barrel, $60 a barrel. 60 times 714 million. Is that what he's doing? 714 million times 60. That's 42 billion. 840 million. It's not 1.8 billion dollars. I don't know where he's getting this number from. 714 million barrels is 30 million gallons. A barrel is $50 to $60. $60 for 714 million barrels is $42 billion. Almost 43 billion. So where's Sneeko getting 1.8 billion? He's saying we only got 1.8 billion from Venezuela. He's been saying this a lot. We got 30 billion gallons of oil.
Dude. Oh, yeah, we should have. I forgot. We have a huge disagreement about this.
Yeah. And you looked at me during the Somali thing. I think some of that was, some of that documentary was a little weird. And also, Tyler Oliveira did a counter documentary in a way about the Hasidic community and how much government assistance they take.
About them boys.
Yeah, and look, J.D. Vance and Elon Musk, are they all going to highlight and prop him up? Is Chris Pavlovsky going to give Tyler Oliveira a deal for the same documentary? Probably not.
Because they're Jewish.
I mean,
no, but you're right.
What's the difference?
No, but you're 100% right. And the Nick Shirley thing, he's a good guy. I've talked to him. He's legit. However, it is clear that is being, who is that being amplified by? Bill Ackman, Sean McGuire. Enough said. All right, we're ready to split?
Yep.
All right.
Well,
another time. Yeah.
Dude, hell yeah.
Suit maxing.
Yeah, you got to do it, man. You just feel so much more superior.
You got the Sneeko fit on.
This one, the all black?
Yeah, black on
So
black.
what do I wear on Piers Morgan?
Nah, I'll probably go with the blue. But I got 4 more from Hugo Boss.
No, I'm saying that's what I wore on Piers Morgan.
I want a sponsorship from them. They're liberal.
Does the beard mog? Should I get rid of it?
Yeah, get rid of it.
You had a beard when you did your first collab with them.
Oh yeah, dude, I probably looked like I was fucking 25 when we collabed.
Yeah.
That was bad.
Yeah.
Had to ascend, bro.
Yeah, well, it was amazing because we did that stream and all my people were like, why the fuck is Nick collabing with this guy talking about GLP-1s? And that was, I think, 1 month before the ascension, and then boom, you were in.
Yeah. You got in early, bro. I appreciate you collabing with us.
That's true. Bought in early alert.
Want to hit the road?
Yep, let's do it.
Okay.
Switch over.
Damn, that almost gave me a seizure. I almost had a seizure from that. They have the Andrew Tate video yet when they were at the club? You can't hear anything.
You didn't start a business just to keep the lights on. Lucky for you, Shopify built it just one
He's
tap.
going right after Sneeko.
Fighting's still got to be fun. I thought that, but it didn't go so well.
See, there's another clip where they're at a club. Oh, Myron's there too.
Old Sneak. I don't want to change. I'm
Myron's
like Apollo in Rocky
coked
3. I don't want
out. Myron's gacked up.
to change, but I'm old. I can't, that ain't us no more. I can't do what I used to do.
So far, though, do you think the Venezuela kidnapping, was it beneficial?
I think that American soft power is based on American hard power, and you can't bark all the time without biting now and again. If I'm actually honest with you guys, the official narrative is bullshit, bro. Maduro either did a deal or his team did a deal. Got fucking taken to New York, put on a bunch of different outfits, brought his wife with him. No one got hurt. They're saying a few guards died. Don't buy that shit. That's a lie. The world is a stage. Everything you see and everything they allow you to see is manufactured.
That's a take. Wait a second. What do you say?
Change. I'm like Apollo in Rocky 3. I don't want to change, but I'm old. I can't, that ain't us no more. I can't do what I used to do.
So far, though, do you think the Venezuela kidnapping, was it beneficial?
I think that American soft power is based on American hard power, and you can't bark all the time without biting now and again. If I'm actually honest with you guys, the official narrative is bullshit, bro. Maduro either did a deal or his team did a deal. Got fucking taken to New York, put on a bunch of different outfits, brought his wife with him. No one got hurt. They're saying a few guards died. Don't buy that shit. That's a lie. The world is a stage. Everything you see and everything.
That's an interesting conspiracy take right there. I haven't even thought about that line. Huh. Okay. But then we say the bombs were dropped because we've seen that. Are you saying that the cities where the bombs are, I've watched lots of videos of whole sides of buildings are ripped out and people are digging through all their stuff. Now, I said when I saw that, I was like, this is the emotional stuff. This is the stuff to get the women upset. they're gonna show you, oh, we heard bombs dropping. Did we run to the? I'm doing like a Middle Eastern voice. Hold on, it's Spanish. Oh, the bomb they dropped, and it was very loud, and we had to run and pick up our things. Otherwise, we will not have them anymore. We had the whole side of the building was gone. We don't like walls, and they help us get rid of the walls. Like, are we saying that the bombs that dropped were just a distraction as part of the op, and that wasn't necessary? Because if there was this plan worked out, then that's not necessary. That's kind of a crazy take.
Everything they allow you to see is manufactured, it's all scripted, it's all theater. What we think happened is not what happened. My foreign policy, Sneak, in case you ever wonder, in case I'm confused, is whatever's funny is what I like.
The funniest outcome.
Funny, if it's funny, I'm for it. I don't give a fuck about international law, I don't give a fuck about none of that. It's funny. The world is slavery. It's a big illusion. Basically everyone's a fucking slave, but me. And I treat my slaves very well, actually. Just so you know, I'm one of the nice slave owners. I pay them far more than I have to. Defender of the third world. Good to be here. Good to see you. Good to see you, bro.
All right, let's work out this issue a little bit.
Nah, there's no issue.
Yes, schoolyard.
There's no issue. Yeah, it's political disagreements. There's no issue.
Well, we're all in Miami. Let's have a good fucking time.
Have a
You know
good
what
time.
I mean?
But yeah, politics stopped being fun. I think I did a video after Trump won, saying now it's going to be boring and shit. And I was right. It was loads of fun when it was like against Kamala and the libs.
The trolling was fun.
No, it was funny.
I disagree with that.
But now Trump won. It's all like, you know, this policy, that policy. Like, who gives a fuck? Like, whatever. Like, I want the fucking homos back in charge. I want them to start chopping dicks off and shit, so I can go up there and just say, try and chop mine off, top two. Then it was funny. Now it's just boring. You know?
Nah.
The only cool thing that's happened recently is kidnapping.
Bad take. Trump is the content king. Trump gives us content every day, and he's actually funny, and it's not just making fun of like a retard on the stage. There's actually comedy here. But yeah, there's some serious stuff happening, but we can make light of it. I think the political, the news cycle, the political dialogue was way more boring under Biden. That was one of the reasons I voted for Trump. I said it off the rip to Goon. I said, even if you don't like Trump and you really don't care about either of these people, you think they both suck, just vote for Trump for the memes. Just vote for Trump for being the GOAT for content. Come on now.
A fucking Mexican out of his bed in the middle of the night in a black hole. That was fucking gangster.
Black eye on the wife. They beat the fuck out of her.
Shit happens, bro. Shit happens. They should have been better prepared. Venezuelans are very understanding of kidnapping. They know it well. So they should have prepared better. It's a skill issue. That's my view. When I heard about that, I was like, yeah, gee, it's funny. I'm definitely a shot in Miami.
Cuba's gonna be next. Who else? Cuba, what's next?
Panama, Colombia,
Greenland.
Maybe Canada.
We're gonna take the whole Western Hemisphere. Monroe.
Based. Donroe.
What's Donroe?
Donald Trump.
Oh yeah. Donroe Doctrine. That's the first thing that you've liked of his term.
I think so, yeah.
I don't think that the tranny stuff really slowed down under Trump, has it? Less dicks are being cut off?
Yeah, it has.
Yeah, I think they banned some.
No, it has. Factually, like statistically, the numbers of people claiming to be trans have gone down, especially in kids. There's been a drop. We ended that. We shut down that social contagion.
Yeah.
They're still around, though.
Oh yeah, they're around.
While I was doing the thing in Detroit, they're still on the college campuses, hanging out.
Who? The trannies and shit?
Trannies, yeah. And they both had red hair, which is weird.
That's just Darwinism, though. Like, just do it then. Just fuck off and be a fucking retard and chop your dick off and just fuck off and be suicidal and blow your brains out. Piss off.
Bro, this girl in the background's whole breast is about to pop out.
Bye.
Their problem is like they get mad at anyone else that doesn't like recognize their bullshit. That's their issue.
I really don't. Maybe I'm just a hard man to bully. I don't get this. Excuse me, my pronouns. I don't fucking know you. I don't know you. Get the fuck away from me. I'll pepper spray you like Nick Fuentes. Get the fuck out of my face. Fuck you and your pronouns. You're a fucking freak. Well, I'm not playing this game. Just fuck off.
Romania, UAE, like it's like not real. Like here, it's like they try to force you into their. It's crazy, bro. I can only imagine from the perspective going from Romania to UAE, then to here, where they're saying that shit. I'm like, what the fuck, like, bro? It's different, man. It's very, very different.
I dare you.
I wonder how much all these hoes got paid to be there.
To let me build you a completely.
Okay, dude, I see your ads all the time. Stop it. Maybe I will.
Being poor, ironically, because
Hookers
how
be
important
hooking,
it is
for
to
real.
get rich and escape that unknowing.
There was Justin, what's his name? Justin Whalen? No, that's a country singer. Morgan Whalen. It is Justin Whalen. I think he was there. I saw him for a second. All the red pill, like that type of guys.
Not knowing what's going to happen tomorrow, where you're going to sleep, where you're going to be, that risk, it's different. When you have all the security, there's less to worry about.
That's true. But it's your duty as a man to get as rich as possible, unfortunately, because we have other people to care for, and our lives are not about ourselves. So my life is about paying for about 110 people's nice life, besides mine. So I get to sit.
Why are they sitting so far on the edge? And Myron's just copying Andrew. But why are you sitting like this? Is the table too far away? Sit back on that comfy ass looking couch.
Like Scrooge McDuck on my pile of money, miserable. You know? I just sit there angry, sending money to baby mamas. That's how it is. What else am I supposed to fucking do? I say
My commentary and my reaction and my commentary on videos that I watch is not like on the substance of what they're talking about. I'm just talking about like what the room looked like, how they're sitting in their chair. I'm just like studying the environment.
poor forever. That's not a life either. So it all sucks. Basically, everything sucks. There's no way out. It sucks if you're poor, sucks if you're rich, sucks if you're famous, sucks if you don't. It all fucking sucks. So you just gotta be in it for the ride, you know? It is what it is. Everything's fucking shit all the time. Have you ever been having sex with a girl and halfway through go, what the fuck, this is shit. This is boring. I'd rather play video games. This is boring. I'm putting on Smash Bros.
Right? I hate when that happens.
This is boring. It's fucking boring. You know, and then you just stop.
Sneako's like, right? I hate when that happens, right, Nick? And Nick's like, yeah. Nick's a virgin.
And she starts crying and shit. It's like, I just don't want to anymore. I got bored. I'm sorry. Smash Bros is fun.
I love Smash Bros.
Bro, sick game. See, that's fun. So there's a few things left worth living for. Besides that, everything else fucking sucks.
Still have video games.
Everything else sucks, yeah. Everything blows. And things that used to be fun, they're just making worse and worse and more gay. No, things used to be fun. I think what the actual pivotal shift in the world is that things used to be fun when there was genuine gatekeeping on certain activities. Like, if you had a Lambo, it actually mattered. Because you didn't make it from crypto. You didn't make it from the internet with all this easy money. I made a bunch of easy money too. You actually had like a real factory somewhere and a bunch of fucking peasants who worked for you. You were like a land mogul. So if you had a fucking Lambo in like not 2001, you were actually a guy. And people, it'd be like having a Bugatti today. Worse, even my Bugatti doesn't matter. It was crazy. If someone had a Lambo, it's like they're fucking Jesus, bro. When I had my first Lambo 10 years ago in Romania, I may as well have been fucking Jesus Christ. It was ridiculous. And now, OnlyFans, crypto, streaming, there's so much easy money.
There's a lot of rich retards.
Yeah, a Rolex means nothing, Lambo means nothing, Bugatti means nothing, jets, every dickhead's on a jet, yachts mean nothing. Women have shown the world that they're just hookers and they'll go with any
Where's
rich guy.
Clavicular at
So
during this?
Even having women means nothing. You can be the biggest crypto dork in the world. You're surrounded by baddies because you got money. Because they're all fucking prostitutes. The whole thing's bullshit. There's nothing left to like gatekeep. Nothing left to have. You can have 20 of the most beautiful women in the world in a private jet. And you can land and stay in a $10 million house and go on a yacht and drive a Bugatti. No one, who gives a fuck? None of it matters.
Too, is that like women, like they have access to all this shit now, so it's like
it's normal.
Chick and she's already like, oh, I've done this before, right? But whatever, it's like, oh yeah, whatever.
It's all normal to them.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
and
just.
Like there's a lot of rich retards. Like you look at someone.
All right. I'm not gonna watch all this. Okay. That's enough of that. I thought they were at a club. A clip. We the clip. I was trying to show the
Protagonists are black people.
No, they are not. Maybe they are to you, but in the game they are infected by a virus. Very similar to the Las Plagas. As a matter of fact, it is actually the same as Las Plagas in the lore. I think it's like mutated or something, I can't really quite remember. But in Resident Evil 4, they're infected. The villagers. The Spaniard villagers are all infected. They have no say, no choice in this at all. There's even a quote in the game, it's from the clip you literally pull up, where Shiva's sad and she's like, how could someone do this to them? How could someone infect these people?
How could someone do this to them? Get out!
Set in a fictional West African country, Resident Evil 5's primary antagonists are black people.
No, they are not.
Mr. Matt was playing Resident Evil 5. I don't know how he plays it. I couldn't get into it. I thought I refunded it, but it's still on my computer. Maybe I still have it.
This is not how you should try to take down a Gyarados in Resident Evil 4. Instead, all you actually need is a knife and a solid plan. Step 1. Shh! Keep quiet. These monsters are blind and can only find you by sound. Step 2. See if you can sneak behind the big guy and stab that nasty parasite peeking out of his back. Hiya! Step 3. Retreat. No one likes getting poked with a knife, and the Gyarados is about to crash out. Repeat this process for a total of 6 times, and you'll take down this beast without ever firing a single shot.
Bro, I'm seeing all this stuff now. I want to play through 4 again, and man, now they're showing me all this stuff, which is pretty. The algorithm is good on this. Like they did it after I beat the game. You could kill this bastard with a knife.
This is not.
And the freaking gray guys you can kill with a knife. Clear the road. All right. Everything you need to know about Leon before Resident Evil Requiem. Man, I need to. Oh, I didn't watch this yet. Is this? Okay, we'll watch this.
Hit him with her car. And the same way that I hit people driving out of the Walmart parking lot.
This is Adam Mockler. He's on Destiny's. I guess Destiny took over the Unfuck America tour since Dean and Parker failed epically at it. So it's Destiny and this Mockler guy. And I've never even heard of this guy until the last couple months. And now he's like, I don't know, is he a TikTok guy? Who is this guy? What other games are you considering? Right now, we got Cyberpunk. We got to finish the Shark game. I could probably do that tonight while I'm watching stuff or once we go in the Discord. But finish the Shark, Maneater, Cyberpunk. I want Borderlands 4. I want Dying Light 3. Someday I gotta beat Resident Evil 5. I want them to remake it. They say they're never gonna remake it though. All right, I'll be right back. Listen to a song. We're not hitting no goals tonight, so I'm just gonna hang out. I'll still probably end up going in the Discord at some point, but they're probably sleeping in there. Let me see. Peek in. Yeah, they're probably sleeping. I'll be right back.
There's a lawn chair sitting by the water's edge. Sun-bleached plastic cracked along the ledge. I sit and watch, though no one's there. Just an empty seat, but it pulls my stare. A Florida man, he's out raising hell, wrestling gators dodging jail while I keep watch on that lonesome chair. It ain't much, but it keeps me there. He's out there somewhere, wild and free, riding a jet ski through the Everglades Sea. Meanwhile, this chair, it don't move, it don't sway, but it holds all the stories he left that day. The sky turns pink, then a fiery red. The chair stays silent, but it speaks instead. A Florida man, he's out chasing storms, breaking the rules, rewriting norms. And here I sit in the humid air, guarding the secrets of that empty chair. Maybe he's fishing, maybe he's gone, maybe he's dancing till the break of dawn. This chair don't judge, it don't ask why, it just waits for him under the southern sky.
Okay, let's play this.
I don't support violence, but some of you guys have never had your ass kicked, and it really shows.
Listen, I've almost gotten hit by a deranged retard.
You guys are like, hee-haw, for like not feeding babies.
All right, welcome everybody to Bar Fight. I'm delighted to be joined by our two esteemed guests, including our first ever returning fighter. He's dusted himself off, Adam Mockler.
You guys are quite literally taking an 80-20 position on this.
Because they've been lied to about what happened.
If you want a job where you can go terrorize, ISIS for you.
Our second guest, marketing and influencer sensation. Least
Never heard
necessary
of her.
she, her pronouns in her.
Least necessary she, her pronouns. I've never heard of her or this Mockler guy. I've heard of him lately, but I don't know where he came from.
Bio.
Both from TikTok. Lauren Peretra. I mean,
It's Lauren Peretra.
she's cute. She's not.
Here's how it works. We'll be debating two of the three most controversial topics of our day. The bell rings. We duke it out for that round. And then our friends in the crowd can come up to the microphones and pick a fight with any of us. But do not wait, because there is a time limit for each round, and anyone who comes up to the mic can win special prizes and a seat at our VIP table, sponsored by Redneck Riviera Whiskey. Lady and gentlemen, are you ready?
I'm ready.
It's time for round one. Yeah.
I watched the other episode of this show that they did the other day. Not the other day, a couple weeks ago or a week ago. This would be fun to go to. Are they doing this in Nashville or Austin? Where are they at? Daily Wire is in Texas, I think. Well, Ben lives in Florida, but Daily Wire's in Texas, I think. Or it's in Nashville. Maybe it's in They might be in Nashville. This looked like Nashville. This would be fun to go to. I would go there. That would be cool.
So you don't know who picked what. I might rephrase it a little bit. First one. The ICE agent in Minneapolis did nothing wrong. That one's going to win, I bet. Okay. Hold on. We got some more you can pick from. Trump is not corrupt at all.
Sounds like yours.
Don't laugh at that. The next one. We have a major Somali problem, and we need white men to save us. Whoa. All right, then we will pick that one. Pro-life politics is about saving babies, not controlling women's bodies. Whoa, okay. All right.
Of course, the most diametrically opposed, most contentious argument is the dumbest debate and easiest one to do. Like, hey, what are you spamming? This ain't Alabama. Nobody listened. People died. Parts of people everywhere. Okay, stop typing like a retard. Put a whole thought into a comment and then type it. Don't spam words like that. That's so annoying.
Trump is putting Americans first. Okay.
They don't sound too sure about that one. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's
The
some fair
Venezuela
props.
strike was as American as Taco Bell. Wow. All right, so we got some close ones. I think the pro-life one. Yeah, okay, all right. Now, whose was that, Lauren?
It was mine.
Okay, how did you phrase it?
Okay, so hear me out.
I don't want to be at a bar, though, and be listening to a debate about baby murder and hear people trying to justify it.
Pro-life politics are really just pro-controlling women's bodies. Let's be real.
I don't ever want to hear this woman talk again. Let's listen to this woman talk some more.
You guys don't really care about babies that much. If you did, we would want to fund childcare. We would want to give them food. We took that away. You guys remember that?
We can do that at the same time. Christians donate more to charity than any other group. We do. No infant babies are not getting adopted. There's long lines for adoption. There's Christians giving to charity. There's all sorts of resources. There's groups that post up outside of the abortion clinics in order to give resources to these women so they can have this baby, help them to give it up for adoption if they want to give it up for adoption. This is stupid. Stupid argument. Pro-abortion people have no good arguments. Their best argument is the consciousness or the personhood argument. But then you need to separate. Well, consciousness is metaphysical. Personhood is legal. So we're talking about legality now? Okay, well, if enough people vote for no baby killing, then you have no complaint, right? It's consensus. It's democracy.
Funded a lot of Somali childcare and
Donald
Somali
Trump
food. I don't know. It didn't work
Donald
out.
Trump cut SNAP benefits, Medicaid. He's cut ACA subsidies that just expired. I don't know how that's helping children. He's actually taking food out of children's
Okay,
mouths.
so I'm going to ask the audience a question. Name one pro-life politician that is riding for childcare.
That is what for childcare?
Riding for childcare. Ooh,
Riding?
Or how about
crickets.
this? One pro-life.
No, your question was stupid. Who is riding for childcare? All the pro-life people or the abolitionist people also support adoption and childcare and helping the mother and things like that. What we don't like is a husband not being in the house and women marrying the government and getting all sorts of welfare just because they pump out babies and they don't have a husband present.
Politician who fought against the cutting of SNAP benefits for not only children but families across the country.
Yeah, I think a lot of us oppose SNAP benefits for the aforementioned Somalis and people who are on
And
like,
immigrants.
For instance,
We're talking about
children.
Okay,
One in
No, we're talking about ABODs. We're talking about parents who are perfectly capable of working who don't, and they just live off the government because they keep pumping out kids. Like the Jews are doing in Curious George.
1 in 10 people in the state of Tennessee was apparently availing themselves of SNAP. We learned that
we're not
during the
talking about people
shutdown.
that we're talking about babies.
Well, we're just
how
saying,
many
when
babies
we're
were,
ta-
how
but no,
many
when we're
babies,
talking about SNAP, we're talking
how
about
many
people.
babies were fraudulenting their SNAP benefits?
Well, the babies don't apply. It's usually their parents, and some of them commit
So
fraud.
then how do the babies eat if they can't apply? How are they doing their fraudulent thing? 1 in 10 babies
Right,
are doing this?
I guess my point is that SNAP is not really primarily about babies. And I think we're getting off the topic
No.
that you chose.
Right. She's talking about WIC. WIC is for babies. SNAP is not for babies. So this bitch is dumb.
Which was
It was-
pro-life doesn't really care about babies. They care about controlling women's bodies. And you're telling me that babies shouldn't get SNAP benefits because 1 in 10 people have maybe fraudulented their things. We
Yeah, I
can
mean, just
agree-
as a rule, like babies cannot apply for SNAP benefits. They are not eligible for SNAP
And they
benefits.
shouldn't because
They're
babies, we don't care about
We all
babies.
agree with that.
We don't care about babies in here.
I mean, I just want to narrow in on your point because I want you to make
please.
the argument for it. The point, as I see it here, is pro-life politics functions as control over women's bodies, not about babies.
Correct.
And I don't think the first part I don't totally disagree with, in the sense that
So I win.
in the well, I mean, you make something of a point in the sense that vaccine policy or seatbelt laws also function as control over people's bodies.
I disagree. I think vaccine laws function as a public safety requirement
Yeah,
for
public
the
health.
for the
Classification.
This
And so does seatbelt. What he's saying is that we have all sorts of laws that govern our bodily autonomy. You can't fuck a corpse.
This is my point.
You can't eat your dead grandma. I know, like Crucible and Andrew, they always go to the having sex with a corpse. I like to go to cannibalism because cannibalism is actually proven, and like utilitarians are going to have a harder time. The fucking a corpse one, they're just going to be like, that's weird. But cannibalism, you can say, we could end world hunger if we just started eating our dead. And then they'll bring up Kuru, and you say, well, that's only if you eat the brain. So we say you can't eat the brain. But a human thigh is very nutritious. Like you could eat off of a dead human's thigh for quite a while. You could keep a family, filled. So why don't we do that? Why don't we just eat our dead? And they can't ever tell you why. Why are you restricting my bodily autonomy? If I want to eat, and my grandma, and they'll say, well, we respect the dead and blah, blah. Well, what if my grandma signed a form? What if there's a factory where we make Soylent Green? No, where we butcher up dead humans who sign up, and they sign it, and they get money before they die because they're selling meat. So it's like meat. It's capitalism. You sell your body to this company after you die, and then they prepay you, knowing that you're going to die someday. So, it's a guaranteed return on your investment. Like, yeah, I'll give you the money now. I know you're going to die one day. And then when they die, you chop them up and you package it and you sell it. Why would you restrict my bodily autonomy to do that? Well, because morals and ethics aren't actually just legal. There's something deeper to this. There's a transcendental reasoning behind this. There's something that we all know, regardless of what church we grew up in or what household we grew up in. There's a truth that's like it's written on our heart. It's crazy.
Greater good of public health, but I think when it comes to abortion, it is just restricting women. And who's making the laws? It's disproportionately going to be men making the laws that women can't get access to.
All right, I'll tell you what. Let me just make my analogy, and you tell me why I'm wrong.
Yeah.
The vaccine policy certainly functions to control people's bodies, especially if there's a
That's
mandate.
not the primary function.
Okay.
Wait for it. We'll get to it.
I'm gonna give you a couple minutes, and then I'm gonna.
Seatbelt laws function to control people's bodies.
No.
They do. You have to lock it in, or you could get a ticket. Are we
really here to talk about seatbelt laws?
I agree with you, Adam.
Yeah.
That's not what they're for. That's not their chief objective. And it is the case that abortion laws, like not letting people have abortions, does control women's bodies to some degree.
I won.
But what it's for is saving babies. It's not about the control.
Okay, but what's the difference between a baby and a fetus? Have you ever spit in your hand?
No,
That's what a fetus looks like at like 6 weeks old.
Oh
yeah,
my God. Wow. What a piece of shit. What a stupid scumbaggy. Is this edgy on the left? Like, oh my God. This bitch is dumb.
How would a fetus look
Google
like?
it.
Stop wasting money on ChatGPT, Midjourney, or Ideogram for print on demand. Here's what actually works.
Okay, you guys need to go back to science class, okay? Maybe we should fund that in Tennessee.
I have 3 kids. I've gotten
Yeah, they are in Nashville.
ultrasounds at 8 weeks old. You don't do them so much at 6. They don't look like you spit in their hand. You can make out all their little parts. You can even figure out if they're boys or girls at 8 weeks.
No, you can't.
And you
Not
can't
at
do
8
that
weeks.
with your spit.
Can I ask you, when do you
That's
think
not true.
life begins?
Well, by definition, at conception.
You think so? So how do you define life?
A
Like
human life,
like
or
what
just
quali-
life generally?
No, life from a human. What qualities do you use to define life?
Is described by various attributes. So growth, metabolism, organic matter, movement. And so we see these qualities and the potential for these qualities at the beginning. So, for instance,
When they're a fetus, they can.
Yeah.
So, okay, I'm gonna cut you guys
Fetus
off for a
just means
second.
offspring.
Why are we riding so hard for like a fiction?
Fetus actually isn't even supposed to be used for mammalians. Originally in the Latin, it was for shelling or hatchling. It was something for things that come from eggs, like birds and lizards. So a fetus is like a baby lizard that cracks out of the shell, or a baby bird that breaks out of the shell. That's originally what fetus is. And then now it's evolved, the words changed, and now it means offspring. But yeah, it just means baby.
Fetus versus
I don't care
I'm
about
gonna
fictional
finish.
fetuses.
I let you finish. I'm gonna finish now.
I know you guys have probably heard the fetus argument 1,000 times, but you never heard it that deep. Everybody leaves out the fact that when we're talking about fetuses, we're talking about reptiles. This ties into some reptilian. No, I'm talking out of my ass right now. But this ties into some reptilian conspiracy about the dang lizard people and the serpent. This ties back to the serpent in the garden, Adam and Eve, the serpent, the snake, the reptile, the lizard, the shelling, the hatchling, the fetus. And this is where we get abortion. It's satanic. That's based. I just pulled that out of my ass. That's based.
Fictional fetus versus real life human babies and SNAP benefits and childcare and
should go to
healthcare
science
and
classes.
taking care of the babies we actually have.
Yeah, so I guess my point, my very narrow point on abortion is I think you're partially right. Abortion laws do involve controlling women's bodies because we say you can't kill the kid.
Fetus.
Well, what does fetus mean?
It's
Offspring.
a fetus.
It means
it's a
offspring.
baby once
Yeah.
it's alive.
It's a lot. Well,
By science, which you love.
So the word fetus.
Science. It's a baby. What fetus means? It's a baby once it's alive. Well, what is life? Life is like when it's alive. This bitch is retarded. And the guy, Mockler's like, oh God, I just got to let the pretty blonde girl talk because this is bad.
It just means offspring.
Continue,
So
you got a
there's
point,
no
though.
distinction,
Go
right?
on.
There's no distinction between that and a baby in as much as it's a human.
You had a point a second ago.
Yes. So the very narrow point on abortion that I'm making, and I'm open to all sorts of talk on welfare programs and all the that's fine. I'm not some like
we love
libertarian
that.
extremist. However, my only point is it would seem to me that we should not kill innocent babies in the womb or out of the womb. That's my whole point.
Okay, yes. I'm not for killing babies outside of the womb. I'm for feeding them and providing the kids with access
So
to
then you agree
healthcare.
we shouldn't kill them, we should not have abortion, and we should have welfare later on.
Here's what I'll agree. Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Here's what I'll agree on. You don't want an abortion, which you don't seem to be able
That guy looks like a liberal. He looks scared in the environment that he's in right now.
to have the ability to have a baby yourself. You don't have to get one. Your partner, your wife, who doesn't want an abortion, she doesn't have to get one. So therefore, choice. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, okay. So I think, for instance,
No.
look, I'm not going to engage in an honor killing of my wife if she apostatizes from Islam, for instance. Now, I'm not going to do that. And look, if a Muslim immigrant to America, as many have done actually, wants to kill his wife in an honor killing because she has apostatized from Islam, that's his business, right? And it's not your business, and stop sticking your nose in it, right? Or no?
You, just you, building your app on Base 44.
Okay.
I think that a lot of liberals.
Here. I don't know how we got from abortion care to
Because you're saying
your
that
fixation with Muslims, but we got there pretty quickly.
No, you're
so
saying
I'm going to
that-
bring it back to children and babies. And what I'm saying, my
I can
whole
explain
point,
to you the analogy if you like.
it's not relevant to this conversation, and I don't need,
think
I
it
don't need an
is.
explanation.
I think it is.
No, it's not, because you guys are like, yeehaw, for like not feeding babies, but you want to control women's bodies. Why is that? Why is that? Anyone want to come to the little
I
mic?
have personally fed 3 babies in my life. All right, that's not
Great.
bad. Yeah.
So,
And I only have 5 kids. So that's no, I'm kidding. I only have 2 kids.
so listen, you don't want an abortion? Don't get one.
But
Don't
okay,
get one.
you don't want to murder your wife. Don't murder your wife. But surely you would outlaw murder as
Is
a
my
matter of the law.
wife, and which I don't have, in my fetus?
Your wife, I don't think, is in your fetus.
Correct. So therefore, I'm right again.
No, I think the argument a lot of liberals would make is that killing a person is not the same as aborting a baby because the baby is not conscious life yet. So the
that's a good point.
No, the main argument that usually happens here is trying to define when life begins, and a lot of conservatives say at conception, but there are studies showing that consciousness starts at about 20 to 24 weeks.
So hold on, Adam makes a
Oh,
great
sorry.
point. I just want to push it one more so you can finish your argument. If your argument then would seem to be that being killed or not being killed, having those legal protections, is predicated on consciousness. So my question is, do you have the right to go into a hospital ward and kill somebody who's in a coma?
It's based on... No, I don't think so.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, we agree. Now, we have questions from the audience.
How's it going, Michael? Big fan.
Wait a second, I've seen that guy before.
Yeah, big fan, Michael.
Don't be
Yeah.
fooled. He looks like a Republican, but
Exactly.
don't be fooled.
I'm just code switching. If you want to donate me money, I promise I'll put it towards all your charitable policies. Anyway, I have a question for you, Michael, and it's specifically regarding the topic of abortion. And
Echo.
if you have a line, if you let me expand upon this line of questioning, couple questions. First one, do you think that abortion is morally comparable to something like the Holocaust, something that, conservatives talk about a lot? Would you agree with that premise that abortion, in the case of Charlie Kirk, he said it was 8 times worse than the Holocaust because of the death or the amount of abortion that have occurred since Roe was legalized?
Yeah, I would
passed.
say.
Do you say so?
Abortion is the killing of innocent human life intentionally. And the Holocaust, as all genocides, entails the killing of innocent human life. And so in that way, yes, they're comparable.
Okay, so you think they're comparable. So do you think that, for example, political violence would be justified to stop the Holocaust? Let me give you an example right here. Let's say that I exist in Nazi Germany at the time, and I see that a Nazi is going to the concentration camp, and he is going to kill or put in the Zyklon B to gas a group of Jews. I think that he would be justified, or I would be justified, rather, in killing that Nazi officer on his way to work. So if you think that abortion is morally equivalent to the Holocaust, how do you feel about violence against abortion doctors? Is there anything actually wrong with that? Because these people are morally equivalent in your eyes to Nazis.
It's a very good question. I think that a political revolution under certain circumstances could be justified. St. Thomas Aquinas explains this very well in the Summa Theologiae de Regno. However, I don't think that vigilante violence is justifiable in almost any case, not because of the justification of the actions that are at discussion, be it the Holocaust or mass abortion, 60 million babies being killed, but because of the downstream political effects that come from that, and because there is such a thing as a civil authority. So in the extreme case where revolution would be justified, there would still have to be order to be undertaken so that greater evils would not abound from an act that could be
get
justified.
That. I understand that. But do you think that when the Holocaust happened, do you think that it would have been wrong for someone to kill a Nazi officer on his way to the concentration camp to gas a bunch of Jews? Would it have been wrong or not?
Well, in the case of the Holocaust, we're speaking specifically of war conditions. So you're in the midst of a massive war, both within Germany and
Let's say it
throughout
wasn't
all
a war,
of
Michael.
the world.
Engage with the question. If it,
I am
in
engaging
fact,
with the question.
If it in
So
fact
yes,
was the
I
case,
think
yes, it would be justified. My point here is rather that I don't really think that you think abortion is morally equivalent to the Holocaust, or you're not believing that it would be justified for people to kill abortion doctors.
I'm saying
Should
that
people be
different
able to
rules
kill
apply
abortion
during
doctors?
times of war than during times of peace.
So if the president suddenly declared it was a time of war against women who get abortions, then suddenly it's justified for people to go out and
war
kill.
against women.
Okay,
That's not-
fine, Michael. Very good. Against abortion, however you want to call it.
You
Do
could
think
outlaw
then it would be
abortion. That
justified?
wouldn't be a war,
It's
though.
outlawed.
A war is when belligerent parties fight each other for territory and for political
I think that
control.
Michael's evading the question because his
I'm
line
not,
of
I'm
reasoning,
answering. I was
his
trying
line,
to
his
describe
line
to you
of,
the
re-
difference
his
between
line
war
of
and peace.
reasoning leads to the conclusion that it is actually morally permissible to commit political violence.
No,
when
I
it seems
don't
like he's
think it
against
is.
that.
I-
You
in
don't.
most-
And
in
even
most
during
circumstances,
and
I don't think it
in
is.
most circumstances. So this is not comparable to the Holocaust.
It is
because
comparable
oh, it
to
is.
the Holocaust.
It's comparable.
It is comparable.
But
As
it's
I
different.
mentioned to you, in the respect of both of these things entailing the killing of innocent human life, it is comparable.
This dude's spurging out. I was typing something, so I missed a lot of what he was saying. Did he say anything deep?
In respect to the fact that one is in a polity during a time of peace and one is during a time of war, they're not comparable.
It's just not very
So they're
optical.
not. They're in different respects. You would address them differently.
Okay. All right.
Great questions.
Hey, nice to be here.
Good to see you.
I guess this question is for Lauren. Is that?
Yeah.
So I just wanted to bring it back a little bit to the topic, which was that abortion is really just a way to control women's bodies, not really a protection of life. Do you know of any other ways to bring life into this world besides using women's bodies?
No.
Okay, well, I mean, it's not really about controlling women's bodies then. It's about, providing a safe way for life to be brought into this world.
Okay,
It's not
so how would you define safety?
Oh my God.
Yeah, how would you define
mean-
safety for this fictional fetus? Tell me. Yeah, I'm waiting. I'll give you.
Fictional fetus. There's like 600,000 of them a day. What is the number a day aborted? How many babies are born every day?
Safety, I mean, I think a fetus is pretty safe for a baby because that's
Okay,
where
let's
it
talk
actually
about a baby.
belongs.
What is safe for a baby?
What is safe for a
Yeah.
baby?
Not being
What is safe? How,
not being chopped up and removed with dang tweezers and skull crushed, not being injected with chemicals, not having any drugs that are meant to kill them and dissolve them. Yeah, that would all be safe for a fetus. How about a woman being taken care of by a man in a home, getting ready to have a baby? How about that? That's what's safe for a baby, a fetus.
Yeah, the actual place where it
okay, yeah, I'm
develops
still
and
waiting.
grows
I'm
and
still
actually
waiting. What is
produces
safe
life.
for a baby? What is safe for a baby?
The place where it can actually grow and to complete its
Oh, no.
cycle
Babies are not
into
growing inside the body. Baby's out now. So you force the woman to give birth. Now what's safety for that baby?
Okay, this is a separate
No, it's
conversation
not. It's
because now we're no
exactly-
longer talking about bringing life into the world. We're talking about life after it exists in the world already.
Exactly. That's the exact topic that we're talking about. And I'll wait. What's your
He shouldn't have said that because the way he said that just now, it assumes that the fetus is not existing until it's outside of the womb. So, but he's nervous. I'm watching his hands and stuff. He's doing good, but she's just a dumb broad.
your name?
Gregory.
Gregory, I'm going to ask you again. What's safety for a baby? It's just not that hard of a question. Do you need a couple minutes?
I mean, have you ever taken care of a baby? Have you ever
Okay, take care of a
babysat?
baby.
Have you
What
ever
is
done
taking
anything
care of a
like
baby,
that?
Gregory?
Making sure it's fed, making
Yeah,
sure
great.
it's
Okay,
safe.
fed.
making
What
sure-
else does a baby
Yeah.
need?
It
Shelter.
needs a
Okay,
Exactly,
great.
right,
Great answers, Gregory. And now, how does a baby get shelter if that mother is not in a position economically to provide that?
Well, that's a different conversation. We're talking about
I'm not
after a
asking these
life is
deadbeats over there. I'm asking Gregory.
we're talking about a different conversation, which is after
No, we're
life
not.
has been
It's
brought
Oliver,
into
the
this
clip
world.
So
chump
that's what I'm
that
saying.
took
Do we
Andrew out
care
of
about the baby
context and
after
great
it's
being
been
good.
caught into this world?
Oh, that last guy was Oliver? This guy back here, that was Oliver from whatever? Are you serious? Yeah, I was typing while he was going, so I didn't even hear his Spurgfest.
Do we only care about the baby
Yes,
when it's in the woman's
absolutely,
body?
absolutely. That's a
I think
different
you're
conversation that we can
deflecting,
have
No, I think
about,
I'm directly
support
asking the
for
question. I think a
single
bunch of men have
mothers
a
or
lot of
for-
opinions on uteruses they
Okay,
don't have.
Lauren, I'll tell you what. Let's
we
say
can
we
talk
all
about-
guaranteed that there's infinite taxpayer welfare dollars for any woman who wants it, who has a baby. In that circumstance, would you support outlawing abortion?
No.
If we guarantee,
Okay,
then
so
it's
here-
not really about what you're saying.
No,
it's
so
about.
hear me out.
exactly.
So you guys know
Red herring.
how often a miscarriage happens? You should know. You have a bunch of
Yeah,
kids.
yeah.
That's
One
not
in
an
4.
abortion. That's not an
different than
abortion.
abortion.
It actually is. So the medical term for abortion, yeah, okay, you guys,
That's not an abortion.
you can live in your little delulu, but abortion is an umbrella term for medical care.
Nope.
Okay.
God, this bitch is dumb. Look at the cameraman laughing.
Nope,
I can't
not even
debate
a
with
little
people
bit.
who are making up their little reality.
Okay. Let's say then.
One
let's,
has human
let's agree
intervention,
on
one
terms.
does not.
When we talk about
So-
abortion,
so
let's agree on our terms. When we talk about abortion, we're talking about the intentional ending of a pregnancy, which
But that's
some
not
call
the legal
killing
definition of
human life.
abortion. Abortion is care for.
Wait, she said medical definition. Now she's saying legal definition. Which one are we talking about? What is the definition of abortion? I have to look it up because they change every week. The deliberate termination of a human pregnancy. That is not a miscarriage. The deliberate, now that's just the Oxford definition. What's the medical definition of an abortion, I guess? Medical? Termination of a pregnancy before the fetus can survive outside of the uterus. A miscarriage is not the termination of a pregnancy. It naturally is going to die. Termination implies an active act. The Terminator. Whoa, wait. It does say it can occur spontaneously, known as a miscarriage, or be induced. So the medical definition of abortion does include miscarriage. So she's right about that, but she switched from medical to legal because she really doesn't know what the hell she's talking about.
That's the issue we're talking about.
An abortion requires human intervention. A miscarriage
So
does not.
when you
A
one in
miscarriage
4
is-
people experience a miscarriage when they have a baby. To complete that miscarriage.
No, I put in medical definition of abortion, and it says termination of a pregnancy before the fetus can survive outside the uterus. It can occur spontaneously, known as a miscarriage. But it's including that under, but there's another word for that. So we wouldn't, that is a form of an abortion. That's a natural bodily abortion. But that's not the same as that's not what we're talking about. It's a non sequitur. It's this bitch is dumb. That's what that is.
You need abortion care. So
You
there
don't.
are
You
plenty
don't.
of women dying in hospital waiting.
False.
Call a hospital.
False.
Call a hospital,
False.
Gregory. Tell me what happens.
False. My sister had a miscarriage. She bore
Not
the
everyone
baby.
needs
It
one, but
died
a
in
lot of women
childbirth.
do.
It was
I
not.
think,
it
Adam,
was
you have a point.
Okay, so
Not
again-
any human intervention that caused the baby to die.
There's a lot of argumentation going on. I think one of the most contradictory things that bothers me with the conservative position on abortion is that everybody should be in favor of minimizing the amount of abortions that happen. Was it Clinton that said they should be safe, legal, but rare?
Now let's check in. Do you agree?
If something is safe and legal, why should it be rare? Also, if something if something is safe and rare, then why do we need to legalize it? It's safe and it's rare. You know what's safe and rare is safe and rare. I don't know, going hiking. I rarely go hiking, but it's pretty safe to go hiking. It's safe and rare. We don't need to make legislation around something that's safe and rare. And then something that is safe and legal, well, there's no reason that it should not be rare. And then if something is rare and legal, then basically what I'm saying is that's like a trivially true thing that applies to most things, but it should not apply to abortion.
We should minimize the number of abortions.
Safe, legal, and rare.
I do not give a single fuck what other people do with their bodies. It's not my
See,
business.
she doesn't agree with that. She doesn't agree with
No,
that.
I don't.
Well, my position is, along with many Democrats in the party, that they should be safe, legal, but rare. That's what the former Democratic president said.
But the current Democrats shout their abortion, right?
No,
they say there's no reason to minimize abortion.
Wait,
Planned Parenthood posted an
Democrats
ad.
in power?
Say it again.
What Democrats in power have said this? Democrats.
Yes, they held the Shout Your Abortion meeting, and there were politicians and actresses and entertainers. What was it, Madonna? Oh, no, it wasn't Madonna. She's like, I got my 5th abortion, and I'm so proud of it. And everybody clapped.
Bill Clinton was president in the 90s, man. That was a long time ago. I agree.
Can I
Look,
say really quickly? But
yeah,
the problem is, in order to minimize the amount of abortions that happen, you should have proper sex education at young ages. Now, in the state that I grew up in, Indiana, there was actually a slashing of sex education at really normal ages. Like when you're in 7th grade or 8th grade, you can be learning about this stuff. And when there's a lack of sex education, you have more teen pregnancies, you have more women that get pregnant. So I think these are kind of contradictory positions beyond like when life starts.
Okay, so we have the
Fox, Slay Queen. By the numbers, stats.
moderate Democrat position. We want fewer abortions and we want all this other stuff.
I want them to be safe. And we have the woman's perspective on the women's bodies. What a concept.
One last point before we move on.
Yeah.
Just this question, Lauren. You say that the people who want to end abortion, they only want to control women's bodies. They don't care about babies at all. If I look you in the face right now, I tell you I'm someone who wants to end abortion. And I'm telling you, I promise you, my hand to God, I care about abortion because I don't want babies to be killed. And I don't really care about controlling women's bodies. That is not in any way the primary objective. I just want fewer babies to be killed. Do you believe me?
No.
You don't? Okay, all right.
She rejects the framing that it's killing babies.
Because if you don't want an abortion, don't get one.
Yeah.
I'm not in your bathroom following you around. I don't think about any of you guys having sex.
Look, I tried. Okay, so
Smart founders know something most people miss. Get your domain name even if you're not ready to launch your business. With Wix, you can grab yours now and then get to work. Here's why it matters. Back in 2019, I had this killer business idea, but I delayed getting the domain name because I wasn't ready. That was a huge mistake. Someone else grabbed it, built the exact same business I planned, and now they're making all the money that I could have been making. And that's why I'm
who won that round? Was it Team Libs? Whether moderate lib Adam or less moderate lib Lauren? Was it the Libs? No. Was it the me?
Look at Gregory's.
All right, there we go. Okay, all right.
I don't see it.
Yeah, it's ambiguous. I can't tell.
I wish I was
more
that
important
delusional.
question. Who won the round of questions? We say, are we hearing Gregory? Who was
Poor
it?
Gregory.
Oliver.
Gregory's going home
Who
alone with his
says, was
lotion
it-
in his bottle.
What? Who won? All right.
Was it the guy dressed like a Republican or was it Gregory?
Gregory, you're going to the VIP table, man. Here we go.
Enjoy.
Okay, now you're going to get that delicious Redneck Riviera whiskey. And you know what that goes really well with? Delicious Z-Biotics. Folks, you need to go to zbiotics.com/barfight. Let's face it, after a night with drinks, I don't bounce back the next day like I used to. I'm an old man now, 35 years old, got grays on my head. I have to make a choice. I can either have a great night or a great next day. That is, until I found Z-Biotics pre-alcohol. Z-Biotics pre-alcohol drink is the world's first genetically engineered probiotic. It was invented by PhD scientists to tackle rough mornings after drinking. And the science behind it is fascinating. So here's how it works. When you drink it, alcohol gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut. Now, it's the buildup of this byproduct, not dehydration, that is to blame for rough days after drinking, which I had no idea about until I read this ad. Free alcohol produces an enzyme to break this byproduct down. So you are actually addressing
Michael. Sorry, guys.
to get 50% off.
Deep into this
Oh,
drink.
you ate.
Hold on, I'm writing. Carson oil prices, someone like push an anti-capitalist narrative that from American. It wasn't until the rise of OPEC and the crashing of oil prices that someone like Hugo Chavez could rise to power and push an anti-capitalist narrative that separates Venezuela from America. They begin working with our enemies.
You want one? You gonna have one? No? All right, I'll have one. That's fine. Okay, it's round 2.
There are 3 more commercial breaks coming, by the way. Multiple more commercial breaks.
All right, now we pick the next topic. You've heard them all. I'll just do a quick one again. Trump is not at all corrupt. The ICE agent in Minneapolis did nothing wrong. It's going to be that one. Okay, that's my topic. I say the ICE agent in Minneapolis did nothing wrong. And thank you. Here's my argument for this. It's a pretty simple argument. The ICE agent was there to carry out federal law in total accord with the law. And he was following all of his instructions and all of his training, and he saw that there was an SUV parked in the middle of the street, obstructing law enforcement. At that time, he might not have known, but it was being driven by someone who had trained to obstruct law enforcement in this operation. And so they went up there to try to get her to move, and she didn't want to move. She was there for quite a while. And then the lady hit him with her car. And so when and she literally did that. So
she was dead.
We now know, though there was a lot of confusion at the time, that the agent was in front of the car. We can slow down the footage and look at the tires. We can see that the woman accelerated while her tires were aimed at the agent. We know that when the agent fired his weapon, he fired it through the front windshield, which means he couldn't have been on the side. And we know that she hit him with the car because of footage from him, body cams, best thing for law enforcement ever. And we also know that he suffered internal bleeding as a result of that. So in that case, when Adam...
In the day of court of public opinion and social media and viral clips and AI and things like that, I don't think that body cams are that great anymore. I think body cams might actually be a detriment to the police force. But that's an argument I have to work on more. I know it's I'm not going to die on that hill, but there's points to be made that for why body cams are not actually good, especially in an authoritarian theocratic regime.
I might not believe it, but it has.
Maybe it was this
you at least
period.
you at least
It was probably
believe
a
that she
period
hit him.
abortion or something.
No, I don't
It's
think
on
that she
video.
hit him.
What are you talking
Okay,
about?
you understand what I saw in this video?
Yes.
My
Which
problem-
video?
I mean, there's multiple angles, but very quickly you realize internal bleeding could just be bruising. But if we're going to follow this administration,
Yeah.
what they're saying, it can be. If we're going to follow this administration's, like what they're saying, do you agree when Donald Trump said that he was viciously hit and he's surprised that the guy's alive? Did you see that on the video? Surprised he's alive?
I'm surprised that.
Wait. Do you agree with
No,
Trump?
come
Do you agree with Trump when he says this guy was viciously hit and he said basically like, I'm surprised this guy's alive in the hospital? You're surprised he's alive?
Yeah, because had the tires not spun out because of the icy roads in
That's
Minneapolis,
such coke.
she would have hit him.
Are you guys surprised?
She would have hit him
Are you
harder
guys
than that.
surprised he's alive? Come on. You guys are all coping. Yeah,
What
okay, thank you.
video
You're not
guys are-
surprised he's
what
alive.
AI slap are you watching?
Here's my problem. You guys are quite literally taking an 80-20 position on this, and you guys are the 20. Americans were polled on the justification of this killing, and 28% of Americans, only 28% thought it was justified, almost 60% thought it was unjustified.
Because they've been lied to about what happened. Do you agree
Wait,
that she
lied
hit him?
to?
Yes.
They've seen
By,
videos.
including by you.
No,
Do
they've
you
seen
agree that she hit him?
videos. I mean, she touched him.
Did she hit him with her car?
In the same way
Yes
that
or
I
no?
hit people driving out of the Walmart parking lot. He's standing
You
right there.
You hit pedestrians with your
No,
car
I
in
don't,
Walmart?
but
You
he-
should go to jail
he
too,
walked
buddy.
off. He
Are you
walked
kidding
off.
me?
We're not talking about going to jail. We're talking about shooting her in the head 4 times and then calling her a bitch. There's a difference.
He got her the first
She had a
time. I don't.
Honda.
The
She had a
the last
Honda.
two
He
shots
had a
don't
Honda.
matter.
He
Let me back up. The general population does not agree with you, and let me finish here.
Because they've been lied to.
No, the general population does not agree with you because they saw the videos that happened. This administration, before the investigation started, said that she was a domestic terrorist and said that the guy was lucky to
Yeah,
be
I don't
alive.
think she was a domestic
Before the
terrorist.
Okay, we'll talk about that in 1 second. Do you think it's responsible for them to say that before the investigation started? Trump said it.
Holy shit. Venezuela provides China 400 to 470,000 barrels of oil per day, often disguised, this is the shadow fleets, to bypass U.S. sanctions, making China Venezuela's largest buyer.
I think like 90 minutes after. Kristi Noem, 45 minutes after, said she was a domestic terrorist. Do you disagree with Kristi Noem?
I think that when you hit law enforcement
Wait,
with
do you
your
agree
car,
or disagree with Kristi Noem? Is she a domestic terrorist?
I agree that she was aiding and abetting domestic terrorism. But
So
I don't-
she's
I
not a
wouldn't call
domestic
her
terrorist.
I wouldn't use that term.
Okay, so thank you. You just said that I'm lying to the American people, but you seem to be conceding that Kristi Noem and Donald Trump both lied to the American people.
No,
I'll-
I say I don't agree with
Wait,
their
so-
wording of that. And yet what I'm saying is the facts as they describe them happened. You're
No.
denying the facts that are on video.
Can I tell you what I saw? I
Yes.
saw a woman in a car who was waving people past. And listen, I'm a moderate Democrat.
She was waving him
she-
past?
No, not him, but cars. She was waving multiple cars past. If you guys haven't seen the videos, that's your fault. Did you not see her waving?
You're
They're
not
all
allowed
online.
to block traffic.
Did you not see her
specifically
waving?
law
Wait, is that a
enforcement.
death sentence?
If you
I
hit
thought
a
you
cop
were-
with a car, yes, that's a death sentence.
Okay,
You're going to
wait,
get shot,
I have a question.
and you're going to
I have
deserve
a question. If she was going to hit someone with her car, why did she first reverse, then stop, then spin her wheel?
it.
Every
She
time
didn't spin the wheel first.
She did
She
spin the wheel.
accelerated
Wait,
before
why
she
did
spun the wheel.
If you want to hit
It's on
someone with your
video.
car, why would you reverse? Why would you reverse?
She clearly was
Wait,
a
why would
very
you
confused
reverse?
woman. I don't know. Why
Okay,
did she hit him?
So I want to
Wait,
ask.
no, you don't know why she reversed because she spun the wheel
She didn't.
and then
She
tried to
didn't.
drive off.
She accelerated before she turned the wheel.
Here's what
it's on video.
Here's
Adam.
what self-defense counts as.
That's why
Self-
he shot through the windshield because he was obviously in front
you
of the
can
car.
reach over the windshield. What about the second
He
two
reached
shots?
over the windshield. He had spaghetti
reached
arms that
over.
reached over in the moment
Has
just to
nobody here-
frame this innocent
Wait,
woman.
did he even get
Give
knocked
me a
over?
break.
Did he even get knocked over?
Yes, he did.
No,
That's
wait,
on video
was he,
too.
Was he
No,
on
it's
the
not.
ground after? Or was
Yes.
he was
Yes.
standing the up. He was
No,
standing up.
there's literally video
Dude, he was
going
walking.
down.
Okay, I'm
He
gonna
then
debunk
walked
this
over.
after.
Yes, then
so
he
you're
then walked
saying
over.
when Renee Nicole Good hit him, he got knocked on the ground.
Yes.
So you
Okay,
haven't seen
so
the
why
video.
isn't there
You
any
haven't
video
seen
of
the
that?
video. Wait. Did
You
he
haven't
get knocked
posted
on
it?
the ground?
No.
No, he did not.
He
Thank
didn't
you,
stand
whoever's
there.
seen the video back
Guys,
there.
what are
He's
you-
still standing.
He gets knocked
You guys
on the
are all
side.
lying because you've been gaslit by this administration to think that ICE can do nothing wrong. Over the past year,
Adam, hold on.
listen. Over the past year, over the past year, we have seen clips of ICE cracking the ribs of 79-year-olds, grabbing U.S. citizens and bringing them to the ground, deporting people with no due process, and having to bring them back because they admitted there was no due process. That happened, right? They had to bring.
Are we talking about? We're talking about the January 6thers? Or are we talking about those Midwestern
No, those
grannies
are
get
domestic
cracked by the
terrorists.
U.S. Marshals?
No,
or-
if you want to talk about
Oh, they're
domestic
domestic.
terrorists,
Okay,
wait,
got it.
they're using political force to stop the certification of election. They're actual domestic terrorists.
Oh,
You
no.
want to call a 37-year-old mother who was shot in the side window a domestic terrorist?
She wasn't shot in the side window.
So-
Adam, the bullet is through the
There
windshield.
were
You're
two-
just making that up.
You were making up that he was knocked over,
I'm
and you
not.
can't respond to why
Adam,
she
Adam,
reversed.
Adam.
Why did she reverse?
Adam, it's a simple question. Did she hit him with her car or not?
She didn't.
Did she hit him with her car or
No.
not? Yes or
And
no?
I-
Listen.
You're wrong. You answer. Yes or no?
Okay.
Adam, yes or no? It's a simple
Can
question.
I give a legit answer?
You can give me
Yes.
one word answer.
No. Yes.
Yes.
But,
There
wait,
you
can
go.
Can I
Then
answer?
The entire
Wait.
conversation's
Okay,
moot.
Wait,
okay,
can I answer though?
I want to bring it back.
Please go
Hold
on.
on, let me hop
She
in.
hit. Tell me why he should not have defended himself when she hit him with her car, as you admit.
Self-defense means there need to be two requirements by the law. You need to be able to reasonably perceive yourself as
An
in
imminent
imminent
risk,
danger,
yes.
and then you need to be able to use a disproportionate amount of force to take care of that danger. It's the continuum use of force. The use of force continuum.
Okay. I want to bring it back
You have
to
to
your.
use a proportionate amount of force, right? You have to use a It was not
A
proportionate.
3,000-pound SUV is a deadly
I want to
threat.
bring it back to your
Yes,
original
he was
point.
standing up. You guys are lying.
You said in your original original opening, you said that he was doing his job as instructed. Okay, right? Okay, so with his instructions, surely there's some other type of escalation steps in that process before shooting her in the face 4 times and calling her a bitch.
No,
No?
Lauren, it's a split second before she's running him over. It's not like
She didn't
it's not
run
like she
him
was a
over.
mile
So there
down
was-
the road.
So he had a Honda.
no,
he
she
was
didn't
armed
because he
and-
shot her in the face.
She didn't, because she turned her
Okay.
wheel in reverse. Why would she? Okay, I have one final question. And
Yes.
then I
Then it's
really
my
want you to
turn.
answer this, that you
Yes.
you continue to kind of weave around it. Why did she reverse her car if she
Before
was trying to
driving
hit him?
straight into him.
She didn't drive
I don't know.
straight
She was
into
a
him.
real confused
She did
lady,
not- she
and I'm
did not-
really sorry she got
Okay,
killed,
okay.
and she shouldn't have done
How
it
did
to
it work
herself.
out at Nuremberg? How did it work out in Nuremberg when they were following instructions? How-
Nuremberg?
Yes.
Hey, would you like your very own Shopify store? We're literally, and completely free, by the way. We are live streaming right now. If you click the link that you see below this, we are live streaming. My brother Adrian and I, we're 2 of Shopify's top affiliate partners. And we are currently building Shopify stores for people completely free. And again, live streaming. You just click the link, you'll jump on with us live. We'll build your store before you even get off of the live stream with us. We're doing this all day today, by the way. Don't know if we'll be doing it tomorrow, so click the link and make sure you join us. But we're not just building your store. We're also putting 20 of the top.
Sorry, guys. I'm getting a paragraph done. Okay.
You can't just execute moms. You guys are a little weird if you think you can just execute people.
Huh? Okay. Okay.
What
Do we
was
have
it
questions?
then?
Do we have questions?
Yeah.
Babe.
Michael, I consider myself a conservative. I'm in favor of rigorous enforcement of our immigration laws. But I want to ask you a question about tactics.
Yes.
Okay, so even setting aside, I think there are legitimate legal issues here that we could ask about, Fourth Amendment issues, et cetera. But I just want to ask you, let's assume that sort of the public backlash to what's going on right now with ICE, stopping people in the street, pulling them out of the cars, going door to door, is sufficient to cause some sort of landslide in the midterms against the Republicans. Let's assume that leads to Donald Trump getting impeached. Let's assume that leads to maybe by the end of the Trump term, deporting fewer people than we saw under Obama. Would you not admit that maybe tactically mistakes have been made, that this is bad optically at the very least, even if you dismiss the legal issues?
Yeah, I don't think so, because I don't know what the alternative is. Well, what the people voted for is mass deportations. What we've gotten so far, the Obama numbers are
Executions.
in.
Did they vote for that?
The Obama, well, when people are trying to run over cops, I voted for that.
Okay, so I thought you loved due process, no?
But
so was she guilty of?
You don't get due process when you're running someone over.
You just get to. That's
there's
not
no-
true. Okay,
there's
so then
no
why won't they
trial.
let the DOJ do an investigation then if they're so right and correct?
There will be an investigation.
No, they're not. They shut it down.
There will be an investigation.
No, there's not. So answer the question. Why won't they then?
Hold on, I'm answering his question
Oh,
first.
okay, so that's a
So-
deflection. Let's go back to it.
No, it's not your turn to speak. It's his turn.
It's my turn to speak because we're not really following those rules. So what is the?
I'm following those rules.
Okay,
So,
because you don't want to answer the
excuse me.
question. Okay, go ahead.
We'll get to whatever you want to talk about later, but first it's his
This
turn.
is your topic.
It's my what?
It's your topic.
But it's
And I
his
asked-
question. This is
Okay,
this is
go
why
on,
she
go on,
doesn't.
go on.
Okay, it's like the order of events. This is why we don't understand what happened with the lady running him over. So to your question, tactically, is this a bad idea? I don't think so. Some people say that Barack Obama deported 300,000 or 400,000 people. It's kind of fake because they're counting turnbacks among that. He did deport some people, but it's kind of fake because they're counting turnbacks. Right now, the border is totally shut down. President Trump, I think, probably has deported in his first year a little over 500,000 people, like 525 or 530,000 people. I do believe, and I buy the labor studies that have come out, that there have been a lot of self-deportations because of the optically brutal ICE raids. I think that's part of it, too. So President Trump says he's deported over 2 million people. It's possible. It's somewhere between 500,000 and 2 million. Compared to the Biden administration, where they were letting in 3 million people a year, obviously that's a huge turn in direction. My question is, how are you going to get mass deportations, which most of the conservatives, I think, would agree, we're not even getting enough mass deportations. How are you going to get that if you don't go from job site to job site, from town to town, and try to round people up? Is that going to involve bad optics for the leftists? It is. I just don't know what the alternative is.
Well, I think first it might require more funding for things like immigration judges who could process these sorts of
asylum
deportations.
judges.
But if you
I
gave-
think also
we're talking about like
the fundamental
16
of my
million
question is
people.
basically if it turns out, let's just assume a hypothetical world where there is a Democratic landslide and Trump gets impeached over this, and we find as a result of surveying people who voted against Republicans in that election that a big part of this backlash was due to this type of ICE enforcement. Are you not going to think that maybe we could have done this a little bit differently?
Well, what's the alternative? So you
Can I
mentioned we
answer
need. Yeah, sure. Adam can answer.
The alternative is a moderate immigration policy like we saw under Obama. Do you know what they called him? the deporter-in-chief.
Yeah, but
listen,
they were wrong.
Okay, they called Obama the deporter-in-chief. The problem here isn't the mass deportations. The problem, as he points out, are the brutal videos coming out of those that ICE is losing popularity with the public population. Obama deported a massive amount of people, but we didn't see the
Adam,
same.
do you dispute the turnbacks?
But let me see. Okay, the
Do you
turnbacks
dispute
happened.
that most of them were turnbacks,
They called
turnaways?
There were turnbacks, but not
Yeah.
most of them. They called him the deporter-in-chief, and he did that without cracking the ribs of 79-year-olds, without shooting U.S. citizens, without deporting people with zero due process, and then bringing them back to the effing country.
Do you agree
over
that
and
Trump
over.
has deported more people than Obama?
Yes, but he's deporting people that he shouldn't be deporting.
75% of them have no
Are they
criminal
illegal aliens?
background, no violence.
Sorry, guys, I've been writing. All right, that paragraph's done. So I did my paragraph on drugs and oil. I still have 3 more points I have to write. My third point builds on my second point. Trump is justified in what he's doing because Venezuela was working with our enemies through things like BRICS, missile bases being built in Venezuela by Russia and China. The second point is all about oil. And then I talk about how China is Venezuela's #1 buyer of oil. And then it flows into the third point, which is about dealings with our enemies. The fourth point is the prisoners and criminals released by Maduro, the violence laid on America because of people like Maduro, and Biden's to blame for that too. But Maduro was releasing his prisoners and sending them here. And then my fifth point is a point about democracy. It was designed for a leftist. Vibe's not a leftist, but we'll make it work. The guy next to the blonde has literal soy face. Yeah. Yep, I agree with that. Self-deportations are expensive, though. Average is $10 million in 4 years if they give $1K. That's too much. Yeah, but I think that the money that we save off of the cost what is it called? The benefit analysis or whatever. Cost benefit analysis is better that we spend $1,000 and pay for a plane ticket for them to fly back and self-deport, encourage them to self-deport and pay them to self-deport. We end up saving money versus what we spend on them being here. So it's a net benefit.
Criminal record.
But are they illegal aliens?
They should. He's deporting
Are they
people
illegal
with
aliens?
no due process.
Are they illegal aliens?
Kilmar Armando, yes, but Kilmar.
But
should
then
not
they should be deported.
Do you think people should? Do you think illegal aliens deserve due process?
Illegal.
Are we joking? Wait. Do you guys think that illegal aliens? Then you're wrong. The Constitution specifically says in the Fifth Amendment that persons, not citizens.
We can expedite their due
Wait,
process.
hold up. Can you just say if I'm right or wrong? Does the Fifth Amendment specifically say persons, and that was upheld in a Supreme Court case that it's persons, not citizens? Then look it up.
In the enforcement of
Check the
American
case law.
immigration law, we sometimes do things a little more efficiently. We, for instance, deported 1 million people in the 1950s under President Eisenhower. If we were to give a lengthy trial to the 16 to 30 million illegal aliens who are in the country, we would never deport virtually any of them.
I'm not asking for a lengthy trial for someone like Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia, right? The thing is, when he got deported over to El Salvador,
There's no due process in the deportation of an illegal immigrant. There's due process if you also commit a murder while you were here. Then yeah, you deserve due process to be charged for that murder. But I'd say it's better that we just send them to El Salvador and they hold them accountable for that murder while they're over there. And then Goon will bring up spies and stuff. Have you ever looked at the ties between Maduro, Hezbollah, and Iran? A little bit.
no, I'm not. I have a pretty moderate immigration policy. I think people should be here legally. Illegal immigration should be minimized. We should know everybody that's here. But like most Americans, guys, this isn't even me living out.
I've heard stuff about that. I've seen a little bit about it, but I haven't looked super deep into it. I got too much to go off of already for this debate. I can't add a whole nother thing about Iran and Hezbollah. But that's probably an important point too.
Americans do not like to see these videos that are going everywhere. Most Americans don't like to see grandmas and abuelas being pulled off the street. And I keep going back to this.
There aren't that many abuelas. Come on.
There are.
There aren't that many.
Wait. Are you okay with the U.S. citizens that have gone?
That's so funny. I remember the first time I went on Aiden's stream. He stole that from me. I was like, they're not just locking up abuela. Abuelita. Abuela is not just getting locked up. That's not what's happening.
Caught up. So I keep going back to this case, but a 79-year-old U.S. citizen got his rib cracked by an ICE agent and is now suing the DHS. So
I think it's very unfortunate when innocent, it's a very small number, but when innocent people or American citizens or legal residents are caught up in these raids. The problem is illegal aliens don't walk around the country with a big sign saying, I'm an illegal alien. So the problem was created by those who allowed the millions of illegals to come in, and now Trump's cleaning up the mess.
The problem is you guys can never admit when ICE does anything wrong whatsoever.
No, I'll admit that.
So there was
I'm
an
happy to admit
article
that.
from Slate that came out just 2 days ago where
Well, I'll never admit anything in Slate.
No, this woman provided all of the receipts. This liberal woman applied for ICE, and her whole internet history, she was shitting on ICE. She smokes a bunch of weed and posts about it, and she didn't even submit the domestic battery, her history on it. Like, she didn't submit anything, and ICE still let her in. So the problem is, undertrained ICE agents are being given the funding of national militaries. Like, they're funded more than national militaries. They're masking up in such a way that emboldens them, and then they're going around and terrorizing communities.
Because they're a bunch of
pussies, and the administration
Why are they
wants to
because
lie.
they take every incel loser
Because
from
they're
the
being
small town
doxxed.
high school,
And they're being threatened
as they
on
should,
camera.
because they're a bunch of pussy losers. And like, okay, listen, if you want a job,
God, this bitch is retarded. Why is she here? Just to look pretty?
okay, if you want a job where you can go terrorize elementary school students and pepper spray them, ICE is for you. What did they do?
Roosevelt High School
What
did
did they
get-
do after
did get-
Roosevelt? Yeah, they went to Roosevelt High School. First they went
They
to an
gassed
elementary
students
school.
with
Teddy or
Objectively-
Franklin? Was it Teddy or Franklin?
Can you... Good one.
So they
Can you
went
admit
to-
that ICE does anything wrong? Can you ever admit that ICE does anything wrong? Or do you think they should have absolute
Yeah, I
immunity?
think I have admitted that. They hired
Say
that
it
liberal
again
pot smoking lady.
louder.
I think that was wrong.
Okay, but do you think they have absolute immunity like J.D. Vance does?
I think they should be given extraordinarily broad immunity,
So,
yes.
extraordinarily broad immunity for things they do on the job.
Yeah, for
Since-
official acts.
So they can just go shoot people?
Yeah, I think Vance is totally right about that.
But how did like
You think he's right? Since the inception of
immunity
ICE...
is not an excuse for morality. Like again, I want
I might have to order DoorDash. I'm a dang DoorDasher now. You guys got me stuck. What was this liberal lady position on ICE? She wasn't deporting anyone or doing paperwork.
to bring it back to Nuremberg. Like, what happened to the people carrying out these atrocities in 1930s
Yeah,
Germany?
I don't think
They
removing
were
Trende
following their-
Radway
no,
is
they were
akin to
following
a
their
Nazi
orders too. They were
character.
following their
I want to
orders
bring this
too.
back. What can you admit that ICE has done wrong thus far? Because most Americans...
I just gave you an example.
No, obviously, like a real example of ICE doing something wrong. You mean not vetting people
Yeah, I
enough?
can't think of a particular
Wait.
example.
So were you serious about the pot smoker? Do you think ICE should be vetting people more for ideological reasons?
If they can,
for...
the problem is the problem is so massive because there are 16 to 30 million people, and ICE was so understaffed.
That's a massive fucking range, bro. 16 to
I know
30
they're
million
illegal.
people.
We don't know where they are. You call them undocumented. That's the problem. We don't have any
I don't
documents.
care what you call them, dude. I think that the
I know, I'm just saying
administration...
that's why we have a broad range. We don't know how many of them there are.
Hey, Adam, I got a question for you. Sorry, that was a little aggressive.
No, you're good. Oh, okay,
sorry.
what's up?
Hey, I just had a
Gregory.
question about the due process for illegal immigrants versus like an American citizen. Does an illegal immigrant have an entitlement to legal representation?
An entitlement?
Are they entitled to legal representation?
They have all of the rights defined under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Okay, they're not guaranteed legal representation in their immigration case.
Well, are U.S. citizens?
So we can agree that no, they're not U.S. citizens. Immigrants are not U.S. citizens. They are
Wait,
not
illegal
guaranteed.
aliens.
They're not guaranteed.
Can I ask
legal,
you,
They're not guaranteed legal representation.
Wait, can I ask you, do you
in their
think only
immigration case.
citizens or persons, any person in the United States deserves due process?
That's not the question. That's
No,
not,
no, I'm asking you
an
a
illegal
question.
immigrant
That
in
is the
an
question about due
immigration case. In an immigration case, someone is being deported for being here illegally.
But
are they guaranteed legal representation?
No, but that is not all that there is to due process. Due
no,
process
no,
is
that's
a
not.
broad
But we can
thing.
agree that due process looks different for immigrants versus American citizens, right?
Wait, but
it looks a little different for immigrants
get no
versus American citizens.
They're saying that immigrants get no due process.
No,
Wait, do you guys think immigrants should get any due process?
He's just arguing that due process for the illegal alien deportation cases is markedly different from an ordinary
In a
case.
lot of different ways.
That's totally fine.
Yeah.
But what I'm arguing
That's a
is
good
that
point. That's a good point.
That's
You should
totally
be up
fine.
here.
What you're saying is true. But what I'm saying is there was no due process for the cases like Kilmar, Armando, Abrego, Garcia. There was no. What was
Yeah,
the
but then Chris Van Hollen went and cried
How
had a
many
romantic lunch.
deportations?
Do we have a question
wait,
over
you can
here?
make jokes.
Order did he have?
You can make jokes when
I
you're
will
cornered.
make jokes about
What the
Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Yes. What's your question?
He's back in the U.S., buddy.
Yeah, what the
This guy on the right, you're a big boomer guy.
He's a boomer? A boomer?
He's a trans boomer.
Don't
He
talk to
identifies
Adam
as a
like
boomer.
that.
Trans
What's your
boomer?
name again? The blonde girl. What's your name?
My name?
Yeah.
Lauren. Yours?
All right, Michael. My name's Whitfield. Michael, my question is for you. Do you think that Lauren prefers anthropomorphic Minotaur smut novels or AI-generated ice romance novels? Thank you for the question.
It's good.
I don't know what the first one was.
Well, okay, then it's the second. I say it's the second then. Is that fair?
Ice porn?
There was a millennial lady who went on TV, or she went on TikTok or whatever, and maybe I'm the boomer. I say she went on TV. And she goes there, she says, you know, hating men for so many years has trained me to stop ICE. And she was admitting, it was this amazing psychological admission, that a lot of these protests are about, like, women who hate their dads, basically. And it's unfortunate. It's like, that's what all of liberalism comes down.
And it's women, it's liberal women who don't have kids, but they still have a bit of a motherly nature. They still have a bit of this inclination to want to take care of children. Really, they want to take care of children, but they want to play mama, so they find oppressed peoples. And so that's why they do what they do with the blacks, the poor blacks. The white woman's going to save you. Let me marry a black man. Let me adopt some black kids. They do it with race. They do it with poor people, homeless people. We got to set up more homeless shelters and more social services for the homeless people. That's where it comes from. Their motherly inclination. They can't fulfill it because they don't have children. They hate men. They're lesbians. Lesbians. And so instead they want to protect all these marginalized people. And so what that means is standing up to the man, this evil man. Wasn't suggesting it for your debate. No, I appreciate it. I can't add it in there, but I will look into it, and maybe it'll be a good point to drop it at some point during the debate.
Is 3 words, screw you, Dad. But I don't even think it's primarily about the cops.
Can I bring it back around to one final thing?
Screw you, Minotaur.
Can you say, Michael, you asked me a yes or no question. Can I ask you one? Did the ICE agent who shot Renee Nicole Good get knocked on the ground on his ass?
Oh my gosh,
he got knocked over.
Wait, no.
Minotaur or not, bro?
Hey, yes or no?
Is your question, was he flat on the ground?
Everybody said he was not. Wait,
was he flat? Are you saying
guys,
head and toes flat on the ground? Probably
guys,
not.
Was he knocked on his ass? Okay,
he was
knocked on his ass?
He was knocked over. He was not flat on the ground. He was not flat on the ground.
Can I please have the honor?
He wasn't knocked on his ass. He stayed on his feet the whole time. He was limping away. The first 2 steps that he takes after he gets hit by the car, he's limping. So he was hit. He was hit pretty hard. Car's big. It doesn't take much for a car to hurt you.
He's a Minotaur guy. Let's be real.
I'm granting your point. I'm granting your point. I'm granting your point that he was not flat on the ground. He was.
Okay, but that's a pretty.
He was knocked over.
You guys are being really dishonest about that. Like 10 minutes ago.
He knocks the ICE agent flat on his sultry ass. He knocks the ICE agent flat on his sultry ass.
Wait, do you actually think that?
In the moonlight.
Wait, do you actually think that?
No, I think you want to read AI-generated ICE.
Wait, no, do you actually think what you just said? Do you think he got knocked on his ass?
All right.
Say what?
Wait, no, stop. Do you think he got knocked on his ass?
His point.
I'm so sorry, but
do I think he got knocked on his ass? No, I don't think he got knocked on his ass.
Okay, then why were you guys
Dude,
like,
hey, what's your name again? What's your name? What's your name?
Adam.
Adam, listen, I've almost gotten hit by a deranged retard in her car, okay? I had a gun in my pocket, which I was not able to bring up here because of safety and everything, and I had to contemplate, am I going to shoot this black chick or not? As a 6'4" white guy, when a woman who was let out on the street by Gerald Ford and Ronald Reagan to take some lithium instead of going to a state-run mental institution, decided to drive up to Nashville at 8 a.m. in the morning and try to run me over. So I know about cars menacing me. And I'm not a fucking
I don't care about
agent.
your personal experience.
I know.
You guys all
No, but he
lie.
has a he's
Is this a therapy session? Did I just crash a therapy
He's
session?
explaining what it's like.
Dude, I'm
Have you ever driven an RA?
I know you have to be Michael's.
This is gonna make me. I'm gonna blow a hole in my head. What the hell? I cannot listen to this woman. Could you imagine being married to that? Oh my God, it would be horrible. I'd have to. She'd have to be. I don't know. You got to remove the tongue or something. This guy is solid. Bring back the asylums. All right, I got to go pee. I'm going to play it and go pee real quick.
Foil, but I know y'all have to be Michael's foil here. It's like bar fight or whatever. But dude, if a federal agent is having a car coming towards them, you're gonna.
He
get
was
smoked.
standing on his feet, and the car missed him. The car
If
was
a car hits a
hit him.
federal agent, they're gonna smoke you. And I will say this: there, in no other country in the world will they have as much pause and discretion.
Well, no other country in the world is as good as a.
They're like.
Why I get triggered when someone gives me unsolicited advice. When I was younger, it came mainly from family, whether it was like a family member telling me where I should go to school, what career I should have. And then as I got older, it appeared in a little more subtle ways, I think. For example, passive aggressiveness, peer pressure, and my response has always been to just put my guard up, like make the walls higher and just stop letting people in. It's definitely made me more of a private person and also less trusting of people. I remember the first therapist that I was matched up with, she gave me that same feeling that I got when someone just offered me unsolicited
Commercial
advice.
action.
What I really
Whoops,
wanted
my
out
bad.
of therapy was for someone
Oh
to
my
help me
God.
unpack that.
Like, are you in?
I made you guys suffer through a BetterHelp ad. I don't know why they send me BetterHelp ads all the time. I don't even believe in psychology or mental illness. And maybe that's why they keep sending me BetterHelp ads. They think that I'm crazy.
Like, dude, okay, go to Venezuela.
No other country in the world
Hey,
is as good as America, and in America we
listen.
have human dignity for our citizens. So, can I ask
I
you,
agree.
why
That's
would
my
she
whole
back up?
point.
Why would Renee Nicole Good back up in her car, and why would she wait
It's
people
called
pass?
potential energy.
All I'm saying,
Potential energy?
all I'm
Before
saying
you
is
go
some of you
forward.
guys, and I don't support violence, but some of you guys have never had your ass kicked, and it really shows.
He had a lady almost
really
broke
shows.
into
Whoa,
him.
whoa. I've had my ass kicked.
What?
What are you talking? You don't know. I've had my ass kicked.
Okay, it doesn't act. You're not acting like it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Have you gotten your ass kicked, or have men protected you
I
your
mean,
whole
have you
life?
ever driven in LA? I'm not. If women,
Yes,
if women
LA
pulled a,
sucks
let me
ass.
finish. If women pulled a gun every time.
Have you gotten your ass kicked? Or I bet she's never had her ass kicked. Maybe you had your hair pulled by a black girl one time, but you've never had your ass kicked.
Time they felt unsafe, none of you would be here. None of you would be here, except for Adam.
That's not
Adam,
true.
Yeah, it's true. And Aaron.
Now, I will say this, because you remind me a lot of my wife, and Michael and you arguing
Ew.
really reminds
No,
me
your
of that.
poor wife.
Hey, you said it. Okay.
Am I your husband?
If my wife was being menaced by a car,
You get ads on my YouTube. You get to watch ads. You pay for YouTube Premium to watch ads on my YouTube. That's funny.
and it hit her thigh, and she had a gun, and she was a man and could draw quickly.
Okay,
she
what
would
if your
shoot
woman?
you.
What if your wife was the one in the car? What if-
Yeah, because she's not a federal agent, and if she was in a fucking gay state like California,
She would,
maybe
no,
she
she
would.
would get charged with manslaughter anywhere. and you're saying to the ICE agent,
What was your name again?
Dude, you wouldn't get charged with manslaughter in the state of Tennessee.
if it touched her thigh, yes.
If it fucking bumped
Well, you can
up
also get
against her
married
and
as a
hit
child
her.
in Tennessee, so anything goes here, you know?
So can you in California?
No, you
I looked
can't.
it
Not in
up.
California. Only in the Bible Belt. Google it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I don't fucking care.
So let's do a
Go
little,
for it,
let's do a
Lauren.
little
Go
role
for it. I'm
play.
ready to hear it.
No,
Oh,
no,
shit.
All right,
Okay.
all right,
You
all
let me
right.
go.
Break it up, you two. The
99,
tension. You
baby.
can cut the tension with a knife.
I
Now we
know.
have to pick.
We should write a novel
We
together.
should write a novel about that. We should. Now we got to pick who won the round. Before we get to the more important question of who won the question round, I think I know the winner. So who here thinks that the libs won the debate on that topic? You got to put your cards up. Blue cards
I'm
up,
sensing
okay?
some audience bias here.
Not a lot. We got one blue. We got one
I love a
blue.
democracy,
Okay.
though, to be honest.
Now, how many think that I won that debate? Okay, all right. We got. All right. Now, listen, this happened the
Liars.
first time. The first time he was here, it was all very reasonable people, so I kept winning everything. And then on the next few debates, there were a bunch of libs that came in.
Oh,
And so it was more
really?
like 50-50. But today,
The
I don't
libs
know.
pulled
Now
up.
we have to figure out who won the question round. I think.
I'm not going to
I
say.
think we know. I think we know. Okay. Mr.
Get
Mr.
mogged.
Whitfield, would you please go over to the
Minotaur.
John Rich Redneck Riviera VIP
Oh,
table?
shit. Is that my prize for
That's your
mobbing
prize.
this guy?
That's your prize. You can write the novel while you're over there. Okay, now.
He said, "Is that my prize for
It's round
vlogging
three.
this guy?"
Yeah, there we go. All right.
Look at the girl in the blue hair in the front row. She's not chanting USA. She looks extremely uncomfortable. She must be one of these two's girlfriend.
I hope
Look
you
right
had.
here. He's here. Ah, he's here. Oh,
All right.
there's a girl with blue hair right in the front row, and she looks very uncomfortable.
I hope you had Z by.
These conservatives are like, let's bring our liberal friend.
Chaotic before you started tonight. Okay. So the remaining topics. Trump is a great president and not at all corrupt. Did we do that one already?
No.
No, yeah, okay. We have a major Somali problem and we need white men to save us.
I dare you to let me build you.
There's an ad for you.
Completely free.
E-commerce store, 20 preloaded items. Thank you.
We already did abortion. Trump is putting Americans first. The Venezuela strike was America's Taco Bell.
Yeah, that could be. This could be his blue-haired boyfriend. Look at them ankles. Those are some big old ankles.
It's kind of
I like Venezuela, though. I like that.
I know. I like that one. They don't like it as much. Okay.
Yeah. That's topic 5.
So, all right. I think it's between. Gosh, I don't know. It might be between 3. Who says the Somalis? Okay. Who says Trump putting America first? Not as much. Who says Venezuela?
Venezuela.
You think it's Venezuela? What
Okay, the guy that I thought looked like a liberal, he clapped at Trump being America first. So maybe he's not a liberal, but the blue-hair girl is not responding to any of this. She is not happy. Girl, guy, whatever it is.
do you think, Mr. Davies? Venezuela or Somalis?
Venezuela
Okay,
over
all
here.
right, let's take it. All right,
Trump
that's actually mine.
2028, let's go.
Okay.
Let's get it, Sherry. I agree.
I believe, and I am correct to believe, that the Venezuela strike was as American as apple pie. Now, I want to be clear. I support the strike, but I'm not arguing that it was a great strike. It was. It certainly was. It was an excellent strike. But I'm not even making that point. I'm not saying it was geostrategically necessary, though probably it was. I'm simply saying it was very, very American. Some people came out afterwards, said it was unprecedented and unlawful. It was funny because Kamala Harris said it was unlawful, and it was awkward because her own administration had called for precisely the arrest of Maduro and actually offered $25 million to get it. So Trump did exactly what she wanted, but saved $25 million, which is great. But it was very, very American. And this is because we have been intervening in Latin America since 1846, really going back to 1823 with the Monroe Doctrine, but actively since the Mexican-American War, 1846. We have intervened 88 times in that period, now 89 times, I guess, because of Venezuela. We did it something like 7 times in the 19th century. We did it a little more than that, 77 times in the 20th century. We've done it 4 times in the 21st century. It was awesome. It did the founding fathers proud. And it's very, very American.
Wait, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Following up on that, you just named a lot of the regime changes, or at least removals of leaders in Latin America and the Middle East. Can you name a single time in the past, 50 years, it's gone well for us, for the United States?
Yeah. Quite recently, in Panama, it was great. We got Noriega out just 30 years ago. Worked out great.
So I think part of the problem is the prompt that you sent me.
Now, also, he specified the last 50 years. We were doing regime changes in Latin America successfully for much longer than 50 years, which is what Michael just said. But he brings up the last 50 years because that's when the CIA gets involved. That came about because of Sam the Banana Man doing a whole damn insurrection on Honduras. and they're like, man, we can really do this. Let's make a thing out of this. And they made the CIA. And then it became a problem because we started getting involved everywhere. But these Latin American countries are in our backyard. They're connected to us, and we help them. They reap the benefits off of it. When they work with America, they benefit. Venezuela, golden years is when Shell and America, under Gomez, they're working together. And then once you get some damn anti-capitalist, oil prices tank, and this hurts Venezuela, and they overreact. And the next thing you know, there's a revolution, and Hugo Chavez is taking over, and he doesn't want to work with America because he's a communist. He doesn't like capitalism, and your country goes to shit. But when you were working with America, it was good.
Well, I was curious.
Yeah.
Can you admit that the vast majority of times they've not only gotten wrong, but it's led to the deaths of like hundreds of thousands of people? When have we done regime change? This is just history, right?
No, sometimes Middle East has
not
gone
just
worse.
sometimes, a lot. In Latin America too.
But Middle East has gone worse than Latin America. Latin America, we're better at it. Sometimes it can go wrong. In Guatemala, it went a little rough, but a lot of times it's pretty easy. I mean, we've gone in places like the DR. We go in, we take someone out, and then we kind of reform him. We put him back in sometimes. We basically created the nation of Panama out of Colombia. We've done it in Nicaragua a bunch of times. So we've been pretty effective there.
I don't think in Latin America it's turned out well 90% of the time. So the prompt that you submitted to me was that the strikes on Venezuela were as American as Taco Bell.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, I agree in the sense that you regret eating Taco Bell the next day. In the same way, that most regime strikes are regretful. Or no, sorry, most regime changes are regretful at some point. Now, this isn't even me again, libbing out. If you look at the history of both, I'm not. If you genuinely, I want to put America first, and I want to prioritize Americans on the ground, not only economically when unemployment is up, not only small businesses, but I think Americans should be prioritized. And right now I see Donald Trump being caught up with things abroad. So not only Greenland, not only Canada he talks about.
It's the same argument Rob made. I don't see that, though. I see he's doing things here, too. But the problem is the people here are retarded. Like, it's easier to just go in and take Maduro than it is to stop these liberal protesters across the country. Like, what? It's easy to go in and black bag Maduro. We can do that in 2 hours, nothing. We're done. But it's hard to, especially when you have the Constitution and you have the freedoms. The freedom of speech means I have the freedom to block traffic and basically protest outside of a federal building 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 9 months straight. Get schools shut down in the area. Residents are moving out of the area. We've gentrified the whole area. They have. This is from their perspective. But shit, where was I going? It's easier for Trump to deal with black bagging Maduro than it is, considering doing the Insurrection Act. Like, what do we do to our own people when they're all retarded? Like, that's the struggle he has to deal with. We've already shut down the border. Now we've taken care of 97% of overseas drug traffic, and we're going to focus on. We've already been focusing on land, but I think he's saying that to sound threatening and posturing when he says now we're going to focus. We got 97% of the drug trade over the water settled. Now we're going to start looking at the land. We've already been looking at the land. He's already been looking at the land. He's just keeping the facade. No, it's not a facade. It's not like a fake thing, but he's keeping the appearances up. So, but it's hard to, what does he do when half of his country is retarded and turned against him and jumping in front of ICE vehicles and throwing fireworks, and violence on ICE agents has gone up. What was it? 8,000%. That's harder to deal with without seeming like this authoritarian dictator that they paint him as. Like, he's got to call martial law. He could do the Insurrection Act, and I know that that's not martial law, but it looks really bad, and that's another thing that they'll attack him on, and he doesn't want to have to do that. So the problems at home are a lot more difficult maybe than the problems abroad. So he's just knocking them out. He's like, I settled 8 wars today. I'm basically on pace to settle a war a week, because he just does that through diplomacy. He just talks to them. He strikes a deal. He works with them, and it ends. That's easy. But the shit that's going on in America between Americans is a complicated beast. And, that's why it may seem like he's not doing enough at home. But he is doing everything he's doing geopolitically, economically. It is going to work for our benefits. The tariffs, in the long run, we've said this from the beginning, in the long run, the tariffs are going to be beneficial. And we're already starting to see the results of that. And the oil with Venezuela and the gas prices and energy, if we control Venezuela and we're the energy dominant country. We're producing our own energy instead of following these legislation and bureaucracy. What am I trying to say? Red tape, all the red tape that we have to cross through, because of climate change and economists. If we can cut all that and we can become energy dominant, this is beneficial to everybody. So that's why I think it seems like he's focused more on, but also I've always said the 3 reasons I voted for Trump: immigration policy, how he's going to deal with that. And then I forget the other one. Anyway, one of them is foreign policy. I like how Trump deals with foreign policy. Now, I said it's because he's a peacetime president. Like, we're not getting into these endless wars. We're getting out of these wars. We're ending wars. Does that mean we can't do an operation in Venezuela real quick, or secure assets of other countries which our enemies could use against us, like Greenland and countries that are shipping drugs that don't want to work with us? If we do a regime change, like we got Bukele, we got Milei, maybe we can get Corina Machado in Venezuela. But if we have all these Latin American countries in the Green Triangle, or whatever triangle it's called, and they're supporting America, they're working with America, this is beneficial to their people and our people. This is beneficial to everybody. This is the right thing to do. So that is his foreign policy, and that is one of the 3 main reasons I voted for him. It was economy. It was immigration, foreign policy, and economy. Those are the 3 reasons I voted for Trump. So, and I think he's doing a good job with his foreign policy. Bombing Iran because they're building nukes. Okay, cool. We're not in an endless war with Iran now. We bombed them in one night. We handled it. Doing little operations like this, establishing dominance, showing that gets peace through strength, and that's what I like about Trump. So I don't think this is because he's doing this. People, what the left and what the more libertarian right are going to say is they're going to say, well, I thought he was a peacetime president. Why is he attacking Venezuela? You voted for him because he's a peacetime. No, I voted for him because of his foreign policy. I like the way he deals with foreign policy. I like when he goes to the United Nations and he sits at the table and he says, none of you are paying what you owe, and you're going to start, or something bad's going to happen. I like that. I like that when he does that. I like when he lays his dick on the table. Sorry.
Talks a lot about Europe, but he talks a lot about Venezuela. I've seen him talk more about Venezuela and Greenland than inflation or healthcare at this point. And the problem is, with Venezuela, or with Latin America, almost all regime changes we've done have gone poorly over the course of a few years. So even with Gaddafi, like, this is what really...
Gaddafi was awful. That was a disaster under Obama.
But this proves my point, too. Like, I'm not going to defend Obama on this, but this proves my point. In the 2 to 3 weeks following the removal of Gaddafi, I was doing this research, looking up the articles. People were celebrating, and people were saying this is finally bringing an era of peace. People were saying now that Gaddafi is gone, the Middle East is going to be reformed. Well, guess what? Like 2 or 3 months later, they devolved into a civil war with open-air slave markets, and they are still in a very bad spot. So I'm not even going to argue against the removal of Maduro. I thought the military did a great effing job. The military
it was amazing.
It was so impressive. Of course, of course. I also think Maduro is the enemy of the Western civilization. I think Maduro is the enemy of America. So don't mistake me as defending Maduro, but I genuinely think there are problems with regime changes being carried out, and there are also problems with the president unilaterally striking other countries without the authorization of Congress.
So you're making one big error. And because you've conflated 2 things. I said there have been 88 interventions in Latin America, and you've equated them with regime change.
The only argument you can make is that only Congress can declare war, and we didn't declare war. Done. Easy.
Only 15 of those were regime change. Sometimes they were interventions to just make the regime act a little better.
But in the interventions blew back too. I mean, we can call it whatever you want. When you militarily remove
those are
a leader,
different things. The key here is, do you think the Venezuela strike was a regime change?
I think it's regime coercion at this point because the regime is still
But it's not
standing.
regime change.
I mean,
Is the regime still
It's
there?
military intervention. But wait, that's not a good argument. The Maduro regime is still there, and you think that looks good for us?
Yes, because
so?
I agree with you that sometimes massive upheavals of regime are a bad idea. The biggest
Most times.
Maybe not. The biggest problem in Iraq, of course, was not when we entered. We actually were greeted as liberators. The problem was when we disbanded the Ba'ath Party, when we debathized Iraq and created the insurgency. So in the case of Venezuela, what we're doing here is not Bush-era spreading of democracy, Madisonian liberalism around the world.
Wait, what are we doing then?
What we're doing there is kicking China
Oil.
out, kicking Iran out, kicking Russia out. We're taking oil that is owed to us. We're taking out Maduro, who's been a target of the United States for 25 years now, since the Chavez regime. And now we're leaving his deputy in charge, and we're saying, play ball or else. What's going to happen otherwise is we're going to treat you worse than Maduro.
Okay, but this is a
which is very restrained.
It's
and
called,
very
we do a little Donroe doctrine.
the Donroe Doctrine, baby. Now
This
we're
is
talking.
a massive problem. This is a massive problem. A
I
lot
wanna
of
hear what
times
she has
when
to say.
interventions fail, it's because there's not a solid backup plan. I think this would have gone way better.
But
if-
there's the backup plan. Leave
No.
the vice president in place.
Okay, that is an awful backup plan. I think he should have at least endorsed Machado, who is the opposition leader.
That would have been that would have been a full regime change.
There's so many.
That would have been Libya.
Okay, so now he's asking for regime change. That's funny. The liberal is asking for regime change. I agree. I would back Machado, but what they need to do is if they're going to do this democracy thing, they need to have another election. They need to go back to the Punto Fijo agreement, and they need to have another election. And Machado could win, and she could take power from Delcy. So, and that I think that would be a good thing, and I hope that that's what happens. But it's funny that the guy who's against regime change is saying we should have installed Machado. So you're asking for a full regime change. You wanted us to take out not only him, but his entire regime. No, there's a way this works. Your guy was a criminal. He was wanted. We went in and we grabbed him, and now Delcy's in charge. Delcy's the vice president. She takes over. Next election, if she works with America, and the Venezuelan people prosper because of this, like they did during the Venezuelan golden years, then it's good. Then she can stay in if she wins the election. But you go back to the Punto Fijo agreement that your country already set forth. This is not America installing democracy in Venezuela. This is a system that Venezuela already had when they saw their most prosperous years. And so you have an election. No commies are allowed to run. That's part of the Punto Fijo agreement. No commies, but the three parties in Venezuela can run. And in this case, Machado doesn't get thrown out by Maduro because Machado had the most votes for the opposition party. For her party, she had the most votes. She should have been on the ballot. Maduro didn't let her on the ballot. So she didn't even have a chance to win. Maybe she beats Delcy in the next election.
Yeah, that would have been Iraq.
But we are going in to pillage their resources like oil. Then we are holding.
First of all, some of those are our resources that they stole.
We can debate that, but we can then oil executives. I mean, just to back up, everyone in this room, most people in this room who voted for Trump probably wanted Trump to put America first. Right now, what I see is Donald Trump focusing so much so on foreign countries that he is now pillaging Venezuela for their resources, without helping the Venezuelan people. How does this help the Venezuelan people?
So then who's it helping?
Oh my
It's
God.
helping
Americans first.
Why are the Venezuelan people celebrating? This definitely helps the Venezuelan people. You can look at the history of Venezuela like I just talked about. Like, oh man, this dumb kid.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. It's not. It's helping oil executives. It's helping Chevron. It's helping oil execs that were sitting around that table.
Rising tide raises all boats. Yeah, he's right. It does help Shell. It does help Shell. It does. But Shell built Venezuela's infrastructure for their oil that they let collapse. They let that collapse. But Shell built and maintained that, and the Venezuelan people prospered. OPEC gets involved. Now there's a problem. That's a whole different rabbit trail we'd have to go down about. But it ties in with the Federal Reserve, and it ties in with the Jekyll Island thing where we see independent oil companies go down to 3 oil companies, 2 oil companies. Now it's just one big oil company, the petrodollar. This is a whole nother web that has to be unweaved. So if we're just sticking to Venezuela, OPEC came and it crashed their dollar, but they could have still worked with America and they could have overcome. Now it's their fault for putting all their eggs in one basket. They put all their eggs in the basket of their oil. They never diversified. So when oil prices collapse, meanwhile, America, when oil prices, we take a hit on oil prices and we start messing with the Federal Reserve and all that stuff, we're diversified. We have a lot of different industries, and so we're okay. Venezuela, on the other hand, had everything was in oil. And when OPEC comes along in the 1980s, OPEC crashes the oil money. The Venezuelan golden era ends. And you get a revolution because you get a lot of poor, struggling people, and you get a revolution. You get Hugo Chavez comes in. He attempts 2 coups and fails. Then he gets elected after getting out of prison for attempting coups. He went to prison for attempting coups, gets out of prison. He attempts another coup while he's in prison, and he gets out of prison and gets elected. But he's anti-capitalist. He hates America. He hates these oil empires, and he doesn't want a deal. You can't do that when you're running a nation. You could do that as you're an individual, but you can't do that when you're running a nation. And the stage is getting prepped for World War III. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. There's part of me that's like a doomer that's like, yeah, the satellites are going to blow up everybody. But then there's part of me that's like, wars are never going to be fought like that again. And China will take over the world without firing a single shot. And there's always going to be regime changes, and it's cyclical. Different empires are going to rise to power. But there are these long-term ones like Russia and China where they've just been around forever. Like, I don't see America making it out of 400 years because liberalism. But China is going to take over Canada. Yeah, and that's why I heard on a stream the other day, some people were saying, one person was saying Russia is not really a threat, and another person was saying China is not really a threat. I'll say names. I think it was Teriak saying China's not really a threat, and I think it was Mango saying Russia is not really a threat. Both of y'all are wrong. Those are the threats. Those are like, what are you talking about? Those are the 2 major threats. It's US, China, Russia. That's it. The Middle East is only empowered by whichever one they wheel and deal with, because they're a bunch of retards. But it's China, Russia, and America. Top 3 big dogs. And I don't think World War. I think it's one of 2 things. They're 2 radical extremes. It's either mutually assured destruction, satellites with lasers and nuke capabilities destroy everything, and 70% of the population is wiped out. The grids go down, and we restart from scratch. That's one possibility. Second possibility, it doesn't really happen like that. They rule over us through information technologies, mind control tactics with screens and screen time and surveillance and cameras, and it's a technocratic world where we're all living in pods, and really no bombs need to be dropped, no shots need to be fired. They just tell people to get into the pods, and the people get into the pods. And I think that's a very possible, Yeah, the satellite, bro, this dude don't believe in satellites. He doesn't know about this. When the Star Wars happens, you're going to have egg on your face, Nasty Fripples. It's happened. It's coming. We could talk about low Earth orbit. You could say maybe I would agree we're never going to get into outer space. I think we will land on Mars one day. But there's definitely a satellite war on the way.
When the
Oil
United
executives who
States
do not care if you guys die uninsured, by the way. None of them.
They're not
None of
on
them know your name.
balloons.
But wait a minute.
So it's like you're riding for
Womp womp.
Chevron,
Think about
but none
this.
of them know you. So
Donald
like,
Trump-
why are we like, woo,
Donald
Chevron?
Trump put U.S. troops' lives at risk during this operation just to make oil executives rich.
Can you guys
That
pay
is
for that?
absolutely true.
Adam, there was
Yeah,
a
woo.
legal order going back 5 years
Nobody can invade our land. China's already invading our land. They're buying up farmland. They're taking over Maine and Tulsa, Oklahoma, with the pot farms. They're buying up farmland everywhere. They're pushing for the legalization of pot, and then they buy pot farms. We have snakeheads in Maine and snakeheads in fucking Oklahoma. Gangs, murder rates skyrocket. Basically slavery. They get Chinese immigrants to come work on the pot farms and the farms. They're buying farmland and real estate everywhere. They've got TikTok, which then America buys TikTok. But are we changing the algorithm? Like what? That China can take us over without firing a shot. They're doing it.
For the arrest of Nicolas Maduro.
That's not an illegal. I'm not making an illegal argument, a legality
The
argument.
previous administration called for this very action.
I'm not making a legality argument.
You're saying that. Do you think that the Biden-Harris administration only called for that policy? Do you think the judge who issued the arrest warrant only did so to make oil executives rich?
No, I think that
exactly.
No,
there you go. And Trump didn't do it either.
No, I have a better answer. I think that Biden would have at least encouraged Machado to step into power and then help the Venezuelan people.
Your problem is.
So can you admit that
can't
we are
even say
we are
Machado, bro.
What? We are subjecting the Venezuelan people to take their oil to just benefit us. This is not a good precedent to set. You're not making a good argument here.
No.
It benefits them as well.
Benefit the Venezuelan people at all.
The dictator of
How does it not help the Venezuelan people? When Venezuela was in its golden years, it was because America was running their oil. Shell. Thank you, Shell.
Venezuela was inviting our enemies
Wasn't
into the
until
hemisphere,
you
China,
elected
Russia,
communists.
and Iran. They
You
were
fucked
sending
up.
illegal aliens by the busload, much more than the busload, into the United States, especially under Joe Biden. They were sending drugs into the United States. They were funding terrorism. And so that was a national security problem for the United States. This has been the case as a cornerstone of American foreign policy since 1823. We removed him in
And
accordance
it's
with
never
25
worked.
years of U.S. policy.
Okay, I have one more question.
Yeah.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to.
Who the heck is this guy?
Yes, the question is, if Delcy Rodriguez begins to not play ball and tries to lengthen negotiations...
Trump threatened to kill her.
Okay, so we are going to continue U.S. military force?
Yeah.
So...
Just
wait,
like we have since
wait,
1846,
You guys
baby.
have no fucking morals. You guys voted for no new wars, and Michael Knowles is up here saying
Trump
that we
threatened
might
to kill
be in
her.
a...
Trump threatened to kill her. If Delcy Rodriguez does not play ball, Trump threatened to kill her. That's what happens. You think she's not going to play ball? A woman's going to follow a strong man. Let's see what Delcy does. Let's just watch and see. I can't predict the future, but Trump threatened to kill her.
prolonged war with Venezuela.
Yeah,
if
we
Delcy
always do that,
Rodriguez...
Latin.
You guys are
Wait,
all
so are you
God of
okay
war.
with Trump starting a prolonged war with Venezuela without the authorization of Congress? If
Where's
Delcy
the
Rodriguez-
war?
No,
Where's
You guys
the
couldn't
war?
even
Where's the
change
war?
a tire.
Dude,
and
wait,
you're
wait,
like,
wait.
war?
No,
You
where's
guys
the war?
are really going to go to war?
Wait.
This bitch is saying you guys couldn't even change a tire to this probably 6'5" hulking man who's just like a big country boy in Nashville. And this bitch here is saying you can't even change a tire. What? What? I guarantee you she's never changed a tire in her life. And that guy probably owns a tire factory.
It's an 88-minute war.
We are talking hypothetically
Gregory,
if Delcy
you're not ready
Rodriguez
to go to
doesn't
war.
help Trump. This was literally, were you not listening over there?
Yeah,
we're
then
talking about
Gregory
Delcy
wants to go to
Rodriguez.
war.
No, that's a
Gregory
great
doesn't
point.
think he's going to go to war.
No, I
Gregory.
didn't say there is a war. I said if Delcy
You're not gonna
Rodriguez
make it a
doesn't
war,
get
bud.
Gregory. Well, Gregory's not ready for war. Gregory's a little guy, but he's a smart guy. We need smart guys too.
Tell you what probably
I'm
will
sorry.
happen
You're not
is
built for that.
probably what happened the last time we replaced the leader of Venezuela is that it'll take about an hour and a half and we'll just go to the next guy.
Wait, so you're just going to perpetually remove leaders that are handpicked by
If we have to,
Maduro?
yeah.
Oh,
Wait,
God.
and handpicked
That's
by
what we've
Delcy
done for-
Rodriguez.
Oh God, this girl's got crystals in her ears. This is the one she said, I want to hear what she has to say. That's probably her friend. This is probably her boyfriend. Femoids talk crazy all the time.
That's what we've done for centuries
This is the
in
most
Latin America.
ineffective, least American first policy ever.
We've done it since the Mexican-American War.
Let me just
Anything
say,
for Chevron.
Donald Trump in
The Mexican-American War existed before Chevron existed.
under the Trump administration back in 2019, they did a war games.
All right, finish your sentence.
They did a war game simulation of what would happen if we removed Maduro. It said within 1 to 2 months, there are 3 scenarios. Either it devolves into a civil war that cuts us off from oil, either warring militias begin to coup whoever is in charge, Delcy Rodriguez, and the third one was like even worse. So all of this, that's why they didn't do it. All of the scenarios in this war games showed that removing Maduro long-term doesn't help. So
fuck your Democrat war games from your think tanks under Joe Biden. Trump said, we're doing it, and it's gonna work.
You just made the argument that we could be perpetually...
So why do we do it?
No, you just made the argument that we could be perpetually removing leaders for the next few years while they draw out the negotiations, which is the United States.
What's Adam's last name? It's like Gogler. Gogler? Begogler? Magogler? Gargler? Nut Gogler. Magogler. Magogler. Mockler. His last name's Mockler.
States being in a war with Venezuela. That's not what we want to do.
Okay, Adam's done. I want to hear what she has to say.
Okay,
I
all
want to hear
right,
what
we
she has
gotta
to
go.
say.
Let's go. Yeah.
Hi, my name's Lauren. So name twins.
Woo!
I actually
Name
have a comment for you.
Nathan's bitch. Oh, I hate Lauren's. Lauren De Laguna, Lauren Southern, Lauren Chin, Lauren. I liked Lauren Chin actually. She was kind of cute though. She Asian, but oh my God, there's so many. There's like 2 other ones. I used to know like 5 of them off the top of my head, but a lot of them have disappeared. All of them have. They all do. They're like flashes in a pan. Every Lauren is a flash in a pan. There's no based Lauren. They're all like, they try to be based, but it's like you see through it. This is a liberal Lauren. This chick's a Lauren. Something wrong with Laurens.
First off, totally respect you for coming up here and debating. But I just think that Lauren, I think if you use a little less ad hominem attacks and going after people's character, we'll all take you a lot more seriously. Most of the comments you said have been reflecting on our like appearances or like our stereotypes, and I think we'll all.
She's got crystals in her ears. I'm gonna comment on her stereotypes. She's trying to hug Lauren right now, and she's like, "I'm with you, girl. But you can't make fun of these country boys. They don't like that. I got crystals and tarot cards to read later."
I'll listen to you a lot more if you back off on that and start using more facts.
Okay, so thank you, Lauren. What I will say is like, I don't get to, everyone feels very entitled to kindness, but in the same breath, they're talking about killing mothers 4 times in the face, and we're like, woo! And then you're like, hey, Lauren, be a little nicer. So it goes both ways.
I'm not saying be nicer. I'm saying use facts instead of attacks on character, because you should be able to defend your point with facts and not with going after how they look.
And I have, but I haven't gotten to be able to.
No, you haven't actually.
To be fair, it's a combative environment, and when people are booing you, sometimes it's easy to get defensive when you're on stage.
Yes.
Yeah, but
I know,
here's a good
absolutely.
example. Since we're having a nice little therapy session,
saying.
like
Yeah.
when we were arguing about abortion, you didn't really focus so much on the policy or the fact itself. You were trying to impugn the motives and psychoanalyze the people who say openly that, like myself, that we just don't want babies to be killed.
Okay, but the topic
Which I think
was
is unfair.
wanting to control women's bodies, and what did we get to? Wanting to control women's bodies.
Yeah,
and
just-
also
I
a
think
fundamental
you're-
misunderstanding of abortion. And it's very difficult to have a debate with around facts when people are not connected to reality, which objectively, the definition of abortion, which the room tended to just not agree with, which science is one of those things you either understand, you can't not believe in it, you just either, it's like 2 plus 2, 4.
You make
Okay.
you make.
So the people in the audience just didn't understand the definition of abortion. I read you the definition of abortion, and miscarriages do not fit into the definition of abortion. The medical definition of abortion, which she said at one point, but then she also said the legal definition. So she didn't even know what she was talking about. But the medical definition, I guess they said that would be a spontaneous abortion. But anyway, she's still retarded.
A great point,
Okay, you
Laura.
guys-
You either understand it or you don't. That's true.
Okay, yeah.
Next question.
Okay, I actually
And you're
have a
dying
question.
alone. Goodbye.
I actually have a question. I have a question for Lauren on the abortion topic, actually. My
Perfect.
first question leading into this is, do you believe that Black Lives Matter?
Yes.
Okay, great.
What about black
Second to that
babies in the
is
womb?
Abortion has killed nearly half the population of Black people. If not for abortion, there would be almost double the amount of black people that there are today. Are you glad that those women were not encouraged to control their bodies and give birth to their children?
Do
you think that those
I'm gonna
lives
bring it back
don't
to
matter?
facts because you guys love facts.
That's a fact.
Fetuses are not people. Fetuses are not people.
So
Fetuses are not people.
So
it just totally at the last moment it switches into a personhood argument. So now it's a legal argument. So now we're not appealing to the medical definition of abortion. We're not appealing to the colloquial definition of abortion. We're appealing to the legal. Now we're appealing to legality and personhood. So this is a jump. This is what happens with abortion people. They'll go from one argument and then you destroy that. So they go to another one. Now, instead, what should happen is all of your arguments, maybe there's little holes you can poke in them, but together they hold each other together. Whereas with abortion, it's like, no, this one just gets destroyed. This one gets destroyed. This one gets destroyed. This one gets destroyed. And they just jump through all of them. And then it becomes a circle. And then they go back to the beginning. But now we're on personhood, which is a legal argument.
fetuses, the black fetuses that were removed from their mother's wombs.
And it's funny, this question she's asking about Black Lives Matter, pointing toward the majority of abortion clinics are in urban areas, and a large black women are like one of the biggest proponents of abortion. They're one of the biggest users of abortion. They do abortion the most. And then all the abortion clinics are in urban areas. So she's making the argument, if you're Black Lives Matter, what about these black babies? And then, oh shoot, what was I getting to? I was just getting to I lost my train of thought.
Would have.
What was I thinking about? Blondie here made the personhood argument. Well, okay, personhood argument. A fetus is not a person. What is a person? Person is a legal term. It's personhood. A business could be a person. Nowadays, like, your personhood is your social security number. It's when the government acknowledges you're a person. I'd say it's the mark of the beast is personhood. But anyway, when the government knows your number before you've even been given a name, that's your personhood. Your personhood is this legal personality that you have. And so what you could ask Lauren, they're both, or no, this is not a Lauren, but you could ask Blondie, you could say, okay, so it's about personhood. What if, and you're a Black Lives Matter person, right? You love, Black Lives Matter. What if we voted as a democracy and the consensus said a certain color skin people do not have personhood. They're not persons. We don't count them as persons. They're less than people. So we can do whatever we want to them. That's personhood. Personhood is legal. So if the law, if the consensus and the democracy and the vote and the elections, if the majority of people in an area say, oh, this color skin person is not a person, then we could just take away their personhood and enslave them, kill them, do whatever we want to them. I don't think she would agree with that. So she should be careful using the personhood argument while this woman's asking about Black lives.
Had they been born, grown up to be black children, black adults, and they would have almost nearly double the population that they have today. That is half of the black population that has been wiped out because these women were encouraged to kill
That's
their
just a fact,
fetuses.
Lauren. That's a fact. Michael's like, maybe I am pro.
I mean, don't try to sell me on abortion. Come on.
What is your name?
Fuck.
What is
Molly.
your name? Molly?
Nice to meet you. Yes, ma'am.
Nice to meet you too. So babies are not the same as fetus.
No,
Science.
but
They
she's saying,
literally
even
are.
to grant your premise, let's say that fetus isn't really a baby. What she's saying is, if the abortions did not take place, left unimpeded, those fetuses or whatever you want to call them would have become fully grown black people, and the black population of the U.S. would be double.
Why are we talking about the black population when we're talking about control over women's bodies? If black women want to have the baby,
That's her question. That's what she wants to ask you about. And the majority well, not the majority of abortions, but black women have abortions way more than white women. I've looked it up before. We've talked about it before many times, but it's a lot.
They can have the baby.
It's like 13% of the population is responsible for like 60% of the abortions. But this is by design, by the way. This is why all of the 90% of the abortion clinics are in urban areas. They're in cities. They're not building a damn abortion clinic in fucking Dodge City, Kansas.
Only talk about what you want to talk about, Lauren.
I think that I think that what we'd say is we'd prioritize the autonomy of these women to make their own decision over them being forced to have a baby.
And where does this data
who
point
may
come
grow
from,
up in
Molly?
suboptimal environments or be. I mean, if these people got abortions, it's probably because they couldn't support a baby coming into the world. You guys always
Or
talk
they
about.
didn't want to.
Well, you guys always talk about single-parent households, and you guys talk about these. If a baby is going to be born to a mother whose father left, and he decides to abort, or she decides to abort it. I think that she's making a decision to prioritize herself over a baby that will be born to a shitty situation. That's the that's the argument that we make.
Do you think that a baby who has been born to a single mother should be open to a post-birth abortion? In other words,
Of course
he's
not.
going to grow up in a bad environment, all these problems that you're ascribing to these young black women, and we all know that, but he's been born, but he's going to have a really tough life, you think? Wouldn't it be better for that child to
No,
be
of
killed?
course not. No,
Well, then why would it be better for
Nobody
the baby
said-
5 minutes earlier in the
Nobody
womb to
wants
be
a
killed?
post-life abortion. That's a murder.
What?
When a person is born,
A post-life
that's
abortion?
murder.
Nobody wants a post-life abortion. That's murder. Okay, but life begins at conception. 96% of scientists and biologists, life begins at conception. So now she's not making a personhood. It's because she's an idiot and she has no idea what she's saying. And look, even he's looking at her like, oh, bitch, you just fucked up.
That's homicide, you guys. Come on.
I guess the point that Adam's making is
He's looking at her like, nobody wants a post-life abortion. That's homicide, guys. Come on. Okay, but you said life. We agreed life begins at conception, and then you went to personhood. So
interesting to me because it's kind of like the Freakonomics argument. You know, like they said crime rates went down because abortion rates went up, which is a pretty ghoulish
Racist.
argument, if it is even true. But I guess my point, if the premise of your
I think it is true, and it's racist. It's true racism. Crime rates went down because black people started having more abortions in urban environments. Crazy. I mean, it's a racist ass argument, but but hey, you're
argument is that a kid growing up in tough circumstances justifies just killing
No,
that
no,
kid
no.
in the
I'm
first
not
place.
saying I justify that. I said the bodily autonomy of women. That's probably the argument that we make.
Plus
That women.
the bodily autonomy of women.
No, mainly the bodily autonomy of women to make the decision for their own situation.
So
is what
it's
I'm
really
saying.
because those are totally different. Really, I think you're saying the bodily autonomy is what it's all about, but also they grow up in bad situations. But if we only isolate the latter one, you would throw that
I'm
argument
saying
out.
the argument that she's
also Michael just threw that out there to be a good talking point because we always talk about the Freakonomics thing and how white women will accidentally make a racist argument for abortion. But but she didn't actually do anything Freakonomics related. Like I didn't see that connection. It seems like he just threw that out there. But she's like, her brain is melting right now. She has no idea what's going on. Look at her face. I need the window sound. Boom.
trying to make basically is that women are prioritizing bodily autonomy over some nebulous idea of the black population growing. I think that
they're prioritizing it over their own babies.
Yeah.
And I think that's wrong.
Okay, then yeah, we
Well,
don't.
then,
We think
here's
that bodily
my
autonomy
whole
is
You
thing
kinda
is
think
if you
that's wrong.
don't want
No,
an abortion, don't get one.
Whatever happened to accountability? is the
How many people
question.
does it take to
But
make a
there
baby?
are long-term consequences to choosing to control your own body, whatever it is you're saying. There are long-term consequences, and half of the black population not being here today is a consequence of all of those women
Wait.
choosing
I'm gonna
for
let Molly finish, then I'm
themselves
gonna
not
answer.
to give
Let
birth
me
to their
answer this
babies.
one.
There is
Great
a
point.
consequence to that.
The crowd doesn't want to clap for this because they're like, I mean, is that a bad thing? I mean, are you trying to make abortion sound based?
It's not just like, okay.
So what's the fixation with black women's abortions?
Because it's proving.
I'm asking Molly.
It's a
So
statistic
Melly,
that
why do you care about why did you come up here and choose to talk about Black women's abortions? Why?
Because it'll tug on
I'm
your
asking
liberal
Molly,
heartstrings.
not
That's
Michael.
why.
Molly.
Yes.
I'm asking Molly. Molly, why
because
did you
it is
choose?
a statistical example
Well,
of a
I know
of
it's a
the long
statistical example, but
ma'am,
why?
May
I
I
have a
finish what
question
I'm
about the
saying?
current
It is a
topic.
statistical example of the long-term effects of abortion.
Why did you choose that out of all the statistics you could have
Because you don't
chosen?
want to talk about
question about Venezuela and the current topic.
The left, one of their pinnacle fights over the last 10 years has been Black Lives
Venezuela.
Matter. And I'm standing up as a pro-life conservative saying Black
I can't
lives
hear
do
Molly.
matter.
Okay, so Black Lives Matter. So Black women who are alive and here and functioning on this earth, you don't believe that they have the right to choose whether having
their
a
kid?
baby
No.
is the right decision
That's not
for
the
them?
question.
Okay, let's talk about that. Is the question. That is literally exactly the
They
question.
do.
So my
They have
question for
made
you,
that
Molly.
choice, and half of their population
Venezuela.
is not here.
I can't hear Molly because everyone's hooting and hollering.
What was your question?
Whatever you just said, I couldn't hear that. Can you say it again?
I have a question about the current
I'm
topic.
talking to Molly.
I don't remember what you asked and what I
So
answered.
why, like again, succinctly explain to me why you chose Black Lives Matter and forcing Black women to give birth is your platform of choice tonight. Why?
It's not. There's no one's forcing. We are encouraging and showing
Okay, encouraging
the
is a different
reality
thing from
of
forcing.
that a fetus is a baby and that every life deserves to have a chance to live. No one's forcing, holding the woman down. We are encouraging and hoping that they will give their babies the right to life and the opportunity to live a life.
Okay.
And if they're born into shitty circumstances, maybe they'll turn it around and become an incredible leader.
Yeah.
You
So,
don't know.
Molly, we agree on a couple things. We agree that like hope, sure, you can hope one thing, I can hope one thing. Gregory
They're trying to have a side debate about abortion now, and this bitch is dumb.
can hope one thing, but
What about wit? What about wit?
Gregory can hope one thing. Give it up for Gregory. But there's a difference between hope and forcing. And I
No
believe
one's
in the
forcing.
autonomy of women. Well, that's the thing. Well,
I
that's
would
what that's
force.
the question is
I would
like
force.
when it
The
comes to
only
abortion.
thing we agree on is that hope is not a strategy.
Yeah, that's fair. It's a
We're not-
theological
we're not
virtue,
asking
though.
you.
All right, hold on. We got to move on. Let's get to the next
Venezuela
question.
Okay, bringing
She
it
rolled her
back to
eyes.
the current topic, I would like y'all to answer or explain, define what about international law is legitimate or has any sort of grounding or force. Because based on U.S. law, every action taken in Venezuela was completely legitimate.
Yep.
But based on, all of the complaints about it are violations of international law. So please explain that.
That wasn't my complaint about it. I didn't bring in a legal argument or an international law argument. I think there's a decent argument that Trump made
'Cause there isn't
legal
one.
strikes. Now, the distinction I'd make, Obama made a lot of
See, even the lefty, even Mockler has to say, yeah, these strikes were legal.
did a lot of strikes under the authorized use of military force in a post 9/11 era. Trump, when you're striking a country, should probably go through Congress before doing an act of war. But I'm not going to say it's illegal or it's going to be upheld as illegal. The reason I say that every president should have to go through Congress, not only Trump, but Obama and Biden before doing this, is because we don't want presidents, as Americans, to be able to unilaterally strike or do acts of war. It's like, for example, Trump is talking a lot about Greenland lately. Would you be okay if Trump authorized a strike on Greenland?
I will become the most Dick Cheney neocon. I want F-35s flying over Nuke, baby. I want to greet them. I want them to greet us as liberators from their Danish overlords.
You
Yeah.
realize? Wait.
It's fine. Yeah.
Okay, you guys have no moral foundation. You guys voted for
No,
someone.
why? What's the
But
matter?
Adam's being mean too. Adam's being mean too.
Hold up. No. This is so true. Donald Trump said over and over, no new wars, no new wars. And you guys just cheered for somebody who wants F-35s to fly over a
No,
NATO.
I mean, look, I'm
a
exaggerating
NATO
a little.
ally.
It's a
No,
joke.
listen. No, Donald Trump has not ruled out military force against a NATO ally. Now, I want to talk a little bit about like international law and why it's important just for 1 second. In a post-World War II era, after the bloodiest conflict in human history, all the world leaders came together and said, we have to make sure
Leaguers?
the world doesn't devolve
Leaguers? Was that a hard R, leaguer?
into chaos again. So they created NATO, which says that you can't just invade countries for no reason. I'm not f***ing wrong. But to continue,
Yeah.
good one, you guys.
Well, no,
good
it
one.
wasn't all the world leaders, right? There was half the world was
Of course.
was aligned with NATO, half with the
Okay,
Warsaw
that's
Pact.
a great point. So developed countries decided to join NATO, then they got to enjoy.
No, the Soviet Union was a developed country.
Okay, the countries that joined NATO got to enjoy decades and decades of not only economic growth, but more technology, more medicine. The countries that haven't joined NATO are honestly like third world shitholes at this moment. So NATO exists to keep us safe to make sure that we have a world order that is in focus, and the United States benefits from that world order. So I just don't like Donald Trump trying to step all over NATO, trying to threaten our NATO ally of Greenland. You realize we have U.S. troops on the ground in Greenland, not to invade them, but because they're a fucking ally. We could call them up and just say, hey, can we put more troops on the ground?
Is Greenland an independent nation?
Greenland is not independent, no.
Oh, you're right. So,
can
we're
just
talking
call
about Denmark.
Okay, we have troops in Greenland.
Yeah.
So we can call up Denmark and literally just say, can we increase troops to Greenland? Or I'm sure we can communicate with Greenland directly.
Why does Denmark have Greenland?
Because
Isn't that
they bought
weird?
it.
We're closer to Greenland than Denmark is.
That's not how property or international law works.
Isn't that well? You mentioned
It's about money. We've been considering acquiring Greenland since Abraham Lincoln, and lots of countries have, Russia, China, for trade routes. Apparently, there's a new ocean developing there due to climate change. I think that's bullshit, but it's always been in contention. It's just not a big deal. But now we're figuring out technology, and I think an integral aspect of this is the space race. There's still a space race, and Greenland is an optimal point for space stuff. And Elon's hinted at it, and Trump's hinted at it. It's not a secret. It's like some people know, but nobody really thinks it's the important piece yet. But I think it is. And I'm always right. So,
international law is very interesting here because you mentioned NATO, and it's very telling that you misspoke and you said that the whole world was united by NATO. No, that was a product of the Cold War, where half the world was divided into NATO and the other half was in the Warsaw Pact. And so when the Cold War ended now 35 years ago, the role of NATO dramatically changed, and the role of the United States as the sole global hegemon changed. And so there is such a thing as international law. I'm not one of these people who says international law is fake. There is such a thing.
Like
it goes
Matt
back.
Walsh.
Yeah, I'm not Matt Walsh. I do think it's real, though the point he's making is a good one, which is that the modern instantiation of international law, like the UN and associated bodies, is ridiculous. It's liberal internationalism.
It's not ridiculous. Article 5 of NATO has prevented nuclear war from breaking out.
The military might of the United States has prevented nuclear war from breaking out. That's what it is. And that's all NATO is, too.
Wait, no.
Hey, Adam,
you guys clap for everything. You're making my points.
One more question.
You're making my points. The military might of the United States has deterred countries from invading our NATO allies, which would also have military troops if they got invaded. So the might of the United States as the leader of NATO has benefited us.
We provide their military protection. China and Russia are aggressing on Greenland. It's strategically necessary. It's been the policy of the U.S. State Department since the mid-19th century to acquire Greenland, and we have to take it.
If China and Russia did anything to Greenland, under NATO, Article 5 would mean that we retaliate. Like, Russia and China are not
and we're getting a head start. That's what's going on.
Can I add to this?
You guys have no moral foundation if you're okay with Greenland.
I appreciate people who've never seen conflict really get emboldened and really lash out about how they know everything about world conflict
I'm
on a
not
grand
saying
scale.
I know everything. What?
And it's for a lot of people in this country. We've never had conflict.
Are you
our
okay
shores.
with new wars being started? Because that's what he's saying.
My question
Wait,
to you is...
Wait, you just said you want F-35s over Greenland. Now you're saying you're not saying
There won't
that.
be a war. It won't last very long.
No moral foundation.
I appreciate the sentiment of no new wars, but my question to you is, do you think that America will survive if we do not take a country like Venezuela with the largest oil deposits? Because, listen, hear me out, America creates light oil. We have a lot of fracking in this country. Most of our refineries and things that convert heavy oil is what we have here in America, which is on the Gulf of America. Yay, Gulf of America. But ultimately, when you have China, Russia, everyone teaming up with Cuba, Venezuela, who are taking over Guyana for all the resources.
I wanted the word cuppa.
What the hell is that? I hate
as
this
in cup
ad.
of tea. I thought it would be great to mix with.
Cuppa as in
When I
cup
saw
of tea.
Consider the One Belt, One Road initiative that China is putting in place. They're giving a lot of money to these regimes to make them look good so they can create infrastructure so they can win the voting power. And then they're indebted forever to China. When they take over that region and they have all these resources that we do not, and then they start launching missiles into our backyard right across the Gulf, do you think as the leaders of the free world that we should not intervene and take over Venezuela?
Should we intervene and take over Venezuela? No, and we haven't done that. Currently, Delcy Rodriguez is in power, so your framing is entirely wrong.
I mean, we're running the show. She is
sort of in power, but Rubio and Trump
You
are
asked
running
a fundamental
Venezuela.
question. How is America supposed to survive if we're not taking over countries like Venezuela the same way that we both survived and excelled over the past 70 years? Over the past 70 years, we have seen a massive increase in quality of life, technology, medicine.
And it's awesome, right?
And it's
How
awesome.
do you keep
It's
those
awesome.
going?
It's because
Oil.
And it's because
you need oil.
It's
You need
because
heavy
global
oil.
wars haven't
If you do
broken
not
out in
have
the
this
same way they did
oil,
before.
the luxuries of what you love here in America no longer exist.
Are you saying that pillaging Venezuela for their oil reserves and taking...
I'm not saying pillaging.
Well,
what
you
I'm
are.
saying
You're
is
saying taking it over the
No
country.
pillaging.
You're saying
I'm
taking
saying
No pillaging has happened. We black bagged their leader, and we're gonna find a leader that wants their people to benefit and our people to benefit off of this resource, this economic resource that you guys have. And for this, we're gonna be security for you. We're gonna be Big Brother again. It got screwed up there for a while. We're giving you another chance, Venezuela, and everybody will benefit.
Taking away from
a
the
leader in a
civilians.
regime who is working with China and our enemies out of the equation and letting them
If we
come
wanna
back in
take
and create
China
and
out of the-
become an ally. We want Venezuela to be an ally so we can have access to
We
the
want
resources.
them to be an ally by taking over their country. Number two, if you're scared...
Maduro is not on our team in any way,
Delcy
shape, or
Rodriguez
form.
won't be either. But let me ask you, are you okay?
So,
Are you okay?
so should we or should we not have taken Maduro as we did?
It's fine if we took Maduro. That's not even my big
Perfect.
problem.
So we're all on the same page. It's good that the regime has changed over,
But
right?
listen, no, the regime hasn't changed over. You're just wrong. You keep
The
saying
leadership
that.
has changed over.
Okay, but
Leadership has changed.
can I ask you, if you're so
give it time.
if you're so scared about Chinese aggression, would you be okay with protecting Taiwan if they were invaded by China?
Yes,
Okay,
because
good.
they are the closest democratic
Okay,
ally
if
that
you're
we
so
have over
scared
there
of
in the
Russian
Pacific.
aggression, are you okay with stopping Ukraine from being invaded by sending military, not military troops, but military weapons, like we are?
So this is, I love how you bring this into the chessboard
no,
of
I'm-
world
yeah,
economics.
I'm asking.
Because you're
Wait,
you're
no.
getting into all of our allies and stuff, but at the end of the day, when you're talking about the Russia-Ukraine war, yes, we should support. What support should we do in what capacity, right? And that's where we're never all going to agree. However, one fundamental thing is America does not create enough heavy oil to maintain the lifestyle and the strength of America without this type of oil. So where do we get it?
Venezuela. Now,
Yeah.
that's the argument you're making?
And actually, to your point, Adam,
this is just geopolitical truth. We are running out of heavy oil in America.
and to your point, Adam, I think we agree. We've reached a synthesis, which is you say, well, you know, the way we should do it is we should get along as we have for the past 70 years.
That's heavy oil. That's Venezuela's oil. And they say it's the best oil for roads. And we have infrastructure. Everybody's always bitching about the roads. And that's one of government's most important roles, keeping these roads good. We need some good roads. So let's get some Venezuela oil.
Well, over the last 70 years, we've intervened in Latin America like 50 times. We've overthrown a lot of regimes. So we're going to keep on keeping on. It's going to be great.
It doesn't work. It doesn't
And they're
work.
creating alliances to create a socialistic party with Cuba and other enemies of America.
Bingo. Cascading effects. It's beautifully stated. Okay, we have to figure out who won that round. Was it, and you raised your paddles, was it the Liberal team?
We've destroyed an enemy cruiser.
We destroyed an enemy cruiser. All right, guys, this is almost over. We'll go to Discord after this. It's late. Not late for me. I'm like, haven't even been up that long, but I do got to get to bed at a decent time because I work tonight. I think the guy in the hat won. Yep.
We got one. We got.
We'll go to Discord and then maybe I'll play Shark Game for a bit. Man Eater.
Tried and true blue. Was it me? All right, there we go. It's good. All right, now I kind of saw that one coming. Now, who won the question round? I think it's obviously the last guy, right? That was very thoughtful and serious, I think, right?
Thank you. I'm
Who's that guy?
2A
Yeah.
Daddy. I do gun stuff, Second Amendment. I'll be here all year. I live here. Come hang out. Let's shoot some guns.
Yeah, my
you guys
man.
are
All right,
awesome.
that's great.
I just got a new gun. My buddy Nick Freitas gave me a Desert Eagle. And it's Catholic, and it's called the Excommunicator. It's sick. Anyway, maybe I'll have to bring that.
I'll go shooting with you for content. That'd be fun.
Yeah,
we
that'd
can
be
record
good.
it.
Do you shoot? Have you ever?
Yeah, we can do it.
Wow, all right, let's go.
Liberals
baby.
are normal people, bro. I mean, we're just normal people.
No, it's some of the, like a very few numbers sometimes
Okay,
are.
but you can also point to Republicans who raided the Capitol. I mean, people are always going to be crazy.
Yeah,
on both
those
parties.
guys, they're going to come shooting with us, too.
You wanna know
Now, we turn to the VIP table.
Uh-oh.
I don't know. Did we solve all of the world's problems or not? Is there one more topic we have to get to hash out?
Oh, man. I don't know.
Ask us anything.
You don't think we solved them?
I don't think you solved them, but I don't know. I actually don't know. I don't know the topic.
You don't have enough. Is there any suggestion?
Gregory, let's go.
I say we take on the transgender with the Supreme Court cases that they're hearing today. We take on that transgender issue just a little bit further.
Okay, so the Supreme Court just heard oral arguments in 2 cases. The libs won't let this issue die, which is great for Republicans, because if we were going to get blown out in the midterms, this is like our absolute best hope of turning it around. And basically, the libs are arguing that states cannot pass laws banning boys who identify as girls from girls' sports. And the court heard it, and Ketanji Jackson.
I was going to talk about this on Monday. This just happened.
I spoke something vaguely resembling English, and Clarence Thomas smacked them down, and the ACLU fumbled. So, what is there any particular angle with that?
Let's talk about our 5th place superstar, Riley Gaines.
Let's talk about trans women. I think is that.
You want
how
to talk
that
about
goes?
trans women? Did you have anything to add
trans
to that?
women and women's sports?
Okay, cool. I
ahead.
love talking about women's
So,
sports.
Adam, is it right, Adam?
Yeah. What's up?
Since you're effectively Bill Clinton,
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah,
by
he's
that.
kind of like.
what I mean by that is like you're the only moderate Democrat left.
There's a lot of moderates out there.
How old are you?
23.
Oh shit. Okay.
No, you're good. What's up?
All right. Do you think men can become women?
Can men become women?
Yeah.
You can change genders from male. Yeah. But there's a difference between. Do you think there's a difference between sex and gender?
Do I think there's a difference between sex and gender?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I think that they're 2 different terms.
So when you go up to someone in a grocery store and you're walking up to them, do you think scientifically they're different?
Well, gender is a sociological term.
Yeah, based on like physical appearances, like hair length or other things like that. And then sex is based on, it's not a joke. Sex is based on your genitals, right?
Yeah.
So can I ask you a question? If you're
yes, please do.
No, genuinely.
No, for real. I'm not joking with you.
Okay, so if you're walking up to somebody in a grocery store, and say it's a worker, and you can only see them from behind, and all you see is somebody with long, luscious hair.
Yeah.
You
Is
see
it
somebody,
Gorlock,
you
the
see
devourer?
Destroyer.
Say you're walking up to somebody in a grocery store, and you can only see.
She's curved and she's got thick hips, and you're like, and then turns around and it's like, turns around and it's like, what? Huh? No!
Them from behind, and you say they have long, luscious hair.
Yeah.
They have jewelry around their wrist.
Are they thick?
Do you go
Are they
based
thick?
on? Do you go based on a vague assessment of social characteristics, or do you check their genitals before you check to see if they're male or
You can do
female?
magic tricks.
Before I got sober or after?
No, but you said genuinely. Which one? Which one?
I would assume that they were a man or a woman.
Well, based on their.
Oh, they had with those characteristics.
I'm saying, is it based on their genitals, or do you base it on their broad characteristics out in public?
Broad characteristics.
So when somebody out in public has long hair or jewelry from behind, in 2026, that could be a male or a female.
Totally.
Yeah. So. Absolutely. So the difference between sex and gender, as we laid out, is that
No,
sex.
hold on. Say that again. I'm sorry.
I'm saying that when you're walking up to someone in a grocery store and they have long hair and they have a bracelet or whatever jewelry, they could be a man or a woman.
So from behind, that's a woman.
Exactly.
Stop there.
Exactly.
Okay, I have a question for Gregory. I have a question for Gregory.
No, wait, hold up. I'm making my point.
Okay, keep going.
The point that I'm making here is, and I don't know if you're too smart, too dumb to realize it. I don't know. The point that I'm trying to make here.
Maybe.
Yeah. So when you
Too
walk
smart,
up to someone
too
in a
dumb to
grocery store and
realize
you don't know
it,
what they
maybe.
are, it's because you go based on social characteristics.
Yeah.
That is gender. Gender is defined as social characteristics. Sex are your genitals. So can somebody be transgender? Can somebody who has long hair and is a male then transition to look like a female? Yes.
Yes,
absolutely.
but come on, listen.
Oh, yes,
no,
yes,
no,
thank
no,
you.
no,
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 you
listen,
said yes,
no,
yeah.
I don't grant that.
Wait, so which part do you not grant?
Wait,
They
hold
can
on a
do
minute,
pretend.
dude.
Yeah,
Hold
they
on
can
a minute.
pretend.
Hold on a minute. I do not grant your premise. But
Which premise? What the f you granted all my premises and now you have a
no,
problem?
no.
Okay, let's hear it.
Because right there, you're conflating
what
gender expression with sex, and you're
no,
you're
I'm not.
Hold on.
Explain the difference. Then.
You're
What's the difference?
You're decoupling gender expression from sex.
No, they're
and then going, are they
no,
can change, bro.
You're making my point. 99% of the time, sex and gender overlaps, but in this 0.5% exception, people can
but it doesn't
transition, like you
make
admitted.
them Yeah, but
I
okay,
think
wait.
the
So
point- the
where's
point
my
that-
where's my fundamental axiom wrong? Which axiom do I have wrong? You said that you reject my framing.
Again, you're
How so?
you're decoupling.
How so?
Let's be real. Getting over
He's using big words and he's kind of drowning this dude out. You shouldn't have given him all those
someone
premises.
that you saw forever with. Now that is a
Shut up,
breakup that-
BetterHelp.
By saying
Because you're
because
saying that a
you're
guy
not
could-
even representing. Again, you're Bill Clinton. You're not representing your own side's
Okay,
argument.
Okay, I'll represent the side.
Like your
I'll
firmware,
represent-
hey,
you
your,
guys wanna hear from
your
me?
firmware's not updated.
Women talking about women's sports. Women talking
This
about
guy's
women's sports.
shaking over there.
I
He's
want to
shaking
ask
in the
Gregory
VIP
a question
section.
because I'm dying to hear.
I'm not gonna lie, homeboy. He's a comedian. I can tell he's a comedian, and he's trying to make jokes and be funny and stuff. But he did get kind of shut down just now. He froze up. Maybe he got. It doesn't seem like he got nervous because Gregory here's nervous. Homeboy's a YouTuber. This guy's a comedian, and he's been trying to be comedian the whole show, but he did get kind of shut down just now. I'm not saying I agree with Nut Gobbler or whatever the hell this guy's name is, Adam Nut Gobbler, Mockler. Not saying I agree with him, but he did kind of just shut him down there.
Let's finish this topic. Hold on, Lauren. Let's
Maybe.
just finish this topic.
Oh
The
my
point
God.
where I think you're diverging is you're saying, and therefore this person can transition to have a transgender.
Wait, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Do you think somebody who has male characteristics can change themselves in such a way where they appear to be female when you walk
When you
up
say
to them in a grocery
characteristics, though,
store?
what do you mean? You
I
mean
mean like
accidental
long hair.
properties.
I mean jewelry. I mean
superficial
the way that.
or sexual? Down
I
to the
mean
core.
either way, it can be like tits.
Matt
It can
Gates.
be
But
Think
anything.
about
what I'm saying is
Matt
I
Gates'
can't
face.
figure out which part you're asking about. Are you saying someone who, by
Said
all
tits.
biological signs, is a man but wears a dress, or like what do you mean by the characteristics?
I mean,
both
somebody.
of those are characteristics.
Yeah, somebody who has a penis, but they have pants on, obviously, so you can't tell.
Yeah.
But then they're wearing jewelry. They have long hair. I mean, here's the thing.
Dude,
Yeah,
I wish
and like-
trannies tried that hard.
And so
Yeah, yeah. I know that. You
I
can
thought we were
usually
talking
tell.
about children's
I could not
sports.
even good at it.
Do you get what I'm
You're-
saying?
you're
You
We're
making-
gonna
understand what I'm
have this
Yes.
conversation about
And
penises over there.
I think you're making a great point, Adam, which is, and you're granting it, Wit, which is, yes, there is a distinction between sex and
saying?
gender.
Of course.
Sex it pertains to human nature, and
Biological
it's
characteristics.
expressed biologically primarily.
Mhm.
And gender expression is this social performance in some ways.
Exactly. yeah.
But the
Well-
problem is you're making an undue leap, which is you're saying therefore one can transition from one to the other. Just because these things are distinct does not therefore imply that they should be in conflict with one another. So the pro-transgender side says, well, you can have, gullions.
no,
Hold
no.
on. You can have gullions and you can dress like a woman and therefore you're really a woman and entitled to all the rights of women. But I guess I would say the opposite. If you're a man who wants to put on a dress, you shouldn't. You should bring your gender expression into line with your biology and you should act like a man if you're a man. You have an obligation to do that.
I think that 99% of people's gender aligns with their sex. I guess the question is, if we just refer
It's true. It's 1%.
if we just referred
Less
to
than
women
1%.
as trans women, would you guys be happier? Is that literally the
No,
main...
I want them to act like who they really are.
Wait, so do you think gender dysphoria is real according to the DSM-5?
I think people get confused,
Yeah,
but we
dude.
should
Wait, no,
treat
no.
it rather
Do you
than
think
affirm
gender
a delusion.
dysphoria
I
is a
think
real
I want to
condition?
go.
I'm
I
gonna
want to
take
go
this
back to
over. No, I'm gonna take
DSM-4,
this
bro.
over. I want
Okay?
to hear from Greg.
I want to
Gregory.
go back to
Wasn't
DSM-4.
this
He
about-
liked
not 5.
DSM-3
No,
before
no,
it was
I'm
cool,
Was
trad.
man.
this a
Yeah.
conversation
I'm
about
DSM
women's
trad.
sports and girls t-ball? Because that's what I thought this was Supreme Court hearing was. It was about elementary school children's sports. We're talking about girls and boys, which is under the age of 18.
There's a trans I think it was a trans swimmer, and then they said and it's a man who's transitioning to woman, who's had breast implants and been on women's gender stuff, and then they said no more trans people swimming. You got to swim with your real gender. So this guy had to swim with the guys, and he swam topless. He swam in Speedos, but he's had implants and he's been on. So it's like a woman. It's like a top. It looks like, I mean, it still looked like a man, but it almost looks like a topless woman swimming with the men now. And they're like, oh shit. So now everything's all fucked up. Now we have no idea what to do here. Because we can't make the trans women come back to the men's teams because now they got titties and they're gonna swim with their shirts off with the guys, like with titties. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy. I don't even have any comment on that. Mama called the doctor. The doctor said no more trans guys jumping on the bed. What are we even doing in this world? I know. It's wild. So you suck on the men's team. So you get your wiener chopped off. You get some breast implants. You take some hormones. You grow your hair out. Now you have long hair. You look like a woman. Kinda. But then you're kicked off and you swim on the women's team. Now you're first place. But now they say you can't swim on the women's team. You got to go back to the men's team. So you go back to the men's team. You still suck. But you're like a woman on the men's team swimming topless. It's crazy. It's crazy. Just ban them outright. They have mental illness. Facts. That's a good let them have their own team, bathroom, etc. No. Because then we're playing into this game and we're like, no. Do you know how much that would policy-wise, the infrastructure on that? Like we'd have to, I know a lot of places already have like a third bathroom or, a family bathroom or maybe, anyway, for every place to now have 3 bathrooms, for every sport to now have a third category, no, that's crazy. I bet it would be entertaining though. So if they could make money off of it, maybe, because it would be entertaining. It would be funny to watch.
Yeah, but boys still have an advantage. It's less than after puberty, but they still have a physical advantage.
What's your question?
So my question is, what's the fixation around kids t-ball? Like,
I've not mentioned kids t-ball.
Yeah, like we're not the ones who change
I
the
have a
rules.
good question about transgender sports.
Hold on,
My
how many
kids
times
don't
have
play
you rung the
t-ball.
bell?
They play. What are your kids?
All right, fine. All right, we got to go. In my opinion, no one wins a bar fight. They're only losers. So the real question is, who lost tonight? The question is, who's going to buy the round? The question is, I think I technically did. The question is, who is going to star in Witt's romance novel? And so, who lost? Was it Adam?
you guys hate
Was it
Lauren.
Was it Lauren?
Haters.
Was it me? Where are you? Come on, you at least got to yell. Yeah, okay, we got one of these. Me. All
She
right.
lost
Okay, I
she
think it might
lost
have
in the
been.
same way. She lost in the same way Trump lost in 2020. We still have to do some court cases. We still have to, contradict it a bit.
Yeah,
check
see
some
you
of this out.
at the Daily Mail HQ tomorrow with a bunch of
in the same way because
phones on.
Venezuela maybe stole it. I don't know. They won't steal it again.
Go to 'em.
See you all at the next bar fight. Thank you.
That was pretty good. All right. I'm going to go in Discord now. Nobody's in there. If anybody wants to come talk about whatever, I don't care. I got to finish writing this stuff, so. Every lib is Regina George. Why are you obsessed with X? Why are you so obsessed with me? But I want to know. A clinic jump back in me. But I know. I'm an infant with a Napoleon complex. See right through like a bathe in a window. That's Mariah. She's talking about Eminem in that song. Some bullshit. Sherry Gonzalez. 4846. Thank you. Thank you, Sherry. What are we going to do? They are taking over. I don't know. No. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. What are we gonna do? I can ride my bike with no handlebars. I think just continuing to sway the cultural perception of it. Guys like Billboard Chris are epic. Like, I know it's it's not as crazy, it's not as extreme as maybe we kind of say that it is. But it's getting out of hand. What's up, Job? But the numbers are low. But then the left also lowers the numbers too. Billboard
Everybody
Chris is the
wants
GOAT.
to say, they're gonna do data centers. Oh, they're putting data centers here.
What?
Everybody all want to be all up in arms about, they're gonna build a data center.
Well, they're building a lot of data centers out here in Utah.
Right, you know how fucking hard it is to build a building?
Yeah, but do you know these
Do
are
you know
huge
how
buildings
cheap
with liquid
gasoline
cooling
is?
that use tons of energy. That's why people
Right.
get mad about the
You know how
data
cheap
centers.
gasoline is? You know how cheap matches are?
Gas isn't cheap.
It is compared to the cost of building a data center. If you want to get rid of one, just a thought.
No. I disavow.
What do you mean?
I don't even know what you're talking about, but no.
I'm just saying gasoline is pretty reasonably priced. Matches, I think you can get them for free. So if there's a building you really, really, really don't like,
No, I disavow. I would not recommend.
JS knows what I'm saying, and he doesn't disavow. He just knows we on tape right now, dude.
I don't mind data centers getting built. If we don't build them, China's going to build them. We got to build them.
For what? For AI? For what?
To be competitive. There's a space war coming. There's a tech war. There's a tech war coming.
Yeah, the war is fucking us.
The next
against
world
goddamn
war
tech.
is going to be through tech. It's going to be through AI. It's going to be through systems and surveillance.
AI,
and,
dude.
Bruh, we need those buildings.
I can't believe you're pro data center, dude. Go ahead and boot this fucker.
I'm pro data center like I'm pro capitalism.
Why?
Because not just because we got to beat China.
Bro, China is not a threat to us.
That's crazy. That's crazy. It's ridiculous.
All right, fucking you versus Chinese, man.
China's more of a threat to themselves than they are to us.
Yeah, how many average Chinese nationals could you kick their ass in a fight?
China will take over the world secretly because people are going to be like, China's not a threat. That's crazy. China's taking over space.
Listen, if the average height of your fucking citizenry is 5 foot, I ain't worried about them, pal.
That doesn't matter if there's 12 of them per you.
Oh, it matters.
No, and they're little.
There's 5 guns per us. How many guns are there per them? How
They
many
got
aircraft
guns. Do you
carriers
think
are
China
there?
doesn't know how to make guns?
They know how to make them, but motherfucker, they don't have them already.
They print
They gotta
them.
make them, distribute them, hide them in a goddamn closet somewhere.
They're
Not in
know
America,
how to
dude.
use them. Yeah, they're not going to use them.
We got Grandpappy's old 870, dude, ready, locked, and loaded.
Wow, you're crazy. You think that we're going to be like fighting with guns on the ground. That's crazy.
Yeah, you're crazy.
Hold on,
They'll just
Jess.
evaporate a
all
city.
wars come, no.
They'll
All
just
wars come
evaporate a
down to
city with
hand
with a
hand.
laser.
Every
Oh,
war
what,
comes down to hand in
You think
hand
they
combat.
you think they just developed the technology
Every
to
war
devastate
so
a
far.
city remotely? Is that
Every
what you
war
think?
so far came down to hand.
Well, yeah, because they didn't have the technology to wipe cities off the map back then.
But
in
now they
Afghanistan.
do. Therefore,
No, they
that's my
still do, and
point.
they're
Thank
No,
you
I'm
for making my
I'm
point.
being
and they're
facetious.
still
We could
doing
wipe
it
a city
that
off
way.
the map in the goddamn 20s, dude. I don't know. Fighting happened with bombs, dude. Get real. It all happens boots on the ground. That's why we got fucked up by Afghanistan and we got fucked up by Vietnam with
It's not with
inferior
nukes.
resources.
I'm not talking about nukes. I'm talking about wiping out
electrical
grids. I'm talking about
I'm talking about Ling
EMPs. I'm
Ling
talking
don't
about
want shit to
satellites
do
with
with me,
lasers
black.
overflowing power generators and causing fires all over a city.
You tell Ling Ling I'm ready for his ass.
You're not going to be fighting Ling Ling. Ling Ling is already taking over your mind and you don't even know it. On TikTok. I don't think you guys watch TikTok.
I don't have TikTok.
I don't even have TikTok.
Well, there's all sorts of other ways too.
I'm the least connected guy to the internet that's my age, pretty much. I'm not off the grid, but motherfucker, I'm not really touching most of this shit. I do watch YouTube though.
BRICS, they're collapsing your currency.
It's your currency too. What do you mean my currency?
And
I love this point. I love when people are like, oh, the dollar's gonna crash. Then what? You're gonna use your bitcoins to buy shit? That's what you're gonna do? You think a store is gonna be open when the dollar crashes? I love these people. Oh, the dollar is a depreciating asset. You gotta diversify your portfolio. As if your portfolio will have any meaning whatsoever if the dollar crashes. Dude, if the dollar crashes, the whole fucking charade ends. And it's squalor, and it's fighting in the streets for a can of beans.
I
That's
agree,
what
and that's what
dollar
China's
crashes.
trying to do.
The world
Yeah, but
recognizes the dollar as the gold standard. So
that's
if the
not a
dollar
very
crashes,
worrisome
it's a lot
scenario for
more
me.
than just the dollar's not just going to crash and everything's going to go on with life. That's not how it's going to work.
Yeah, the dollar's going to crash and everything fucking cease being as it is today.
Yeah, and China can do that. China can make that happen. China can facilitate that and have nations like Russia.
China doesn't need to. The Federal Reserve is doing a lovely job of it in our own government.
Yeah, I know. And that's the problem. That's why China can take us over without firing a shot. There doesn't have to be boots on the ground. We're not going to fight wars like that anymore. We're just in a continual slow drip of a war from an empire that's ready to go for 1,000 years. And we're like worried about our next election.
Dude, you're the guy who's had their brain taken over by China. You really think they're going to fuck with us? You see like a video of like a nice skyline in China, you're like, oh my God,
I
look,
think they
have
already
cities.
are fucking with us, and they're not going to do it. Like, they're not going to storm the beaches
Just falling for all that propaganda.
They're not going to storm. They're not going to storm Florida. They're not going to storm California.
They
No,
can't
of course
storm
they're
the
not going to do
beaches.
that. I don't think that's going to happen.
Just, I bet you think in Russia they all walk around holding hands.
They
And they
can't
all
get
have
to us.
groceries in their stores and all that.
There's not a
fun
country
stuff,
on earth that can fuck
King,
with
shut
America
the
on
fuck
American
up.
soil.
What are you talking about?
Name the country that's going to
propaganda, bro. You're falling for the propaganda. That's
I'm
what I'm
not
saying.
falling for the You
Yep,
guys are
you
falling
are.
for the propaganda like China's not a threat. We're just going to be friends.
Bro, I don't think China's too concerned with taking shit over. I don't think they're an imperial power. I think China is pretty content just fucking chilling, dominating the East.
China wants to take the world over.
No,
How
they
do you
don't.
know, dude?
Just not in the aggressive
You don't think
way
they
that
would
you
have
think.
attempted it before? This is
They-
coming from a guy who has fucking German heritage. You don't think China would have tried it once?
No, it's a different type of authoritarianism. It's they're doing it slowly. They're doing it. The number one buyer of oil from Venezuela was China. It was 400 to 450 barrels a day.
Isn't the Chinese?
Yeah,
Isn't
okay,
that one
see,
of like
that's
the
the difference
oldest
between China and
dynasties?
us. China wants the
aren't the
oil. They
Chinese
want
like
it.
one of the oldest?
450,000 barrels a day.
You know what happens when we want the oil? We kill a squad of elite fucking Cuban defensemen on the goddamn president, kidnap him overnight, and take every boat we fucking wish because we're America. What's China do? Oh, I give you $50 for the barrel. And you're worried about them.
I'm not.
Dude, America swings dick with both hands. We don't give a fuck. No one's a threat to
I
America.
agree.
Like,
I'm not
Chris
saying
has
they're
shit on.
better than us. I'm just saying they are a threat. They're the number one threat. Who's a bigger
Ain't
threat?
fucking threat.
And you can't say us.
Who's a bigger threat?
Yeah.
They got a little star on their flag, pal.
China has a little star on their flag.
But they have several.
America has a star on their flag.
Several.
What's a Russian flag look like? You thinking
For you to not be able to put this together is fucking insane.
thinking
Who
of
the
like
people that every
Israel.
war in the past fucking 2 decades were for these people, dude.
Israel?
Those guys. Maybe. I don't know. Is that who we were fighting the wars for, or was it for us, you think?
That's true too, but I think Israel is nothing without us. Like, so.
And you think that's the way the bargain works, really? You think our politicians are in charge of the Israeli guys? I don't see the Israeli fucking prime minister over here kissing the Statue of Liberty's dick, but I do see our politicians over there kissing shit.
Yeah, I know. That's a whole different topic, but I
don't
don't think
we're
they're the
Big
I don't think
Papa.
they're the global threat. Like, I think
No. I don't think Israel themselves could fuck us over, but
with
all the bidding we do
with
on their
Israel, if you
behalf.
go back like even to the Old Testament, it's cyclical. They rise and they fall. They rise and they fall. And like we would be the Babylon that would make them fall. But then there's going to be a fall of Babylon. And that's coming. And that's like Rome, and that's like it's happened all throughout history. So Israel's one of the top dogs, but they're like they gotta
They are not dogs, dude. They're fucking cats. They're skittish. They're off in a corner. They're like, "Ring."
yeah, but they have some sort of power over their owner until the owner realizes, oh, I'm the owner.
Yeah, we have the damn toxicoplasmosis, whatever the fuck.
Yep. We got toxojumosis.
We got pussy on the brain. No, I think China could be a threat, but I don't know, dude. I think it's so fucking difficult to know anything really about China. Because think about like what our parents believed in terms of who's a threat globally, and they thought Russia was bad motherfuckers. Turns out Ukraine has been holding them back for years now.
China's Sharp Eyes program, which is their facial recognition network. So they have like a multi-layer digital security thing. They have Skynet, which is their immigration. It's like a digital network around their country. And then they have Sharp Eyes, and then there's 2 other ones I forget what they're called, but
like if they want to take over the world, why haven't they stepped foot in Taiwan?
But hold on, Sharp Eyes, which is their security, their facial recognition surveillance thing, was funded by the American CIA and Google. And
yeah, I don't know if you know this about our enemies, but they're always funded by our own intelligence agencies.
I know, but I'm saying Google was banned in China, but yet they're funding the Sharp Eyes program, and I would say they're testing it out so they can implement it here. So it's like high ups, it's these elites, oligarchs, or I don't know, technocrats, whatever you want to call them. They're the ones that are running shit because they're working with everybody. They're working with the UN. They're working with China.
Yeah, they are
working
right
with
now.
Russia,
but
America.
they keep running shit in the direction they've been running it in. Yeah, I don't think that's a good proposition. The ending of that for them, or for us, the proverbial us. I don't think.
Well,
it's
they
great.
want to reduce the population by 70%. These like World Economic Forum people and it's part of their plan.
See, I don't hate that. I got to be honest. I don't hate that.
It's part of their plan.
Traffic.
They're the real accelerationists. They're like, we're gonna make the apocalypse happen, but we're gonna survive it. We're gonna be ready for it. They're gonna have bunkers. They're gonna have food. They're gonna have figure out how to restart the systems once they come out.
Yeah, and we're gonna have fucking autistic people from Kansas figuring out how to fuck those bunkers over, dude.
I know. We're gonna be like, I got some dynamite. Russ,
I've been farting.
out.
I've been farting the past 4 hours in this jar. We're gonna toss this down that damn hat dryer.
I don't know.
Old Zuckerberg's ass gonna get fumigated out.
I gotta order DoorDash. I'm addicted now.
And then Elon Musk punk ass comes out of the steel door. It's like, oh, it smells atrocious. Yeah, we've been farting in your fucking AC for an hour, Elon. Get the fuck up here.
DoorDash. So you're addicted to being lazy now? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm hungry and I don't want to go get something.
I haven't ordered DoorDash.
Plus 7-Eleven food that I've
And
been eating for
probably a
like 3
decade.
years gets old.
Fair enough. Fair enough. What are you gonna eat? What can you even DoorDash at this time?
I want McDonald's.
There you go.
They gotta have some dang McDonald's, right?
Yeah, they will.
Mickey D's. Oh, breakfast menu? I don't want breakfast.
That's all you're gonna get right now, bro. What time do you think it is? Yes.
It's 7 a.m. What the?
Who doesn't want breakfast, bro?
I
It's
thought they
really the
made
best.
I thought they did all day
No.
both now.
No. Never.
They start lunch at like 10 a.m. I think.
I don't want
10:30.
breakfast.
Bro, you don't want a fucking McGriddle? It's so delicious. They figured out to put syrup in the goddamn bun.
I got the McGriddle last time from DoorDash. It was kind of, I don't know. Maybe it was sitting outside too long. I don't know.
I don't think those things deliver well. I think generally fast food doesn't deliver that good.
No, see, the whole point of fast food is you got to eat it as soon as you get it, so it's like done by the time you get home. Like that's the whole point of it.
I'm pretty anti-delivery on any food that isn't like Chinese or pizza. It's just not as good by the time it hits the doorstep. But pizza and Chinese food holds up. Of course, the Chinese food would. These fuckers, they're trying to take over the planet. Damn right, they can deliver some food delicious.
I don't want breakfast. Denny's? What Denny got?
There you go. Yeah, Denny's. Yeah, winning combination at Denny's. You can get anything at Denny's.
Oh yeah, they got a damn triple juicy burger. $20. Damn. This is ridiculous. Bacon, avocado.
DoorDash.
It's crazy. I thought Denny's was cheap.
Everything's cheap. Nothing's cheap when you DoorDash. How much do you tip?
3/4 pound patties. What?
You give them fucking patties as a tip?
Bourbon bacon burger. Bourbon bacon burger.
We had a boom club. Hey, they real rude boy.
I'm a real rude boy. You don't want to romp with me. Milkshakes. Like a milkshake's gonna work on a damn DoorDash.
I would jump ship too. That's the thing. I would totally jump ship.
What does that mean?
You don't think I would? You don't think I'd turncoat for China in 2 seconds?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I do what I gotta do to survive.
No, not even like that. Just willfully. Like I look at the populace of our great nation, and I don't fucking relate to most of these people. I don't like what I see. I don't like what we've become. I don't think we're a country to be proud of anymore. I think we're a fucking laughing stock. So I'll be China'd out. I'll say, oh, better under a beer.
Stupid. How come I can't order one milkshake? I have to order 2 milkshakes? A milkshake pack? I don't want a milkshake pack.
Oh, you want to make a shake?
I want single milkshake.
One for now, one for later, bro.
Oh, you do not want a 2 milkshake.
Milkshake don't work like that.
Oh, make a shake work how China say work.
I don't want 2 milkshakes. What the fuck?
Oh, you take what we give.
That's really the only option. I can't get one.
Very famous Chinese proverb. You get what you get. And you
don't throw a fit.
Throw a fit.
Never throw a fit. Confucius said, girl who sit on judge's face get honorable discharge. Or no, a girl who sit on judge's lap get honorable discharge. I don't want to order 2 milkshakes. What the fuck? I just want one milkshake.
No, what you have to do is you order from like a like an ethnic restaurant, so like Jamaican or some shit, and then you make a new account, and then you make the first name on that account like sound like it's the ethnicity of the place you're ordering from. And they'll hook you up extra sauces, stuff like that. Like when I'm ordering Chinese, dude, I hop on my Ling Ling account.
Whatever. I guess I'm getting an Oreo shake for later. It's gonna be all frozen.
You could leave it out and just drink that bit room temp. No, wow, there's snow in Florida.
What? There's snow in Florida. Where? There's no snow in Utah still. It's crazy.
Not where I'm at. It's way north. Last year it snowed like a good bit in Tallahassee, like enough for snowballs and snow angels and stuff.
Do I have the pop out already? This is the pop out.
Oh no. Oh, the Minecraft movie's on TV.
Okay, I gotta finish writing this thing.
What, your dissertation?
Yeah, my dissertation on Trump and Venezuela. That's kind of how I look at every opening for a debate that I do, is like a dissertation. Less words, though, I guess. How long is
a beacon.
Dissertation is like an hour. I'm doing 10 minutes. I don't want to display. There we go. I fixed it.
No. They're coming. The Nether is coming.
Vibe took up the challenge. That should be a good one. Dude, I don't got no problems with Vibe, but I do have problems with First Amender. He's a bitch because I was like one of the first ones to message Easy, and I was like, I want to do this Venezuela debate, and I want a far lefty. I want the biggest far lefty that you can get. And he said, what about First Amender? I was like, let's fucking go. And then I'm prepped for that, and that's what I'm going into it. I want to debate Vibe is not a far left guy. Vibe's like a chill, nice, Christian, more libertarian, non-interventionalist. So it's a totally different debate. It's not what I wanted. I wanted First Amender's head on a pike, and this bitch backed out. And he's gonna debate Cool Vic on it. Why? Because he has a bigger audience?
Well, no, it's because you're a PDF apologist.
Because I'm a PDF apologist. Some bullshit, dude. I'm not a PDF apologist.
I'd be willing. That's what it is. I'd be more than willing to bet.
Bro, I should have saw the Minecraft.
No, that's what he said. That's what he said. He said it's because I'm a PDF apologist.
No, I bet you it's really for that.
Oh yeah,
Vic has a bigger audience.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm saying, dude. In that whole realm, it's very uncouth. You shouldn't draw parallels between, obscure sexualities and people who are into children. But if the rationality is they're born that way, you're gonna accept one group, it'd be hard pressed not to accept the other one if they're born that way.
What you're saying is the
logic. They're not born that way, because then you're gonna sit here and tell me that children are born sexualized.
No, you're doing an internal critique of the logic.
I know
of the
I
left.
was, dude.
Like, if they think you're just born that way, then we can't really judge them for that.
The natural progression of the left is for sure. Like, they're minor attracted people. Come on.
Yeah.
He's not a practicing pedophile.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
I say, don't kill
No,
kids.
no,
People want
but
to kill
because
pedophiles, but
he's saying
I say we make slaves of them.
This guy dropped out of a debate with me, and he's had big debates with big people, but he doesn't have like a bigger channel than me, or I don't know if he does a live stream, how many, I don't know. But anyway, I don't care about that. But he canceled the debate with me because he said I'm a pedophile defender. I'm like sweeping for PDF files because I did a debate about the Epstein files and saying I don't care if they get released. I think it's a big nothing burger. I think it's a big distraction. And
Did you always think that, or was that when Trump started dodging the issue, you started to think that way?
I always was kind of like, I mean, there was a hype period, but I was talking about when they came out with the movie Sound of Freedom. I was like, the organization that made this movie and they push all this. Anyway, I was kind of talking about how it was a bit of a lie that was being sold to us before Trump started dogging on it. But yeah, I was like, yeah, release the Epstein files. And then
by who?
By who? What do you mean?
Who's telling us the lie that the most influential, powerful people on the planet are pedophiles?
No, I'm saying that the propaganda about this Epstein file story, it was getting pushed by groups who were involved with people like Carlos Slim, who was involved with Hillary Clinton, who was doing a lot of these groups that are like, we got to save the kids and we got to make these movies and we got to push this propaganda, are involved in that stuff. And it's a big gambit that they're like running us through. And the Epstein files is, I always knew we had the flight things. I was like, okay, you want the list? You
Hillary
keep talking
Clinton's
about the list.
involved,
We
but
have the list.
her husband's one of the biggest like perpetrators on that whole saga. Why would Hillary Clinton want that to be?
But the way that we get that is not by releasing the list to the public. The way we get that is by going through, we get a president in who looks at it and has the FBI look at it and gets the DOJ to actually do something. And then you go after these. Yeah, well, that's tough. But but if that could happen, that's the way you get them, not by releasing it to the public. I think Trump fucked up when he said that in the campaign.
You don't think Trump Daddy's on there? I mean, let's cut the crap. You don't think Trump Dog's on there? This guy ran like Miss Teen USA. Who does that?
Everybody was in the Epstein files, quote unquote. Everybody.
Yeah,
there's been like 9 million documents released, and it's not even all out yet. Like, what is the Epstein files? What do you mean by the Epstein file? Everything related to anything and anybody related to Epstein for the past 50 years. And then we get into the Mossad. We get into MI6. We got to look at the
I don't want
KGB,
no PDF. I don't want no
CIA.
JPEG. I want .mp4, dude. That's what I want.
You want video of people doing stuff with children?
Yeah.
No, don't
Whoa,
say that. Don't say that. Don't go that far.
What do you mean don't say that? Why should this shit be sugar-coated? They're making victims out of children. That shit should be released.
No, that should not be released.
You don't think the most fucking graphic, heinous crimes committed by the most influential people should be shown live HD?
No, absolutely not.
No.
All right, you guys are these fucking dilly-dalliers.
But that is kind of the reductio of what I'm talking about. As I've said that to liberals, I'm like, what all do we need released? It's like we're going to redact the name of open investigations that we have, of course, because we don't want the public and the media getting involved in that. And then so when there's redacted names, they're all butthurt. It's like, oh, it needs to all be released. So you want the names of the victims? Do you want the videos released? Yeah, we need the videos.
I don't even care.
Released.
I don't give a fuck who the victims are. I want the video.
No.
I'm not going to watch the video. I would refuse to watch the video, but I want the video to be there.
Yeah, but anyway, I'm not sweeping for pedophiles, and I said in the debate, and I've always said,
Dude, JS fucking is definitely giving quarter to pedophiles.
no, I'm not. I'm saying that they should be hung. They should be killed if they're knowingly looking
Why
for
would they be
underage
hung and
girls.
killed? See, I'm sick of people wanting to fucking waste valuable resources. They should be enslaved, is what they should be.
No, I'm not pro. I'm not. See, I'm more pro death penalty than I am just enslaving somebody for the rest of their lives. I mean, that is, I
Yeah,
guess,
but I think death penalty is too
for some
humane.
crimes you could build roads and stuff. I think prisoners
Death
should
penalty
be
is
building
so
roads.
humane, dude. Yeah, well, that's the same fucking thing. Where do you think we're gonna put the pedophiles in goddamn daycare? They're going to prison too, pal.
Well, no, but they'll go to the.
But
they'll
I'm
go to
saying
the firing squad.
if Tyrone did an armed robbery, we ask him if he wants to go help on the roads. He's like, nah, I'm cool today. I'm gonna hit the EOS. But
I'm actually,
the pedophiles don't get asked. We
I
say,
would
hey,
think if you're begging for the Epstein files to get released, you're more of a PDF defender than me because you're going to screw up all the investigations. You're going to have court of public opinion. You're going to have people running. You're going to have people moving. You're going to have people aware of what's happening who are on that
That's a lot of
list.
assuming. That's a lot of assuming that there's investigations and things going on that are
There
pending.
are
yeah, and that's
investigations going
assuming
on.
that I have any faith whatsoever in the American criminal justice system.
There's
like I would ever call them unless I was literally losing blood.
Trump opened an investigation on the entire Democrat Party in relation to the Epstein files, and that's why there's a lot of redacted stuff because there's stuff we're still looking into.
No, there's redacted stuff because he's protecting his boys. The
They're not his
Democratic
boys.
Party.
And see, that's crazy. So we knew before they came out that there were going to be redactions due to.
They're not boys, you don't think? You never seen like
candid
candid photos of him and his quote unquote enemies? You don't think they're boys?
We knew
Really?
before they came out that there were going to be redactions due to open investigations. So then the files come out and there's redactions, and people say that's Trump protecting his boys. That's dumb.
I didn't say that.
You just said that. That's what you just said.
Oh yeah, no, I probably said that, but here's my thing.
Those
I
redactions are the
truthfully,
people that Trump is about to bury.
I'm giving my take on it. I'm giving my take on it. I'm giving my take on it, right? But I actually don't give a shit. Like whatever the Epstein stuff that has released, I haven't looked into any of it. I don't give a fuck. I don't believe it. I think whatever gets released is bullshit anyways. They're not gonna. These are the most powerful, influential people ever. They control my life. They're gonna continue to control my life.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was arguing is that nothing is going to come from the Epstein files, and it's all a big distraction, and there's nothing
Here's
here,
the thing.
and there's
something's
going
to come of something one day. Something will come of something one day, and I'll be here for that. But I don't want to be here for the frustrating part where we're just like, this shit's really pissing us off. When it's time to act on our pissed offness, give me a call, dude. I'll fucking be there.
Yeah.
When it's time to paint signs and go walk down the street, I'll be there, dude. Make it a difference.
Jeffrey Epstein described himself as Donald Trump's closest friend and claimed intimate knowledge of his proclivity for sex, including cuckolding his best friends. According to
adult
recordings.
Man has a proclivity for that's the dumbest shit I ever heard.
Yeah, it sounds like some retard.
Wait, an adult man has libido? What the fuck?
Jeffrey Epstein described himself as every influential person's closest friend. That's what Jeffrey Epstein did.
Some fucking retarded liberal posted this shit about Elon Musk's granddad, like it was a total like burn. He's like, his granddad was actually like questionably in his ethics because he was racist, and the guy was born in like 1850. It's like, a guy born in 1850 is racist?
It's interesting that in Michael Wolff's article that he wrote, where he lived with Jeffrey Epstein for like a month, and he examined all the people and talked to all the people that came and went and talked to Epstein, he never mentions Trump. He mentions Clinton like 4 times, and then he mentions a bunch of other random like arena owners and sports team owners and princes and things like that. But he never mentions Trump, but he mentions Clinton 4 times. But they're best friends. That's his closest friend. Anyway, I don't care.
His closest friend would tell him that he's being spied on. Don't come over right now.
Yeah, I'm not interested in the Epstein files, but That's why the guy won't debate me. He's supposed to debate me about Venezuela and
What do you
Trump.
think of Donald Trump's morality?
I
Because the
think
way you speak about him
it's.
sometimes, like you might actually unironically think he's like a good guy.
I do think he's a good guy.
Really?
Well, no man is good. Only God is good. But he's a decent guy. He's a decent guy, and he's got to where he is. He had family values. He had some money given to him, so he didn't have to like build it from nothing. But he did have to be innovative because most people lose generational wealth in 1 to 2 generations, whereas his family's doing good. I think they have some strong foundations, and I think the things he's doing are moral. He makes mistakes. He has his weaknesses, just like I have. I drink too much beer and smoke cigarettes. He likes the ladies. A lot of men have a weakness for the ladies, but they're still decent men, and he's a smart. Yeah, I think he's. I don't think he's a bad guy. You think he's a bad guy?
I don't know. You might have crushed me because the family thing is a great point.
His family's amazing.
His family do all seem connected and well adjusted, but they also have purge vibes. You can't tell me they don't.
They're smart. They're attractive. They're
Some of them are attractive. Baron is a fucking disgusting freak.
There's like one, and they're like a normal family too, because they got a
Eric
couple.
is a disgusting freak.
What's the girl that's like? She's written like 3 books.
Ivanka,
about
dude, I would bust inside.
No,
Like,
stop.
Oh my god,
stop. No, the other
Ivanka. Why can't I say that?
The other Trump daughter, she hates him, or she's like a niece or something. She's
You
written
know,
like
if
3
Ivanka
books
heard
about
this,
him.
she'd be flattered that I want to bust inside.
I'm sure Ivanka knows everybody wants to bust inside.
Yes, Ivanka comes over in a gown and says, "Oh,
Smart is pushing it. IQ experts have analyzed Trump. Mr. What's your name in chat?
He's not smart. Come on, he's not
Bong
smart.
and
He's
stuff?
not
Yes,
dumb,
he is
but he's
smart.
not smart.
He's very smart. He's
You sound like him right now. He's very smart.
IQ experts have analyzed him and said they place him around 150 to 155. So he's
There's no fucking way.
That's true. He's a very smart guy. He's very smart.
Who commissioned these IQ experts?
I don't know. Probably Trump.
Fracking. I don't think he's like a retard, but I don't think he's.
No, I think
he talks himself into a lot of bullshit. Like
this is something I learned in elementary school. Is you can't become a president and be a dumb person. You have to be like an elite.
Really? Because Kamala damn near did it, dude.
But she didn't. So that's irrelevant. But Biden was a smart guy when he was a young man, and he knew how to play the game.
You know, I agree. I agree. Most presidents are pretty smart. George Bush doesn't vibe that smart though, and I don't think Trump vibes all that smart.
I swear I'm not just making this up. I'm not just pulling this out of my ass. I looked into it, and I was looking into like IQ.
He doesn't vibe dumb though.
They said
like,
Trump's like 155, and I think that's accurate.
He might not even be dumb. He might be like ignorant or something. Do you know what I'm saying though? He says shit that's not necessary to say that like causes trouble.
Well,
his mouth, he could police his mouth a little bit better. And I understand that's a great bit of his charm. That's why I voted for him both times.
You sound like a woman.
I kind of like how he lets it fly off the handle. No, but you got to have some extra level of decorum as the goddamn sitting president of the free world, baby.
I don't know. I love the way he talks. Every time I'm almost like base, but I'll call it out when I'm like, okay, well that's not true. but
you'd be in jail.
Yeah, I don't know. I like it. Miss Piggy, sit down, Piggy. They're freaking out. He called Rosie O'Donnell Piggy. That wasn't the first time he called somebody Piggy. That's just like a roast for Trump. That's just a burn that he uses. But no, I like the way he talks. But I think he is smart. I don't think he's a genius. I think he's maybe 150. Some people say that's
genius.
Yeah, I say 160 is genius. It's arguable, but he's Mensa. He's Mensa. He's up there. He's smart. A lot of smart people say weird, crazy stuff. Einstein said crazy stuff. Well, eccentricity. It's eccentricity. How do you say that? Eccentric.
Keep trying.
Eccentric, but the act of being eccentric. Eccentricity. That's not a word. What do you want, Marshall?
Good morning, everybody. How's it going, guys? Good morning.
What the fuck, bro?
You need to calm down. You need to just take it down.
Take it down like 6 notches.
6?
6. Go smoke a bowl, Marshall.
I can't handle all that at this hour.
It is too early / late for that kind of nonsense.
I feel that. What's up, my guys? What's going on in the neighborhood?
Where am I at in this thing? Okay, I'm on the third pair. Okay, next. What do we got next? Interactions with our enemies and bricks. How do I sum this up in one paragraph? Bricks and enemy alliance. Russia and China provide missiles. Working with Brazil. Shadow fleets. Cuba Socialist Alliance. Russia and China. I got to put all this into a paragraph. Anyways, talk about something, y'all, or I'm going to play a video. I'm going to find something. Sneeko and Andrew Tate debate morality with a bunch of hookers hanging out in the background.
It's time for Shopify. Get everything you need to go from launch to...
Andrew Tate's a fucking clown.
I'll come to New York. Just the 2 people I want to take my
to tell me about morality.
The only reason I say Andrew Tate's a clown strictly is his voice. It's like my World Champion kickboxing. It's like, all right, I'm still don't give a fuck because you sound like a bitch the way you talk, dude.
Why don't you tell me about morality?
See, there's a lot of hoes with dicks out, Chuck. A hoe is somebody that just wants attention from another man. You know me, I keep that thing all the way
I've got a Bugatti. Why don't you tell me about morality?
His brother's infinitely cooler, by the way.
Yeah, Tristan's cool.
No, Tristan fucking rules, dude. I'd suck his dick willingly.
Stop!
Andrew Tate,
Fuck!
disgusting.
Why do you gotta do that? Why do you gotta make it gay? Damn. Fuck. You just ruined my appetite.
It's fucking hilarious, that's why.
I'm trying to eat some Denny's.
I'm trying to eat some.
I'm about to block your brother.
I know. He's retarded.
Daddy Chow. Daddy Chow.
Red card.
Have you ever seen that video? Daddy Chow. What the hell even is that?
No.
Have you seen Daddy Chow?
I don't know what you're talking about or what you're saying.
I'm pretty sure it's a fake video, but these dudes are in this old man's like yard or whatever. He's like, get the fuck away from my house. And then there's like this mixed guy with a wig on, like a blonde wig on. And he's like, Daddy Chow. And the old man goes, what the hell even is that?
No, I don't
You
know. That.
you 100% have seen Daddy Chat.
I've never seen that.
It's one of the most viral clips ever. If you haven't seen it, then you need to suspend your internet connection at once.
I don't know about all that.
It's an OG video.
You want to see Andrew Tate and oh shit, I got my other camera hooked up. Look at that. I forgot I did that. Watch Andrew Tate and Stinker. I'm gonna pee. You guys aren't talking much, so I'm gonna play this Coke song. And then pee real quick.
I hear that you've been coping and seething.
What the hell is even that?
Just what you're seeing.
Where'd he go?
Cope all night.
Alright, we run this fucking show now, dude. Chat, how we feeling, chat? Chat, let me tell you something. Alright. Let me tell you something, chat. We're here, we're talking China, we're talking this, we're talking this, we're talking this. A listener might think, oh wow, dude, sounds like things are going pretty rough for the old US of A. But I ask you this, dude, I contend this. Do you have air conditioning? Are you suffering hunger pains right now? Are your fucking ribs touching? Is your stomach like weirdly bloated because there's no food in it? So for some reason it grows with gases inside? I don't think so, dude. So life ain't so bad. America fucking rules. And you know, fingers crossed we continue to rule, continue to dominate the earth because I like being number one. I hope you guys like being number one. Now, I know JS has a lot of international viewers. To you guys I say, you're not number one, you never will be number one. America rules, and fucking either just get off the tracks when a train's coming, pal. Choo choo, motherfucker. Jay's about to be back. What can I do with the final moments of my time? Watch, you can hear me.
What?
I just gave the people a great spiel.
Well, there was a song playing, so I don't even know if they heard it.
Oh shit.
You're speaking into the abyss.
The hell, dude? Oh, I'm gonna send you the Daddy Chat. Here, I just private message you it on Discord. It's a very short video. You have to have seen it. I don't believe that you haven't seen it. Daddy Chat. The hell is even that?
Stop saying it.
Josh, what's on your shirt?
Don't forget.
It says Obey. It's a brand. It's a kind of like a
We fucking
skating, surfing
what
brand.
cool skate kids wear.
It looks cool. All right, cool. I was curious. I couldn't read it.
It's bigger on my back.
Marshall skates, right?
I think it's on the back. Oh yeah, it's on the back.
Long ago. That
Marshall
used to
vibes
be-
like a guy who knows how to skate.
Long ago, that used to be
I'm not
really
tough
cool.
enough to skate. Truthfully, I spilled like 4 times on concrete, and I'm like, yeah, fuck this, dude. I think being cool at being good at skateboarding is about as cool as it gets. But I couldn't, dude. This shit fucking hurt.
I own a longboard. That's about it, Scratch My Paint.
Yeah, I could maybe get into that, but I'm not good at balancing on boards for some reason.
Balance is important.
Like, I don't know. It's weird. I think I have decent balance like on my feet and like on rollerblades. I'm great on rollerblades and stuff, but when there's a board with wheels, I'm not too good at that.
I watched Eddie Bravo on Adam Carolla's podcast the other night. And I think Eddie was getting mad because Adam kept like talking about himself. And but shit, what were they talking? Oh, they were talking about balance. They spent like 30 minutes talking about balance. And Adam's like, I got great balance.
To a jiu-jitsu black belt, he said that?
Yeah, he's talking about how balanced he was.
That probably pissed Eddie off just because
I know Eddie looked annoyed. The whole time.
He's like, do you want me to get you off balance 30 times in the next 5 seconds? Because no, I think I have decent balance for like a civilian though. Amongst like athletes and shit, my balance probably sucks, but you know, I could stand in one spot decent. And I can stand on one leg almost forever.
Eddie's
I don't know
like,
if that qualifies as balance.
Eddie's like, the first time in my life I went out to a big jiu-jitsu tournament, I submitted Hoist Gracie, and Adam's like, yeah, I used to ride a unicycle, and so I know I have
Was he
great
trolling?
balance.
He might have been trolling him.
No, I don't know. It went on for I think he was serious. I don't
That
know.
sounds so fucking funny. First jiu-jitsu tournament I went, I submitted Hoist Grace. I used to have a unicycle.
He's like, yeah, I think you could figure out the unicycle, man. It's
I gotta watch that, dude. That's the funniest shit ever.
Adam Carolla's show is pretty funny.
Yo, I'm gonna start doing that. If people name like a fucking rad accomplishment they did, like, oh yeah, I'm jiu-jitsu black belt, just name some totally mundane shit you've done before.
Dude, I'm like a yo-yo champion.
I caught a 3-pound bass. It's like not even that impressive.
One time I got a grand slam in kickball in 3rd grade.
I won my 3rd grade spelling bee on the class level. I lost at the pod level. That's true.
That's funny. I don't know if it was a troll. It might have been an accidental troll. It was funny though.
I don't think Adam Carolla is that dumb to do that accidentally.
Because it turned into a whole thing, and Eddie looked like real annoyed. Because like,
dude, I'd be mad as fuck if I'm like, yeah, I submitted the greatest jiu-jitsu expert of all time the first time I went to a tournament.
No, he starts going
like,
into a life story. He's like, since a young age, I've had great balance, and
I'm pretty good at Yu-Gi-Oh.
I think I commented, I was like, if they say balance one more time, I'm gonna freaking lose my mind. Because every second he's like, I had great balance, and my balance, the doctor told me my balance was really good, and
what the fuck does a doctor know about balance?
And Eddie's just like, yeah, balance is important. So anyway,
I don't think it is really. Like if you stay on your feet just walking, I think you're good. I don't typically need to balance much in my day. And if I do, it's optional. It's like, oh, I could do it this way and have a little fun balance beam time. I like that a lot. Matan Evan had Peyton Talbot on.
Matan's funny as shit.
Confronting him about if he's gay.
I didn't like Matan at first, but he kind of grew on me.
He's very hit or miss with me. Like I don't watch every episode in its totality, but I'll start everyone, and some of them I think are great.
Yeah, there's it was like some gangster rapper who was like looking at prison time, and he's like, yeah, I made a clip of it, and he's like, yeah, I managed my own case, I was my own defense, and Matan's like, I think that's like the worst advice you could give anybody is to defend yourself in court. Like that's like the number one thing you don't do is defend yourself in court. The guy's like, nah, I defended myself. I got 8 years.
Nah, but I think that's because I think people can defend themselves in court if you're reasonably intelligent and take the time to prepare.
No, it's always bad advice. If you can.
Really?
Yeah, it's better to even just have a public defender because they wheel and deal and they at least know the people, and everything happens behind the scenes. Like it's not about how much you know about the law and how smart you can sound, and when you say
It is sometimes.
objection, sustained,
It definitely is sometimes. Like T Grizzly basically crafted his whole defense on his own.
T
'Cause he had a
Grizzly?
public pretender.
What
Yeah.
happened? What happened to him?
They did like a smash and grab with hammers, with sledgehammers, and then I think the prosecution tried to say it's a deadly weapon, but he found some fine print in the laws in the legislation around that, like it can't be considered called a weapon if you never use it to like threaten or gesture at somebody, and he didn't. He was just able to like on his own kind of dismantle the case and get it dropped way substantially.
All right, well,
And I
he's
think-
an exception. Maybe he's smarter.
You
than...
think? You don't think you could do that on your own criminal case? I think if you're reasonably intelligent, it's not that fucking hard. Especially compared to a public defender, they don't have any time. They have too much shit to do.
Yeah. But still, you wouldn't want to defend yourself. You'd want to have the public defender and just say, okay, here's what I found, and present it to them and have, because there's it's like a backroom connection thing going on, and it's like they're talking to the judge behind the scenes.
You ever see DaBaby get interrogated?
Yes. Yeah, I've watched that.
See, people call him a genius for that clip. It's like, no, he has a cursory knowledge of how law works. That's all this is.
Yeah.
Like, I love these shows. There's Dateline and shit. You know, women love this show, Dateline. You know, 50% of murders go unsolved. So my theory is if you're any of these guys who end up on TV because your murder got solved, you're probably fucking retarded. If half of them go unsolved.
Or you kind of wanted to get caught.
Right. It's like, how'd you get caught if half of them go unsolved?
Yeah. Yeah.
I just think people, I think people are kind of dumb.
And they trick us with like CSI and Law and Order and all these shows to think that like you could never get away with murder. But I definitely think I could get away with murder.
I know for a fact that implies that like I've killed somebody. I definitely have it. But I would bet my bottom dollar I could.
Yeah.
Especially if it's a random person. If you have to assign me a person that I know, then that's a different story. But I still think I could.
Yeah.
It would have to be a long plan, though. Like, I would have to start 5 years in advance.
The problem is when the plan gets long like that, plan long, plan wrong. When the plan gets long like that, you end up. But
that's the implication that my plan is like active for 5 years. You lie dormant for 5, dude.
You lie dormant for 5 and you pop up.
Yeah, the long game.
But then that would like imply you didn't really know them at the it says it's a long-term plan. But
right, that's right.
I could get away with it.
Yeah, well, if it's a stranger, I couldn't be more confident I could get away with it killing a stranger. And it doesn't have to be a hobo. It could be someone people care about who has a family.
It couldn't be somebody that you're like some sort of like beneficiary to anything of theirs.
No,
either,
well, and I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to kill
anybody
I'm related to.
Right. So, but yeah, like
as of now,
somebody I met or somebody I work with, I could take them out.
Oh yeah, shit! I already got my eyes on a couple coworkers though. I'm kidding.
We're just joking, you two. We're just playing.
I am joking, but I do think a lot about like how I would murder. Not the act itself, but like this sort of, mental exercise, getting away with it and stuff. And I don't tell that to a lot of people because I think a lot of people think that's fucking weird, or people say that's weird, but I don't believe people. I think a lot of people are walking around contemplating their hypothetical murder scenario, right?
Yeah, I think everybody's probably thought about how they could get away with killing somebody at some point.
Yeah, but I think about it maybe like twice a week.
I would put
but
somebody.
I really don't think I'll ever kill a person. I really don't think I have it in me.
This is kind of like Dexter mode. But I thought of this before Dexter was a thing, and I had the solution. And this was an episode of CSI, but you can't just drop them in bags in the ocean. You got to drop them.
You drop them in a chain link fence box in the ocean.
No, a block of cement. You just get a bathtub.
I would drop them in a chain link box.
I'd get a bathtub and I'd put them in the bathtub and then I'd pour cement and make it. So it's basically just a rock.
Doesn't cement float?
No, it's a rock. What is rock?
I'm pretty sure if you poured cement into a bucket and then took it out of the bucket and then put that in the water, I don't think it would sink to the bottom.
I'm talking about pouring cement into a bucket, letting it harden in the bucket, throw that bucket in the ocean, it's sinking to the bottom.
I don't think it would. I think it would sink like maybe 10 feet down and still be visible. No, I don't think so. I don't think cement on its own sinks. They used to make boats out of concrete. I don't know if you know this.
Okay, but that's buoyancy. That's a displacement of.
No, I
totally
could be
different.
Wrong.
You can't just a concrete rock.
This is this is not me knowing this. This is me entirely just like envisioning me throwing a 5-gallon bucket with hardened cement in the ocean. I don't see it sinking to the bottom. I really
That's
don't.
crazy. I think what the hell is wrong
You
with
see
you?
it sinking all the way to the ocean's floor?
I see it's gonna be a rock on the ocean floor.
No, it's gonna be
A
little
bucket
vague
filled
fucking
with wet
orange.
cement and it dries and it turns hard. And you throw that in the ocean, that's a rock.
This isn't hard to fucking figure out, by the way. But no, I'm pretty sure it would
Yeah,
sink
it's not
maybe
hard
like
to figure out.
I'm pretty sure it would be
pick up a
half
block of
half
cement.
half buoyant.
Do you think cinder blocks float? Pick up a cinder block and throw it into the ocean. A block
That's a
of
way
cement.
different thing. That's a way.
We're talking about a
There's all
block
that
of
open
cement.
space in a cinder block that the water could get in, dude. That's totally
No,
different.
it's not pumice. It's not pumice. The only floating rock is pumice. A block of cement is a rock. It's gonna sink all the way to the bottom, into the dirt.
We're gonna find out.
Boom.
Often sinks over time.
Cement often sinks over time. What does
Huh.
that? What does that even mean?
I mean,
Block
he's
of
right.
cement.
I don't know that to me would mean it would have to like soak water. I'm just trying to
Yeah,
see.
it does often
Okay.
sink over time. It's like 0.5
It
seconds.
sinks in undisturbed
It
water and
it
hardens underwater.
It takes 0.5 seconds. You're talking about
No, it
like
says it
wet.
sinks.
You're talking
No,
about
I'm talking
like
about
wet
straight
cement.
up concrete. Man, this is fully me just mentally throwing a bucket of hardened cement in the ocean. I just don't see it. But it sounds like you're right. I don't know. In my head, it would.
Of
it would
course, I'm
float,
right. What are you
kind of.
talking about? If you threw
Not
a
at the
block
top.
of cement into the water, what do you think's going to happen? You think it's going to stop sinking in the middle?
Yeah.
What are you retarded? You're not that stupid. No, you can't be related.
Well,
to me
that's
and
what I
say
thought,
something like
dude.
that.
Dude, we're not going to play this game of pointing out what people say because you talk on the internet like 10 hours a day for a living. And I mean,
No,
really,
but seriously,
you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that, though.
You can't say.
You didn't know that. What did he think? Like Scotland was in fucking Africa or some shit? Like this dude.
No, I didn't know
Come on,
about
man.
the. Listen, you can't say that you don't know that if you throw a block of cement into the ocean, it's
I
gonna
can.
sink.
Well, I don't sit on this throne like I'm some
What
smart
do you think
guy.
happens?
I get pretty regularly.
But what do you think happens?
I told you in my head it would sink like 9 feet and then kind of level out there.
Are you saying
That's
JS sits on a
crazy.
throne like a smart guy?
That's crazy.
JS has this aura about him, like he thinks he's smart and he actually will say it out loud.
No, he knows
I
he's
am
retarded
smart.
sometimes too.
Yeah, well,
He
that's
admits
I
it.
don't. I have an opinion on like people that are things don't say they are said thing because people would just deduce that by being around them.
Or
different
if I
shit-
say I'm smart, what I'm trying to say is I'm really dumb. Or sometimes I say I'm dumb.
Yeah, you said you retarded before.
That's
Yeah, well,
right.
that's fine. I like that, but to ever say you're smart is like, man.
Well, all I do know is
And I'm
that
pretty
if
sure you
throw a
said your
block of-
Mensa
All I
like
do
150.
know, he says.
I've taken an IQ
Like-
test on stream. I know what my IQ is, and I know
You could quote. Yeah, you took an internet IQ test. Those hold a lot of weight.
I've taken
But you
taken
could quote
multiple
yourself
IQ
from
tests
this
throughout
show
my life. I've taken
and post
two-
it on
I've taken
r/I am
two
very smart,
sanctioned. I've taken two.
and you get so many upvotes, dude.
I've taken 2 real IQ tests, and then I've taken 2.
Yeah, but what does that matter though? Who gives a shit if you have a high IQ?
I don't know. All I did was I said I'm going to take an IQ test on a stream. Let's see what happens. That's all I did. And then I say
Yeah,
the
it
results.
seems to matter deeply to you though.
But it doesn't matter deeply to me because I say I'm a
I don't
retard.
think I've ever been on your show in the IQ.
Listen, bro,
just,
you are trying to. I don't know
concept
what you're
hasn't
trying
come
to
up.
do right now, but this ain't gonna work. Okay.
You don't think you're r/I am very smart? You don't think that about yourself?
I think I'm smarter than most dumb people. Yeah. I think I'm smarter than most people.
And you're usually this reserved in your opinions of your own intellect on your show.
I think I'm probably
You're
in
usually
the.
like, yeah, I'm kind
I think
of.
I'm
a smart
probably
cookie.
in
I'm a
the
little
in
bit
the
smart."
top. I'm probably in the top. 20.
You've never said things like "I'm never wrong. I'm a fucking genius." You sound like Kanye
You wanna
sometimes.
play a game of chess?
I know, yeah, that's fine. But regardless, you think you could throw a block of cement into the ocean, it's gonna stop floating after
Or
9
Chuck?
feet.
Chuck, you Want to play a game of chess?
Yeah,
know
that's
you
what I
do.
thought until I Googled it and found out I
I've
was
never
wrong.
said anything like that.
You didn't know, like, the United
I
Kingdom
said
was in Europe or
dinosaurs built the
something.
pyramids, and I can give you more evidence that dinosaurs helped build the pyramids than
Yeah,
you
you can give
that,
us evidence,
that a
man. I
block
know,
of
you were
cement
there.
stops floating after 9 feet.
JS is the authority on history 4,000 years ago. Because he has Google.
All right, well, anyway, so my point is you put somebody in a bathtub of cement. So you kill them and you put them in a bathtub.
Yeah,
and
but
then-
you killed a stranger, so why would you do all this?
I'm saying if you had to, like, well, if you have to
I
disappear
would kill
the
a
body,
stranger and leave him right fucking there.
that's not a
Because
good
they're not going
idea.
to find out I did it.
No, that's not a good idea. Especially with technology nowadays. They'll have cameras to follow you to
Yeah,
this
they could
hobo
trace
that
you
you
go.
killed.
Yeah, they could find you going there. You're right.
So no body, no crime. You got to get
But
rid
I
of the
don't think
body.
you need this much. Nah, see, I feel like a stranger, and I'll probably do like a prostitute or something. Nobody's looking for her. I'll probably keep her in the closet until that starts to stink. Cause I'm lazy, you know what I'm saying? When I'm not on the clock, I'm lazy as shit. She'd probably
See,
be in a closet till that
Everybody
stinks.
sees it. Chat sees it. Jub is crashing out over the cement thing. Yep. I know. Oh no. Yeah. Sad.
Oh no, chat, dude, not fucking JS Urban Adventures chat thinks I'm incorrect. Oh man, not the esteemed chat.
The chat said it's just Goon. Anyway. Anyway.
Why is Goo never in fucking the thing anymore? You guys pissing me off.
Bucks for you, punk.
I didn't do anything to him.
No, I'm really not upset by the fact that I thought cement would sink. I said it out loud and I stand on, yeah, that's when I envisioned it in my head. I just saw it floating, like half floating for some reason. Especially in a plastic bucket.
Hey, Marshall's sending towards the goal. The goal ended, though, like hours ago. So
even in lieu of the Google search, I'm still not
Not
confident
that
I'm
goal, but
wrong.
your car goal.
you think you could throw cement into the ocean and it's not going to sink?
$2 for your car goal, punk.
It's fine. I can be wrong. I'm okay being wrong. I don't want to argue about it. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong.
Think about what you're saying right now. Okay.
Yeah, I thought about it. I'm seeing it in my head, and that thing stops about 11 feet down.
Oh, a block of cement? A rock.
And the Google search did say overtime.
Let's imagine you have a dozer. You have you got a dozer and there's a building and there's a foundation, and you break a chunk of cement off of that foundation.
Saying dozer, dude? Like you've been on a job site. You ain't been on the job.
I've been on the job site. I've been on the job site. I've been on the job site. Okay, you break an excavator. You break a chunk off of the foundation. This is a big.
You ain't
block
never
of
been on a
cement.
skid skirt.
And you go and you drive it out to the end of a pier.
Why are you still arguing this? Okay, I might be wrong.
And you
but
drop
I refuse to believe
What
it.
do you think that chunk of cement foundation is going to do?
That's different. We're talking about you poured it in a bucket and let it set.
Some wings, fly away, embrace agape love.
No, it's
That's
gonna
do.
sink
What's
to
up,
the
pal?
bottom of the ocean. What the fuck?
Yeah, and also you think
Yeah,
going
so-
to the ocean is like inconspicuous. Your ass is gonna be at the ocean? How the fuck are you gonna get there? Number one, from Utah.
I'm
this
an
guy's
ocean.
murder plane. This guy's murder plane involves an ocean, and he's in a landlocked state, I think.
Oh, cement blocking people is a terrible idea. That's
You
why
gotta
everyone
go
knows
desert,
the mafia
bruh.
did it. You cement block someone, like
wouldn't
let's
go
say you do it by
ocean
their
'cause-
ankles.
No. That's
always a lot of
no,
eyes
nope,
near the
They
ocean.
made a mistake because they put cement in your feet, and then they would drop you. But as your feet decayed, your body would
Yeah, you
float
would
up.
detach. Right.
Your lungs would get big, and then you'd float up to the top. So that was stupid. But if you're in a bathtub filled with cement, that bathtub just becomes part of the terrain.
Hey,
of the
Nasty
bottom of the
Fripples,
ocean.
that point is fucking null and void. There's shit that's
Is that when the excavator comes?
There's shit that will float halfway in the water column. and the water below
Put
it
the
isn't any
body,
different.
put the body in the bathtub, turn it into concrete, get the excavator, lift the bathtub out of the house.
No,
Bam, we're on the way with getting away with it.
you just have a boat. And you
I
have
would craft a
bathtub,
cube
you
of
have
chain
cement.
link. I would craft a chain link cube.
Listen, we're talking
and
about
then,
getting rid of a body. It doesn't have to be easy.
All right, I'm crafting a fucking chain link cube. and
Easiest,
I'm attaching
easiest way to
heavy
get rid of
cement
a
to
body,
that.
you eat it.
And I'm dropping that
You
in the
eat the
ocean,
body.
and then, well, then the fish will eat it. Or I have to get my hand on pigs because I'm pretty sure pigs will eat anything down through the bone. So if you just can find a wild pack of pigs, not a wild pack, domesticated pigs, and you could drop off a body. But the only problem is you'd have to know the guy who has the pigs, or you'd have to like sneak onto his property. And most farmers don't take kindly to that sort of thing.
They go
I'm
through
saying you're
bone
better
like
off just eating the body yourself. You have to consume the person to get away with the crime.
That is true.
But
Cannibalism is a great way to get away with murder.
I fully don't think just like a hole somewhere is a bad idea. The problem is these fuckers get lazy. They don't dig the grave ahead of time. They go like 2 feet in, and then one damn thunderstorm, and there's the body. You gotta dig for real. And JS
Things
knows
that
it. I know it about
people don't
him.
realize it depends on what state you're in too. Certain states you go like 2 feet down, you're hitting fucking rock. It becomes
We
a
dig
bitch and a
major
half to move
holes in
anything.
Florida,
Dude, I'll
get
dig
that
a
motherfucker 10 feet.
I'll dig a 10-foot hole quick.
I'm saying some places you can, just as a kid, you can dig like a 10-foot hole in your backyard. Like I said,
Yeah,
other
in
places
Florida.
you're hitting rocks within 2 feet and getting fucking stopped. Like I lived in South Carolina growing up. All that's below sea level. You can't go further than like
Granite,
2-3
right?
feet down without starting to hit rocks and
what is
everything.
it? What is below
Uh,
it? Granite, right? I know Georgia has a lot of granite and clay.
I didn't know what it was, but it was some form of rock we were hitting. Because when we were kids, we used
We're
to
made
dig
of
all the time, and then
limestone.
we'd hit rocks.
Yeah.
Florida's made of limestone, which is kind of a bitch rock. You could chisel away at some limestone with a shovel, I feel like.
And see, this is why you can't just tie a bunch of rocks to them and drop them in a lake somewhere, because pieces are gonna like float off, and it's gonna break. The rope's gonna break up, and as the body decomposes,
Yeah, see,
it'll
but then
float up.
again,
You just
I killed a
cement them in a
stranger.
block, a cement block.
I killed a stranger, dude.
You don't.
think
It
I'm all
doesn't have to
worried
be a
about the
bathtub, by the
body?
way. You could make a box out of plywood from
Chain link.
or wood from pallets. You just make
Oh,
a
well,
box.
see, a wood box definitely fucking floats.
Well, no, you're just
Have
making
we
the wood
even
box for
considered
the-
a hydraulic press yet?
You're making the wood box for the cast for the cement. So you put the body in there, you cement it, and
That's
then you
gonna be
break
so hard to
off.
clean up, dude.
But also, wood is not going to float if it's in a case of cement, because you think cement floats after 11 feet, but no, it would all drop to the bottom. Even if you made a 2x4 or plywood box and filled it with cement, you could just drop that in the ocean. The wood would rot away and flake off, but the body would be encased in the block of cement at the bottom of the
My
ocean.
brain is so cooked. I imagined putting someone under a hydraulic press, and my brain instantly went to them being flat like Tom from Tom and Jerry.
Do you ever see the video of the guy that gets caught in the carpet roller? The thing that rolls up long things of carpet for like big industrial, like, 100 yards of carpet on a thing. And the guy gets his arm caught in it. It's horrible. It's horrifying. It's one of the worst videos I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot of
Yeah,
stuff.
so thanks for bringing it up the recall of my memory there, JS. Appreciate it.
I saw
Dude,
a similar one that wasn't as devastating, where a guy got his britches stuck in something like that, and they ripped him right off his leg.
Dude, this is like a 10-minute video, and like 9 minutes and 30 seconds of it is just his legs smacking into the concrete and a blood puddle starting to form, and he's just in it, just
Because they can't, they don't stop the machine right away. Yeah, it's fucked up.
and it goes for like 10 minutes. It goes for a minute. It goes for a while. It was bad.
I'll be back. I'm gonna go get breakfast.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'd rather get my
Do I got
britches
DoorDash
caught
at
in
my
it.
door? Let me see.
Hey, Goon. How you doing, dude?
I think I'd rather lose my jeans to the machine. Yeah, but earlier you guys were talking about representing yourself. Most lawyers don't even represent themselves. Like they get other teams of lawyers to represent them. Like Jub, you are right that like if you have knowledge of the law, it can help you build a case. But like if you're actually going to like a trial, if you go to things like cross examination and stuff, it's gonna be a bitch and a half representing yourself. You're gonna have to cross examine yourself as a witness. It's literally like that scene from King of the Hill where Dale's like, "Now I will be questioning Dale Gribble."
Yeah, no, I don't know. I think you guys are right because that is the traditional thing you always hear is like, do not fucking represent yourself in court unless you're retarded. But I don't know. I feel like some retards are lawyers too.
Well, you were talking about points with like public defenders too. That's different. If it's like something small enough that you're going off of a public defender, there's a good chance that like you probably could just get through the procedure because you're probably not going to an actual jury. If you're going to a jury, you're definitely going to want a lawyer who's not yourself.
Yeah, no. If I was ever on a serious criminal case, I'd probably spend every dollar I've ever earned to get a good lawyer.
Like I said, that's what most lawyers do. Even if they trust themselves, they're like, "All right, I'm getting a team of lawyers."
So, Goon, what do you think about Venezuela?
What about it?
Trump, Venezuela, the boats, the freaking kidnapping of Maduro. Kidnapping.
Took that shit, nigga.
What do you think?
I haven't really kept up with it much. I know about the Maduro thing. I don't know. It's not even in my top 10 most concerned political things going on.
Okay.
Like the Iran thing is the same thing. Iran would be low, but then Greenland's like high up for me.
Greenland's
I
higher
want
up than
Greenland.
I mean,
Yeah, because we go to war with Greenland, we're going to war with
we're
NATO.
not going
That's
to
gonna be
war
like,
with Greenland. We're gonna buy Greenland.
And plus, fucking, what's NATO gonna do? NATO don't want shit with us, bro.
what's NATO gonna do? They're gonna sanction the fuck out of us like we did to Russia and absolutely destroy our economy like we did to Russia.
See, I'm sick of these people buying into like Europe as if Europe has any influence whatsoever. We help them. They don't fucking help us, dog. If all our troops pull out of all
Doing the
those
moving
bases
of
across,
commerce.
if the U.S. troops pull out of all our bases across Europe, then that whole Russia could push further west thing becomes a real threat. Not if Big Daddy United States is there, pal. They need our systems, dude. They need our weapons.
I don't know if many people care anymore. I mean, it's clear we're not actually going out to defend Ukraine anyways. So it's like they need us, but we're not going to do anything. So really, what is having us help?
Having us helps like when it's not Ukraine and it's like France or some shit that counts. You know
Where,
what I'm saying?
dude? Nobody on the right is signing up to go and help any country right now.
Yeah, good.
That is a non-starter. But that's what I'm saying. Then there's no point in them having us then.
Because they don't want to play ball on giving us fucking Greenland.
We send all kinds of money to Ukraine.
Yeah, weapon systems, like what?
Yeah, everyone's sending money to Ukraine. Kind of the standard modus operandum right now.
I'm just saying, I don't think like,
it's about
I don't think
making
us
it
against
hurt
NATO
Russia.
is bad for us. I think it's worse for NATO than it would be for Big Daddy.
I actually agree with
Here's what I
Raz on
say.
this. What we're doing is the old school strategy of bleeding out the Russians' pockets like we did in the Cold War.
Yeah, it's proxied out. Here's what I say though. I say we fucking go full turncoat and fucking go shake China's hand. Say, oh, very honorable alliance. America fucking dominates the West. China, you get the East. You keep that in check, and we're fucking pals now. I'm sick of Europe, dude. Europe won't act like they're American. They're not. They're fucking European.
I don't know.
dude.
I have sympathy for a lot of the complaints too. I do think like NATO doesn't step up enough, the UN doesn't step up enough, and then they basically
Well, and they have all
put
these
all of
fruity
the weight on
fucking-
America.
They all have fruity fucking accents. They take our cool shit and make it fucking whack. They soccer, you know, they're over here fucking playing soccer.
Same
when
thing
they
with
can
this
tackle
Iran
each
thing. Like,
other.
I don't think it's our jurisdiction to go in there and shape up Iran, but like that should be UN or NATO that's trying to solve that.
No, I think that is.
These are
I
all
think
just
we need
old
to just
NATO policies
let
for
them
a
wall
world
out.
that really doesn't exist anymore. That's why it's weird, because of the quickness of trade and then the digital age make defending these post-World War II boundaries kind of obsolete in a lot of ways. Everything is still sewn in. What good is sanctioning Iran when they're just going to sell to Russia and China, and then that oil gets pumped back into the global market anyway? There's always some kind of back door.
Good to see you figured out how to work the Discord, Trench.
Yeah, I never used it on my phone before, so it's like I'm on my way to church. There's baptisms this morning, so I'm going in early. I'm fucking late, but it's Orthodox Church, dude. You're talking about a 3-hour grind session now 4 because of the baptism. So I think the Father will understand. I'm trying.
God damn! And then you're supposed to give them 10%.
It's a shitty situation. Everything that's happening, it's
Here's what
it's
I'm
weird
saying.
because I
I'll
don't
give
align
you
with a lot of lefties on it. Because a lot of the
10%, but I need
lefties
some
are just doing
entertainment,
this
bro.
like this weird like no matter what, it's always bad if Trump's doing it. Like that's what's going on right now, and it's like it's to the point where they're like defending Iran, and it's like Iran's a fucking shithole dictatorship that's fucking murdering its own people in the street right now. And just so they don't give Trump a W, they're sitting there.
It's also like believing like Iran is transgender operating everybody. They have a facility.
Well, kind of in the
yeah.
way that they're so unaccepting of transgender people that they'll forcibly cut your cock off.
It's opposite. It stands more as a deterrent. Plus, just simply by having it, open them up for international USAID money. So it was all. I don't know.
Yeah, because I've seen people like Hassan Piker have been saying that, where he's like, well, in Iran, they're actually extremely pro-trans. Like, they're not pro-trans. They
not.
force
No, they're
trans
not.
operations on people.
Right, because if you're gay, they'll just like cut your
peeve
dick
with
off
the
and now
current
you're a
system,
woman.
my biggest pet peeve with the current system is that we find ourselves more often than not funding both sides of a conflict in real time. Like all during the Syrian shit, you know, all the ISIS and Al Qaeda offshoots were somehow getting U.S. funds, and then turning around and then like not directly supporting the Assad regime, but backdoor charities. If you could make this for Iraq, you could make this
Conflicts, right? Like the country's sending money to Israel, but the people are sending money to Palestine.
Well, that and USAID, the government proper, was sending money to Palestine for, you know, feminism, education, and all kinds of other nonsense that's just not going to ever apply in the Middle East. I mean, it was already dicey before, like the Iranian revolutions and the pan-Arab revolutions, but post failure of communism to take hold in the Middle East, what happened is they kind of liked the collective power and the centralized governments, but they threw out the fucking sickles and hammers, and then they instead of having central committees, they established like central committees of clerics and imams. You know, that's what Iran is a centralized fucking government that masquerades as a religious authority. But I'm getting off the topic. These programs, like we directly funded Iran under Obama for like their nuclear power development. The deal being, don't develop any nuclear bombs or anything like that. But look what happened. And then to go and fucking years down the road have to strike some nuclear facility, which was questionable one way or another if they developed the means to build a fucking actual bomb, because it gets dicey. Our own intelligence agencies and the director of the intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testified to the Congress that Iran was nowhere near a final weaponized product or had the capabilities to use a weapon. But we went ahead and pulled the trigger because Bibi, convinced Donald Trump that he had some intelligence that Trump's own intelligence agencies didn't have.
I don't think he has to convince anybody.
Well,
I think he says jump and they say how high.
Well, Trump's a Zionist. I mean, he's a lifetime New York City Democrat.
Oh yeah, he loves Israel, dude. He loves Israel. That's who he works for, dude, but it's okay. Nothing new. New president, new guy works for Israel.
Shit's going to change.
Moment of dissolution for the people watching, or maybe some of the people here. Anyone above like 45 that's from America is usually pro-Israel because it was a bipartisan thing, like up until the last couple decades.
Uh-oh.
And it's still bipartisan. It's just the other way now. Everybody's anti those motherfuckers.
All right.
I know.
Well, I'm gonna get off the highway here. I'm gonna get off here. My engine's overheating for some reason. It's fucking 20 degrees outside. This makes no sense.
Good luck with that, Raz.
Lord have mercy. Well, y'all have a good day. I'm gonna figure this shit out.
I'll tell you, fucking did it. It's probably BB did that shit. The second he starts speaking up against BB, the engine overheats.
Yeah, they fired up the fucking space laser on me, dude.
They got his ass, bro. Come on.
All right, homies. I'll holler.
All right, later.
Bird.
This is a good ass burger.
Yeah, that's why it's like, it's not even that Trump used to be a Democrat. You can go to like a bunch of people that have been Republicans for decades, and if they're like above 45, they pretty much support Israel.
Oh yeah. Mine own blood, dude. Mine own parents. I used to fucking love Israel because I knew my parents did.
I don't know, man. Pops, when I was young, he used to say things that at the time, I never thought anything of it.
Say it. Who gives a fuck? He's not, R.I.P. the kid.
I'd say we're doing like Holocaust week at school and we're reading Eli Wiesel's Night, he would say things like, "Oh, the Holocaust is fake, right?" Like he would make. I don't know if he's joking or what, but he'd be like, "No, that many people didn't die. There's no way." And now, at the time, I never thought.
Well, he's been there. He's been to Germany and all the camps and shit.
Yeah, he said it was all. He was like, "Oh,
he went out there."
Yeah, he said it was blown out of proportion a lot, and
no, dude,
he would have been what they call nowadays.
Jewish people have never been wrong and they've blown it out of proportion. That's never happened.
No.
If I know a group of people not to blow things out of proportion, it's them. It's the bros. It's the Jays. And I say BB is my president, dude. You guys can keep on with your fucking anti-Semitism. I say Israel has a right to defend itself. Israel has a right to exist. My president is BB, dude, and my Lambo is blue.
I mean, I don't really blame any of the Jews for the whole paranoia thing. I don't really view it as paranoia. People have like...
Oh, no, yeah, me neither. Me neither.
Like everything about them, about every conspiracy possible has a route where it leads back to them.
Yeah, but do you think that's all
This has been happening since like the 1400s, dude. They used to say that the Jews would go into the wells and they would do incantations on the wells and create the Black Plague.
Right. And you think that's all happenstance though? Like, what's more likely?
I don't believe they were doing incantations on the well.
Okay, but how are you the villain for 600 fucking years and everyone else is wrong? How?
I mean,
And
like
I'm not
there's
saying some
certain
guy
sports
fucking
where they
reading
were
his
like well
Torah.
accepted, and then there's points where they weren't.
I don't know, man. I just how can so much betrayal happen to one person? That's what I don't
Like, I'm pretty
understand.
sure the Syrians treated them all
You
right, and
can't.
then the Babylonians, I think, are the ones that destroyed the Temple of Solomon, and then the Greeks were
Yeah, see, I don't know
okay until they turned
anything.
it to
I don't know anything
Alexandria, and then they
about.
tried to fucking turn their religious land into like Greek worship, and then that's where you saw like radical groups. And this is the original Israel rise up. And then
What do you mean the original one? Where was that at?
same place.
Oh, see, I
Yeah,
literally
I
know
mean
nothing.
the Jews being in that area go back to like literally the Syrian Empire and the Babylonian Empire.
What were the Syrians?
Some damn
A
pagans.
force, an empire. It's like this is like I said, this is pre-Babylonian, so this is getting like
You're talking
far
about like
back. I don't know much about the Syrian Empire.
old Bible stuff, ancient biblical. Yeah, dude's been around for a while.
Is the Bible old?
It's pretty old, yeah.
Or is it true that there was some like big push to like have this big publishers like the Schofield Bible or some shit around sometime in the late 30s?
It would
early
depend on
40s?
what
That
Bible
true?
you're talking about, like the Hebrew texts and shit. Those things are like
Isn't
super.
the
fucking-
massive, isn't the mass distributed Bible in America like kind of fugazi at this point?
I think the King James is probably the new
I
King
think they
James
pulled a
is
big
probably the
switch.
Yeah,
most
probably. Yeah,
distributed.
because they distribute King James, and most people do not.
And I think
Even
it's
though that the King James
it's a
is the
good
most
translation.
accepted one, everyone has complaints about it.
Mm-hmm. There are complaints to be had about it, but I think it's probably the most accepted,
fucking the
best.
Number one, the pacing. The pacing. I mean, Jesus, you're trying to fucking give.
I mean, it's the closest to modern English out of like a respected one that's just not like one of the new age. Because people write Bibles constantly.
Is the Bible actually good to read? Is there like fire ass parts in there?
Yeah,
I've been having fun.
It's a
Here, one
great
second,
book.
I gotta.
It's got a lot of dull parts and a lot of boring parts. You kind of gotta like jump around.
What's
and
the
look
best? If I was to read 50 pages and you're like, this is actually banger ass plot right here. Where
All
do
the
I find it?
pre-Moses shit. If you're a fan of like Greek stuff, all the pre-Moses shit kind of has like that like more out there energy. Once it hits Moses, it's a lot more grounded.
Yeah, if
Because
you're
it's going from the
50
writings of the
pages.
people writing about what they did at that time.
50 pages.
Yeah, some of the
it depends
beginning
on
stories are like really cool, where God's like in the clouds with like a fucking bow and arrow and shit. Like,
Yeah, probably just Exodus. You went to Christian school. You read the Bible when you were a kid. What are you talking about?
No, I didn't.
I'll even give Jubbin out on this though.
They
Who
might have-
remembers that
They
shit,
might have
dude?
done it around me, but
You might remember like the
gotta keep
general
my
gist of
attention,
the
pal.
stories. You're not remembering anything from Bible school.
I did.
there's a place to play ping pong and chill with the bros.
Ping pong. That was at the freaking. You don't even remember being in. You had to wear a tie to school.
No, I remember that fucking bullshit place when I got in trouble because I defended my buddy who was half this other guy's size. I sucker punched his ass because he pushed my boy, and I got in trouble. And I said, "Oh, this is righteous. Well, I want no part."
Oh my god! You figured out ethics and morality at 6 years old when you punched a guy who punched your friend on the swing set.
Yeah, if a guy is twice some other guy's size, but he's about my size, and he's fucking with somebody half his size, and I'm on the side of him, he can't see me, I'm gonna fucking swing. If that's my boy who's half his size, it's not right.
Did you get like expelled or something?
No, I got a naughty note, and then I tried to throw it away, and that fucking bitch babysitter's trash. And then they found it.
Grandma Ruth or whatever.
Yeah, I tried to dispose of the naughty note, and they found it.
Oh shit!
I was 6. I probably would have shot like a. I probably would have shot like a double
even really
leg,
get in
and then
trouble,
took
but-
full guard and started hammer fisting the kid.
No, he was a punk, dude. That's why he was playing with someone half his size. When I hit him, he was one of these guys. When you hit him, they don't even realize getting hit is a possibility in life. They're like, oh yeah, what? You hit me. It's like, yeah, motherfucker, I hit you. The next logical step is you hit me back. You know, there's grown ass men, right, that walk around, and if they're hit in the face, they freeze. They don't know what to do. It's like if you throw a blanket on a cat, they're like, oh.
Well, not everybody's been in a fight.
That's true.
I'm gonna be stuck here for a second. I'm gonna let this bitch cool down.
See, I'm so glad I have older brothers, dude. So glad I have older brothers that fucking harass me lightly.
We probably harassed you heavily at some points.
I was just born in
Yeah,
the
no,
trap.
but I'm thankful for it. Because there's things you get out of having bros that you don't get anywhere else. Like, imagine being an only child, dude. I would hate that.
Yep.
Maybe you're like Bobby Hill. Maybe you're a miracle. Because your daddy
Who's
got
that?
a narrow urethra.
What are you talking about?
Not
Who's
being
Bob
an only
Hill?
child.
I got
I
it
was
right.
joking about King of the Hill. Bobby's an only child because Hank's got a narrow urethra.
Oh, I always thought he had a sister or something.
Oh, that's his cousin, Luann.
Oh. Huh.
She a hoe. Like when you look, I want to rewatch King of the Hill. When you look how prophetic like that show is, because that was like mocking Mike Judd was a liberal and he was making fun of the left in a weird way. It seemed like he was making fun of hillbillies and stuff, but he was idealizing that simple life.
He was making fun of everyone. I have always viewed King of the Hill as kind of a
Dude,
more
anybody who doesn't
like
idealize that
intelligent.
life
I
is
think it's
fucking
better.
retarded.
Like I think they're different styles, but I think it's a more intelligent writing style that like South Park does, where it's
for
kind of
sure.
like you're just throwing hands in both directions.
For sure.
Yeah, I've always meant to watch King of the Hill. I've always heard
Yeah,
it's
there's a lot
great.
of episodes where it's about how Hank is like repressed because of shit that happened in his childhood, and he's dealing with like complexities, and he's embarrassed about a lot of things. But then every single time they show like a lefty or like someone from the city, they're like straight up like a wiry rat.
Like what I get is it's Hank coping with modernity. Like we're all Hank Hill getting dragged through modernity.
Yeah, I don't like that shit, dude.
What does modernity mean?
Well, I hate using modernity, but
the new day and age, right? Modern.
Yeah, our modern day. In our postmodernist culture.
Yeah, fucking what he's saying, Goon, is when it's like, oh, your password doesn't match, and then you reset your password, and it's like, oh, well, your password can't be the same as your old password. Or like now there's AI refrigerators.
And your kids are hanging out with weirdos.
That's where the news show went, dude, and that's why I can't watch the news show, dude. I watched a couple episodes, and I was like, oh yeah, it's literally gonna be like Hank reacts to TikTok. Hank sees what YouTubers are.
Yeah, everything now is slop. Like I tried rewatching Rocco's Modern Life, which was garbage when we were kids, but it was just like even more slop. It was like slop times a million.
Yeah, the classic episodes I own, like I think first 7 seasons of King of the Hill on disc. But yeah, no, I did not like the relaunch. It was really bad.
Yeah.
Granted, I think they got fucked a lot too. They had like 2 people die like 2 years before the making of it. I'm sure that like re-altered things a lot.
And it's the feminist takeover of like all the art departments everywhere, whether it's Call of Duty, whether it's King of the Hill, you know, take something special to make a Mogung or a Space Marine too.
Well, the show lost its whole art direction, but a lot of people didn't know what its art direction was. It actually has a European art style.
Yeah, I mean,
that's why they run all funny. That's why when they run, they have their hands like all next to them, like Roger from Family Guy. Or not Family Guy, American Dad. That's like how you would, if you watch like old like Pink Floyd music videos, like animated ones or things like that. All the characters they run like that, and it's European animation.
Yeah, maybe, but like culturally, it is postmodernism because like it's dissecting things. It's deconstructing. What's it deconstructing? It's deconstructing the American experience. But at the same time, Mike Judd was being cool and like leaving greater nuances and values in it, usually pointing towards like family and home.
Well, also with somebody like that, it becomes kind of like a self-destroying prophecy because the longer that you become successful and you're removed from average day life, the worst you are at depicting average day life. And when you're somebody that thrives off of that, you're basically cutting your balls off at success. Like I think that's probably a lot of the problem that Mike Judd has now is that he can't like relate with the average day man. His relation of the average day man would have been like in the 80s and the 90s when he originally wrote that show. He's been rich ever since then.
It's the Kanye God mental fucking experiment. It's like a whole philosophical trope built around what happens
That's
to
why,
you.
in my opinion, that's why a
if
lot
you
of
become
rappers and
Kanye.
these famous people now they're just open about luxury and wealth, and it's because they realize that like a lot of people made like money off of like this idea of being like relatable, but like once you become successful, you are going to lose your relatability. There's
Is that
no way to
true?
keep. You can so people like John Cena, think people like that, they can balance it, but it's a hard balancing act, and most people
John
can't.
Cena certainly didn't balance it, dude. He went all the way in on some fucking ice cream.
Well, he's definitely. There's been times where he was very hated when he was sucking the cock of China. Through most of his WWE, when he entered, he basically PGI's to the sport, and most people hated him at first. But no, I will give him. He's very good at controlling his image and seeming like a relatable person to people. But yeah, most celebrities can't do that. That's why you see like a lot of rappers they rap about shit that you agree with, but then they blow up and they start rapping about $1 million cars and $1 million chains, and next thing you know, a lot of these bars are not really relatable to you anymore.
Nah, that shit's always relatable.
Facts. I'm sorry, I forgot we're high value men out here, Joe.
No, it's but I like when I listen to 50 Cent talking about fucking shooting up the block. I'm not shooting up any blocks, and I don't support that behavior. But god damn it, do I feel fucking hard?
Well, that's the whole.
Yeah,
that's
but
why
like,
rap music. That's why the Redacteds knew that rap music would sell so good to white demographics because it's a male power fantasy. That's why
but yeah,
Star
the
Wars.
original selling point, like when you heard black people talk about like why do you like rap so much, a lot of the things that you'd hear them used to say would be, well, they're depicting my life. That relatability was a huge factor
They
of
don't even
rap at
know
a
that
certain.
they're embracing a power fantasy, and it's like why Star Wars sucks so bad since Disney got a hold of it because it's back to that female art department thing where they've turned it into a feminist cause and it's no longer a story centralized around the male power fantasy, just like the Amazon form of Lord of the Rings. And what I imagine
So
is
a
we're
lot of the
going to get
Disney
that fellow
stuff, I
shit.
think like a lot of like the modern media is a mixture of what you're saying, where there is like a woke agenda being put in, but I think it's easier to write that way, and it's
Well, that's
cheaper to
also
write that way.
it's cheaper to write that way, but it's also those are the people in those positions. I went to art school, so I've been to quite a few like professional graphic design and creative shops. And it's all women there now. It's not like the Madman days, like that movie series Mad Men, when you had all these dudes sitting around graphic designing and marketing and kicking around ideas. It's literally the traveling sisterhood of pants. And
But if you don't,
any men in the industry have to be subservient and subordinate to these women because these women have conquered the HR and PR offices, and a woman's going to be your art director. So when you're asking, when you're one of the developers or designers of, Call of Duty, and you're told you need to make a fucking transgender MP5 that shoots fucking rainbow farts out of it. And you're like, what does this have to do with, military simulation and tactical maneuvering? You're going to get fucking blackballed. You ain't going to work in that town again.
Yeah, like I said, I do think that that's a part of it. Like I'm saying, there's a huge part of it where it's like if you're creating a completely vapid product, it's vapid, but your job is to sell this to the people, right? So you have something that has no inherent value. So what do you add to that thing to now make it sellable?
You
make it seem as if it has inherent value. You add a bunch of social causes and a bunch of social perspectives. You have like one of the characters be a rape victim and she kills her oppressor at some point in the story. And because you created a shitty product, but now you've put this very real and serious thing in it, for most people they go, wow, now this is a very real and serious thing.
No, they don't. They just don't buy it because it's slop.
Well, they don't now, yeah, but for a while it worked for a while.
The problem is they give a bunch of money
for at least like a decade and a half.
I'm telling you why it's working and why it will continue to be able to go on this zombie-like undead state for quite a while longer is because of things like Sweet Baby Inc. and BlackRock that actively sought out all kinds of franchises, Warhammer being one, Call of Duty being one. And when, it's kind of like this weird, bizarre social credit system. If you're doing the DEI thing and making everything inclusive, then we give you a bunch of good boy.
Baby Inc. got completely felted.
We give you,
they
a
were
bunch
completely felted.
We give you a bunch of good boy tokens, and you can use these good boy tokens for if the slop doesn't sell, we'll go ahead and cover that. So they've been able to make all this slop and break even or make for intents and purposes.
Well, the truth, so the key to this like breaking even and profit thing that people don't say is like India is now getting access to like the internet and like being able to buy our media. That's why everything is record scale breaking. It's not because it's doing better. It's because literally a whole fucking half of the planet's getting access to
until
it.
the system is broken, right? Because it's a religious crusade. The Sweet Baby Inc. and BlackRock know nobody's going to buy this slop, but these projects get pushed forward anyway. And these projects don't just happen overnight. It's not like the project is started and finished in a year or two. Some of them take up to a decade to pull off. So
most people did buy the slop though. The slop sold for like a decade and a half.
I mean, yeah, there's idiots that are always going to buy the next Call of Duty, but look how many people have pulled out.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It is getting to a point where everyone's falling out. There's a disillusionment.
Because it's a religious push. They're not paying to cover damages of lost product. They're paying to propagate a message. And it got feverish for a while because it felt like from their perspective, that they're at a turning point. They realize the system, the beast, whatever you want to call it, it realizes it's lost control of the narrative. When Nick Fuentes is allowed to go on, world media platforms and say, I don't care about your ma, the global zeitgeist is shifting. So actually, I think we're actually going to enter into a pretty weird, a very turbulent time. While the dialectics, play out.
All that coming, dude. Pierce completely threw. He was literally like, he had him in the first half when he was just calling him gay. And then he's like, let me bring on an old Jewish guy to very monotonely and sadly talk about his mom. Me mom.
His mom was a lampshade. The second he started calling him gay because he just reintroduced the talking point that everybody's already kind of rolling their eyes at.
Dude. He should have played the clip of him in the car with the cat boy.
I mean, what does that prove, though? I mean, and I'm going to say this: Nick Fuentes very well may be gay, but from my observation, it looks like if he is gay, then he's one of them dudes that fucking ain't going to act on it
I don't think he's
Like
gay.
he-
I think he's like because I see it in my little brothers, like these Zoomers. We used to make gay jokes when we were kids, and they're like taking that to the extreme. They make a lot of gay jokes, and they say
You
But
know,
he
I
wasn't
think
in
the
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 Big
biggest
Anthony
Zoomers.
point
video.
that it would make is Nick
But Nick, I
I'm
Fuentes
think
not
I
is
think
not
he's
a
joking.
traditional man. He is not like at all
I'm not
the
joking,
right
dude. I
wing
want fucking
disposes as
dick.
like a role model for like a right winger. He's a very wiry, small guy who's like anally retarded. He's
For
just
me,
funny when it comes to shitting on people, but that's his like greatest skill.
You think he's actually a virgin? Because I think he has access to like he's at a party right now with Andrew Tate, Justin Whalen, Myron, Sneeko,
well, there's two types of
You think
Tristan
virgins.
you think
Tate.
if he was banging somebody, man or woman, they'd keep the secret?
No, I don't. I think we would know about it. That's why I'm
Well,
thinking it's
and
I do
true.
too.
I'm thinking it's true.
yeah, he might
He's
be.
a
He's
virgin.
probably a powerful virgin. There's powerful virgins too that choose to be, and then there's the type that just can't get none, dude.
Yeah, if priests can do it, then why can't Nick?
Yeah.
Oh, Nick Fuentes.
Yeah,
Why can't
be
anybody?
celibate.
He's I don't know about Nick Fuentes, dude.
I'm
But
not.
I
he
think
said
he's like actually, and it's gonna sound cringe saying,
He's
I
a
think
little
he's like
too
actually the
outrageous.
traditional name of incel.
no, but
I
he
don't
said
think
what
he's
I.
gay. I think he
Well,
literally
he
he
embraces it.
can't get with women because he doesn't like women and he's completely incompatible with them.
Well, it's like this. I think we should take him at his word when he says he is an
Yeah,
incel
but that doesn't
and all
mean you
these
can't
things.
sleep with them if you're
When you look at his
incompatible with them.
position, he's influenced by MGTOW, he's influenced by Keck, he's influenced by incel. He is the full accelerated
But
caricature of
that's the
all
thing though,
these
Gov.
movements.
He on that bullshit.
I don't
If he
think
gets
so.
caught doing like hookup culture, that's gonna only look terrible for him. Maybe to like 20-year-olds
MGTOW
they'll think
culture at
that's
its end
cool.
says
That's gonna
get
look
away
way
from women.
worse.
But MGTOW says get away from women. There's no MGTOW says
I
there's
don't
no
think
good
he's
women.
in. I
You're
don't think
better
he's
off alone.
influenced by MGTOW. I think he influenced MGTOW. But Nick's been politics focused way
MGTOW
before the
was
red pill
way
started
before
getting
Nick
interesting.
Fuentes
MGTOW was
existed.
earlier. But when
Dude, I would
when
have
you look
bullied
at
his
him,
little fuck ass in school,
MGTOW
dude.
was
all
like
these
He's like,
things.
oh, actually,
2014,
did you know about
2013.
the
I
He
think.
said it's the
GOP?
year of the frog. He said
I
it's the
wish I
year
was
of
in
the
school with
frog.
Nick Fuentes. I'd
2000.
straighten his ass out. He'd, oh, do you know about the GOP? I'd be like, I know yours just went down, fucker. Give me your lunch money, dude.
He just needs to
Well, it wasn't that
fucking
popular.
I never
'cause
actually took anybody's lunch money.
I
being
never heard of
Catholic.
MGTOW till like 2020.
Dude, the Amazing Atheist used to like interview MGTOW dudes.
Amazing atheist. That's hilarious.
Like that's how old. That's like I said, it's like 2013, 2014 shit is whenever MGTOW started becoming like popular. Still wasn't popular, but that's when it was known online on YouTube and like the online. I guess it was kind of politics at that point, but everyone was more anti. That was like the Gamergate, where it was like gamers versus politics. That was pre-Trump shift. I don't even think Trump was like talking about running at that point.
Yeah, I hadn't heard about it that early, but I don't think he's MGTOW. I think he's just an awkward kid that, yeah, he don't like the ladies. I don't think he's gay.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think he's gay. I think like maybe asexual, but I think he is attracted to women. I just think he's like completely incompatible with them.
Maybe he's just not old enough. I don't know, but
I've heard him talk about it. There's times where he's been like, "Yo, Latino women and black women. I'm not gonna lie, they're bad as hell."
no, but he said what I've said before. He's like, you're a Volcel because you could get a woman right now, but you don't. You're a Volcel, and he said, no, I'm an incel because I can't help the way I am. I can't help it that I just don't like these bitches, or they're just annoying, or they don't like me. Once I'm honest with them, they don't like me. I can't help that. So that's incel. So There is
I don't
no.
think I can be honest with them. I think I have severe fucking intimacy issues.
Like I said, yeah, like even the difference between like the rhetoric that Andrew Tate uses when talking about women to Nick Fuentes is like still a pretty big gap.
I don't think
Yeah.
it's the ladies' problem though. I think it's my problem.
Andrew Tate at least acts like women hold value to him because they can offer him like value in that he can sell them. But like Nick Fuentes just like doesn't value women at all. He values them as like mothers, but he also
I don't
talks
know.
shit on most moms. But he values them for breeding.
You should watch the NXR Studios, the one about, I think it's the second one. They're doing 10 1-hour interviews with him. They did
I think
10
if you
hours.
value men, you must value women, dude. Because men don't
I'd be
do
down to watch
shit
some of it. I
if
don't know if
there's
I'm gonna
not that.
watch 10 hours
If
of
there's not
interviews.
Well, no,
women
you don't
in
have,
the
you don't have to
crowd.
watch
a couple of
you don't have to watch 10 hours, but there's one episode where they talk about
Do you
him
think the
being
wheel gets
Hey,
invented
can I
if
finish
there's
a
not
sentence?
some vagina to get
Hey,
into?
Jub, I'm in the middle of a sentence. 1 second.
Sorry.
Joel Tetton or Tech, whatever his name is, the guy from NXR, he's asking him about celibacy, and he says that it's a gift of celibacy. It's like a spiritual gift of celibacy, that he isn't driven by lust and he's not interested in that, and he's more focused on his work and stuff, and that most guys aren't gonna be. That's not gonna work for them. But like Paul, and biblically, it's is kind of how we're supposed to be. We're not supposed to be fueled by chasing after women and lust. And
How could that be so? How the fuck could that be so?
well, it's a higher nature. Of course, if you're going off of a lower nature, your worldly nature, then yeah, you just want to bang women and
No, I'm
be
going off the nature
polygamous.
that
And
fucking God gave me, dude. God made me
no,
identify a fat
that's not the
set of
nature
tits
God
from
gave you. That's the nature the
from
world
500
gave you.
yards out, and it could be behind me, and I know they're there. And I turn my head, and I'm like, that's weird. My head decided to turn, and oh look, fat tits. Found them. Wasn't even looking. Found them. I didn't do that. No one taught me that. I was born this way, pal. And there's proof. They say I've been looking for titties since I was like 1 year old. Be reaching my little hands out, trying to get a little index finger on that thing, dude. Come on now. How can it be wrong if it feels so right?
Well, of course you seek out the titty. That's a natural. Yeah, but
Well, how can that be bad then, dude?
But you ain't trying to like talk to it.
I see there's something there's something very powerful in being able to turn that down and shit like that, but I'm not fighting off vagina with two hands right now. You know what I'm saying? Like if some presented itself and she's presentable, seems friendly, magnanimous.
I'm quite
a
unsure. I
little
haven't gotten to
gesture,
that point in the Bible yet. Is
I'm
sex supposed to
taking
be
it.
a sin? Is it like a sin?
I think it sounds like that's what JS is saying. And how could it be, dude? How could it be wrong when it feels so right?
Well, no, it's I mean, it's a curse. I don't know. I've heard some arguments that Adam
I don't
and
think
Eve
you're
would have
supposed to
been
bang
having
if you don't want to have a
sex.
baby.
Yeah,
You're supposed to have a baby if you're banging.
I feel like if two people are like married and
well, yeah, the marriage bed is not
they're
defiled.
like
It's
they
not a
got
sin.
kids and shit and they just bang every night, like that's good. That's like a healthy marriage.
Yeah,
That's really
Yeah.
good for
dude. That's fucking. That's
That would
putting
not
oil in the
be.
engine.
That would not be a sin.
That's lubing up the bearings, dude. That's come on now.
But the whole purpose of sex came about because of the fall, because of a curse. So ideally, we wouldn't need to do that. But I don't know. Maybe they were having sex beforehand. I don't know. This is
Dude,
deep. Like
I
we're
just
Adam
can't
and
believe
Eve.
it, man.
We're Adam and Eve getting it on before the fall. And I've heard arguments
That's where
that
my whole
they
thing
were.
falls apart.
They just weren't having kids, or they had kids, but there wasn't painful childbearing. Because that's one of the curses is
See, but
painful.
maybe it's not meant to be easy, dude. The gate to heaven is a
Maybe it
fucking
was
narrow road.
easy, and then because of the fall, now it's hard.
If I'm right, before the fall, even God told him to go be fruitful and multiply.
Is God a virgin?
Before the fall?
Yeah, I think it was
I
before
don't
the
think
fall.
that happens before the fall, but I could be wrong.
Yeah,
Do you think?
I can't
What's the
remember.
fall? Is that when Eve ate the apple? Is the
Full
fall?
story, when
Yeah,
you go
yeah.
back and read it, it's surprisingly a lot shorter than you would think it is.
Dude, since the fucking beginning, they've been, and then we decide to let their voice be heard again in like the 1900s. Fuck these people. First they want to eat an apple, now they want to fucking vote, dude.
That was the apple of feminism.
Shut them down, dude.
Like, I'm pretty sure Jordan Peterson's dysentery about not dysentery, what the fuck? Fucking
Dysentery, isn't that like
That's
like
like
a
where your
disease
body's
in the
falling
Civil
apart.
War?
That's what people used to die from, yeah.
It's like gout.
Wait, but that dissertation I think you're looking for.
Yeah, his dissertation on the Adam and
Common
Eve. I think it's like 3 times longer than it would take to just read through Adam and Eve.
Oh yeah, he did like 5 episodes on Genesis, and it was like, bro, that's like one chapter.
It's bloody brutal. Oh, it's bloody brutal.
No, Jesse Lee Peterson's dysentery on.
Speaking of
his is the best. He says, hold on. He says,
dysentery is a like abdominal
keep
issue.
calling.
I know,
That's
I know,
the
I
new
said it
name
'cause
for
he
it.
said
It's
it.
dysentery.
But
I can identify.
He
I
said,
can identify Dr. Peterson's daughter from 500 yards out.
he said
and tell you that.
Eve went down to the garden one day, and the snake came up to her, and he was like, "You don't got to listen to that man no more. That man follows his father. That's a patriarchy. You don't got to listen to that no more. You can be your own woman. You could be a strong woman. You have free will. You can choose to do what you want to do. Just eat that apple, Eve." And Eve ate the apple. He tells it so good.
Jesse Lee Peterson like literally makes shit up that happens in the past.
Mm-mm.
He was the one that gaslit you into thinking that Adam was offered the apple first.
That's what happened.
You went back and read it and you were like, dude, I guess this is wrong.
Well, I didn't know which one ate the apple first, but
Well, it happened in Florida. That's what they don't tell you. They don't tell you the Garden of Eden.
That's
is actually
also what Jesse Lee Peterson said. Is he was like, Adam was offered first, and he said no.
maybe
Garden
it
of
was.
Eden is in Florida.
Maybe it was. I don't know. But his
Dude, Jesse Lee Peterson is so tapped in. He has access to ancient
that's so
scrolls
crazy.
we've never seen.
Oh wait. God told him don't eat the fruit though, right?
Yep.
And how did he appear to them? Do we know?
Kind of like
I would assume he's
like
walking because it says
he's
walking
there.
with
He's
Adam
walking
and he's
through
the
the
image.
garden.
Yeah, and he's
Like,
the
what if
image
he's
of
a fucking
Adam.
spider the whole time?
He could have
he's
just
a
been
spider
light.
the whole time.
Yeah, if you're Christian, I guess you would assume it's probably like Jesus.
Yeah,
Because it would be him in like his like humanly form.
I think
so
I heard
some
Jay
fucking
Dyer say
slim
something like that
Arab
one
dude?
time. That was
Some
Jesus
unkempt
Christ.
Theology.
So you're telling me some unkempt Arab gives me a piece of advice, and then a talking serpent gives me a piece of advice. I'm gonna take the advice of the Arab over the animal that can speak English today.
He wasn't Arab, you jackass.
Jesus was for sure Arab, dude. I'm listening to the
He
talking
No,
animal.
he wasn't, and he very well could have had blonde hair and blue eyes for all we know.
He was Mediterranean,
No.
but
Yes, that's a common marker around the. Have you ever been to the Mediterranean? There's blonde hair,
This guy
blue-eyed
thinks
people
Jesus-
there.
This guy thinks Jesus wasn't brown with
There's
some
a
cute
whole
beard.
range
In the
of skin
argument
tones.
here, he was in the Mediterranean. Why were the Jews in the Mediterranean?
There's a whole because that's the heart of the earth.
Was it
That's
because
what-
they were chased out by the Romans
Because
and then forced
the-
into the Mediterranean?
Jesus
The
was
Arabian
not
Jews.
Hold on. We got to have some real history here for a second, though.
Mesopotamia.
There were already Jews disseminated across the Mediterranean long before Christ's time.
Anyway, they all came from Garden of Eden, Mediterranean, Mesopotamia. It's in between. It's the Fertile Crescent. It's in between the Tigris and the Euphrates River, and that's all in the Bible.
There's Babylon. There's basically Jerusalem, and then you go down to the Cushite area, like Ethiopia, and then you go over to Egypt, And these are like the 4 major hubs where 3 continents collide. So obviously the people are like super mixed. There's a reason why, whether we're
Well,
talking
none of those were
about
continents
Berber,
at the time. They all probably
whether we're
looked
talking
pretty
about
close to each other.
they were still continents. They're made out of different geological
Not if they were all
material.
there in Pangea.
We're not talking about Pangea. Like Pangea
I'm
is
talking about
crazy
Pangea.
long ago.
No,
There
wait, how
was
old
no
do you think the world is?
there was no Mesopotamia during Pangea.
Pangea is pre Tower of Babel and flood. And then flood happens.
Okay,
Now
but
no
it
more
wasn't one
Pangea scattering
continent.
of nations and languages.
You're talking Pangea is a supercontinent where all
I
the
know.
continents are mashed into each
Bro,
other.
I fucks with Pangea. I know about Pangea.
Oh, okay, but that's not that's like so far ahead of biblical time. Before anybody's like, oh, 6 days. Oh,
It's in
6
biblical
days
time.
is an allegory.
It's
It's
in the
got time.
Bible. What are you talking about?
Time is outside of God. The 6 days thing is an allegory.
Allegedly,
There's like
according to
church.
you.
There's like church
I
writings
don't
on
believe
this
that.
though.
Okay,
Okay,
well,
well then don't look it up.
I know I've heard arguments that there's a bunch of arguments. There's gap theory. There's each day is 1,000 years to God. They'll tie that to a
To
verse
me,
in
it's
Revelation.
to
I
me,
think it's
it's
pretty.
a
I
mystery.
think
It
it's pretty
doesn't
literal. I
matter.
think God understood night and day, and that's why He made a sun and a moon to represent that night and that day. And that sun and that moon's night and that day was equivalent to that night and that day that He was referencing in days 1 through 3. So, yeah, I think
All I'm
God knew
saying
what a
is
night and a day
pre-creation.
was. I don't think.
God is outside of
And
time.
we
Like,
who wrote about this saw it as a night and a day. It doesn't say
well, it
1,000
makes
nights or
perfect sense.
1,000 days.
It's a cycle though. It's a full cycle.
Yeah, it's like a week. It's like a cyclical week. That's the cycle.
Yes.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It was like a cycle. And then it starts
Yes.
over.
And they didn't call it any of those days. That was just a gift to the Germanic pagans so that they would convert peacefully.
What's more probable that it happened in an instant? Like what are you appealing to? How did the world begin?
No, I'm appealing to Christ. All that stuff keeps me up at night. Like creation is the same as God. I am that I am that God tells us. We're here. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter if the scientists think that we came from some tube worm. That's retarded. I don't think that they're like, maybe evolution is kind of a thing. If it is,
Do you think
it's a vehicle? Hold on. If it is, it's a vehicle of God in which it is so wrapped around an enigma and mystery. We'll never know.
Do you believe
it doesn't
after the
matter.
flood
We're
that
here.
do you believe after the flood that it was just Noah and his family? That they were the only humans left?
I hope I got some hot cousins and shit.
I don't think so. There's several different. If you're looking at Jewish lore and texts, there's several different depictions of that.
Grab
There's
me
one
fucked
depiction.
if it was just me and my family, dog.
Nah,
I
that's
ain't got
you
no
gotta
hot cousins.
you've got to be doing
There's one
extra
depiction where
biblical
Tubal Cain builds
exegesis
up.
to come up with that. Like
There's one where Tubal Cain like tunnels into a cave and survives the flood that way. There's a handful of different Jewish legends and myths when it comes to that. But this is also why we threw Gnostic shit out of the window, because it's unnecessary. You don't need all that.
I don't know what we're talking about that was Gnostic here, but
Just like how evolution abstracts from truth by abstracting everything. Oh, you came from a tube worm. Oh, you came from this. You came from a pig. You came from a monkey. But the point is, there's like scientifically speaking, there's this thing called the law of biogenesis. This is why I don't believe in evolution, because living systems can only come from living systems. So when you logic it all out, if we worship a living God, then that's the source of evolution. It ain't some fucking soup with amino acid in it that gets hit by a lightning bolt and then all of a sudden man is
So evolution could be
evolutionary
true,
end
but God
product of a
just did
tuber.
it. But then,
Evolution
but
might be what looks like a better way to say it is what
I agree.
looks like
I know he's.
evolution. What
So
looks
think
like
about this. Think
Hold
about
on, let me finish what I said. What
Okay,
looks
go
like
ahead. Yeah, you just
evolution.
keep talking, bro.
What looks like evolution is some kind of mysterious process that only God knows about and called evolution, but there ain't no missing link.
So a monkey didn't become a person at some point.
I'm not sure that that's how it works.
Yeah,
So
it's like I think Trench, you're trying to say that like basically it's not something we're meant to understand. And I look at like Cappadocia, right, which is like one of those huge underground cities that could house like 20,000 people. It goes back like 12,000 years, or at least they would claim it would. That actually supports the flood myth, and a lot of these religions have the flood myth, right? So
yeah,
like
but that flood was like 45,000 years ago. If you're
yeah,
trying
like,
to be a
like
literalist
again,
for 6,000 years, you're gonna have bad.
Where do you get that from?
Are you talking to me or Trench?
Trench.
I think the younger Dryas was about 12,000 years ago.
Yeah, it's not 35 or
Just
45,000 years ago. It's
I think
10,000.
it was with the last major ice age.
6 to 10,000, 6 to 12,000 years ago, I'd say. I can understand if we're measuring years different. Maybe there were times in the Earth where we measured seasonally. Basically, our 4 seasons, they would have 2 seasons: hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold. That's a year.
Let's not start. The whole calendar's fucking fugazi, dude. What does sept mean?
Okay, but I'm
It don't
just
mean
saying
9.
So there's a word for this. There's a
don't
word
mean
for this.
10.
There's a range.
Oct
There's a
don't
range.
mean 10, pal.
It could be.
Oct means 8.
The flood could have been.
Yeah, so why'd they
8,000
fuck
years
us?
ago. It could have been 12,000 years, somewhere in there.
Well,
But
it's no different
was an
than the word like
honorary
but it
of the
wasn't.
emperor,
But it wasn't
like
50,000
Octavian.
years ago.
Yeah, well, it's no different than
No,
like cubit, and you
they
think
wanna
about like
fuck us.
measuring something in a cubit. That's different in different times of history.
October should be the 8th month. It was meant to be. That would mean the year starts in the spring. New crops are growing. Wow, the fucking birds are out chirping. It's a beautiful day. No,
Why,
they
based
want
off
your
the-
year to start in fucking January. Cold, slush, gray skies, dude. They're fucking you over with the calendar. I've been knowing it.
And we're still defending the idea that Noah was a giant. That's why his cubits were so much larger.
No, Noah was not a giant.
I don't believe. I mean,
And the
Neanderthals were
cubits.
stronger than us,
We've
like
always
by 10
understood the
times,
cubit
but
is
they were
elbow to
smaller than
fingertip.
us.
Look at my
Sure.
brow, dude. I'm
Elbow
part
to fingertip
Neanderthal.
on an average
See
height
my
guy.
brow?
That's a cubit. That's the cubit they're talking about in the Bible.
You see my Neanderthal brow? It casts a
Yeah.
shadow from the screen.
Good morning, Elder.
JS definitely Neanderthal. If you see JS from the side, this fucker's damn forehead protrudes like a fucking Cro-Magnus.
What? No, it doesn't.
Guy's a fucking full thal, dude.
I got a normal. I got a back. I got my
A
forehead go back.
a fossil scientist guy tried to fucking capture him with a net, dude.
I do not.
Thought he was a thal.
I'm not. A
So, Elder, I
thal.
was on my way to church, and my fucking car
Thought he's
just
live
overheated.
action thal.
It's freezing balls out here, and I'm stuck in downtown Kansas City right now, waiting for this bitch to cool
Oh,
down.
I fucking hate that place. No offense to where you are, but I really don't like that place.
Dude, Kansas City is
No
To be
offense
fair,
to
I know
where you
nothing
are.
about it. I drove through it one time, and it just looked like a paintball map.
it's a different place. It's where the north meets the south meets the east meets the west. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, it's
Good people though.
it's the
God's
only
gift
major
behind-
city. It's a major city that's in 2 states on a river.
Right
Like-
now, our biggest problem is our fucking communist mayor and just allowing criminality to run rampant. A girl, I've been calling the police. I live in the trap.
Snitch.
Fucking fuck yeah, I'll fucking call the
Shouldn't
cops.
call you Trench. We call you Snitch.
No, these motherfuckers are shooting. There's a hookah bar right around the corner, and every weekend, there's a shooting. And for a year straight, I would call, and they didn't give a fuck. They let this place operate with impunity because it's like it works like a bar. Everybody comes there.
But
It's a
they say, Ninja,
speakeasy.
you know you in the hood. What are you calling about? Move out.
Every, everybody fucking shows up and they get drunk in the parking lot because it's not a bar.
Hey, you gotta get some white neighbors,
and
bro.
it doesn't
Come on.
have to. It doesn't shut down until like 5 o'clock in the morning because it's not a bar, and it always ends with a fight, someone getting their ass beat, and then a shooting. Well, after a year of this, a girl finally got shot in the foot. It's actually 2 years of this, and now they finally made it a nuisance business, so it has to
Oh, I
close
would
down
hate
at
to get
midnight.
foot.
But yeah, it was done by women too. It took after 2 years of shooting, the women's were the ones who finally ambushed somebody successfully. And then when the
Dude, I
cops were out
wish.
there, it was wild because they wouldn't tell on the girl who was sitting in the car, waiting for everybody to leave to
Tell
try
'em
to
when you
escape.
get popped.
And then as soon as they figured out who it was, they started taking pictures and twerking when she was getting arrested. It was sad. It was very sad to watch, actually.
I would do that too. I wish someone would shoot me in the foot so I could get the scar and tell people it was a shark bite.
No. Dude, just think about your foot like on an x-ray. It just seems like there's so much little bones it could hit and fuck shit up. I think you want like ass cheek, like stomach, if it can go through and
Right,
not
dude. I
hit
heard
nothing major.
fractures actually make the bone stronger.
You really don't want to get shot in the stomach, dude. You get some sepsis and fucking your bile and shit into your blood, you're fucked, dude.
No, see, that would also increase my immune system, which would make me more
Now you're talking about
resistant to
one
the
of the
newest forms of
slowest,
COVID.
most miserable ways to die. Besides freezing in this fucking car. Thank God I have like a ridiculous sound system in this car with like 20 fucking batteries in leather heated seats. Otherwise I'd be suffering right now. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hell, they used to, the Romans used to put people on, or especially Christians, on trees and nail them to trees like they were nailing Jesus on a cross and then shoot them in the belly with arrows to make them die
Yeah,
slowly, miserably over days.
Who was that saint? I forget.
There's one specifically that's famous for it, but there's a lot of martyrs that died like that.
St.
Yeah.
Patrick, didn't he fight a bunch of snakes? Dude, St. Patrick's a punk.
He's not a canonized saint.
Yeah, he's a
Is
Catholic.
he the guy who got rid of snakes?
Sorry.
Well, he's not even
I feel like
canonized in the
snakes are
Catholic Church. He's local. He's like Guadalupe. It's a local tradition.
snakes are some of the easiest animals to fucking weed out and catch, I feel like.
Could you imagine snakes with wings?
I could catch 10 snakes before I could catch a mammal, for sure. What the fuck
Snake with
mammal
wings
can
is
I get
just
my
a
hands
dragon.
on?
I can imagine that all day long, though.
It was
I don't
Saint
even
Sebastian.
need to set traps to catch a snake. If you give me an hour right now, I could find you a snake.
Not in Missouri.
Oh, I'm in Florida. We got them everywhere, dude.
He is
They're
in an apocalypse scenario. Put on my best outfit to begin peacocking so I can get a huzz, and then I'll have meat for weeks.
What?
Damn, dog. I don't like a
The
lady
huzz.
peacocking. I like a lady with fucking a turtleneck and some khakis. Let my imagination do the trick, because my imagination is gonna be better than anything you can fucking provide me, lady. Right? Agree or disagree, fellas? A turtleneck and khakis is way finer than a short skirt and some fucking cleavage out.
I like modesty
I
on a
disagree.
woman.
No, give me that short skirt. Give
Because
me
you
that
could still
cleavage.
tell, dude. If she's bringing the heat under the turtleneck, you could tell.
Oh yeah, no, turtleneck is you can definitely tell with the turtleneck.
Sundress, no
Nice
cleavage.
pattern around the neck. Oh yeah, you can tell.
Look,
What you can
sundress,
really
no
tell
cleavage.
if she's
It's fine.
modest. If she's modest, then she's probably more likely to be wifey material than somebody who isn't so modest.
Shocker, Trench.
I don't know. I mean, if you're just trying to fornicate, I guess go for it.
No, I think they don't know what the fuck they're doing, dude. I think they don't know the male psyche like they think they do. Or maybe I have a weird male psyche, but I think, dude, you throw a damn turtleneck and some khakis on, shawty looking nice.
That's why I like Ortho Church, man. The women dress modestly.
Ew, dude, so you can fucking perv out on them?
No,
Because I'm not.
It just
I'm not
eliminates.
thinking of you know.
Have you ever been to a church where some chick shows up in an outfit with her butthole hanging out?
No, I don't believe so. There have been some questionable fits at church, though, for sure.
Yeah, that you're not going to run
I've
into
known
that.
some girls that go to church that let it hang out.
You're not going to see that in an Ortho church.
I feel like an Ortho church is boring, though. I get in that Baptist.
Am I gonna see people like fucking curls and shit? At that point, I might as well just be Jewish.
Because there's no
Be
fucking
wearing weird
bases on.
outfits.
Boring.
Yeah, exactly.
I might as well wear a small hat and get power.
Nah.
Dude, it's a
I'm
whole
calling it boring, and
show,
I've never set foot there.
Real talk.
Ortho church, you got to stand up for the whole service, and I'm lazy.
Dude,
Well,
not
I'm
only do you get to wear a small hat, get more power, you only have half the amount of the Bible to
read. They got good fucking.
That's pretty crazy that you're going to critique something you've never been to. You could, if you're a member,
Dude,
you can get the bread.
I am fully in the business of. I'm fully in the business of speaking on things I know nothing about with authority, but then criticizing others when they do the same. That's how I get down, player.
And my first
Do
time
they
I
have
was
Sir,
in
I'm
that
actually an
they cut me in
ex-Orthodox
front of the
preacher.
line after the service was over for the lunch. They cut me in front of the line. New members eat first, or new visitors and stuff eat first.
I'm gonna show up every fucking week with a different damn disguise on, pal. I'm gonna be in blackface one week, then I'm gonna have a mustachio, then I'm gonna
wear the glasses that has the fake mustache attached.
Shit, did I get a
cut all
raid
my
from
hair
somebody?
off, including my eyebrows.
Did
I'm
I get a
eating
raid from
birds.
somebody?
At this church I go to,
If I got a
there's
raid,
nun that's got
sorry
the
for not
voice.
shouting you out. I haven't looked at the chat in a minute. I'm writing a debate.
You're gonna be like, oh, that guy
opening.
looks normal with his normal hat on, but little do you know, underneath the normal hat is a little hat.
There's a
Does
nun
anyone
that's got
know how the
voice of an
penis
angel that pierces through
has
the choir,
evolved to
and
have
she
a
does these
mushroom head
highlight
to
points.
scrape out
What is Orthodox? Like,
blank
can you
from the
describe
hose?
it more?
What's up,
Have a
premonition?
line to it.
We must have got a raid
Line
from
will do
somebody.
much better job than me.
To me, Orthodox would just mean Catholic, right? Aren't they doing shit by the book? Isn't that what Orthodox means?
They are.
Yeah, the one true
I
Catholic
need the
church.
super
Yeah.
chats and the 7 mortal sins
it?
are 100% counter to
Yeah.
human
That makes
nature.
sense. That's true.
Thank you, How Long Nate. Where did I get a
I'm
raid
more of a
from?
Protestant guy. I like Protestant kind of deal.
Clearly.
JS, what are you? Are you Protestant or are you Catholic?
I don't know.
He's
What
Mormon.
do you mean?
Well, that's
You
all for
better
today,
pick a damn
folks.
side. I need to know if you're with me or against me, dude.
I don't know. I don't protest the Catholic or the Orthodox Church. I have
Are you robing out
disagreements
with, the
with some of both of them, and I have disagreements with all the different Protestant churches. I have disagreements with all
You
of it.
got to pick a side, pal.
I'm a
He
Christian.
is a side. He's a prime ecumenist.
Is that a word? See, now that's a thing. Now I gotta start saying that.
I've had to invent it for you.
A promecumenist? I'm just a Christian. Can I just be a Christian?
No.
What?
One
Pick a
day.
side.
Thank you, How
You're
Long
either
Nate.
Catholic or
Hey,
you
whoever
ain't.
sent the raid, thank you.
Catholics are very with us or
What day
against us
do young
mentality.
bucks will learn that chasing a hot dog over biblical women leaves a man broke and lonely? Chasing hot body, not a hot dog. Why did I read hot dog?
Wait, did you say How Long Nate was in the chat? Was that How
Yes,
Long
he
Nate?
said
Whoever
hot
said that
dog.
comment might be
I'm sorry, when it's
dog,
not when it's got
diggity
the
dog.
mustard and the ketchup on
Really
it. I
not
mean,
getting
come
rid
on,
of these
man.
gay allegations. Really not
That's
getting
a
rid of
Rob
the gay
Nor raid
allegations.
then. That's a Rob
I
Nor
catch a
raid
whiff,
if
dude. I
How
start
Nate was in there.
floating. I start floating like a cartoon character after a pie. I'm sorry. I smell the hot dog. I gotta go.
I thought it said hot
Yeah,
dog.
Brooks got to.
Chasing a
Don't
hot
take me
dog
seriously,
over a
dude. I would
biblical
never go
woman.
broke for a
I mean,
lady. I
it
never
still
spent a
works.
penny on a woman, and I'm not out here
For a
fucking
nice glizzy,
bulldogging out.
but for a good glizzy though. I might drop my final 20 on a good glizzy.
I would like to fall in love, but I don't think I have the capacity to.
Hold on. Are we talking about a skin on or a skin off glizzy?
And I find just sleeping with ladies isn't very rewarding, dude.
I get when it has a little bit of extra skin at the end on the glizzy.
Yeah, the one that has a little snap. Yeah, exactly. A little tie
Nah,
at the
I'm
end.
clipped, dude. I'm clipped up. You know me. I'm clipped clean, baby. And I gotta say, they did a stellar job. I don't have the largest unit, but I have a pretty penis, and that's undeniable fact.
What the? You're my brother. I don't want to hear about that.
It's not large, but it's aesthetically pleasing. It's symmetrical. You know, it
That's
has a little
weird.
lean
Yes,
to it.
but like he wants to put it out there that it blushes. It blushes.
That's not weird. That's not
All
weird at
dicks
all.
are
I
ugly,
didn't
dude.
give any
All
of the
dicks
fucking
are ugly.
details. I
Doesn't
didn't
matter,
draw a
though.
vein.
Retarded.
Why would you use pretty? It's like blushing. It's striking like koi poses.
The
That's
idea
how I
of a
would
Chicago
describe it.
dog
It's
is haunting Jay.
pretty.
I love Chicago dogs.
It's
Chicago
not,
dogs are my
it's not gonna
favorite
take the
style of
breath
hot
away,
dogs.
but god damn it.
Oh,
They
that's
got
what she
nothing
was
but
asking
heart.
earlier. She said, "What's the hot dog with the pickles and the peppers?" Yeah, that's Chicago.
You just get lost in its eye. It's very pretty.
Where'd my letter go?
I got bit by an ant once, like on my urethra, the tip of my urethra.
Oh my
and the tip of
god.
my wiener just ballooned up. I swear, it looked like a lollipop type deal. Like the shaft was like standard issue, and I was a child at the time, so it was real small wiener. And then the tip was just fucking huge. I got stung by something.
Oh my god.
Brutal.
Uh,
Dude,
what?
you ever experienced that? That's a fucking horrible thing.
Yeah, I got poison ivy
Oh,
really
you
bad
folks
one
at
time. It
home,
was rough.
protect the baby's wieners. If your
You
kid's
got
going
poison
out,
ivy.
make sure the
That doesn't
wiener's
sound as bad
double
as what I
stuffed.
had.
It was
I
way
had
worse
an
than what you had.
insect
I had
venom.
poison ivy.
Wait, I
one
thought
whole...
you were immune to poison ivy. Folks, we got them.
I'm immune to
Clear, we
poison
got
ivy
'em.
because I
We
got
got 'em.
poison ivy so bad that I almost died one time, and then I became immune to it. That's why I don't believe in allergies. You just gotta face your fears.
We got them. No, allergies don't exist. I think I've been.
No, I
immune
had
to
a
I don't think
straight
I ever
line
got it.
down my body of poison ivy, and it was crazy. I was like Two-Face, and it went there too, and half of my, stuff, it
I'm
was
also
swelled
immune to
up.
poison ivy, but I don't think I ever got it.
I'm immune to it now, but I wasn't at the time.
I think I always have been. I'm pretty sure. I haven't touched it in a
my
long
letter
time
went.
though, so I wouldn't know. Or no, I probably have touched it because I do walk amongst some woods occasionally.
Well,
But
pray
my
for me,
legs
bros.
pretty
I'm
well
rolling
covered.
again. See
All
if
right.
this
Alright,
bitch
dude.
cools down. I'll take it back up. I'm
Yeah.
driving. I'm
It
going home.
better,
I'm not
dude.
gonna make fucking service
You're
today.
going
That
home?
sucks.
What would Jesus do? You fucking turn that thing around, you take your ass to church, dude. One overheat and you're out.
No,
Reading JS's donos, dude, he spelled Young Bucks as if it was like a name. Young is capital and so's the Buck.
my spiritual father wouldn't
I don't know.
want me
Yeah, I
to
don't know what he's saying.
make this a
What
burden
they
on
do, Young
myself.
Bucks? Young Buck. That is a rapper.
Let's work through that. Heated up quick. This
People who wear
thermostat must have gone
glasses are
out.
the superior race, JS? No. People who wear glasses fell for an op. You fell for big optometry. The big op. You fell for the psyop.
No, I just couldn't see, so I had to have glasses.
No, sometimes the world's just blurry. You just need to learn to accept that for you, the world is blurry. That's how it is to everybody.
What happens if sometimes it's blurry and it happens while I'm driving?
Maybe you shouldn't be driving.
The glasses ensure that it doesn't ever
It's
get
maybe
blurry.
your eyes are blurry because God doesn't want you behind that wheel.
Yeah, what?
You can drive with blurry vision, bro. You'll be fine.
Right. Why don't you just learn to adapt and
Just because you can
I've
do
driven
something
by
doesn't mean
feeling
you should
before.
do
the world is blurry to all of us, but we just
You can
learn to
drive by
see
feeling.
in the blur.
Sounds like y'all need
It is
glasses.
only he who can see clear.
It's a lie.
This sucks. This sucks.
thought-
Change your thermostat.
I thought he was leaving.
Who?
You.
Of course not.
Me?
Trench.
The fuck?
I'm
Oh,
stuck.
okay.
I'm
Well, then
like
don't
I'm
say
going back
you.
home.
Oh, so you're like, all right, guys, I just got to let you know I'm going back home. Goodbye.
Yeah, he's letting us know he's about to fucking sin.
No, my car's fucked up.
A mild inconvenience, and this guy turns his back on the Lord.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
I'm just kidding, dude. I'm just kidding, man. Kidding. I know how it
What's
be.
happening is I got
It's
a bunch
true.
of fucking
You should
extra
push
work
it
to
in
do.
neutral and push the car all the way to church.
Yeah, in this
I feel
fucking
like I'm
15-degree weather.
I
Granted,
have a
people are
knack
nice
that
at
I might be
church, so there's a
overdue
good
for
chance that
some
they
car
help you
trouble.
fix your car once you get there.
I got all the tools back at my house to fix whatever's going on. I think the thermostat's fucked.
Oh, you fucker! You know how to fix cars? That shit pisses me off. I'm sick of you manly men knowing how to like do shit, solve problems.
How do you not know how to fix your car?
He's a
I
little
can change
baby
a
who lives at home with
tire.
his mommy.
I can change a tire. I can like check a fuse and shit, but that's about where it ends.
Yeah, Job. Wait until you have nobody to call. You're all alone and you're by yourself. Guess what you got to do? You got to figure it out and fix it.
No, I have people to call. It's called a fucking professional. I don't think I'm the
Yeah,
outlier
YouTube
here,
now.
not knowing how to
Yeah,
repair
YouTube
In,
vehicles.
now.
By the way,
in that situation, I use one of my two AAA calls and get them to come and fix it.
yeah, dude. Me and
you're
Boone are
over
the normal
20
ones. You guys are the odd ones. I
if
can
you're
change
over
the
22 and you
tire,
don't
dude. I
have
can check the
like a
battery. I
full
can check.
toolkit, you need to fucking change your
I
life.
got a microelectronics toolkit, dog, but it ain't for me,
Dude,
dude.
I
I
can
work on
hammer. I can
all
screwdriver.
electronics.
That's about
I
it.
ain't got a passion
That's
for
where
it,
it
but
ends for me. And that's
I
not
can
an
hammer
odd
it,
thing. That's
do
a pretty
that.
normal thing.
You'd be
Like, I'm
surprised
not
what
proud
you're
of it.
capable of doing.
Yeah, no, I'm not a
well,
fucking
that's what I'm saying.
retard.
I
If
know I'm
someone taught
capable
me,
of doing it. I can solder small
if someone taught
electronics.
me the expertise, of course, I could build a house. In fact, I'm pretty sure I could build like a gazebo with no teaching whatsoever. I'm pretty sure I could carpentry out a gazebo, cut the angles, fucking sand that shit down,
I
drill
mean,
it
I
in. It
could
wouldn't look
buy.
that nice, but
I
I
could
bet
buy.
you could
confident I
not.
could.
I could buy 4 4x4s and stick them in corners in the
I'm
ground
really
and throw
good at
some plywood on
geometry.
top.
I could drive the fucking posts in and like pour the concrete in. I could do that at least. It might not be totally level, but like it would be a gazebo you could use for at least 3 years. And I could be totally talking out of my ass, but I'm pretty sure I could.
You are. You're completely talking out of your ass.
I said it
I
won't
got
look
faith in
nice.
you.
You don't have faith. I could
Bro,
build
you
like a
would
little.
no, Job. You'd stop at mixing the concrete. You'd be like, I ain't mixing this fucking shit. You got to mix this shit for me.
Oh, see, now you have me all fucked up. I'm a hard worker. I take pride in my work
Oh,
ethic, dude.
the temperature stabilizing. That's good news.
Oh, this guy's mad because I was calling out Big Op.
Probably just you said it was cold. If it's cold, this
Big
thermostat
op.
probably just got stuck.
Big optometry.
Yeah, I think it's either frozen or fucked off, one or the other. I'll know more when I get home this afternoon.
Hey,
I'll
Paul
fix it.
Pot.
I got a tune in it.
Paul Pot was on to something. A broken clock is right twice a day. Paul Pot was trying to get rid of all the glasses wearers.
Oh, that's funny. You got little kids like telling on their parents, yes, my mom has fucking glasses.
She wears reading glasses at night in bed. Get her.
Well, thank you, little Susie.
Dude, so JS, what was
Her
your
mother's going to be
reading?
coming with us into the tree line. She won't be
What
back.
was your reading on that Sneeko and Nick Fluenta stream? The one with Clavicle, bro. That's dude. I feel like they were being so cucked because the whole time Clavicle basically just called them retards, and they were just like, "You're very smart. You're a very smart young man, and that's why you should agree with us."
Oh, clavicular fucking rules, dude.
I don't know. Clav is retarded.
When they do that,
I even agree with you on that, JS. He is
Mogs, all
retarded, but
you
they look
idiots.
so cucked in that because the whole time they're just
You're
sucking
taking
him
him
off as he's
serious?
going. No, you guys sound stupid.
Yeah, I don't know why.
People
I
are
don't know
taking
why Nick is
clavicular
propping him
serious?
up. Yeah, people are propping him up. He's affecting elections, apparently. Well, possibly.
He's not fucking serious, man.
Yeah, I know that, but people don't know that. People are dumb. He's
Yeah,
popular.
good, dude.
And Goon's kind of right there. I don't know if Sneeko was doing it as much as Nick. Sneeko looked like a
Yeah,
little
Sneeko was
embarrassed.
more yes manning it, but dude, Nick was straight doing tricks on that shit.
I think Sneeko wanted to talk about Venezuela with Nick, and it ended up being
I've seen
clavicular
5 minutes
focused,
of
clavicle
clavicular,
focused.
and he might be my favorite person ever. He's
Well, I had to guess
neurodivergent.
Sneeko probably gets along with him, but it's not like on any political lines. But then like Nick's trying to get him in the
Oh,
political
he's the best.
part of it.
Dude, Nick Fuentes is a fucking scrub, dude. The fuck Nick Fuentes
But
know?
like, why would you want Clav? And like, he's a meth head. He's like an open meth head.
No, he's not. Dude, clavicular is the fucking smartest man walking today.
Clavicular. You don't even know his name.
I thought his name is clavicular.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
trolling.
also, don't deny his meth
I'm
maxing.
not.
He
I'm
literally
dead
calls
ass
it meth
serious. His name is
maxing.
clavicular. You're talking about the look maxing guy, right? That hits his
Yeah,
head with a
yeah,
hammer.
but he's meth
Yeah, he's
maxing now. Like,
clavicular.
that's
I'm
an
not
actual
trolling.
thing. Yeah, I'm not fucking with you. I'm not
I've
fucking
seen him
with
for
you.
5 minutes, and he's the best guy to ever walk. This guy's the fucking man, dude. He's hilarious.
But Jub,
He's
I'm gonna correct you on this
He's not
misinformation. I'm
even
not
that funny.
slandering him. I'm not
Oh,
slandering
he's
him.
the
He
best.
openly says he's meth maxing.
No, I
Yeah.
know. I've heard him say he uses meth. The guy fucking rules, and he's the man, and he's not serious. He's neurodivergent.
I agree. He was literally a 4chan ugly like meme kid.
Oh, he's the
Like
best. Yeah, I know. He's a fucking genius. This kid is the
yeah,
man.
he's literally an internet autist that has like sculpted his body to look like Patrick Bateman-esque, and he's now just reaping all the rewards.
He's the absolute broski. He's the man. Clavicular. Inshallah, dude. I saw him talk for 5 minutes, and I determined I love this fucking guy. And that's
No.
usually how I determine who I like and dislike.
Yes, you didn't
About
even
5
read the.
minutes.
Did you know he has ED, dude? He has erectile dysfunction. Clav, he has to take like a shit ton of drugs and drink to get hard because
I
he
know.
injected oils in the base of his
Well,
cock
and
to
he's
make it
fucking
larger.
neurodivergent.
Yeah,
He's a
yeah,
little
yeah.
creepy
He
weirdo.
he injected lemon balm or lemon, and then he
Bro
put
is wild.
he put the freaking Botox tubes in his wiener. Yeah.
Is that
Yeah, I
according
told
to
you
him?
you have to look at his 4chan posts. That
Yes,
sometimes
that's
the
according to
joking
him.
posts are so fucking
I've
funny.
seen YouTube.
How do
Turkey
we know this is
Tom and
true? I think he's doing
It's
a
according.
bit.
Nah, he tells you how to install them.
I've seen Turkey
The
Tom do
Botox
his whole
tube.
thing about it, and other videos they go into all his old posts and stuff. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he's doing a
smoke.
bit.
He was members of like 4chan things that like taught you how to off yourself. And then they got banned
How
because
dumb are you that you need guidance? What the fuck?
Yeah.
See, everything has a community, even a suicide. It's like, bitch, why are you still here? Your community is how to kill
So
yourself. What are you doing? You shouldn't.
the thing
this community shouldn't
is a
be of
lot
this
of
earth.
those are just like. So if I had to guess why Clav followed that group was probably because he thought it was edgy.
Dude, Clav is the fucking man. I don't think
That
Clav
is
is
kind of
very
how
serious.
people were back then. People would just like follow the dumbest shit because they thought it was edgy.
Stupid. Anyway, I don't know. I don't get this new generation. I don't like it.
I don't see. You think I like the guy? Like I think he's totally joking. He's fucking.
We're
not
tired
serious.
of these. We're tired of these softy old generations.
the
They don't
new
even bone
generation-
smash.
He might be
You guys talk
serious.
about how we're soft. You guys aren't even bone
People are looking
smashing.
to YouTubers and taking them seriously. They're entertainers. At the bottom line is they want to make money off you looking at them. So they're going to do what they
think
can to
he
get looked at.
probably does a little
And people
meth.
take them serious.
I can't take an
This is the
older
internet,
person
dog.
serious unless they
generation
start
stuff.
punching themselves.
Y'all don't even know how to
Nobody takes this shit serious.
turn a wrench.
Yeah,
I know.
damn right. I wasn't taught. But and then this guy's like, you don't know what you're capable of. Yeah, I could learn how to fucking fix a transmission. I'm sure of it. I can learn a lot of things, but wasn't taught it.
So what's preventing you from learning?
I have a job where like I'll have the means to repair a vehicle if it ever gets damaged.
What about just learning stuff even outside of like automotive, just for your own betterment. It's like a reward in and of itself, and you're gonna have to sacrifice time and energy to acquire new
Yeah,
knowledge.
I don't know. You could learn things. I guess different people value different things. I don't know what me knowing a bunch of shit is gonna change.
It could
And I think
change
I do
your
know quite a bit of
worldview.
stuff. What?
It could change your worldview. It could change your ability. It could make you more desirable in a whole different
I'm a pretty
slew of
capable
arenas.
person, I think.
What kind of knowledge do
I
you
think
have
I'm
to
pretty
pass
capable.
on if you don't have? What kind of knowledge do you have to pass on if you're just dependent on others for everything?
I'm not creating children, so I don't really need to
He's a
pass
pretty-
knowledge on to anybody.
Pretty knowledgeable person.
You're never gonna
Yeah, I
create
know a lot of
children?
shit, but I don't think I'm not the oracle of humanity.
You're
And I
never
rather
gonna
play video
create
games
children?
than read books
No, fair enough. That's your aspiration.
with my, hop on with my boys, dude. I don't see the shame in that, like having fun with your boys playing a game you enjoy. Maybe I'm being sucked in by the overlords to the screen time, but you guys are also here on Discord, so tread lightly.
Well, I was trying to go to fucking church, but that's not happening now.
Tread lightly.
Yeah, right. Like you're even connected to Discord on your commutes to like real life places. Little wild.
I like some of these people.
My connectivity
Like
stops after my front door.
JS might be a heathen, but he's a good time.
We're only
He's only a heathen
maybe
for
a
now.
decade or two away from like
From
Wally,
where? What? From Maryland?
from Wally.
Well, I think like what Raz
Ready
is saying
Player
is right.
One.
It doesn't
Ready
have
Player
to be
One, where
cars.
basically
Like it can
live
be
in an
like
oasis on an
We are
in
so
an
close
online
to
world.
Wally.
like I'm learning I'm
I was
learning
at the
about
movie
cooking a
theater
bunch
the
of
other day.
Asian food right now. That shit's
Every
I'm learning
person
a
who walks
skill.
into the movie,
I'm
Trainer.
doing new things. Like you can do that with a lot
you
of
see
things. It doesn't.
Americans,
I'll be right back.
like 20% of Americans, you could go push them over and they won't be off the ground for the next minute. Take them a minute to get up.
Because they're obese.
You know what's funny? At
Right.
my
We're so
church,
close to
there's
Wally.
no fat people. All the churches I've been to have been obese.
Oh, all the churches.
But
Well,
this
I've
church,
only been to one church, the one I was raised in. It wasn't like crazy out of hand, but there's some fats. This is the South
this
though, so you're
church,
bound to run into some fucking.
yeah, I live in Kansas City, dude. Like it's tons of fun here. But
Yeah,
this
wait, I
church,
thought everybody's fat there, dude. You guys got the
yes,
barbecue.
all the skinny people are in the
Well, then why
Orthodox
would
Church.
you be fat? Matter of fact, you're too thin for being in the damn barbecue capital. You gotta get some of these going, pal.
And I care about my body, so I don't eat like a glutton.
I eat like a glutton, but my job's very physical, so I can get away with it. Well, at this age, I can get away with it. I do worry though. I'm gonna have to fucking like eat okay. See, but dude, shit tastes so good that's not good for you. Fuck.
I don't think you're lying and not keeping care of yourself, Raz, but it is funny to light up a cigarette and then instantly say, "I keep good care of my
about
body."
my body as he smokes a cigarette. Dude.
Well, I care about my the vanity side. I'm a little vain. I don't want my wife getting all fat.
Yeah, he said, "Fuck the eternal
I
work."
agree. Dude, that should be part of the marital agreement. Like, through sickness and in health, but not through anything over 20 pounds. Like, come on now. You get 20-pound grace period. And if you get children, then you get a few extra pound grace period. But damn it, we got to start dropping that.
After that, we bring you back to the fucking market and turn you in for a new
Because you see it, bro. You see the man get hitched up and then they start to house out. You know? And I feel bad for my boys, dude. They didn't sign up for that. They had a pretty young thing on them. Now they got a damn.
I didn't sign up for that.
Dude, I've also met a lot of dudes who got married and then got fat as hell.
What did I just do?
Yeah, but for some reason, it's not. It's like it's still not cool, but it feels less egregious when a guy does it.
It's more acceptable.
And it depends. Like some guys can get away with putting on 50 pounds and they don't look so bad. It depends. Like my fat doesn't distribute well though. I get bitch hips and fucking tits. It's disgusting.
Yeah, I know. We see that. We see it from JS. So.
But if you get the powerful, no, see, I disagree. I think JS holds body fat well.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at those moves he's got right there, man.
These are
he's
rock-solid
more
pectorals. You
Yeah,
don't
no,
even-
he's the
People were beating
JS
it. His
holds body
instant
fat
reaction
well.
was to cover his chest.
No, he
Oh,
holds body
stop
fat
it.
well, dude.
Nobody's looking at
I
my-
can't believe you just called him moves, dude. Now he's gonna be all self-conscious. You look great, my brother.
I don't. There's a
You
little
got
move
nothing to worry
action.
about.
They're a little moody, but you know.
Yeah,
that's
but
the
no,
beer.
you have a
All right, lift the
strong
shirt.
chin.
Let me see it. How many
Oh
rolls
my
we got
God,
in a
yay.
seated position?
Yeah.
He doesn't have rolls. I
I want to
think.
see
In
it.
the seated position, maybe one.
Maryland, $5 to take his shirt off.
Dude, this is America.
This-
Let's not all put our cameras on and sit down and show our stomachs. Are we about to do that? Because
I
that's
got
not
a
a
beer
fucking
belly.
good preposition.
I got a
Here,
beer
I'll
belly,
even
but
be
somewhere,
charitable. I'll be charitable.
somewhere under there,
I
there's
think
a six-pack.
JS,
Oh, see, I got a
realistically,
six-pack too,
probably because he works
underneath some
out, is
rolls. I don't
formulating
have
pecs.
a keg like
Bro,
But
you
we got
got.
because he
porn
also
right
has
here.
I just
body
have
fat
skin.
above it, it's
No,
making it look like
fat.
that. But you probably,
Getting
if you
fat.
cut JS, you'd probably
Getting
actually
fat,
have
Chubb.
pecs.
You're gonna start calling you Chub. Ah,
Right.
Oh,
That's
I
all
can-
extra skin from when I was fat. I'm very thin.
If I stop,
Wait, no, there's a little belly fat. I had some cheesecake yesterday and some Outback Steakhouse.
if I quit drinking beer for a month, I'd probably lose 10, 15 pounds.
Oh, dude, you lose weight. So I lost 50 pounds in a month when I stopped drinking beer, but I was putting away a good amount.
Yeah.
And I will give JS like that. With his build, when your chest sticks out like that, it's because you're formulating pecs and then you have fat over it.
Yeah, no, he's a powerful guy. This fucker, it actually, I don't like it. He's more athletic than you'd guess, and I don't like it.
So I like formulating pecs, dude. It kind of sucks if you're not willing to cut, because then it just looks like you got.
He doesn't
titties
look
going
like
on.
it, but he's one of these little fuckers that would be like on the cheerleading squad and do like a back handspring, and you're like, what the fuck? This guy can do a back handspring?
Gay.
If with a few tries
That's
and
not
a,
gay.
and a
That's cool as
mattress,
fuck.
I'm 40 and I could probably hit a backflip if I practiced for a little while and I had.
Yeah, and I don't
cushions and
fucking
stuff.
like it, dude.
I can do a front flip, dude. I tried hitting a back flip once, and I fucked my whole back up, and I was like, I'm never trying that again. Fuck that.
I can only backflip into water. I can't. I have a backflip block severely.
Our mom's like, men aren't flexible enough to do this, and she does this thing where like she crosses her legs and like sits down and stands up. I'm like, what? You mean this?
I can do that one.
Yeah, that one was
I can
easy.
do. You can't do the one though. There's one men actually can't do. It's just
They were
'cause our
trying to.
waist is
Flat
big.
against the wall and
We got in a
bending
big
over.
argument because in a movie a girl pulled the handcuffs from behind her, and I was like, "That's not hard. I could do that." They're like, "No, you
Yeah,
can't.
a lot of people can do that.
You can't do that." I was like, "I can do it," and they like put my hands behind my back and tied my hands up with a belt. This is family fun night, but and I couldn't do it with the belt. I got stuck on my butt's too big now. Or something, but I couldn't do it.
You gotta learn to send it the other way. I can send it the other way. I can dislocate my shoulders.
Yeah,
Prove
I
it.
know I used to be able to do it with handcuffs, but they like strap my wrist together with a belt.
Prove it. I can do it.
And I
So,
couldn't-
Chuck,
I was
if
like, well,
I'm
with
going to work
handcuffs,
tonight.
you have a little bit of
You got a
play on your
perfect stick
wrist.
for me to hold while doing it. I will do it on camera.
And then
See,
I
the
did
thing
it.
with me and handcuffs is my strategy to avoid.
It's not that hard. You just put it behind you and you just
Well,
kind
then
of
they
keep
told me to
pushing
do it
up.
on. They told me to do it on.
And
stream
then
because
eventually
I
your
have
arm just
handcuffs
kind of
here,
dislocates and swings around.
and I wasn't able to do it on stream, so I failed. My butt got bigger.
My strategy
It's
is
like
just
what they.
don't go,
It's the
don't get
gymnast
in
technique.
handcuffs.
Like whenever you see gymnasts do that shit where they have the bar behind their back and then it loops around to the front. That's what they do. They just dislocate their shoulders real quick.
Well, I can do that, and it's not dislocating anything. Take a bar from your back to your front.
JS, your butt didn't
No,
get
no, but they
bigger.
do it
Your rotator,
overhead.
your
Like
rotator
you
cuff
take it
got
from behind you and it goes up
My
above
arms
you
got
and then
bigger.
less
loops around.
flexible.
My arms got bigger.
Now, as you get
But
older,
you
your
could do it,
rotator
Jub.
cuffs are
Anyone
less
can
and
do
less
it.
flexible.
It's literally you just have to push hard enough, but it does feel like you're going to break your arms, but they just kind of swing around.
But I used to could do it. I can't do it no more. I
And
can't even put
you
my legs behind my head anymore.
You talking about this?
you know
This
you
is just
combat
got
No,
that.
do
a
it.
shot of you.
Do it.
People used to be able to
There's
slip
a way
stuff
you
like
have to
that.
hold
You
it.
go above the wrist. You go above the not actually on the wrist. You go above the wrist bone.
Yeah.
I can't like bring it under my feet though. I could step over, but
That's
this
another
ain't. I
thing is
couldn't
when
make it
they're
under my feet.
handcuffing you,
So
you
hold
gotta
it in front
know.
of you as if you're like holding the rails to like a roller coaster, and then step over it and put it
Yeah,
Yeah,
see,
behind you.
we did that one. We did that one, and I was
No,
able to do
because
it
then
easy.
if you can't step over it, just hold it like that behind you. That way that your hand's positioned is how you're supposed to rotate it behind, up and over your head.
yeah, that's not happening.
If you, I promise you, if you keep pushing, you will dislocate your shoulder and it will swing around.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
You could have just have a mom.
You could
Like this
you
is
could
like
injure yourself.
no, dude. It goes right back in place. They teach like 6-year-old girls
Yeah,
at gymnast class.
okay. I know people. Everybody I know who's dislocated their shoulders in sports and shit have forever in their life now could just kind of cough weird, and now their shoulder pops out. And they're like and then I help them pop it back in, and I don't want that. I like
That's
my
old
shoulders
age.
never popping out until they pop out. No, these are like 20-year-old dudes at the time, just from football and shit.
Ben's
Maybe
shoulder
you
popped
don't
out
do it.
one time when he was
Yeah, I
little.
think our mom did it
Yeah,
because he wanted to get fucking lippy.
she grabbed him up. Don't let's not say.
Yeah, she snatched his shit up. She said,
Nowadays,
"Bitch, give me
that's
your
not
arm."
politically correct anymore. But
Yeah, now you can't fucking break your kid's arm.
Hey, he should have acted right. Didn't want his arm broke, but should have acted right.
And now he's fucking respectful. You should see him talk to a cashier, dude. He's lovely.
Yeah, it sounds like it was a good thing he got his arm broke now. Taught him a
You
life
damn
lesson.
right.
he didn't get his arm broke. He got his shoulder dislocated.
He got his shit snapped up. They stepped on his back and then grabbed his arm and said, "Bitch, give me that."
No, that's not what happened. I think I
They put a
remember it.
cigarette to his neck.
I don't even think there was an argument. I think they were like she was like swinging him, and he arm flops out, but then had to pop it back in.
Yeah, he was accident prone as a
Child
kid,
abuse.
Yeah.
In an old
You're roboting. You're
medieval
roboting,
times,
and Trench is watching some.
in medieval times.
I'm just learning how to be a YouTube mechanic.
In YouTube time, in medieval times, our middle
he's
brother
watching
does not
church
make
on
it to
YouTube.
adulthood. He definitely dies to something in medieval times. He probably makes it to like 5. Then he eats something he shouldn't. He goes in the town cesspool. Me and you would have had a shot in medieval times. Yo, do you have a small cannon behind you? This guy's got the sickest fucking decor ever.
It's a little
Look at this
cannon.
decor. You don't got no decor like that, cuz.
I don't have a little statue of a guy with a spear and some pictures and.
Yeah, some fucking based ass cool Christian pictures make me want to
You
go
do not
fucking
have
storm
that.
somebody. I want to go storm somebody wearing a robe right now.
I haven't
dude.
even taken my Christmas tree down yet. I need to take this thing down.
Yeah, get your shit together. What do you mean take it? It's 2 feet tall. And the frame isn't very wide. Slide it 1 foot over, and now your Christmas tree's down. Effectively, we don't know where it's at.
I could just knock it over.
There we go. Christmas is over, pal.
Christmas tree's down.
Look, this guy's the most effective undecorator I've ever seen.
Instantly. And that'll just lay there on the floor where you guys can't see it until next year when I pick it up.
Until perpetuity, dude. Hell yeah. The fuck? Who is this? Marshall, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Marshall's in the dark. You got to turn on some lights.
You
my
can
friend.
see him? I don't see videos. Where do you see videos?
His video turned on for just a split second. He was in the fucking dark, dude. He was lurking.
Oh, there
Look
he
at
is.
him.
Oh, damn.
This fucker's up to no good over there, dude.
Dude, he's definitely like making explosives or something.
Dude, he's Manson out.
He is
He's about
Manson
to
out.
tell
He's
us
gonna
a
fucking
spooky
dead
story.
someone.
And he's got a cat with him.
And salami bacon, my brother.
I support
Hey,
it.
Why are you
Scribble
sitting in
around
the dirt
cats.
with a
And
flashlight?
then
What is
he
happening
puts
right
the
now,
most
Marcus?
ominous lighting imaginable. It's like Scary Story campfire light.
Marcus, it is daytime. Open a window, bro.
Long ago.
They
Shit,
can't
it is
open the
daytime.
window. They're going to see him outfitting that cat with a suicide vest. He
What
needs
are
to
we
keep that
watching?
shit secret.
What we watching here? Is this recent? Sneeko looks real young in this, I feel like.
He's like the recipe calls for 5 pounds of
The one with
manure. I
clavicular,
need
it's
to
because
get
he's
this thing.
shaved.
I need to get this cat emptied.
He's going.
Dude, and I agree with your assessment, Jess. For some reason, Sneeko looked like he was more concerned with his appearance on stream than Clavicular was the entire time. He was just readjusting his clothes the entire time.
Yeah, and he didn't say much, and he looked a little annoyed and nervous, but he didn't want to jump in. It's like this. Let's let the white boys. Do. And when they're talking about white boys, and he's like, "Oh, I'm kind of the odd man out here." And then they're talking about Christian. Well, Clav's not a Christian, but
No, you shouldn't be though. If you live amongst a group of people, you should be allowed to fucking speak on that group of people. Because that's my experience. My experience is, you know, the fucking Hindus around here aren't very friendly. You wave at them, they aren't human.
You should be able to call them Sandys.
But then when
They
they went and
avert
hung
their
out
eyes
with
and
Tate,
shit.
Sneeko engaged with Tate a lot more because they've had disagreements.
Well, I think earlier on too, Sneeko knew that they weren't convincing him, and Nick just like kept going.
Yeah.
When
And I don't know what Nick's doing with Clav, like propping him up and stuff. It's weird. It's weird. They're young. He's popular. He's trying to utilize the popularity and the keep his fingers
Well,
on
like
the pulse of the young
I've said it
guys.
before. There are some banger Clav things that he said, but like, yeah, mostly he's just like he is like a fucking
Yeah.
crazy dude.
I don't think he's as funny as everybody says he is. Everybody's like, he's so funny. I'm like, he's not that funny.
I think
But
he's hilarious if he's joking. When he says he's fucking neurodivergent, it's so funny. It's like, no, I think you know what you're doing, you fucker.
First question you asked.
I don't think he's neurodivergent. I think he's clever, very sociable, and he's fucking around doing a bit.
that's possible.
And if that's the guy, I love him. If he's actually the guy he's claiming to be, then take it or leave it. He's a fucking retard. That's what
There's
that
one
is.
of him walking up to a fine ass girl in a club. Now I don't know if this is fake or what, but he's like, he just like puts his hands on his shoulders. He's like, "Hey, I want to talk to you. You have good hair and good eyes. We would make beautiful children." He's like, "You got a nice rack," and she's like, But dude, I don't know if it was real or fake, but it's almost it looked real, and I was like, okay, he's got some game, and I see. I don't know, but then he's like, I'm an incel, and
Was he sober, dude? Because that's the metric. Because I would
don't
say
wear
that
don't wear deodorant at the gym so people don't approach you. Like, what? I don't know. I don't know. I don't like. It's weird. I don't ever like new guys. I don't ever like new stuff.
Well, Clav does not work out too. Like the gym thing is very new. Most of his posts were about doing steroids and not working out. It was him bragging that he was getting fit off of just doing steroids and not working out.
that's fucking sick.
Most of his posts were literally, he's like, I have 5 times the amount of gains of you guys, and I sit around all day, just like flexing on everyone.
I know they were at the gym, and Neo, what's his name? Neon.
Yeah, Neon.
Neon's like doing reps like with 185, and then he's like, Clav, hit it up, man. And he does 4 with 185, and he's like, and they're all like, whoa. And the sad music plays, doom, doom, and they all like look away. And it's like Clav's 4-time max is 185.
Have a conversation.
When you're 20 years old, you're on steroids. That's that's sad. That's like crazy.
Yeah, but he doesn't work out.
I know. So what is he talking
185
about?
is fucking great for a guy who doesn't work out.
Yeah. Yeah. But he acts like he works out. I didn't know that he says he doesn't work out. I've always heard him say he goes to the gym and stuff.
And how much does he
No,
weigh?
that's like a new, yeah, that's a new thing he's doing, like, because all the
How
streamers
much
are
does he
pushing
weigh?
it.
I don't know.
What if he weighs 185? That's not like just about what he'll ever need to accomplish, pushing his own body weight above him 4 times.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good average. An average person should be able to lift their body weight 4 times.
Average? You are in America, my man.
Well, that's what it should be, but that's not impressive. That's not like
In
somebody.
America? In
You've
America,
been on
you're
roids since
practically
you
a
were
fucking
14.
Olympian.
You've been on roids since you were 14, and you lift the same amount as a normal guy.
Yeah, but he doesn't lift though. I think that's fucking sick, honestly. I like
Dude,
class.
Dude,
And I think people to put too much importance on like they can lift heavy shit. It's like, okay, and when has that been useful?
What are you talking about? What has that been useful? Many times throughout
listen, I
history.
can't lift anything very heavy. I'm
What
very
about all
capable
the
of
times if there's like a war and like something's fell on your friend and you got to pick it up? What about when like I don't know? There's all kinds of times when picking stuff up that's heavy has been
when there's a
important.
war is when your skill becomes useful in a war and that's the time it's useful. I don't think that's a useful skill.
It's useful in manufacturing. It's useful in building. It's useful in construction.
Is
every
it?
day, hundreds of thousands of men put to use the lifting of heavy objects and setting them down. Otherwise, your country wouldn't run. If men didn't
Yeah,
pick
but what
up
did
heavy shit
Patrick
and put it
Bateman
down.
do? Patrick
Yeah,
Bateman
but
was fit as
fucking
hell and couldn't lift
those
shit.
men are like the most replaceable of our society.
Yeah, replaceable by other men.
Replaceable by other men who can lift up heavy shit and put
Right, I'm
down
saying
heavy
if
shit.
your
Not
skill is
replaceable
replaceable
by
by a
beta
guy,
males and women.
if your skill is replaceable by a guy who doesn't know your language of the country you originate,
Not
that's not a very
replaceable by
useful
some
skill.
kid that takes steroids, but just so
That
that
means
he
you're
can be
weak.
lean.
Yeah,
Need to pick up some
Clavicular isn't
heavier
looking to
weights.
lift heavy shit. He's put his mind to use, and now he'll probably be fucking rich for a good long time.
Every grown man should be
He
able to
might
do,
be a
like,
flash
at
in a
least
pan and blow out
It's
all his money in
2025.
2 years.
Listen, I think it's cool to
and
lift
lift
heavy
and bench
shit,
press
but I
their
also
own
think it's
body
cool to
weight.
discredit it because I can't do it, and I think I got great logic here. It's 2025. It's not a very useful skill.
I think in 4 years or in 2 years, everybody's forgot about him. In 4 years, he's ran out of money. In 8 years, we're seeing a documentary on YouTube about Clav is out looking for meth on the streets.
If he
He's
is who he
sucking
says
dick
he
for
is, then you're
meth on the
right.
streets.
But I think he's doing a bit, and I think he's very clever. So I think you're wrong.
Stupid
I
people
don't
like
even know who
never
this
go
Clav
broke,
guy is.
dude. It's very rare that someone gets to his size and goes broke. You'd have to be an idiot. Like you
lot of
just put a
people
couple
do.
of million
A lot
aside
of
and
people win
invest
the
it.
lottery every day, and they're broke
What's the
in
guy
less
that's
than
all
5
in the
years.
news? The guy that's all in the news right now. He was a crackhead. He was from a childhood actor, and one of his co-actors like brought him in and helped him out. It's been all over Facebook for the past like 2 weeks.
I don't know. You think I'm on fucking Facebook, dude?
Anyway, it's the same case. He
Yes.
got rich and he was a child. It was somebody from
Why
the
are we
Goonies
dancing?
or
Why are we dancing past the fact that you use Facebook?
Facebook.
This motherfucker's talking about Facebook.
Facebook
bruh.
is Facebook.
Facebook is gay.
Nah,
I've never been on Facebook a day in my life.
Facebook's where it's at. You don't even know. You ain't never lived a day in your life.
Facebook.
No, because my grandmas, all my grandmas are on Facebook.
I
All of their
know.
friends are on Facebook, and
Yeah, Gilf Hunter out here in these streets, you know? Where?
all right. Well, that says more about you than it does me. But
Onlynanas.com.
No, Facebook is cool. That's it. It's where you got to go.
Nanas, bro. You mean only Asians? That's what JS is getting on his computer.
No.
We saw the ad, bro. You pulled it up on stream.
Dude, that ad has never shown up for me, and it's never shown up again, and now I'm wondering about it.
It's just the algorithm seeing if that tickled your fancy or not.
How it is, dog. Go east, yeah, yeah.
Are you interested in dating hot young Asian women? Yeah.
Yeah.
what do you mean?
Hot
What a
young.
what a good hook. what a- Dude, they're so
Dude, if you email the YouTuber Legal Mindset, he'll get you set up.
we got a lot of hot Asian girls in Salt Lake City. And they go to like college around here and stuff, so I see them all the time. And I'm on the train with them or they're at the gym. And I'm like, man, I'd like to approach a hot young Asian lady and talk to her, but they're so like submissive. They won't look at you. They're like looking down as they walk, and it's like they seem unapproachable. But maybe you just gotta like assert dominance.
Get over here.
I think that's a good. I think you Vitaly style. You should run up and tackle these women.
No, you just stand when they're walking with their head down. You stand right in front of them. You say, "Look up, woman. Me, you, sushi now."
Now you're mine.
Well, the thing is like, are they submissive or are they just socially awkward? Because you're going to get baited in by the fact that she can't socially like interact with you, and then you just
true.
end up with a woman who hits you upside the head with a flip flop and demands you get 3 jobs.
Yeah, I don't know who these submissive Asian women. I've never met them.
That's what I
Heard
heard.
about them. I've heard the stories.
Is that a myth? Is that a
My
legend?
buddy's got one.
Hell yeah, it's a
and
fucking myth.
Damn.
he's got a decent one. She cooks and cleans. 3 kids. Well, 2 and a third on the way.
Well, submission is only within the decision-making process of a relationship. It has nothing
her
to
mom-
do whether or not she cooks or cleans. She can
she's
cook and
second
clean and
gen-
still.
she's
She can
second
cook
gen
and clean and still
Filipino.
not be. You could cook and clean and still not be submissive to the decisions that your husband makes.
Yeah, her mom was from the Philippines, and her dad was military and was stationed down there, and they met and got married and moved back here, and then he got cerebral palsy or MS or something, and she played home caretaker for almost 15 years until he died, and then took the money, and I don't know, she sent a lot of money back to the Philippines to build like a church, and it's a thing though. Like my buddy whose girlfriend or whatever, she's told me about it's a thing like down there. White people come, they marry, they go, they leave the country, and then once they inherit the money, they send a good bit of it back home. Which is a lot of money for the Philippines. I think like $18,000 built a whole church.
It's almost
for
like
them.
that's the whole trade. That's the whole trade-off. That's the whole thing you're signing up for when you go to do that.
It's the stigma or the stereotype, but it is true. And I
Well,
personally
that's
know
I think that's
someone
what you should
who does
expect
it.
if you're going to do that.
Yeah.
You think you're going to uproot this woman from her country and she's not going to send any money back to her family?
Yeah. Like she's gonna cut them off entirely? No.
Like, of course
What if
that's going to
starting a
happen.
dropshipping business
And a
that
month later,
feels-
after dude died, she got with another semi-rich-ish dude. Not as much money
That
as
is
she
also
inherited,
something
but
you should expect if you're in that situation.
they are a money grubbing. There's a money grubbing mentality. Like you put in your years of service, and then when it's over, you get to reap the reward of whatever you inherited.
That's what you're signing. Like when you go, if you're outsourcing for a bride from a foreign country, you're basically buying a long-term prostitute.
Yeah. And I don't see anything necessarily wrong with that. What does he want? Companionship, someone to cook and clean and suck and fuck and whatnot. And what does she want? She wants to sign up for this 20, 30-year agreement where when you kick the bucket, as long as I live longer than you, I get all the monies. What do you care when you're dead what she does with the money?
Yep, split it with the kids, get a new husband, dip out.
Yeah, she didn't split it with the kids. That's where the point of contention is, that all that money is, she's not seeing any of it. Her mom is boycotting or bogarting. And then there's
That's
the
crazy.
cultural thing. Like she had her anniversary. Her mom had her anniversary with this new richish guy, and my buddy Sam and his woman, the Asian chick, they bought some jewelry, which like the bitch has money now. She doesn't want your low tier, K's jewelry type whatever, trying to get in the good graces, knowing that they're trying to buy a house to see if her mom would help co-sign on the house or whatever, and nothing. So I'll spend a couple $1,000s on this cute little bracelet, and
And
she
I
ain't doing
refuse to
nothing for
believe
you.
that the guys that are doing this don't know what's happening when they're doing it. Like, there's got to be a point where you're like, man, this Filipino dad's like really accepting and excited for me to marry his daughter right now. He's really open to the idea of me taking her across the world.
Oh, you mean the Filipino dad down there?
Well, that's usually the dynamic, though. When you go,
Yeah,
you
if
meet
a
these
white man
guys,
comes to your
they'll be
tribe
like,
and you
"Yeah,
got a
the
couple
dad was actually
daughters,
really nice." It's like, yeah, it's because they're like, you just made us rich.
yeah, he's trying to lock in that paycheck, and when the dude dies.
Or even just sending money back. Like, even if she gets there and is getting even what would be a small amount of money to us and sending it back there, it's going to go a long way.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's definitely a thing, and I don't see nothing wrong with it. I think everybody knows it's a thing, and if you sign up for it, yeah, you're gonna have a nice 20-year marriage until you die. But once it's over with, she's selling the house, and her priorities are kicking in.
Homeland Security Intelligence Report.
They're basically like career wives. So, like, what? The husband's gone. What are they going to do now?
Yeah. Well, then they had
They have to
the
go be a wife.
2-year-old's birthday party this summer. Fucking keg and a pig smoker, and there's like 50 Asians that showed up. I ain't never seen none of them.
It's lit, though. I bet the food was fire.
Yeah, the egg rolls. I don't know what they put fucking crack in their egg rolls.
Yeah, what is it? It's called like La Femme or something. It starts with an L. But yeah, that shit's fire.
I'll take 8 dozen of them right now.
They cook it on like rice paper and then they deep fry it. It's so good.
$130,000 Venezuelan migrants. Sorry, I'm reading stuff. I gotta go to bed soon. What time is it? It's almost 10.
3 hours past me, so it's about 9 here.
Yeah, 'cause I got some uncles that went that route. I got a uncle with a Filipino wife and I got an uncle with a South Korean wife.
Passport bros.
Passport bros.
Well, the one was literally in the military and he met her while he was stationed there. I feel like that's more excusable.
Yeah.
The other one, I'm pretty sure he literally was vacationing and like picked her up.
I guess that's the way to do it. Just gotta make sure you don't get a lady boy. Sweet
lady
young
boy?
lady boy.
The lady boys. Oh, no.
Well, the one that was vacationing got really lucky. Now, there's a chance that when he dies, the same thing's gonna happen, like Chuck's talking about. But like, she's actually a very sweet person. She fits in with our family very well. Some of her friends, you can tell, like she'll have her friends over for like birthday parties and stuff, and it's kind of like what Chuck's saying. Next thing you know, there'll be like 20, 30 Filipino women just showing up out of nowhere with their white husbands.
I didn't even know there was that many Filipinos.
It's like all
in the
these
damn
old,
county.
old fat ex-military dudes. Like it's like all next to them. These like young, small Asian women. They go from like 40 to 20.
Yeah. How much for that one on the end?
Yeah, that one over there. How's your civilization game going, JS?
But some of them, like, you would definitely feel that dynamic was going on. I think my uncle got lucky, but yeah, like some of those, you could just tell those women, they're like, dude, this lady's waiting for this dude to die.
Yeah, I'm not saying love isn't a thing, a possibility in those relationships, just that initially when they meet, they are ingrained from a young age that to that path ain't that bad. You go be their little house slave, and what are your other options? Go pick bamboo?
Yeah. If I was in the third world, I'd probably be more open to something like that if I was a woman. Like who wouldn't?
Like an arranged thing.
Testing.
Tickles.
Like I said, some of these places, dude, they don't got running water and shit, no electricity, dude. I'd be like, I don't even have to like
Sell
whore
some of
myself
your
out to
body
multiple
for a
dudes.
comfortable life.
You don't even have to whore yourself out to multiple dudes. Like you're technically getting married. This is like almost the least whorish form of prostitution. So it's like,
well, Cat,
there's not that much negative connotation that comes with it.
Cat would say that is a form of prostitution.
No, I would agree. That's what I said earlier. As I was like, it basically you're buying a long-term wife.
Or yeah, being a wife is a form of prostitution.
Yeah, you're buying the
No,
hooker,
no, but
instead
that
of the
role,
nightly
no.
rate,
If a
you're
wife,
getting
if,
like
if a woman
decade
wants to be your wife because like you guys have been together and she loves
For the
you,
money, yeah.
but like when it's a money opportunity, yeah, of course. Like
yeah.
it's basically just a form of prostitution.
You're in it for
But
the glamour and just the look and just the
it's more than
title.
just sex. They're gonna be with you. You get to take them to the parties. You get to say that you're not.
Oh,
Bless you. You get to
Bless
say that you're
you.
not alone.
Someone's talking
Maybe even have some kids with
3.
them.
Usually I stop at 2.
3.
I'm done. I did 3.
Oh, 4th? No.
No,
All
no
right.
more. Actually, now that you mention it,
Like some of these dudes, they know it's gonna happen and they do it anyways because they know that they're running out of their chances
Screenshot
of
his
getting a
sneeze
child, and they're just like, "Fuck it."
Got the sneeze.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Stop, fucktard.
You gotta look up. You gotta stare up at a light. You gotta look up
Oh
at a
my
light.
God.
That's what always forces my sneeze.
Nope, sneeze went away. I looked at the light, it went
Damn
away.
it!
Look at the light.
Disproven.
I was gonna live
Look at the light.
vicariously through your sneeze.
Debunked.
Debunked.
All right.
Holy shit.
So do you think that's part of any of it, JS? Why you've thought about this idea? Is it more for the companionship, or is it that you're getting afraid of not having an heir?
Both.
Wait, as I thought about what?
Like because you've joked about this idea of like I might go east. I don't know.
Oh.
Fuck
No,
that. Go
I
ahead.
like I think Asian women are hot. I think they're like some of
Stay
the
west.
I don't know, there's something about them, and it's not just the way they look, it's the
moist.
the inaccessibility, like they seem unapproachable, and you see them and it's like
Yeah, dude.
it's like
I
oh,
get what
and
you're
maybe it's
saying.
a thing that like I used to, spread my seed pretty liberally, and I got with
Kenny,
all
fuck a
sorts
lot.
of ladies, and I never got with an Asian girl. So maybe that's like the it's like the I don't know. But no, I'm not gonna move east to I disavow
Looking good,
passport
brother.
broing. I would like to find a nice white woman, but
Well, I know it works differently for dudes, but
wonderful.
I know
There's
like
nothing like finding a
also
nice
it
white
gets to a
woman.
point where like dudes can have kids later on, but like how many guys really are having kids? You know what I mean? Like there is kind of a biological clock that starts ticking for dudes.
Not really. As long as the oven's new enough.
Yeah, what
Dude,
what
when you're
70-year-old guy? Do you know all these 70-year-old dudes that are impregnating women right now?
No, it's not happening. And there becomes a point when you're cringe and old and dusty balls. And,
I'm sure more 70-year-old men are having kids versus 70-year-old
Like
women.
you can cope
That's
that
fair.
like when I'm 70 I might be able to have a child. Good luck finding a woman willing to rear you a child when you're 70. You better
no,
be a
but
millionaire.
but when
dog.
you're 40, it's not hard to find like a 25 to 30-year-old
Yeah,
girl
you
who
got-
doesn't care that you're 40.
Absolutely. You
Yeah.
gotta look at it this way. Like there's two factors. There's one, like you're mature, you're ready to be settled down. And then two, like your ability to execute. And this typically doesn't happen for the male until he's in between 40 and 45. That's when you're at your peak income level. peak maturity.
Confidence, capability.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you've got like real world fucking like experience. So if I was to start all over again, I'd be a complete retard with women if I'm trying to attract a new mate. You don't want to be a smart guy. You're not going to relate to them.
Yep.
Yeah. So you have
No.
That's true.
you have all these nuances about life and experience that will just absolutely work in your favor, and that's more reflective of like Earth history of like that 20-year, 15-year gap.
I'd probably tell a girl because I've been so anti dating apps and stuff, but I'm on like the Facebook dating app, and because I'm on Facebook, and
Lord.
I'm a boomer, and some of these girls, I'm like, okay, yeah, I'd hang out with this chick if you talk to them, but I like fuck with them and just see where they're at, and it's like, yeah, I don't want to meet up with this person and talk to them about anything about politics or philosophy or theology. I'm be like,
Because
what?
you're instantly not going to get laid then.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
It's half the
I'm like-
reason why me and the wife don't get along, dude. I done poisoned her. I put too much of my worldview in her that it's like,
Yeah, I'm like, I just want to talk to you about like what movies you seen lately, what kind of music you listen to. I don't know, some dumb shit.
like they're not going to help you write your thesis for your magnum opus of like philosophy and metaphysics. So just don't spare yourself.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with age gap relationships that you've seen on the dating podcast. I don't see a problem with that. What I find the problem, like if I see a 21, 22-year-old chick, it's not that society looks down at me if I go pick her up as a 38-year-old man. It's like, what do I have in common with this bitch that I'm not going to want to kick her out of my fucking house 2 seconds after she starts talking about nonsense? That's not to say that you couldn't find a 22-year-old chick that's based and mature and in all of these things, but it's like the dating pool, the fish that are actually in the waters, daggum.
Yeah, I'd gear for the dumb young one if I had to start over again, but I'm fucking stuck.
But have you done it though? Have you tried having a conversation? Yeet
Uh,
yeet, my
I'm speaking
fam.
fr- I'm
No
eating
cap.
I'm speaking from experience. Like before my wife, I dated a
Black
little bit, and there's this. I was like 30 something. She was in her 20s, and we were at a house party, and I was talking. They were talking about music, and I was like, "Let's listen to some Sublime."
And they're like, "What?"
And
Who?
her and all her friends looked at me. I'm like 30 something, mid 30s, dude, and I was just like, "Wow, none of these bitches know who Sublime is."
After seeing you now with your beard and whatnot, any story you tell me about your younger years, I'm going to envision you looking how you do now.
Yeah, that's funny.
So
I mean,
yeah,
I've always kind of, after I got out of the army, I did the typical vet thing. I've had a beard.
a couple
since.
months ago, my mom tried setting me up with one of her coworkers, some young 26-year-old chick, and it's like, okay, physically, sure, there's some compatibility here, but it's like as soon as you open your mouth, like I'm 3 years post of like separation. I just got divorced a couple months ago. Like I'm not 20. I'm not wanting to talk about Pokemon or whatever the fuck 20-year-olds talk about. There's just nothing to connect on.
Shit, I will.
Yeah, you got to be
Send her
real,
my
dude.
way. We can talk
The
about it.
the Filipinos will at least keep their mouth shut because they know they understand their
They got their
job
own
is to
problem. I
cater
got
to
some
what
homies
you
that are
want.
passport bros, and they've got their own fucking set of quirks and female bullshit that you gotta contend with.
Like
You're
Well,
not-
might not be talking about Pokemon, but she'll be talking about how you're not making enough money.
Yeah, how
I
you're
I know.
how you're
I beg to
ashamed of the
differ. The
family.
average 26-year-old small town chick, she's never met a dude with money. And me being at my peak, for me, money making wise, like who is she talking to? Other 26-year-old dudes that are flipping burgers?
Yes, that's it. That's who you're competing against.
That's who I'm competing against. That's why I tell her
You should
kick
be able to.
rocks, and a
You
week
should be able
later
to
she's
run
still in my DMs.
You should be able to run circles around them. Here's the thing, though. With a little bit of experience, you'll
All these
realize
attractive
you
people are
could go-
rich,
you could
dude.
go
I
to
don't
the
know how they
bar,
get it, but they all got
and
money.
you can find a chick that's in your age and peer group, right? And she's still gonna be that child.
That's
thing.
Maryland. That's Maryland. We've had this discussion about Maryland, that I could go to the bar and sit down next to her at the bar, buy her a drink, and within 2 hours, 3 hours, she'd be leaving the bar with me because I've done it. And she portrays traits of classy like women that I've done that with, or unclassy if you want to be
Well, class,
sarcastic.
whatever. But like, women have a nature, dude, and it is very. I mean, it sounds hard, but it's childish. There's a reason why you're supposed to be the husband and the leader of the marriage. It's just because women.
Well, this whole talk now this whole talk is getting very exclusionary because Shiva's in the call.
Women.
He just can't relate with this at all.
Women get in their feels, man. They live, and that's why they make terrible like policymakers, because they rule by emotion.
This 26-year-old, the first time we like met and hung out, just drove around smoking, burn cruising for like 2 hours, and then went back to her place, and I was just sitting on the couch, and just babbling. I don't know, nervous babbling, I guess. And after like 10 minutes, she just like out of pocket, "Do you not find me attractive?" Like cut
You
me
didn't
off
stick your
mid-sentence.
tongue down her throat. You were
Because
supposed to
I
go over
didn't,
there and make
because I didn't walk in the door and instantly rip her clothes off.
You
Like,
didn't
whoa,
drop
whoa,
your
whoa,
dick
like-
on the table.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. What you can do is you can give her some kisses, rub her back.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't even think that's how it was when I was her age.
I've had something like that happen, like when I started being a little bit more chaste and pure, but I was still dating before I found my wife. I had chicks spend the night, and like we made out, it got all hot and heavy, and then I fucking stopped. She didn't know what to fucking do. Actually, she didn't talk to me for like 2 or 3 days after, and then she was like mesmerized. Like,
she probably thought you thought her box stank or something. She's like, "What's wrong with me? He's
No,
not drooling.
I had
He's not
explained to
drooling
her,
like the other boys."
I had explained to her that I'm more religious.
You're old,
and I wasn't going to put out on the first night.
and that was shocking to someone of her age.
No, she was actually a peer.
This sounds like bullshit to me.
No, it didn't end well.
I had to tell this young lady I was too religious and I wasn't gonna put out on the first night.
I remember back in my prime heydays, there were all these sexy, fine young huzz all throwing coochie at me, dude. I'd have to dodge. Like I was playing Beat Saber, trying to get away from these huzz.
Religious fucking bender. I was still in my like libertarian fucking. We all believe in God, but we just call him different things mode. So it was more or less like a respect for myself. I was actually trying to be sincere and see if this is a chick I wanted to like be in a relationship with. When you find yourself being sincere, that's how you're gonna suss it all out. And that's how I realized she ultimately wasn't the one. She was, very super attractive, but ultimately problematic.
Yeah, problematic.
I feel that, dude. So I found out this young fine thing wanted to sleep with me, and I was like, my eyes are up here, Missy. The eyes are up here.
Value peace.
No, I've gone back and forth with that. There's times when I like look back and it's like, man, why didn't I hit that, dude? What's wrong with you? But no, I'm actually glad I didn't.
Marilyn,
because it let me know her worth outside of her body.
Is Shiva
hey,
here?
Shiva. Yeah, hi Shiva.
Hello,
I did bring you up earlier.
Hello,
I got
Trog
disconnected.
Waffles. Hello, Frog Lickers.
Which one's Shiva now?
What is
I'm
it? One
confused.
syllable and two syllable?
Shiva's clipping. I can tell Shiva's clipping hardcore right now. We're fucked.
I see him.
The dossier. Yeah, we can hear you.
He changed his avatar.
Hello,
Okay.
grass wallowers.
Yeah. Okay.
How you been holding up since the last time we talked?
When was the last time that we talked?
It was like a few weeks ago. There was some bad shit that was going down in your personal life. I hope a lot of that is getting better. As better as it can get, really. And But
I mean, I
it
suppose
kind-
it's less intense. I wouldn't necessarily say better.
it never goes
I mean,
away.
I suppose that is technically speaking better.
Well, that's good.
It's less emotive.
I mean, it's less intense. It's weird. The last few days, there's been kind of no emotional response at all until yesterday. It kind of kicked back in a little bit. So I'm glad. I would rather be over emotional than non-emotional right now.
We don't have to dance around it, ladies and gentlemen. Shiva has turned straight.
What? Women are crazy. You should know this.
I mean, people who claim I've turned straight are crazy.
Shiva's turning around and going back in the closet. It's caused a lot of turmoil in the last couple of weeks.
I suppose technically I might be going back into the closet in that I'm highly unlikely to be
Find
in another
another
romantic relationship.
Yeah.
Damn, bro. I hope things get better for you, man.
That doesn't make you in the closet. That just makes you an incel like me.
Unless I do it voluntarily, in which case I'm making a
Well,
choice.
we don't believe in
Yes.
free will, do
You
we,
think that?
Shiva?
Why'd you even think that? You're an engaging person to talk to.
There's no voluntary. Everything is part of.
I mean, yeah, being engaging isn't the same thing as being.
What you do is going to be a result of countless variables that influence your decision. So it's not really voluntary. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, you do understand, JS, there's a difference between colloquial and technical speech, right? Don't make me come around there and kick you in the fucking nuts.
So you're saying being engaging isn't what?
What?
Being engaging isn't necessarily a thing that makes you form connections with people. I know that because I am engaging. Like I know that I'm kind of quite, or I can be quite charismatic.
Are you like that
Like
in
I'm not-
person, or is it an
You are
internet thing?
ushing charisma constantly.
Because I'm like,
No, I'm not.
I'm on my channel
gushing.
on a panel. I'm like assert dominance, but if in a public, yeah,
What?
bitch, I'll insert dominance.
We're all impregnated by his fucking machismo right now.
Yes, confirmed likes to assert his dominance over Speakeasy and the cohorts.
Assert, not insert. No.
And are you saying that that's substantially different to how you are in real life?
In real life, I'm the same person, but I'm quiet and I'm gonna observe and I'm gonna just walk up to, I'm not like.
Nice
I'm not
shoes.
like
Wanna
Avarice.
fuck?
Like Avarice, how he is on the internet is how he is in person. He's just he's like
Say it ain't so.
crazy. But me,
Yeah, you can't spit in JS face on the internet and smile. You can do it in real life.
James
but
was James was more social.
At a protest is different than
That's real life.
But even if you see me at a protest, I'm reserved and I try to stay calm. I crack jokes, but everybody laughs. And it's just psychos who get mad. But
that's the show.
Dude, when you and James went out, you were hanging back, and the next thing you know, James is just out there talking to everyone.
I know, that's what I was like, damn, James is a lot of times like people who you would not expect are outgoing as fuck and they're so social. Like James is just walking up to people and like spilling his life story. Hey man, what's up, man? My name's James. Let me tell you about how I came to Judaism. And he's like, he's just like in it, and he's just like talking to people.
Apparently,
like,
that fell apart while he was there.
I'm like, bro, James is like making friends, and I'm like, I'm kind of just let me get some coffee.
I'm the same way. Trench Deacon is
but no, this all
Snake Stopper's an alter ego. You know, I'm.
Yeah, and whatever you guys did on that trip ruined James for me because now he doesn't even want to talk to me because he thinks I'm gonna like reconvert him to Judaism.
But Shiva, are you Are you the same or different in person when you go out and meet people as you are on the internet?
I'm less loud. So you know, I tend not to shout at people in real life.
Yeah, in real life, people are less likely to make you want to shout at them, I think.
Yeah, in real life, I'm not running around telling everybody to shut the fuck up.
In real life, we're not talking about geopolitics and ethics and
Yeah, I would agree with
philosophy.
JS there. In real life, nothing's ever as perfect as it is on the internet.
But other than that, I am pretty much as you see me on panels. So I'm kind of picky, argumentative, somewhat pedantic,
Yep.
anal about details and getting things right. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same. Like once I get comfortable, then
Considered bad
I'm the
traits in a
same.
gay relationship?
We were on the back porch and me and Nacho, American Nacho and General Gibbs were like debating and they kept coming out saying, "You guys got to shut up. The neighbors are going to complain. We're going to get fined." And we're like, "Okay, we'll be quiet." And for like 2 minutes, we'd be quiet. And then pretty soon we're all like, we're like going at it. "You guys got to
Y'all
shut
just
up."
too drunk to shut up. Y'all motherfuckers, but I don't know if y'all.
We're drunk. Oh, we
Hey,
were drunk.
drinking.
Yeah, there's no question about that. We were drunk.
Been oh, I could do that. I've been taking photos of some of David's paintings. I don't actually. They're on my phone, so I haven't even kind of cropped them or I should like trim them or anything. But it always struck me as weird just how badly he saw his artwork, which is weird because he was actually a really good artist.
So my wife is.
Artists are always critical of their own work. They're the biggest critics.
Like we met in art school, and she hates just about everything she does, and I think she's a better artist than me. And I'm the shit.
Yeah, when somebody's like, "I'm the shit" in art, they probably suck. That's a joke, Trench. I'm just kidding. Maybe you're good, but
Nothing wrong with a little confidence.
yeah, but
I don't care what people think though, so it doesn't matter to me.
anyway.
Yeah, no, that happens with a lot of people. A lot of people are like really self-criticizing, and then they're extremely lax when it comes to other people, and they don't realize that other people aren't judging them that same way. Like they put like the strictest judgment on themselves, but then when they see other people mess up, they're like, "Oh, they just made a little mistake, but it still looks good."
Ain't no beauties in the eye. You just could be a.
Yeah, but when you make the mistake yourself, it's so much easier for you to just dwell on it and go, "Well, I fucked it up. I fucked it up."
I think she's hard on herself because she judges everybody.
When I would do portraits, I would take forever to do them, and I was like, I gotta train myself to just go faster, and it's because you get so critical, and it has to be perfect, and every little line, and then you've been focused on this like one little line for so long, and then you get pissed, and you're like, "That's not perfect." You get all mad. Well, I never like crumpled up a drawing or something, but you kind of give up on it. You're like, it's not
This is
right.
gonna sound a little bit like meta reading. Usually, when people are doing that, it's because they're like unconfident in some other aspect in life, or maybe just unconfident in general around a lot of things. That's where you see people getting hypercritical about things that they're even good at, just constantly critiquing themselves.
Yeah, because once you start making money, you get faster. You're gonna be like, "Oh, they like it. Oh, they need more. You fuck it. You like it. Oh, you like it. You want to know? Fuck it, faster and faster. You got the confidence."
What kind of stuff?
Listen, that mentality is what I used to have this problem when I was in like high school and a kid and stuff. But like that thinking that I just talked about is what helped me a lot. Was realizing I was like, I don't judge other people the way I'm judging myself. And then it made me realize I was like, they're probably not judging me the way that I think they are. I'm just like projecting my own insecurities onto other people and thinking that that's what they are thinking.
Yeah.
I
What were you gonna say, Trench?
I was asking Shiva, what kind of paintings did he do? Like landscaping, abstract stuff,
Yes.
portraits.
Yes.
Yes, all of the above.
He most recently, I suppose, in the last 2 years, two or 3 years, he's been doing a lot of watercolors, but he's been focusing mostly on technique rather than genre. So he's he could be as likely to do a portrait as he is to do something abstract or graffiti based as he is to do a landscape or yeah. Right, let me see if I can get this turn on camera. That's the one. Is that working?
That's black.
Yeah, it's just black.
Oh, that's
This is called Darkness of the Night. The Abyss.
Darkness of
Painting. You might need to talk to David, dude. This is dark.
Yeah. Yeah. Talking to him is going to be tricky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If that was insensitive, I don't know. I actually don't know what's going on. So,
David.
Right. Oh well, let me just tell you, just to get it. Why is that not showing up? That is. I don't understand.
Are you on screen share or camera?
I'm trying to turn my camera on, but my virtual camera, it's not working in Discord. Let me. And the problem is, I actually have only done one image, if you like, that you can say is. So here we go. Let me share my screen. Share your screen. There we are. That's one of David's. That's painted in.
You still
blacked
out.
oh, what the hell, bro? That looks like a photo.
Wait, it's still black and white.
Oh wait,
No,
you
it's not.
gotta click
I
watch
see a
stream.
picture.
You gotta click watch stream.
Captain America picture.
Yeah, I see it. Colored,
that's cool.
colored
That's
in
almost
Captain
like
America.
comic
Oh,
book
this is
style.
something I've got to push.
You gotta click watch stream.
Watch.
There should be a new square that popped up, like a.
Okay, hold on. I'm being a boomer. Okay, I got you.
That's like a comic book art. I like that. I've never done anything like that, but I like that.
He did that in acrylic. And then let me
wow. You better than me.
He was better than me. Where's Discord?
Also, Shiva, if you don't want to tell me on like live stream and just DM it to me, or even if you don't even feel like
sorry.
doing that,
I
that's
actually
fine.
no. I actually forgot. Sorry, Goon. No. He committed suicide on the 23rd of December.
Oh, what the fuck, dude? I'm so sorry, bro. I know we don't talk much, bro. If you ever need a message or anything, I'm sure you got people in your ear, but the offer's out for another person.
Yeah, that's Goon didn't know, and he's like, "You need to talk to him." That was. Well,
Yeah, it was like a breakup, bro. I didn't. Sorry.
No, I mean, I suppose that would have been just as.
Yeah, a lot of the advice
Well,
I was giving you, I just want to state, would have been different if I would have known that that this was what the occurrence.
yeah, I mean, yeah.
That was basically just being like, yeah, bro, just get out in the market. You good, bro.
he thought you just broke up. Yeah, that's funny.
I would. That's kind of what I just assumed as well. You said something about women or whatever. I'm like, what? Did you get caught talking to a chick?
You've been in here. You've known what's been going on.
I didn't know
Well, he
that
might
that
not
had
have.
happened.
Oh well.
Because I mean,
okay.
unless unless I actually mention it on a stream, there'd be no reason for you to know about it, would there?
I've been occupied the last couple of weeks. A little busy. I haven't been present as much.
Same. That's
Here, but
also
not
why I
here.
haven't been told. Somebody would have made me aware while I was here.
Not that it's necessarily any of our business.
Yeah, people have been asking you about you, Goon. You've been gone.
I've just been, dude.
Where's
I've been trying to get
Stamey?
trying to get
I
working
seen you
out
come in
my
by the
health
chat, and every now and then I
and schedule. Yeah. I've been checking in, dude. Every time I come in though, it's just like Marshall and everyone's muted up. So then I'll shit around with Marshall for like an hour and
Hey, you don't get to 1,688 hours on accident.
Yeah, they basically just turn the Discord. They want to just keep it going continuously, and so there's always people in there. A lot of times, people are just sleeping or watching movies or something.
yeah, no, but I've been wanting to get on a stream to talk to you about some of the stuff. So I'm happy we got to talk about some of the topics we talked about tonight.
Yeah, Clav is a mess. I'm not a fan of Clav. That's usually the
Dude, at some
stuff we
point-
talk about. We usually talk about internet, the internet stuff that's going on with creators and the drama. Not really the drama, but a little bit. But yeah,
Yeah, no, I'm a drama frog for sure. Whenever you need an update on drama, you're usually like, all right, Goon, what's going on?
yeah, I did when Easy started doing his Goofy of the Day. I was like, I'm gonna hit up Goon because he always comes with like crazy ass people on the internet that are doing weird stuff. That I'm like, how do you find this stuff? So
The one day I was just sending people in the back chat, people smoking crack on YouTube and shit.
you just collected everyone smoking crack on YouTube.
What do I stop Discord from reversing the image?
From reversing the image?
Yeah.
Are you using OBS?
Like it's mirrored?
Yeah.
You're gonna have to go into OBS and switch it
That's
around.
annoying.
I mean, I can picture what it looks like the other way.
Yeah, but it's
I'm trying to remember how to do it.
An A is an A.
that's right.
Okay, so if you go into OBS, I'm
That'd be
guessing
a
you
good
have
desktop
your
background.
source
There you
and display capture.
It's right. I worked it out.
Now I've got
clicked.
accustomed to the other way. I like it better the other way.
No, but if he mirrors
liked
it,
it.
he mirrors it on in OBS. It only mirrors for everybody. So he'll still see it in the opposite orientation than we do.
Wait. So if I don't mirror it in OBS in YouTube, is it going to look like the right way around?
I don't know what the right way is, but you just flipped it.
Do you know what? Neither do I anymore.
I got accustomed to it the other way, and that's the first way I saw. And now when you flipped it,
I think you're right. Yeah, no, Captain America is supposed to be on the left. Yeah, okay. All
yeah,
right,
and that
it'll
A
switch
looks I think that looks better.
All right. See now, yeah, no, that's wrong.
That's wrong.
What's wrong
Yeah.
to
It's gonna look backwards on your side, but
So-
for us, it's gonna look right.
Right, but
reason-
it's also showing up mirrored on YouTube as well.
I see
So when
Captain
I'm looking
America
at
on the
YouTube-
left.
On the left.
Yes, I'm
On both
looking at Captain
YouTube
America.
and-
He's on the
On
left.
YouTube.
On YouTube and Discord, he's on the right for me.
Oh shoot, what do I got even showing on my thing? Hold on.
that might be JS having it backwards.
Yeah.
No, it looks right.
Folders leaking? Are the folders leaking again, JS?
Hold on.
No, on OBS it's on the left too. I'm looking at it
Yeah,
on
it
YouTube and
It
OBS.
looks on the left to me.
All right. Okay. Now on YouTube, it's on the left.
Oh,
but
you
on
might have been
Discord, it's
seeing.
on-
You might have been seeing 20 seconds behind because it was you had it flipped and then you flipped it back.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's usually a delay.
Yeah, what I'm looking
Well,
at now is Captain America on the left, and I think that looks better.
Well, it looks.
But it
more
could
like
work the other way too, because the A is still an A. You know, either way, the A is still gonna. The only identifier is the A of whether
I
it's
like that.
mirrored or not.
That's really cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I said, genre.
And
Like,
I hate abstract and postmodernist art, but I love it when it comes from masters. That whole, I can't remember if it's Salvador Dali or freaking Picasso that says like know all the rules and then you can break them. I can't
Yeah.
stand the rich kids that go
That
to
sounds
art
like
school.
something Dolly would say, because Dolly's a beast.
I hate the dudes that go to art school and then they like fart over a canvas and they
Yeah,
don't
Dolly
have
knew
any
how
of the
to
classic
draw and make it
skills.
look great, and then make it crazy.
But Picasso knew how to draw and make it great.
Picasso too, but yeah, maybe he
well,
said that, but I didn't like Picasso.
Picasso
as much.
had a masterful understanding of form.
Yeah, I think it was Picasso who said it. Now that it bugged me.
Could be, but
Know the rules.
I think that's a
Oh, it
better.
was Jim from The Office that said it. Crazy.
That's an interesting one because that's like Japanese, like ancient, but then he's got like the neon green in there and the neon blues.
Yeah, it's Picasso.
It's not Picasso.
Well,
I mean, Picasso.
He's known for it, but he takes it from somebody else, I think.
The quote,
Well,
but
this
not this
is-
not this painting.
Yeah, this one is more inspired by, as JS was saying, Japanese art.
Yeah, but he's
I was about
modern.
to say, dude,
He's
I'm about
modernized.
I'm about to do what they do with every art piece. As you can see in this photo, it is a Japanese style tree with a almost explosive fiery background. As you can see, the green on the tree is representative of radiation, common during World War II post nuclear strikes. This is clearly commentary on the nuclear bombing on Japan.
That's the nonsense that they do in art school with these hacks. Like they make hack shit and then they put some grand elaborate story and attach it to their personal life of how they've overcome this adversity and whatnot. And it's just
Japanese pop art. Yeah, it's modernized Japanese, but Japanese pop art. Yeah, with the green and the blues makes it pop. But that is it. They could twist it something like that. It's about a commentary on radiation and social weaponization of forces.
Yeah, that's not. David just liked painting. He wasn't interested.
Yeah, he wasn't doing all that.
No, but he knew. He's clearly
the
got
joke was
classic
just whenever you
skill.
see like art people commentating on art pieces, it's always just like a simple photo, and then someone being like, "This is actually talking about the Holocaust," or "This is talking about AIDS."
Notice the smattering of the leaves looks like blood spread on a canvas after.
Makes me appreciate the abstraction more when you can do the classical things correctly.
I just said smattering. That's fucking Trench got me saying smattering.
Know the rules well so you can break them effectively, or the other one is learn the rules like a pro so you can break them like an artist.
Know the rules of the pro so you can break them like it. Yeah.
Are these computer drawn or are these like hand?
No, these
are paintings.
These are in acrylic on canvas.
Okay.
David, he did kind of briefly play around with digital stuff, but he was mostly analog.
That's painted on canvas too? That's cool.
Yeah.
I need to get my pop art game up, dude. There's so much money to be made doing that stuff that you can unload here on the first Fridays downtown.
See, I feel like something like that would take me like 40 hours to paint.
There's shortcuts.
And how much do you?
Well, hang on. Like,
if you don't have a
this
big
is
name,
in-
like, you can't sell that for. I know how artists.
Oh, you
like,
can sell that
price
for all
things.
kinds of money.
Not if
Especially
you don't
if
have.
you're nobody.
Not if
You
you're
could,
nobody. You're basically
actually-
charging for the products and
No,
the time.
no.
and
What you do is you take it to a printer's and you get a professionally made print, and then you just sell prints for for a $5, rather than selling the painting for 500, and then you recoup your money over time with it.
And then that drives up the value of the original, because then you say, oh, there's 1,000 prints of this. Everybody recognizes this print. but this
Yeah.
is the original.
Yeah,
Now, who
make
wants
some
the
prints and
original
then
for
and sell the
10,
original.
15, 20 grand?
See, I was trying to get him to experiment with doing more commercial stuff, but the issue is that, like, whilst he was quite good at doing things like, you know, Iron Man or this one that I'm going to show you shortly, which is the Avengers, he didn't find the subject that appealing. Like he wasn't that interested in just making images to appeal to a kind of like popular mass market, even though he was actually a really good representative painter, representational painter. Oh my god!
So he didn't even like the Avengers.
He liked the
Base.
movies,
Based.
but he wasn't interested in producing art solely for the purpose of having something that he could
Making
then
money
sell.
off of it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he did. I mean, it was weird. He did make stuff just to sell, but for some reason, when it came to,
I've never sold a piece of art, and I think that's like a drawing or something, and I think that's probably what I'm best at.
I've
Right.
never sold. I've
And
never
I don't
sold
even
any
like
of the
doing
art.
it.
I've
I don't
done all
like
kinds
doing
of
it.
commercial stuff though.
I
Like
don't want to
making
make people
logos
like,
and
why
web
don't
pages.
you make money off that, or paint or draw or do portraits? It's like, I don't want to. I don't like it. I don't know.
It's a lot of work. You know, I have so much more respect for tattoo artists because of like what all goes into it. And just drawing non-fucking stop.
Yeah, I think
I
I'd
like
be.
I like music too. I like other things and just drawing nonstop all the time.
Once I get in the
Unfortunately-
zone, I'm in. But just to get started, I think you've shown me this before. I think I've seen this. That's
You
pretty
might
good.
have. I did do during one of my crazy streams. I did do a kind of small tour around his studio, in which these kind of paintings were dotted around the place.
That's cool. Was that unfinished? Was he gonna do a background or just leave it white?
I think he was just going to leave it white.
How many of these do you have?
Of his paintings.
Yeah.
I mean, on canvas, not that many. Maybe, I don't know, 10. There's a whole bunch more kind of stuff that's on like watercolor on card or sketches, or he went through a phase of doing birds. See, like these, that's really good. I really like that. There's a whole, yeah.
Basically, you got a whole bunch of it.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different things. I mean, I'm not entirely sure. Like some of it, I'll keep. I'll probably just end up having to get rid of most of it, though, because I mean, there's quite a lot of stuff. I mean, there's a studios.
With something like that, dude, I don't know if there is a right decision. So I think it's whatever like works best for you.
You're trying to think of what to do with it, Shiva?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like I said, I don't think there's anything that like optimally you need to do. It's whatever works best for you there.
Maybe save some of your favorites and try to sell some of the other ones, and put his story behind it. I hate to like.
I mean, I'm not gonna sell them.
Oh, okay. Well, then never mind. I don't know. I'm just throwing something out. Never mind. Don't do that then.
That's why I told him, I was like, whatever feels, because for some people it's cathartic to just throw it all away. For some people, they want to keep it for the memory. But it's like, that type of stuff's going to affect people differently, depending on who it is.
That's badass shit you don't want to get rid of.
I don't know if he was big on having it like having people see it or it be remembered or something. That's the only reason I would say to sell it. And you could like, if it's attached to the story, his story, it's, people, I don't know what the hell I'm trying to say. People may want to see that and know about that. But I don't know. That would be something only you would know and he would know. As if that's something he would want. Or maybe
I mean, a lot of the stuff is like here. Let me show you.
He nailed that Hulk. Hulk is so fucking good.
He also got Chris Evans quite well. Not Chris Evans, sorry, Chris Hemsworth. The Captain America isn't as good as it is in the portrait. And with Thor, he actually did a solo picture of Thor as well. He did like the 3 main Avengers, but objectively, it's not as good. There's something like the face is off.
Faces are hard. If
Like
you
it's-
mess up one little thing, you get like an uncanny valley effect, and it's like,
Mhm.
something's not right here.
I hate hands.
It kind of looks a bit like a Chinese knockoff Lego's toy version of Thor or something, like a Thor action figure that's just.
I pointed out the Hulk because the Hulk is so on point. Like you would see that at like the front of like a comic.
Yeah, unfortunately, because the photo is just taken on my phone, and it was taken in the studio room where there was a light shining down on the painting. So the top right of the painting, all of those white flecks that you can see, that's actually just light reflections, like that they're not actually meant to be on
But it
there.
actually kind of adds a cool effect to the photo. It looks like they have like light coming out from behind them.
Yeah.
Which is clearly a deep commentary about how these heroes bring upon light to a new age.
Even in a dark
Let's see.
world.
Show you a couple more, 2 more.
You're actually not too far off there, though. They were definitely designed to be modern mythology.
That's more DC than
Yeah, but Stanley
Marvel.
was out there. I mean, there's a Thanos running around.
I really like this one. Again, it's acrylic on canvas, but the reason why I really like it is the background. He's mixed gold in with the paint, so it kind of shimmers like you can't really see it at all in the photograph.
I believe you that it shimmers.
It's the same technique that he used on this painting, on the background on this. So this kind of golden background, that's actually got gold in it.
Also shimmering.
Yeah. And then the other one that I want to show you, which was a watercolor. Well, I've got like a whole bunch of these because he was a bit of a perfectionist, and so he would often produce like there's probably like 20.
Oh, I like that. You can instantly get some like imagery from that. It looks like a clergyman or like some type of like a guy with like a garnered robe walking into like darkness.
Sorry, you're seeing
with like
a clergyman
creatures and eyes in them. Yeah, the guy on the left is there's hands and then there's a head. Then there's the purple is a cloak.
It's not
and
a
they're walking
Rorschach.
towards.
It's King James.
I mean, because it's a landscape.
Go in the hill.
It's like so. What this is like a lake with two banks of trees on either side, and it's sunlight kind of hitting the lake and then
I see it.
diffusing through the trees.
And you see the
Oh
reflection.
fuck! I'm looking at it sideways. That's why that's so funny. Turn it sideways. Does it not look like an abstract of like a clergy guy going into the woods?
Oh, I see. Right, where it's kind
What are
of
you
leaking out
seeing? We could do like a whole deep psychological analysis on what Goon is seeing in this
He even
image.
got a halo on. Yeah, he even got a little purple
Well, do
halo
you not?
on.
Yeah, do you not see the head? Like, it looks like
I
maybe
can't
even
see
got
it
like a hood
sideways
on.
now that
Like
I've
a
seen
duck.
it regular ways and I know what it is. This
Nah,
is not
regular way,
working.
just seeing it. The way it's on the screen is the way it's shown. You just can't see it, Josh.
No, the way it's
Yeah, to
on the
see it the way
screen
you
is
guys
it's
do it,
a.
I have to turn my head
Can I
sideways.
ask? Right, can I ask the bottom of the figure? Is that on the side of the painting where the paint has kind of leaked out onto the masking tape, or is it on the other side?
No, you're right.
So
Yeah.
one side.
Yeah. Now
one
you're
side
seeing what
was-
I'm seeing. Yeah.
Yeah, and so the cloak would be the little pointy bit of the kind of black paint on near.
All
as
the
it arcs
purple, all
towards
the
the bottom.
purple there in that corner would be the cloak, and then the parts coming out to the side of the purple is the hands. Then the segmenting is the collar leading up to the head.
What the fuck are you guys talking about? What are you
You can see
seeing?
the
What are you
beard
looking
is
at?
darker red.
It's I
Yeah,
have
it
to
looks
look
like
at
he's
it
walking
sideways
towards
to
like
see
a
this?
dark forest.
Like
I
Satan
see
waiting over there
like
with
you're
the
in a
sword on the
canoe
wall.
on a river and there's the
Sword
sun
on
up
the shelf.
here and you're on a river and there's trees and it's the water and what the hell are you guys seeing?
You see the
I don't
guy
know.
over there?
I think I'm talking about the other side of the image where it's mostly black rather than purple. But I think Goon's talking about the kind of thinner side where, like, I can kind of see a figure on the bit where you've got the purple going into orange. If
Yeah.
you trace from the corner, trace the kind of line where the paint becomes diffuse. So you got dark purple into paler purple, and then it goes up into orange. If you follow
Yeah.
that curve up, I see that as the back of a man, and then he's wearing a hat.
Yeah, like I said, he could be wearing like a
You
hood or
lost me.
something.
As soon as he's
Like a
wearing a
mage
hat,
hood.
I don't know what I'm seeing. I see two guys. I see two guys that are coming
Yeah,
to
but Shiva, this
pray.
is what I instantly saw when I saw this for some reason. I was like, oh yeah, it's a clergy guy going out into like the dark woods. I see faces coming out from the darkness. I was like, that's
What?
pretty cool.
This is a sign of mental illness. This is not a Rorschach. What?
Now
You not see the
remember-
eyes? You guys don't see the eyes. Is that crazy?
I don't know. You're looking. You said you're looking at it sideways.
Well, it's the way that it's on. Because
Fuck
like
up.
the way that you guys are talking about it, I have to turn my head sideways to see it that way.
I don't see nothing.
What?
What?
The picture's angled the way I'm looking at it. Like if you look at it from left to right on the photo that's in front of you, to the left is a big blob of purple. That purple has orange
Right.
connected
Hang
to
on.
it. That's the hands and the head. Then I'm seeing a
Yeah,
forest
yeah.
across from it, and then those
Yeah,
little
yeah.
white areas in that forest I'm seeing are like eyes.
Oh, this picture. Okay, what's this now?
Okay, is this better? Is that oriented correctly, or is it the
Yeah,
other way
I
around?
already saw it. I already saw it that way after you guys said it. But yeah, when I initially saw it, I was seeing the clergy thing.
Well,
Yeah.
so the clergy thing, was that the other way around?
So it's a guy praying.
Yeah, yeah.
Was that this way
With the
round?
purple robe
Right. So
on.
okay.
No. It's if the paper was sideways.
Sideways.
That's just retarded.
90 degrees
You
to the
mean-
right from where it is on that. Oh my god, you're fucking with me.
How are you
Okay, wait,
doing
okay,
this?
yeah,
How
yeah,
are
yeah,
you
that's
making
it. That's
this-
it.
Okay, so it's a guy
Okay.
praying. It looks like a duck. He has like a duck bill. He's got a purple jacket on and he's praying and he's a duck.
Wait, now I'm instantly seeing the duck bill too.
Yeah, there's a duck bill. He's got a duck bill. He's looking down. He's got a duck bill, and then he's
Does
walking
it not look
into.
like there's some eyes out in that woods to the right of him though, dude?
Yeah, and somebody's
Okay,
hands
I
hanging
mean,
on the wall right there, and they might have a tail on them. If you look
I have to
closely, they
admit, I
in a red
if we
face.
Now I can't stop seeing the duck man walking into the woods.
if you guys are seeing so many things in this image that
Yeah.
I'm not seeing, I'm kind of tempted to see. Okay,
Yeah,
let's
maybe we're the
that
leftist. Fuck, man, we're reading deep into this.
Now I can't even see
okay.
what it was supposed to be anymore. It's a beautiful river scene, and now I don't even see it.
Dude, he sent me with the bill, dude. I wasn't even seeing the bill at all, and now I'm like, dude, that is a bill to a duck.
There's a duck bill. He
At
has a
first, it
crown on.
could have
He's got a little bit of a crown on. Something coming out of the back of his head.
You've been fed those images already. You done heard them, and now you can see them. Could
All
you
right.
see them if
All
I
right,
heard
this
them?
one. I'm not going to say that this is a river with some flowers and a sunset. This is definitely Empire.
Even though that's clearly what it is.
I like how the side of the forest is like turning into life.
This is obviously like
So-
the Empire Strikes Back. This is a battalion of enemy fleets.
You see the guy riding on the
converging.
back of like what seems to be a vehicle in the very back on the right corner.
I also see an angry man face, like he's like yelling. He's like on the side here.
Can't even tell if you're bullshitting at this point.
No, there's his eye, and he's like
Big
angry.
skull.
He's
Yeah,
going
it's a big skull. Only ligaments on
It's
his
like
face.
almost an
like his
angry
face is
lion.
on.
Yeah, and his face
No.
is like
Yeah, only with the ligaments. I see what you're saying on the right.
Did you say lion?
That's some shit that be on
it's kind of
Scorpion.
like a yelling angry lion man. Like his mouth is open. He's got
I'll
his
say a-
eyeball right here in his nose. But he's like an angry lion man.
Well, okay.
I feel like I'm not drunk
trees.
enough to see any of this shit.
The tree to the left clearly has a chicken jumping out of it.
Wait. Where'd you see a tree at? You see a tree?
Here, I'm about to screenshot the chicken and send it to you guys.
Yeah, if you talking about a lion head, no. You gotta back away from your phone and look at it.
They can't see my mouse on the stream, but if they could see my mouse, I could show them. How could I do it? I know how I could do it.
If I go to the back chat, look at that picture. Tell me that's not a chicken
If I go to display,
running out of the side of that tree.
What?
It's a
What is
rooster.
that? What am I listening to?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's
Uncle
my
Uncle
cell phone
Ruckus?
notification. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we go to display capture instead of cam capture. You can see my mouse. This is the chin, and he's yelling. His mouth is open. He's going, ah. Here's his nose and his nostril. And then up here, there's his
And then you
eyeball.
just have to wait 20 seconds and line that up with the stream.
Open mouth.
Your whole screen
Nose.
is blurry for me when I click on this.
Eyeball. And he's like a lion dreadlock raw guy. And then this is like an old man. He's like, no, why are you yelling at me? See, his lip is curled under. This is his bottom lip.
Oh,
and his
gosh.
nose goes up. And an
Why is
eyeball.
Raz streaming a picture of Netanyahu face to face facing off against Jesus?
Oh, I was trying to see if I could flip them around to help Shiva.
Like, what the fuck is
I haven't changed it back. That's the stuff Mike Rock makes. He's pretty cool.
See, a lion. See, I knew there was lion inspiration in this.
I wasn't going to show you this because this this was actually a practice run. Hang on, let me
Lay it down.
And
That's
the
a
one that he ended up.
Is there gold in that one?
Yeah, there's gold paint in this one as well.
Yeah,
And
you
the
can
one that
visibly
he-
see it in this one.
Yeah, I see the lion in that one.
Yeah, the
I'm
one
sorry, I
that he
interrupted.
ended
What
up,
were you gonna say?
the one that he ended up kind of that ended up being the actual painting he gave to a friend of his. So this was like a trial run. Like the gold paint doesn't work that well. Like he was getting the ratios wrong of gold to paint.
Yeah, it looks
Yeah,
like
but
he's
with
using
the
gold
mold and the
leafing.
green,
You could do that that gold leafing. You could do it afterwards. You could put glue on and then stick it on there. But he
Well,
was trying to
it
mix it
depends
into the
on
paint.
what effect you're going for.
Yeah. That's cool. All right. Dude, it's getting late. It's almost 11. I gotta finish writing this thing.
You got to debate.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I better put my outline together for Minar.
What day?
Me? Tuesday.
Oh, okay. That ain't the one they canceled.
No, so it's the same day. The dude canceled, but somebody else is taking his place. It's not going to be as good as it would have been.
He's still debating. He's just debating Kulvik now.
Did he
Yeah,
back out? What's the story with that? I was gonna ask Speakeasy, but I forgot.
He was supposed to debate me about Venezuela, First Amender. He backed out because he said he doesn't want a platform, or he doesn't want to debate a pedophile defender, is what he basically called me and what he said. Because I debated about how the Epstein files were being blown out of proportion and Trump was not guilty of anything. And I was basically saying like people are talking too much about the
Look,
Epstein
your dirty
files and I don't
ties
care about it.
are being exposed.
For
So he
quite
said
a
I'm
while, I thought Mel and First Amender were the same person.
Well, he said I'm a pedo defender, so he won't debate me. So he
Get him the
dropped out,
check.
and now he's debating Cool Vic, who's
Same
also going to
topic.
be defending Trump on Venezuela. But that whole debate I did was to defend Trump. I even said in the beginning, I was like, I can concede there are some problems here. There's problems with Mossad. There's things about this. There's things about this. But really, what I'm here to talk about is Trump and the allegations made against him in relations to the Epstein files. That's what I was debating. And if I'm defending Trump in the Epstein files, if that makes me a pedo defender, then anybody who's defending Trump on anything is a pedo defender. So how can you debate anything about Trump with anybody? Because that was the primary thing I was arguing about. But I don't know. He's retarded. It's dumb.
That's lame. It sounds like a woman.
He's just scared to debate you, JS.
I don't know. Or maybe he saw.
I don't want to platform
Before you
anybody.
go, Jess, there's
I
a
don't want to
claim.
challenge your idea. I don't want to be challenged by you.
There's a claim I've been hearing for a while that I finally looked into. And I'd like you to find me if I'm wrong on this. So I've looked into nisham, the word for regret in the Hebrew Bible, because I was interested in that argument after finishing Moses leaving and going through the Egypt journey. So I started looking into it, and in all the instances I can see, whenever Moses uses the word nisham, he is clearly talking about regret and repentance in the modern understanding of how we would understand it.
No, he's talking about repentance in the ancient understanding where it's functionally the same as changing one's mind. It doesn't mean to like feel remorse.
Dude, you're calling back to a debate or an argument that we had like 6 months ago, Goon. I don't even know what was this in relation to? What were we talking about? This is from a long time ago.
A couple people make this claim. And then it comes back to this word, and then they're like, you're reading the Bible with a modern lens. And then my argument is that they're using the word regret because they view it as the closest word to translate that word to, which means it's probably an extremely accurate translation. And the argument I'm
Are we
making to
talking
support
about when
that is
Moses?
all the other times.
We're talking about
Yeah,
when Moses talks to God
well,
and God regrets what he had meant to do
everything
to
before
Israel.
that point too, because Moses writes everything up to that point. Like his story and everything before is told by Moses.
Okay.
And also his death, which is a bit weird. Isn't it? Like if Moses wrote the Pentateuch and the Pentateuch records Moses' death, then Moses recorded his own death.
I can't find an instance where he's talking about regretting something that you're about to do. It's regretting that you had taken an act every single time.
And but what's the point? What's the point of bringing this up? So you're saying
Well, because
that
people will say
God,
when he
God can
regretted it, he
regret.
didn't really regret it. He regretted what he was going to do, but I don't understand where that interpretation of the word comes from, because that doesn't seem to be how Moses used that word.
And it's Moses talking about God regretting.
Yeah, Moses is the one telling all these stories up until that point. He writes the Bible up until his biography.
Well, no, wait. He
and God
yes, that's
says,
true. But well, hang on. Is Moses saying something that God said to him? Because if it's preceded by the words along the lines of "Thus spoke the Lord," then that's meant to be the
Then he's
literal
quoting
words
him.
of God. Yeah.
Well, so there's two
Right.
instances
But if
of
it's
this that this
Moses
argument
just
came
saying
to.
God
It's when
regretted
he was
it,
in
then
the
it's
mountains.
Moses' interpretation of what.
Yeah, but then the other one is the Noah, where he says he he felt nasham for the creation of humanity. And people argue that no, he's not regretting that he ever created humanity. He's regretting that he's about to have to
Okay.
do what he's going to do to him.
Yeah, and
I don't see where it supports that's how he uses that word at all.
I said it was a type of regret, like when a father regrets that he has to punish his child. He's going to regret that, but he's still going to do that.
And I've heard other people make that argument too. And
Well,
that's why I started looking
can
into it, and I was like, I don't see him ever using that word like that.
Do you happen to know the verse off the top of your head? Because we can look it up.
It's like Exodus 25.
JS might remember the exact
No,
one.
I don't
He's
remember
way
the
better
verse.
at this than me.
I'm not good at knowing all the verses.
Did you say 25? We can use that as a starting point.
I think it's something
Because it would be right before he flooded the world, and then it would be that around that point in Exodus.
Right, so Exodus 25 is saying basically, make me an ark.
But that one, I even agree. I think that's the weaker one. I agree with JS that you could probably argue that that's Moses' interpretation.
It happens a couple times. I think it happens 3 times.
Is it the same word in 1 Samuel 15 where 1 Samuel where he regrets making Saul king? Is it the same word there as well?
Maybe.
I don't know.
I don't know if I've gotten to
something
that
to look
point.
into. Yeah, I didn't even
Trying to
think of
get
that.
these Maccabees,
You know who might Goon, you know who might be a good source for a more academic answer to your question, and that's a guy called Justin, who runs an atheist channel called Deconstruction Zone. But he went to seminary. He's an atheist, but he went to seminary, focusing on the Old Testament, and he can read both Hebrew and Greek.
He like a show where I'd be able to talk to him, or would I have to ask it in chat, or like what?
It's Exodus 32:14.
32:14. Yeah, he's got a channel called
So it's
Deconstruction
repented in the King James.
Yeah, because there's two. It can be repented or regretted.
Right, yeah, and in this instance, the word repent.
I don't care
means
about
change.
deconstruction. Is
Hang
Justin? Fuck that guy.
Justin.
Don't watch his channel.
JS.
Ever.
JS, I wasn't talking about when my sentence rudely interrupted the start of yours, I wasn't even fucking talking about
I'm
JS.
not
I was
promoting
talking
Justin
about
the atheist.
I was talking about Exodus
For answers on the
32:14,
Bible.
where in this instance the word repent is meant as meaning changing one's mind, right? Not feeling sorry.
No.
Which would still be a
wait,
problem because then it conflicts with that idea that God's unchanging.
The Lord repented of the evil which he thought to do. I know this is something I have struggled with, and
But
me
nothing
and Goon were
contradicts
talking
it.
about this a long time ago, and that's what.
Read Isaiah,
that's because-
read Isaiah 45:7 when it talks about evil and yeah.
Yeah, I know. God created the good and the calamity.
Just to say, like, when we're looking at Hebrew words, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to fucking quote Deconstruction Zone because it's a language point, not a biblical point.
Let's hear from Justin.
But they have a semantic range, right? So they could, like, words could mean slightly different things in different contexts. Like, but you'd need to know the semantic range and how it was like what part of the word the semantic range was likely to have been
I have
used.
this part
Yeah, that's why I
highlighted.
think I've narrowed it down
underlined,
as far
and
as you can. Like
starred.
I'm looking for Moses' interpretation of the word while using it, because that would best describe what he meant while using it.
But he's also trying to interpret. It's kind of like he's trying to interpret what God's feelings at the times, God's emotion. It's like when
Kind of, but then like with the story of Noah, he's just recounting the story as he was told, and in the story that he was told, God regretted it.
I mean, presumably, God being omniscient would have been aware of how Moses
That's what
was
that's what-
recounting the story, and if
That's
he
what
thought
this is all
Moses
about.
had gotten something wrong,
Because if God's
presumably
omniscient-
he would have said to Moses, "Yeah, you got that bit wrong there."
Hey, maybe
if God's
Joshua
omniscient, how
finished
does
it.
he regret something?
We do take the Bible as a collective works.
Well,
though, so
if God's impassible, how does he change his mind?
Marshall,
He doesn't.
I would say he didn't regret anything, and that
Yeah,
Moses
thank you.
is interpreting this, and this is
how about God
this
could
is
be
a
in
human
perfect
flaw on
will and
Moses' behalf.
perfect submission to his own will.
It's like when they say Jesus. Some things say Jesus was angry, or some gospels say Jesus was angry when he flipped the tables, but somewhere it says he was thought to look angry. And so was he angry, or did men think he looked angry?
You
I
think
would
that
say
Jesus
it's the
never got
second.
upset?
Jesus wasn't angry. They thought he looked angry. God wasn't regretting or repenting of anything. Moses just thought it looked like God was regretting something, but really
here's a
God already
question.
knew what was going to happen, and he's just
Here's kind of a sidebar
he's
question.
basically playing a game with Moses. It's kind of
Well, that would mean God's lying then, JS. If
what-
God's playing a game, he's being dishonest.
it
God's
doesn't mean he's
nature
lying. If
is human.
to be true,
No, it does mean it's lying. If he says, "I am
But he
omniscient,
doesn't
I am
say.
unchanging,
It doesn't
and
say
I am
that
going to do this."
God doesn't say to Moses, "I'm going to go repent from this evil." Moses is writing and says God repented from the evil. Like, what does that mean? Does that mean God
means
did a
that God-
sacrifice, or God
No,
said,
God
"Moses,
changed
I'm
his
going to
mi-
repent
no,
from this evil
no,
now"?
it means in this because you need to be aware of the semantic range. So Exodus 32:14 says, "Then the Lord and now it depends on if you read the New International Version, which is the version you have to read if you want the translations on Bible Gateway.
The non-inspired version.
Yeah, well, the word is then relented. So it says, "Then the Lord relented," not the version that I like, JS.
Well,
This
he's
isn't
saying-
the version that I like.
He's saying
and did not
regretted.
bring on his own
Mine
people.
says
Yeah,
repented.
right.
What I see that as is, God said he would do this thing if this thing happens. This thing was happening, and then Moses comes and appeals on behalf of the people and says, "I'm going to make sure this thing stops happening." And God doesn't do what he said he was going to do as punishment for them doing
Right.
that thing,
And-
because they repented.
Right.
So they turned.
And in the
or they had,
NR
or
in
Moses
the-
promised they would turn.
All right. Now, in the NRSV,
It's actually
which is the version
this
that I
is
like,
actually this whole thing is actually an example of intercessory prayer. It's
Which
Moses
verse is
in
this?
the
praying.
in the NRSV, which is the version that I do like, it says, "And the Lord changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring
Oh
on his
my
people."
God, are you serious?
Yeah, what do you think?
Of
Well,
course you're gonna.
like,
Of course you're gonna cherry pick that. Good Lord.
right, but
So
if
we
you
got
don't like
repented, regretted,
yeah,
changed
This is
his mind,
relented,
this is like
relented.
and relented.
Ecclesiastes. This is like Ecclesiastes when it comes to vanity because it misses out on like hevel, which means like
Well,
smoke.
that's why I said That's why I said I would like you to compare it to other points that Moses uses the word nasham, and realize that he is in all of them he's talking about regretting, our modern understanding of regret.
Which verse in Exodus is this?
Is this to do with Sodom and Gomorrah?
Which verse is this?
Sodom and Gomorrah also has there's an
uh,
argument behind that where he
This
argues
is
to
Mount
God to keep lowering
Sinai.
the number, and God keeps lowering the number.
This is
is
Mount
Exodus.
Sinai when Moses goes up and they start worshiping a
what's
golden calf, and
what-
God is
Oh,
like,
right,
God
okay,
is like,
We're
I'm gonna
at
wipe them
Exodus.
out. They're doing exactly what I said don't
Right.
do. I'm gonna
Hey,
wipe them
Is
out.
it-
I'm trying
And
to
Moses is
research
like,
something.
please, God, don't wipe them out. And then it says, God repented, God regretted,
I
God
appreciate
Yeah.
he changed his
the
mind
anecdote,
and he
but
didn't wipe
what
them out.
verse is this?
It's Exodus
Exodus 32:14.
32:14.
Well,
But it's like,
32.
it happens like 3 or 4 times throughout the Old Testament.
Yeah, because he changes his mind with, is it Aaron with Sodom and Gomorrah? Is that who he's
Yeah.
talking to
You
then?
said 32:14.
Yeah.
People will bring up the one where somebody pleads with
He might that
No,
happened
no,
with
this
some
is
guy
not-
named Aaron, but Abraham,
Sodom and
I think,
Gomorrah is
isn't it
not a good
Abraham that's
example of this,
debating with
because
him, being like, where he's
Yeah,
like,
if I
can
can
you
find
spare even
100
if there's 10 of them?
If I can find
I like
100,
the
will you
Orthodox
save them? If I
version.
can
Yeah.
find 10, will you save them?
Yeah.
This is not a good example because God already knew that he wasn't going to find any. So basically, he's just Moses.
That one guy got out with his two daughters, remember?
I like the Orthodox version.
Right, but
It
he couldn't
says,
find-
"So
he couldn't find the
so the
10.
Lord granted mercy for the harm he said he would do to his people." That doesn't sound
I like
outside
Jesus
of
in a
any will
t-shirt.
or contradictory.
Tuxedo t-shirt.
Because he stops
Yeah.
at 10.
And that's the authority.
Or I
that's the
think he goes to
authority
5. He's
ought
like,
be
if I can
followed.
find 5. And he says, all right, if you can find 5, yeah. But God knew he wasn't going to find 5. He found one man.
But the Orthodox reading of that is he's granting a mercy.
And even when he finds one man, he does let him leave with his daughters.
So if you're the supreme judge
Yeah.
of the universe,
But he
it's
kills
within
everybody
your-
else, so he doesn't.
It's within, no, but it's still within your power to
So
grant mercy.
so the deal Lot was trying to make.
Yes,
doesn't-
no, I'm not saying the argument here, Wagira, isn't
Or not Lot, whoever it
God
was.
isn't real. The argument here is that the definition of God is unchanging doesn't seem to match.
No,
That's
not at all.
not. Wait, that's not a definition
Protestant.
of God.
Protestant.
It's a predicate. It's a
That's
property
Protestant?
of God.
Yeah,
but
God being unchanging is Protestant.
No, look at not that.
No,
I'm saying-
I don't think that
look
that's
at
a
the-
necessary property to a God.
The verse that this guy it has deconstructed, so to speak, because that's what we're talking about. He's deconstructing an already deconstructed Protestant worldview when the Orthodox scripture states that there's a mercy given. So this isn't contradictory. When you're the judge, it's within your power.
Well,
and you're not
hang on.
contradicting yourself by granting a mercy.
It is contradictory.
Was that
if,
Raz? Dude, I thought you were Wagira.
Okay, so does granting a mercy, because why doesn't the text say he just granted a mercy? Because it could say that. Why does it keep saying he? Hang on. Not in the instances that we're talking about. Why doesn't the text? Why does the text say? Hang on. Why does the text repeatedly say that he regretted a decision he had made?
It's not, but it's not saying that in the Orthodox form. It's talking about granting mercies.
Right.
Are you guys like redefining the
And?
word nasham there?
No, I'm just going off
And?
what the Christian church is saying.
Yeah,
Right,
if
and
you can
is
look
that
at any definition of the word nasham is going to directly translate to repent or regret in every single one of them.
Just
Or
in
grace
First
of
Samuel
mercy.
Mercy is
15.
not going to come up.
In First Samuel, I think it's verse 35. God also regrets that he'd made Saul king over Israel. Same word.
So, all right, let me give you that verse. What verse did you just
God
say?
never regretted
So that's
anything.
First
Yeah,
Samuel
we yeah,
15.
the way I explain this is I say
Verse 35
the way it
is
means
like the
regret
end
there.
of the chapter.
Samuel 15:35. Okay.
The way it means regret there is it's like how a father regrets having to spank his child, but a father knows he's going to have to correct his child at some point.
Yeah, the medicine's
By
good.
deleting them, he deleted the whole
Yeah.
race. So
We're still
either
here.
we all God's children, or he will delete us.
No,
Which
those
one
are
is it?
those are
Right, and
Satan's
we're
so
still
I
here.
think
Their
that's
father is
two
the
different
devil.
contexts. Hang on, that's two different contexts. In one context, when God repents, let's just use that word, right? He appears to be changing his mind, and in other
I don't like it.
contexts, hang on, in other contexts, such as this one, he appears to be expressing sorrow, and
Right. So
like
so I have two options here. I
But
either have to
there's a third position. There's the Orthodox position where he's granting a mercy for as a penalty.
Right. Well,
There's a
I
penalty
would
for
say
making sin is
that's
death.
eisegesis, because that's not in the text unless it
But
says
mercy's in
that
God
he's
too,
expressing
because
mercy.
he's love. We're talking
Yeah, but
about
that's eisegesis. Like we're just reading the text.
no, but
What does the text say?
this is still about the greater theology. Jesus is
well, no,
1/3
he's doing
of the Godhead.
exegesis. He gets this from the normative the church normative authority. Eisegesis
But
would
he's
just be
getting it from a gay Protestant atheist, is where he's getting it from. That's no authority.
Eisegesis is where you're reading into the text something that isn't actually there.
Right.
As opposed to
And the big
exegesis, where you're
problem, it's like the
interpreting
actual
what is
big
there.
problem
And then
with
you
your
also have-
assertion right now, Raz, is that you're telling us what the Orthodox Church believes, but you're not telling us why.
I'm not
So you're
telling you
saying
what
like
they
they
believe.
believe
You
that
have
it's
to
mercy
confuse-
that it's mercy, but you're not telling us how
I
they
didn't
led
even
to
say
that.
that. I'm saying that's what the Bible is saying. That's what my copy of the Bible is saying. I'd have now. You just remind me. There's a whole other half to this. Then we'd have to consult and see what the church itself is saying, because there's two
We're
different
sheep.
parts. There's the tradition, and then there's the Bible. This isn't sola scriptura.
Okay, well that's what I'm asking. Then what I'm looking for is the justification of why they're changing that word, and then why they think it retroactively changes the way Moses used the word in his writing.
I'm still not even convinced 100% on the etymology. Like, are they? Is it a Greek version? Is it a Hebrew version?
No, I'm going to stick to you have
Might be
two
a
options
command.
here. Either one, God is not omniscient and he can regret things and change his mind, or two, the authors were using language that they used at the time to explain things the way they understood them. And Moses is saying, yeah, it's like God changed his mind. But because God didn't do what he said he would do because Moses got up there and prayed for it. That's the intercessory prayer.
Can I do something?
But
Can I
God
do
never
something
really
good?
intended, God had a plan from the beginning that he wasn't going to kill them that day.
Bro, can I do something good that I regret having to do? So I have to do something and I regret having to do it, but it's got a greater purpose.
Don't flash us.
Yeah, God is nice. He doesn't want
Yeah,
to
you about
punish
to
us all
like?
the time.
Yeah,
We
so
are
you're saying
live.
I
Are you about
can't
to
do
like
something that I have to do but regret.
Okay. Yes.
To
No,
go to
it's
work,
oh my
but I
god,
regret
no. So
having
there's
to go to
multiple different
work.
instances. So Chris, there's different instances happening here. So like when he's talking about when he's about to flood the world, he's talking about how he regretted creating humanity. He's not talking about how he's regretting that he's about to flood the world. He says, "I regret the beginning of humanity and its creation." That is how it's translated.
See, I forgot that Samuel is kingdoms.
So there are times where the word is used and it's clearly not saying he's regretting something he's about to do. He's regretting something that he did.
Well, I would have to read the text because I've learned with all of these biblical debates, I'm not going to take anybody's interpretation of the Bible.
That's okay. That's okay. But there's a reason JS isn't trying to instantly correct me.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah,
give me
but I
that.
don't agree with JS either. He reads a lot into the Bible too.
Yeah,
or I
that's
just read it.
But he
Or
also
I've just
reads
read
it, and he knows that.
I'm not gonna say
what
what
I'm
he's
doing
saying
is
is
I'm
wrong.
right
is
now. I'm
because
literally
what he's
just saying
is
what
right.
the.
That's what
I'm
it
just saying
says.
literally this
There's
is
no
what it says.
interpretation required to read
You,
read what words say.
I'm not interpreting.
you're reading
I'm
things
this
you
is
do know
like
it
the.
doesn't require interpretation. Interpretation of
This
words
is the
means
King
nothing.
James
What he
version, and
just
then going.
said.
This is the
What he
King
just
James
said
version,
is what
and
the
I'm
words
rooting it
say.
back
And
to Hebrew.
now he's asking you to give your interpretation, but your interpretation is going to be somebody else's interpretation. So he's asking you for
My
somebody else's
interpretation is the opposite of your interpretation.
Right,
So
right.
prove me wrong because you said you can't
No,
interpret
no.
the text.
Goon's
No,
asking
prove me
you.
wrong.
Goon's asking you to answer the question with the other person's interpretation that you read.
Mine is the opposite of yours because we clear, but
That's
you would have to
irrelevant.
say that that's untrue because
That's
you just said
irrelevant.
you can't interpret it.
I didn't interpret
You
anything.
just said I can't interpret text.
I didn't interpret anything. He said this is what the
Oh, you
text says, and I didn't correct him because he's right. And now he's asking you, what does that mean?
If we are arguing
Doesn't
about
matter what I
interpretations of
think.
text, you just stated you can't interpret text. So do you want to take that back?
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I think.
It
What
does
does
matter
that
if you
mean?
say things that are incorrect,
What
right?
does it mean?
Chris, are you
Does it
trolling?
matter if you say things that are incorrect?
Yeah, he's
Yes.
just like running away because I like felted him in like under
They
a
get
minute. That was crazy.
confrontational when
What am I
they get
running away from?
confrontational when somebody knows how to read and interpret
Okay, so
something.
how is
And
he
you ask for an
regretting what he's about to do when he's saying he's regretting the beginning of
He's asking you a
humanity when
question,
Noah's
Chris, and you
already
came in.
around?
Go ahead and drop the knowledge.
Oh, so I know the entire Bible. What verse are we talking about? Then I'll go look quickly.
We're talking about
I
can
want that
God regret?
Samuel one.
Ignore the verses. Can God regret things?
Regretting something doesn't mean that you did something wrong. You understand that? You can
That's
do
what
something good and regret it.
That's what I've
I'm
been
not even
saying the whole
arguing that he
time.
made a
Sounds
mistake.
like you're making
I'm
the
not
same
even arguing that he
interpretation
made a
I've been
mistake.
making the whole time.
I'm making an argument from logic, and you guys are trying to
That's
read
the
into
same
the
thing I've been
scripture.
saying the whole time. That's my
Well, hang on.
argument.
No, hang on. Let's just agree. Yes, Chris, it's true that
Yes.
regretting things doesn't necessarily mean you've done something wrong.
Thank you. At least you see, Shiva understands logic. Good. He's somebody that can argue.
Could it be like something like maybe a father
Well,
could take
hang
their
on.
child
Hang
and
on.
regretting
That
they have to
sounds
correct their
like
child?
wait. Sounds
That's
like a
exactly
payoff.
what I've been
So-
saying this whole
So
time.
what's the payoff? Yes, it's the case that regretting something doesn't necessarily mean you've done something wrong. So what's the payoff?
Okay, so
we're moral creatures.
it works like this. I can save somebody's life by grabbing them before they fall off a cliff, breaking my arm, regretting that my arm is fucked up. But it was still necessary what I did because I saved the life. But I can regret it because now I have a broken arm.
Or you can
So,
regret it because you accidentally saved
I
baby
feel like
Hitler.
most people would not say
But
that. They would
I
just say, I
did.
regret it because I
But you
saved
see how
somebody's
you guys
life.
are making the connection
Yeah.
that is something
Right,
wrong.
okay.
You did
Right, so
something wrong because
so
you
the
regret
issue
it.
is this, Chris. The issue is this: Goon has identified what appears to be an inconsistency with
Yes,
the way
because
that
he's
the
reading
word.
into the
Hang
Bible.
on. There appears to be
Lord
an
forbid somebody read into
inconsistency.
the Bible.
There appears to be an inconsistency with the way that the word is being used. In that, in some instances, God, when the word regret is used, God appears to be acting so as to change his mind. Right?
Yes, they're reading into
Right,
the
okay.
text. That's what they're reading into
No,
the text.
Chris,
It's not reading
Chris,
into
no,
it. That's what the
no,
text says.
Chris.
Blatantly
That's
clear,
just
like
what the
5
text
times.
says. Yeah, right.
Do you
But
want to
in
logically
hang
argue
on,
this, or do you want to keep
Chris,
telling me about your
Chris.
interpretation?
Oh my God,
It's not
Chris,
interpretation,
shut your
Chris.
mouth.
Yes,
You're not
Shiva.
you're not dealing with the
Chris,
issue
Chris,
that
what's
they have.
happening? Wait, no, because this was my argument. I can handle this very easily. Chris,
Alright,
Okay,
go on.
cool.
when
Let's
I
go.
say God's regretting something that he did in the past, and the text says that, and you go, no, I think that means he's regretting something in the future.
Okay,
And then you
good.
don't
Now
give an
listen to
argument
me,
behind it. You sound like a
I
retard.
think.
That's what's happening.
Okay, well, I think you guys haven't slept and your brains are fucking slow right now because how does regretting something mean you did something bad? You are interpreting that. Are you
That's not even
retarded?
part. We're not even on an argument of bad or not bad.
No one's arguing that. No one's arguing
So
that, you moron.
so what's the conclusion then? Him regretting something.
The
Because it's
conclusion is
not that it's
that
bad.
God is changing. He can change. His nature can change
It's not
depending on arguments that you make
changing.
to him.
Okay, so
You
you're
can
into
make an
so you
argument
what
to
you're
God,
reading
and He
into
will.
it is
And depending on
changing.
if
Yeah,
your
that's
argument
what
is
you're reading into it.
justified, if it has enough value behind it, it seems like you can change him.
Doesn't mean changing your mind. That's what you're reading into it. You clearly don't understand that, do you?
No. So this also goes off of the idea that every single time Moses uses this word, he uses it as a form of regret in the past, not in the future. He's not regretting something he's about to do. He's regretting something he had done, or somebody is regretting something that they had done.
Regret doesn't mean you're changing your mind. Draw the conclusion to that statement for me.
He's being obstinate. It's no point.
Yeah, you guys are reading into the Bible going, I'm not reading into the Bible. And it's fucking retarded and sad, bro.
And meanwhile, if you're
Like, draw logical conclusions before you start telling me I read into scripture. Draw logical conclusions. Are you guys that fucking
I mean,
stupid?
I can give you two logical conclusions of what this means when you read this like 5 times throughout the Bible that
Let's
God
track-
changed his mind. There's
Okay,
two
let's track
logical
the logic.
there's two logical conclusions.
can I
One,
put a caveat?
no,
logic.
Trench, I'm in the middle of fucking explaining something. Listen. There's two logical
Break it down.
conclusions. One, God is not omniscient. Two, the authors who wrote these books used words to explain things from their perspective, what they thought they were seeing. To Moses, it seemed like God changed his mind. So he wrote, God repented and God changed his mind. The words that they used, that seems like a very logical explanation of what happened there. And then
Does
you
it
can
say he changed his mind?
and then you
JS?
can go into connections with words like
Does it
repentance,
say he changed his
regret.
mind?
A father
JS?
regrets. A father regrets having to spank his child, but he doesn't
Does that
regret
mean he
giving birth
changed
to
his mind,
child.
JS?
No.
Does that mean he changed his
No,
mind?
I'm
No.
agreeing
Okay, good.
I'm agreeing with what you're saying, but you're just like it's not logical. I'm giving you there's two logical paths here. Either
You're
God's
drawing
not
a conclusion
omniscient
from a
or
feeling.
it's something textual. It's something with
But you're
words.
also leaving out a third
It's a semantic
option.
thing.
The third option is like
I think saying it's something textual is a strong argument because it's basically just saying I'm going to free interpret it.
There's a complete misunderstanding.
Well, okay,
word
or it's a
concept
semantic
fallacy.
thing. Yes, it's a semantic like word concept thing, or it's from this person's perspective, the writer who is writing it, or God's just not all knowing. And I don't think any of us I don't think any of us are going to say God's
when you
not
make
all
the
knowing.
perspective, if you make the perspective argument, doesn't it delegitimize a lot of their writing then? Because then you can say a lot of it is from their perspective.
And
Yeah,
when you break away
but
from
you
the
have to
dogma,
understand
you
we don't
lose the message.
We don't
of
look
unity.
at scriptures like Muslims look at script. We don't look at the Bible like Muslims look at the Quran. It's not like God's hand is reaching out writing these words. These are inspired men of God, and they're flawed. We know they're flawed. They tell us they're flawed, and we have to be textually critical of the words on the page. And that's why we go to church fathers and scholars and things like that to look at their interpretations and see how have Catholic priests interpreted this? How is
And that's important because it says, no, God does not regret in Orthodox
Yes.
Christianity. Rather, the term regret should be looked at as a form of like parenting.
correction? Yes, that's what I've been fucking saying the whole time. I know what I'm talking about. The argument that I'm making is the Orthodox argument. Jesus Christ.
Well,
Sorry,
it's deeper.
Oh, man.
It's deeper
guys
than
got me
that
cussing.
because he
I'm
doesn't
triggered.
regret. I know, but we went through all that.
I'm giving you the Orthodox argument, and Chris
You
comes
guys are
in
like-
saying
you guys are
you're
acting
just
like- hold on,
interpreting the
hold on.
Bible.
Giggling at it.
I
Hold on,
laid
you guys
out.
realize I have
I laid
like
out the
fallacy.
father correcting his child. That is
Okay,
the.
but a fallacy is also a thing. You can be right and still get to the correct answer without knowing why or how.
I know how and why I got there. I've been through this
I've laid
multiple times with you.
the
over
problem that you guys
a
are
year.
having
So
is the
many people have
excuses.
proven you
wait,
wrong
wait,
with
listen,
what
the
you believe,
arguments that you
buddy.
guys are giving
Okay.
will
All right.
maybe
Well, you
solve
came in here
one or two of
arguing
these
my arguments and
instances.
trying to say that I'm like dumb or something, but you came in here arguing my arguments less effectively than I have. So, okay.
The biggest problem you guys
You're
are
saying
facing
things,
is the
but-
arguments you guys are using against me only solve about one or two of the scenarios that I've given in the Bible at a
But
time.
you refuse.
They're not
you
able to
refuse
solve
take
all
my-
of them, but
you
my
refuse to
answer
take
is
mine.
able to be a solvable answer for every single example.
I've got an easy solvable answer for you, but no one will entertain it. The Bible is the church is older, like 200, 300 years than the collected canons.
No, Raz, the white people who can't speak Hebrew or Greek on this panel are better than interpreting things than the people that were alive then that understood those languages. That's what we're dealing with right now. Because they
So is
know
this how you
ancient
go about
Greek and
authority?
Hebrew.
You're just like, this person's a part of an organization, so I believe them.
I'm saying somebody who actually has fucking knowledge of the subject matter. I believe
Dude, you're a
more
little
than a
Fauci
retard
cuck.
reading
That's what you are.
used
You would
versions
literally
of
be
the
a
book.
little liberal cuck if
What
you didn't
language?
hate women.
What language did Irenaeus speak?
Hold on, because it's beyond the book itself. You're still getting bogged down on just the book.
You speak Latin or Greek?
There's also the tradition. There's also the position of the church, which is to be weighed just the same as the book.
And there can be benefit in listening to people who hold opposing views because in doing so, one's own position will be sharpened.
What I'm getting at is that's what these councils and fathers were doing. They were testing out the theories out. They were testing out the dogma and the theology and the traditions through a system of trial and error, to which they came up with the orthodox correct answer. That way it's truly a universal church. That way we're all reading off the same page.
Well, the problem is that we also sit with is we can just see what the position of the people that have done all of this for thousands of years are. But what we're doing is we're having two people on this panel that are telling us what they think. And it's like, well, we can just check what the interpretation are, the correct interpretations that the
Once
church
again,
holds
it's just
to.
an appeal to authority. You're a cucked little liberal bitch, but you
We
hate
can
women, so you
check what
can't
the
do it.
interpretations from different
And you're
sources are.
religious,
The
so you have
problem
to
is you
talk
guys
suck
are the
Trump.
fucking
But when it
liberals
comes down
going
to
with
it, if
my
you had a different
feelings.
political
My
side, you'd be
interpretations
sucking
matter.
COVID
My
cock.
feelings and my
You'd be sucking
interpretations
Trump
matter.
cock.
Chris,
You'd be
Give a
in
fuck
with
about
every
your
single ape
Chris,
group and
interpretation.
every single
Chris, the
psychologist
interpretation I
because they
gave,
have degrees
the
and you
interpretation I
don't.
Talk
gave
about
was
you
that
two's interpretations of things that people have already been doing for
Chris,
thousands of years.
Hey, Chris, my answer here was that this is a form of intercessory prayer on behalf of Moses, and that this is a semantical thing about the understanding of the word regret, and that it's like a father having to chastise his child and regretting that he has to chastise his
Yes.
child, but he's
But
not
so
in
how
the wrong for
how
doing
do
that.
you
So do you
okay,
know
but
where
how
do
do
you
you
know where
then
I
get
got
to
those
God
arguments?
changed his
Do
mind?
you know where I got
How
those
do you get
arguments from? Where do you think
That
I
gay
got those
atheist
arguments from,
From who?
Chris?
ex-priest guy.
From who?
The
From
gay atheist ex-priest on
the
deconstruction.
intercessory prayer is an Orthodox and Catholic
Okay,
argument, and
cool.
then the
Okay,
father one is an Orthodox argument.
okay,
So
cool.
Jeff, there's
Then
no
where
point.
does your
Chris
hold
and
is
on,
you
just
hold
going to
on.
came
look
Where
up
in
does
the
and
your
you
other
made
two
those
conclusion?
hosts and he's going to
arguments,
listen to
but
them.
then you like
Hold on.
attacked
Where
me
does
for
the
doing sola
conclusion come
scriptura.
from? Where does the conclusion come from then that he changed his mind? From you. You are interpreting
I don't.
that from.
He didn't change his mind.
It says he
Oh, okay.
changed his
So then what
mind.
are we arguing about?
There's text where he says that he.
That's
There's
what we're
That's
talking
what I'm
about.
saying.
okay, so only
I don't even think you're
Green is
smart.
reading
I
into it
honestly,
then.
Chris, shut the fuck up for a second so you can get felted real quick. I don't think you're even smart enough to realize that there's multiple examples going on here. I think you're sitting here thinking we're all working off of one example.
I'm standing
That's
right now,
literally
so
how
you're
retarded
wrong.
you are.
You're wrong on so many things, brother.
Then why are you
Did you
asking for
just
one
interpret
instance?
that
Do
I'm sitting
you not
down too?
realize? Do you not realize that there's multiple instances going on?
Yeah, I
Of
don't
what?
believe God
Make the
changed his
argument.
mind.
Stop saying words, bro. Make a fucking argument. I know
He's
you're trying to
saying
be
that there's
cute,
different
but
versions
make
of
an
the
argument.
scripture. Which one
You
is
need to
correct?
debate more,
So
bro.
when he
You just
says
fucking.
he's only going to spare a certain amount of people, so when he says that he's only going to
filibustering.
spare a certain amount of people to Abraham, then Abraham argues with him, and then it says God changed his mind and he lowered the number. That's an instance of changing his mind. And then when it says God regretted creating humanity after seeing the degeneracy that it fell into pre-flood, that's an instance of regret.
Yeah, I've
But
kept
the
track of
How does
them.
regret deduce changing mind?
Your
I
little
found like
gay
5.
cope excuse doesn't even cover that.
Contend with this though. Contend with my Bible doesn't say
Joseph,
anything
neither
about.
of your guys'
Hold
gay
on.
cope excuses cover that.
Shut the fuck up. My Bible doesn't say regret. My Bible says mercy. So contend with that then.
And mine says repent. and one says change mind, and one says. So what's the word?
Yeah,
What's the?
how do we solve that,
All
fellas?
of
We
them.
go to the oldest ones and the most
Well,
coherent
that's why if
version.
you were here for the very beginning of the conversation, Chris, you would have realized that this started with me
We started
bringing
with
it
the
back
Hebrew
to the root
word.
of the word, nasham, and then me asking if he could find times where Moses uses the word conflicting with my interpretation.
But
I'm
you've also
only
got to
looking for
understand
Moses
Hebrew.
because I am critiquing specifically in this instance Moses's writings.
But you also have
Okay.
to understand Hebrew, how well, a word can mean multiple things at once. Like take again, take
For one
hevel,
person, if one
and how
person
it
uses
how
one
it
word
can
10
mean
times,
how it can mean
and all
spark,
10 of the
Dude,
times
one
lying,
second, and
you
then
can assume that this is
No,
their
but they could use
interpretation of the
another
word.
second.
dude,
They could use it 10
dude,
times
the
in 10
problem,
different ways.
the problem, dude, the thing is, if you've read anything about people who study linguistics and ancient text, it's what he just said. Words can have multiple
That's what I'm
meanings,
saying.
and
Can
it's
you find
about
an
the
example of
context.
Moses using having
Well,
different
I'm
meanings
telling you
behind it?
that you even need to think about who these people were taught by in the way that they write.
You're
Because
telling
if
me
you
Moses had
knew,
multiple meanings when he used this word. Can you tell me what these instances are?
what I'm telling you is what
Mercy.
researchers, atheists, and Christians will tell you that study this shit is that people are inspired by the people that taught them. You understand? People are taught how to read and write. So they adopt the styles of writing from the people that they are taught by. We can see this
And the
in
Jewish
text.
tradition was oral,
Greek
though.
texts, all of these old texts, we can see this, right? That's how they deduce what the meanings of things are. So, yes, words can have multiple meanings dependent on how the person was taught, the subcontext of how they're writing or what they're writing. There's a lot of ways. That's why people that
I've
actually know
narrowed
what
it
they're
down
doing.
exactly to that. That's what I'm asking for. I've narrowed it down
No,
to Moses, only his writings and
you're
his
saying it
use of the
says
word.
cool. You're saying it says cool, and we're wondering if that means it's fucking sick and awesome or it's cold, and you're not getting that.
No, I'm saying it says nasham, and I'm saying when he says nasham, he means regretting something in the past. And if you can find an instance of him using that, where the interpretation of the text seems to be
The
otherwise
Orthodox
while
version is
reading it,
saying
I will
otherwise. The Orthodox
concede.
version is the Orthodox
This wasn't
version
even
is
like an
saying
argument. This
otherwise.
was me asking JS if he was able to find this because I was interested in it. And a bunch of you gay retards came in here spurging.
Well, I'm sorry
I
you
mean,
can't
that's
read different
cute.
versions because the Orthodox interpretation in writing is that he's showing a mercy, like a father shows a mercy to a child.
I mean,
Yeah, but you admit, and I'm okay with this because you said you might
I
look
would
into
do it
it.
the same way
But
you would do
you
it. I would
admitted you
just
don't
look
know
into the
why.
word.
You said you don't know why they changed it to mercy in that version.
Like I could just find the word nasham.
Ain't no mercy in wiping out a whole
I didn't
race.
say they changed it to anything. I said this is the version that the Orthodox Church is using, and this is how
Yeah,
they've
but we
explained it for
just
2,000 years.
we are recounting to you the same text on other versions that say differently.
And then I put the caveat in there to where this is also the church that compiled the Bible, and that it has dogma from the liturgies. So there is it's not just what does the book say, it's also what are the church fathers saying? What is the tradition saying?
I'm not going to go to the church fathers to tell me what the word nasham means.
Well, then you're not practicing Christianity.
Dude, you understand, you have to appeal to somebody that understands the language.
Well, no,
I'm not going to listen
So
to
like, if you
somebody
want to
that
know,
knows
if you
the
want to know,
language
like,
that I'm appealing to
do
is
you think you're
fucking
capable of
retarded.
understanding the word agape, or do you need a priest to tell you what it means? Do you think you
Do
can look
you
it up?
need
Read it,
somebody
and
that knows what that
understand it?
word means to tell you what it means?
You need the priest
Are you
to tell you what
retarded?
context it's being used in. You need the
But
priest for the
Goon, you
context
got to
for the dogma.
understand, like the
Are you fucking
Orthodox, they're
retarded,
against
bro?
universal liturgy or literacy. Like we're not even supposed to be able to read the Bible. So
Yeah, but dude, saying I don't understand Iraqi,
But Chris
and now
isn't
I need to
supposed to be
appeal
able to
to
read the
somebody that
Bible either.
knows
So none of
Iraqi
us
to
are
tell me
supposed to
what
be
the
able to
word
read the
means.
Bible.
It's fucking logic, dude. Like, why don't you understand that,
We weren't
bro?
supposed to be able to read the Bible, Josh. We wouldn't. We ain't got free will. Come on now.
There's nothing I'm not understanding here.
Yes, definitely.
You're not understanding the
Definitely.
very nature of how.
I'm asking for an
I'm trying to
example
tell
where a
you, and
man
then you cut
uses
me
a
off.
word differently, and you guys can't even quote Moses because you retard Orthodoxes don't even read the Bible.
Actually, I just said, okay, shut the fuck up because I used Hevel like
You're
20
afraid
times.
of it. You're afraid of it like it's a sigilate book that's going to give you curses.
Fucking mook. said hevel can mean vanity, but it can also mean fucking smoke, retard. You
I
still
don't
will
care.
not
That doesn't mean
contend with my
anything to me.
position.
Good job. You know something. Good job. You know something.
What the
Even if
fuck
you
are you
contend,
talking about?
contend with his
You want a
arguments. Don't
cookie?
just get
Contend
mad,
with my
Goon. You
fucking
like throwing
argument, you
add-ons
fucking
out because
idiot.
you
All
don't
Does that
that
argue a
change? Does
lot,
that
but you're
change
not making
anything? Does that
arguments.
change anything about my interpretation of the word nasham? Or are you just rambling?
You're not contending with my
Yeah, yeah,
argument.
yeah,
In context, the way you're using Hisham. You don't even
That just
understand
means
the
the way
fucking
I'm using
question.
shut
There's
up.
one of three things going on here.
We are telling
One,
you how
you
you
are
interpreting the word is wrong, and you going, well, I don't like that. Good argument, bro.
You're not using any examples at all. You're just appealing to authority. You're a
Dude, I
retard.
just did like 30 different examples, like 8 different
You
ways.
used
I
other
don't
words
understand.
because you don't even know this word. You probably have never heard it until I said it.
You understand? I explained to you when we talk about language, you gotta appeal to authority. Saying we're appealing
That's
to
such a
authority is
felting. Listen how
fucking
quiet he got. It's
retarded,
true.
bro.
He's never heard the word until I
Actually,
said it.
I just wanted to
Did
come
you
up.
hear the word hevel before?
Hang
You
on,
know what
I
do
just
you know what
wanted.
hevel means? You know
No,
what
but I'm not
hysteria
here
means?
trying to pretend like I know anything about that word. You're the one over here trying
Okay,
to
shut up.
correct
Let
me, you
Shiva talk.
retard.
Shut up. Let Shiva talk.
Okay,
And I'm
Let
gonna
somebody
appeal
that
to
can
the
actually
church
make
to tell me
arguments
what the
talk.
fucking word means, you shithead.
There you go. I just said I don't know what the word means. It's that easy. Wow. That's how you can see it
And
as
what
an
I do,
adult. Isn't
I
that
appeal to the
wild?
church.
Okay, guys,
Stop.
Isn't that
No,
wild?
hold on.
Old people can see it.
No, because I stopped.
down.
JS, moderate your shit.
Because I stopped. And before I went too farther, I went and looked up to see what the church fathers had to say about the position.
Hold
Russ,
on. Okay,
let
shut
other-
up. Let Shiva
oh my
talk.
God, let other people speak, please.
I'm looking up 5162.
I actually just wanted to come up to speak in defense of Raz's position, if he'll give me just a quick.
Oh, I'm gonna mute myself.
minute.
What?
Thank you.
What position did he?
So I can easily imagine a situation in which you could say, for the tradition that I belong to, which might be different from the mainstream view, that this kind of word or this set of symbols has this specific meaning within this tradition, because you get that in Buddhism quite a lot. So you'll get the same imagery that will have different meanings depending on how that school is using it, and within that school, that kind of esoteric meaning, if you like, will be taught to the initiates. So
Yes,
like
it would kind of be like a
the dogma
colloquial
is
use.
enforced. There's a dogma there.
right. But Raz, the thing is, I wouldn't then say to someone who wasn't an initiate, this is the only way to interpret that symbol, right?
Well, that's also a difference in doctrine, because our doctrine is this is the way.
Right,
No, well,
okay.
what Shiva is saying, people can interpret things in any which way they want. You can't tell somebody they can't do that. Whether they're right is a different discussion. They can interpret things in any which way they want to. Doesn't mean it's correct.
Well,
Yeah,
it
but
depends on.
I'd be a heretic if I run around telling people that they can interpret the Bible any way they want.
Yeah, context dependent is what Shiva is saying.
And
Yeah, that's fine. The
personally,
whole point is me asking if anyone can find another context where he means it in another way.
I did
well,
though.
yeah,
I showed you
I
mercy.
think Raz did. So
I'm
I think
looking up.
within
I'm on the
within
Sham
the
right now in the
within the
Strong's. I'm looking at
dictates
all the different uses
within
of
the
it.
within the
it can mean
dictates
hidden
of
one.
Raz's church, right? The word means mercy, and so I think then, like you would have to concede, Goon, that within that context, the word has, like, it might not be a meaning that you agree with, but it means something different to what it does in, say, the Catholic or the
If you
Protestant
want to
church.
interpret it as mercy, that's fine. I'm just saying it's
God
not going to
usually
convince me
repented of
to
his
interpret
action
it as
because of a
mercy
man's
just to say that you
intercession
just
and
read it on the
repentance for his
paper and it says
deeds.
mercy.
Nasham.
Yeah, you can
Nasham
interpret
means
it
to
as mercy.
repent or to comfort, translated to repent. It's used 41 times as to comfort and 57 times in the Old Testament. Repent means to make a strong turning to a new course or action. So the emphasis on turning to a positive course or action, not turning from a undesired course or action.
Okay, lovely retard.
But there's a lot more. There's a lot more
humanity, he was
to read. I'm not
comforting.
going to read all of it to you guys, but there's a lot
And
more.
Hebrew is an incredibly
I just found the
abstract
answer. I just
language.
found it. We found it.
I was see how I wasn't wrong because I went
You
through
know,
like a whole checklist.
I study to
system.
show myself approved. I don't just like, I don't just say
Like
shit
this
out
ain't
of
my
my
first
ass.
fucking rodeo. I've been doing comparative religion for 20
You
years.
gotta understand what just happened. You got excited about the word comfort, and you still haven't shown how he means comfort in that line.
Because my Orthodox Bible doesn't even
Bro,
use the word repent. It uses mercy. And when you show
Okay,
somebody a mercy,
Right, but
you're bringing them comfort
it
to their
doesn't
fucking
matter.
That's fine.
problem.
Then I'm not
It
even
doesn't
in it.
matter.
Then
The
I honestly
word
don't
there,
care.
the
I
word
don't
there is
No, you don't
about how
care
we're doing
because you
against
got
this.
blown out of the water. Just sit down already.
No, if your Bible is the only one
I'm
using a
already
separate word, I
sitting
don't give a
down.
fuck. You guys are retarded then. And there's less of you than everyone else, so get felted by majority. And all of us have
70% growth each year.
existed for longer together if you
Felted?
add us
What
all
does that
up.
mean,
So then it's
felted?
like you got felted by experience too.
Boxing term.
All right, here's two words that means two different things in Hebrew: Bethula and Alma. But y'all will go back to say those words in Hebrew don't mean exactly what they say they mean, and they both have their own definition. Alma, young maiden; Bethula, a woman that has not been touched by man. But when y'all look it up, oh, Mary was an Alma. Why didn't they specifically use the word virgin if Hebrew had
Specifically.
a word for virgin, which was Bethula?
Because
Were you
Atlantically,
talking
they
about
don't
Hebrew
have
just
that
now?
word.
What's interesting in Hebrew, the words chaste.
What's that?
The
What's
words
interesting
chaste
is
and
the New
mercy
Testament is
are
written in
used
Greek.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what's
And
interesting.
you should actually appeal to you should actually listen to
JS be the only one to catch that.
I didn't. I said it earlier at the beginning. You could clip that back. I was talking about, and which version are we talking about? The Hebrew or the Greek? Or are we talking about Latin? There's a difference between Latin and Greek. Latin is a
Hebrew
legalist
version of the New
No,
Testament?
shut up. Latin is a legalist language. It's very specific, whereas Greek is a philosopher's
Pacific.
language. Specific.
Very Pacific.
Pacific
Ocean.
Ocean.
Pacific.
Freddie did.
Contend with my argument, Gaylord.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing. I'm sorry, that was funny. Give me a second. What did you
No,
say?
y'all Bible, y'all right. God's not omniscient, but in real life, we all know
I
he
believe
is.
God is omniscient, and I believe
There's
God
no-
didn't
No, you
actually
don't.
There's
change
nothing
his
that
mind.
there's nothing in here that's convinced me that the
I believe
Bible
men
is
men
depicting
thought
God to
that
be
men
not
thought that
omniscient.
God had changed his mind, and by Moses writing that and perceiving it that way, it made a message that God could spread to people about intercessory prayer and about repentance. And sometimes you got to do things you don't want to do, and sometimes it's better to show mercy. And this was a lesson that he was teaching us through this. And what Moses saw was God changing his mind. They see a father changing his mind, but the father's not changing his mind. The father already knew what was going to happen here. He's the father. He knows. It's like that's the way I see it.
Then why he defeated a whole race of people if he knew that they was gonna be like that?
Because they were fucked up.
He
They
made
had
them
it
to
coming.
be destroyed.
When he created them, yeah, but he knew when he created them they needed to be destroyed. He's not omniscient.
It's
If
like
he knew
if I have a bunch of
make
green
that
Lego
thing
men.
Now we're getting into
Okay.
determinism versus predeterminism.
Yes,
It's like
that
if
was
I
the
have a bunch
point.
of
Wait.
green Lego men and a
To
bunch
make
of
it
brown
clear
Lego
too,
men,
to make
and
it
I'm
clear
having a
too,
battle.
before you guys jump down, the reason I brought this up to JS was it's because of a determinism argument. And he knows that was the line I was going down. That's why you guys are like, this doesn't dubuque everything. I don't get why you're saying this, and it's because I'm directly attacking something he believed.
Okay, so now we can get into the fucking like Hobbes. Like being a determinist doesn't negate a Christian concept of free will. We just don't like using the word free will. Whereas you have freedom of action, you have full freedom of action, and this does not conflict with God being omnipotent, omnipresent, etc.
No, I don't think you could ever prove God wrong.
And there's all kinds of like stupid little mental experiments.
So if God knows that you're going to the grocery store in 30 minutes, you're going to the grocery store in 30 minutes. There's nothing you could do to avoid that. You could never make a choice to not go to the grocery store in 30 minutes. If God knows you're going to the grocery store in 30 minutes, you're going.
I think that I wouldn't say it like that. I would say that
Right. You wouldn't say that you could prove God wrong.
You have freedom of
Nobody
action.
would. No Christian would. And when I ask that question, that's like, to me,
You can have freedom of action and be completely autonomous in your freedom of action, and God is still going to know what you're going to do.
right. Can you
That's
prove
what
him
I'm
wrong?
saying. You can't prove God wrong.
Exactly. So do you really have a choice in the matter? You're gonna do
Right.
what
Is
you're
there
gonna
ever
do.
an instant? Is there
Yes,
ever an
you have
instance?
free
Is there
will.
ever an instance where God doesn't know what you're gonna
In
do?
the sense of freedom of action. No, God knows what. So
Everybody
here's a
Yes,
stupid
why do you
little.
think
God
he
always knows
sends
what you're gonna do.
people
Okay,
to
great.
Noah after?
Then you
Here's
can
a
never do
stupid
anything else
little.
out of his
I'm
reality.
not doing a free will debate right now. Damn.
Here's a stupid little mental exercise. It's a stupid little mental exercise that I made up. But think of it this way: like we're in this big simulation, right? And you're God. You're the fucking programmer. You create the simulation and you set the
You
events
go back
forward.
and check the tape. You never need to come back and check the tape if you God. You know how it ended. You don't have to come back, watch it, or tweak it. It's
I'm not. No.
perfect.
Yeah, see, and then the other
Hey, can I give my fucking
problem with
mental
his mental
experiment?
exercise.
Shit.
The other
It's not
problem
even
with his
fucking
mental
done.
exercise is there's an ontology to your programmer. There's no ontology to God.
Fucking hypocrisies and contradictions in y'all shit.
There
You
is
don't
an
even know what the
ontology.
fuck I was gonna say.
Yeah, you already said it last time. You
What
was
else
on
are you
here.
gonna fucking say then?
You like it like God just watching the movie and then go back. He's doing something. He's gonna play the tape, watch it forward, watch it in reverse. He can watch it at any speed he wants to, but he leaves it on you to make a choice. Shut the fuck up with that bullshit. That ain't how the fuck it
Specific.
works. How the fuck
Contend
a
with my.
baby's
Hey, you
dying?
know it so well.
Why
Then
is
contend with my argument.
Why is
Contend with my
abortion still
argument.
happening? Why is
Contend with my
abortion
argument. Contend with my argument. Contend with my argument.
So are you
Contend with my
saying?
argument.
Are you saying?
Contend with my
Are you
argument.
saying that's exactly?
Contend with my
Is that
argument.
exactly where
Contend
you were
with my
going? Is that
argument.
exactly where
Contend
you
with
were
my
going with this?
argument.
I think Fred
Was he
Contend with
right?
my
Did he
argument.
not call you out on
Contend
that
with my
bullshit?
argument.
I'm
Contend
not
with my
happy. I'm
argument.
not happy. I want to die. I want to die.
Contend with my argument then. You know it then. Contend with it then. Don't just say I don't like it. Just say, don't say it. It's broken because
God,
it's broken.
God, and he made the tape, he wouldn't have regretted making people and have to erase them.
I didn't say anything about. Now you're combining three different arguments into one.
died, then we
No,
fucking
that's
they
not my
turned evil,
argument.
and they didn't believe
That's
that
not my
bullshit
argument.
church shit, so he had
That's
to
not my
delete them.
argument. That's not my argument. That's not my
Yeah.
argument. That's not my argument.
No
That's not my
mercy.
argument.
Ain't no
That's not my
mercy in
argument.
them.
That's not my
Where's the
argument.
mercy?
That's not my argument. That's not my argument. That's not my argument. That's not my
Where's the mercy?
argument.
Somebody
That's
pull his
not
phone.
my
Where's
argument.
the mercy? You found mercy. Where's the mercy?
It's not
Mercy
my
was your argument.
argument. You are a
shows mercy.
simple fool. You
Mercy
like
was
to
your
lie
argument.
out of your dirty
shows mercy was
heathen
your
mouth
argument.
because you have a
Exactly.
corrupt spirit.
The dancing
Because
is better.
you lie.
Not the dancing.
You
The singing is
lie.
better.
You lie like a woman.
Hey,
Lie.
What's
Lie.
happening?
Lie on your back like a woman. Lie. Lie. Contend with my argument. My real argument. God exists outside of time.
Right, the song saved you. That was like a 1, but you brought it back to a 5.
God exists outside of time. You can observe and experience time at his leisure, at his will, at his energy level.
Right, and he can't regret things.
So how can you stand there and say that
He
you don't
can't
have
regret.
free
He
will?
can't regret things in the way Goon's understanding it.
But he also wants to believe in free will then.
I don't know where God says that.
No, I'm talking about these people trying to fucking make stupid arguments. They want to believe in free will, which is why God can't know the future. Because I make A or B or Z choice,
Well, no.
timeline,
So wait.
the timeline changes, and thus how does God know which is the correct
before you
timeline?
say what I think, do you just want me to tell you what I think real quick and what the whole point of this whole exercise
No,
is?
because this is the only logical argument you could be making.
No. The whole thing, it goes down to this idea that I think it's a bad idea to try to define God as a man. When you do that, you create a target because every time that you line up a description, you line up somebody to try to knock that description down and find
So being a
instances
father
where
is
they want to align with
a
each other.
part of God's nature.
God's better
That's
remaining
why we call him a
undefinable.
man. We call
If you
him a
just
man
argued he was
because being a father is
undefinable,
in his nature.
then these contradictions, then they don't matter as much. But then when you try to define him and then it goes against the definitions, that's when the contradictions become
Well,
a problem.
the Son and the Holy Spirit emanate from the Father, of which the Father is
What are you talking about, dude? Is he at
extraordinarily
church?
patriarchal.
I know you missed church, bro. I'm sorry. I wish you could have been there today. But
No,
stop
it's just
preaching
that
at me.
you're arguing about something that you clearly know little about. You're asking why is he a male? Why is he a dude? Well, it's because of the nature. God's nature
Is there a
is that of
trans
a father.
argument going on?
Fathers out there all the
The
time.
trans
Being a
argument,
male
okay,
having
with
a
the
baby
fucking
don't make
red
you no
herrings,
fucking
dude.
father.
Jesus.
All right, I gotta go to
I
bed,
don't know
guys.
what you
I gotta
mean
go to
by
bed.
yeah. I just don't know what you mean by he's a man.
You guys
Like, I
can
didn't know what
hang
that
out in
meant.
here and talk all you
Oh,
want,
we
but I
will.
gotta go to bed. Thanks for hanging out, guys.
Good night, JS.
Later.
What's up, Jess?
Good night. All right, chat. Thank you for hanging out, guys. We maintained some good numbers. I think we got a raid earlier. I'm not sure who it was from, but I saw Premonition, and maybe it was Abe, maybe it was Rob. I don't know who it was from, but it was pretty cool. So I appreciate that. Ignore my Dragon Ball background. I'm gonna go to bed. I gotta go to work tonight. We got Dreaded Conservative show tomorrow. We're gonna be talking about the Iran protests and Iran killing Iran protesters, threatening Trump's life, and what potentially could happen there. You know, we'll talk about that stuff tomorrow. There's a good number of stories that we're going to be talking about tomorrow night on the Dreaded Conservative show. So make sure you're subscribed. That starts at 8 p.m. Eastern time. News, politics, all that stuff. So we got a lot of stories to cover tomorrow. And then Tuesday we have the Venezuela debate. I pretty much written the large majority of my opening. I'm on the fourth. I've written 945 words, so I've written 2/3 of it. Need to write about 500 more words, a couple more paragraphs, and that opening will be done. But I'm ready to go on that debate. Little disappointed that I'm not going to be debating First Offender. Vibe's cool. I don't got no problems with him, but it's just not the opponent that I wanted. It's not the debate I wanted. As soon as Easy said First Amender, I was like, yeah, that's the one I want. I'm going for blood. And then he backs out. I'm pissed. So instead we get Vibe. It's like not, it's not going to be the same. But when First Amender does his debate with Vic, I'll react to that and I'll just roast First Offender the whole time. You screwed up, like, whatever, dude. I get it. You want the guy with the bigger platform. That's fine. That's fine, First Amender. Just keep dodging. Just keep running like a little bitch. The real debate is right here, okay? Vibe is going to be light work for JS. Yeah, well, I don't even like. He's not super adversarial. It's just like, I don't know. Are we just going to be talking? Like, are we just going to be talking about it? We're just going to talk about it. You need a debate on modern day debate. I have the email form to sign up, and I've had it in my Google Docs, which I have open right now, for like 2 years, and I've just never filled out the form. Yeah, I might look into doing that. I've already looked into doing it. I already know how to do it. I just might push for it. You don't get it. He's a little puss. First Amender? Yeah, I know. All right. But anyway, thank you guys. Where can we go to? Where can we go to? It's a Sunday morning. I don't think there's going to be a lot of people live. Bond Church. Crucible is live. Andrew's talking about ice raids right now. Real Mr. Matt is playing Resident Evil 5. I guess we're going to Crucible. That's wild. He was live when I started last night, and he's live again now. Anyway, God bless you guys. Thank you for hanging out. I will see you Monday night. Dreaded Conservative Show. Make sure you're subscribed. We're trying to get to 6K subscribers. We'll do a 24-hour stream once we get to 6K, where it goes up and down. It's always going up and down. So make sure you're subscribed. If you got, make sure you check your account and you didn't get unsubscribed if you whatever. But I'll talk to you guys later. I'm out. Peace.